In other words, one can see anarchism either as a vision, as an attitude, or as a set of practices. The distinction between the last two is admittedly somewhat fuzzy. Those who go about their daily lives on an egalitarian basis tend to do so because they feel that is what people ought to do. Those who find all forms of hierarchy objectionable will, ordinarily, do their best to find ways to live without it. Still, in the first case, an egalitarian ethos may well remain largely inchoate. In theory, at least, one living in an anarchistic society might be entirely unaware that there is any other way to live. Anyway, such a person will probably only develop explicit anti-authoritarian attitudes once she encounters someone with very different assumptions, say, for example, a foreign conqueror. Similarly, those indignant about being pushed around by social superiors will often examine their own ways of dealing with friends and neighbors as evidence that hierarchy is not a natural and inevitable feature of human life. They might very well start valuing the equality of those relations, or even try to deal with such people in more self-consciously egalitarian fashion than they had before. The 19th century Spanish peasants and Swiss watchmakers who found the ideas of Proudhon or Bakunin so amenable and who Marx denounced as petit bourgeois were clearly doing exactly that. What I would like to argue is that anarchism is best thought of, not as any one of these things, not as a vision, but neither quite as an attitude or set of practices. It is, rather, best thought of as that very movement back and forth between these three. After all, the experience of foreign conquest or subordination will not necessarily cause once egalitarian communities to reject the very idea of hierarchy, or to become more assiduously egalitarian in their way of dealing with each other. The effect might well be exactly the opposite. It's when the three reinforce each other, when a revulsion against oppression causes people to try to live their lives in a more self-consciously egalitarian fashion, when they draw on those experiences to produce visions of a more just society, when those visions, in turn, cause them to see existing social arrangements as even more illegitimate and obnoxious, that one can begin to talk about anarchism. Hence, anarchism is in no sense a doctrine. It's a movement, a relationship, a process of purification, inspiration, and experiment. This is its very substance. All that really changed in the 19th century is that some people began to give this process a name. Looking at it this way does make it much easier to understand some things that would otherwise be extremely puzzling. For example, why what passes as anarchist theory often bears so little relation to what the majority of anarchists say and do. If one were to try to understand North American anarchism simply by reading theoretical or ideological statements in the best-known and widely distributed explicitly anarchist periodicals, one would end up with the impression that most anarchists were either primitivists opposed to all forms of technology, even agriculture, or extreme anti-organizationalists, suspicious of any group of more than 6 or 7 people, and that most of the remainder had declared their allegiance to a document called the Organizational Platform of the General Union of Anarchists, written by Russian émigrés in Paris in 1924. One might also come to the conclusion that the popular impression of anarchists as wild-eyed, impractical nihilists dedicated to rebellion for its own sake was probably not that far from the truth, or, at least, that anarchists seemed to be divided between nihilists and fervent sectarians whose main form of political practice is mutual denunciation. Examining anarchist discussion pages on the internet would do little to disabuse them of this impression. 17 When I first became involved in anarchist politics, therefore, I was surprised to discover that not only did the overwhelming majority of activists who considered themselves anarchists not identify with any of these positions, many were not even aware of them. Others, who do read the magazines, read them mainly for entertainment value. Elsewhere, I've referred to these non-sectarians as small a anarchists, to distinguish them from those who identify with any one particular strain: green anarchists, individualists, anarcho-syndicalists, post-leftists, platformists, and so on. While statistics are unavailable, Chuck Munson, who occasionally surveys those who frequent infoshop.com, probably the most popular anarchist website in North America, informs me that about 90% of American anarchists would seem to fit into the small a category, since only about 10% are willing to identify themselves with any particular subset. What's more, even many of those who do identify themselves with one particular strain act in ways that would be impossible to understand if we were dealing with a political ideology in anything like the traditional sense of the term. Let me take one example: primitivism, perhaps the most obviously outre. In America, primitivist ideas first began to take form in circles surrounding a journal called The Fifth Estate, in Detroit, in the 1970s and 1980s. The argument began as a synthesis of a certain strain of Marxism with ideas first articulated by socialist heretics such as Jacques Ellul and Jacques Camus, who came to see the nature of technology itself as lying at the core of most of what Marx saw as alienating and oppressive about capital, and thus rejected the idea that the proletariat, as an essential part of the global megamachine, could possibly be the agents of a revolution. Millet 2004, as part of a broader critique developing around that time of the productivist bias in traditional leftist thought, it's hard to see this as anything but perfectly normal debate. By the 1990s, however, the most aggressive strain of primitivist thought began to coalesce around the figure of John Zerzan, one-time ultra-leftist, who began expressing utter hostility not only to the left but to civilization itself. Zerzan basically took the most radical position that it was possible to take, arguing that everything from plant domestication to music, writing, math, art, and ultimately, even speech, basically all forms of symbolic representation, anything other than absolute, direct, unmediated experience, were really forms of alienation that could only be overcome through the destruction of civilization in its entirety, and a return to the Stone Age. Now, the influence of Zerzan on anarchism has been considerably overstated in the media, but there are a significant number of green anarchists who take his ideas very seriously, and these green anarchists produce any number of zines and journals that aggressively tout these ideas, engaging in constant vitriolic debates with anyone willing to cast doubt on any aspect of the ultra-primitivist position. Point 18. The idea of a return to the Paleolithic, the rejection of plant domestication, let alone language, is obviously absurd. It would require reducing the Earth's population by at least 99.9%. Nor are primitivists entirely unaware of this. The Fifth Estate people had a long debate about the problem back in the 1970s, the editors coming to the conclusion that, since they didn't really wish to see a global catastrophe such as a nuclear war, the best one could hope for was a gradual process of negative population growth. Most current primitivists seem to alternate between openly espousing industrial and demographic collapse. I have heard some argue that humankind is a virus which needs to be largely eradicated too, in defiance of all logic and common sense, denying that massive population decline would even be necessary. Zerzan often does this before non-anarchist audiences. At the same time, these same authors will regularly denounce anyone who advocates the classic anarchist strategy of building a new society in the shell of the old. They ridicule any talk of the slow, painful creation of new institutions as outmoded leftism, arguing that only the complete destruction of all existing structures and institutions, followed by a return to our instinctual wildness, could possibly bring about real liberation. My purpose here is not to critique the primitivist position. This is obviously pointless. It clearly makes no sense to attack any strategy other than waiting for catastrophe, and then deny one is advocating catastrophe. My real point is, if this were a classic ideological position, one should expect the effects to be utterly depoliticizing. If one were really looking forward to industrial collapse or some similar apocalypse, the most obvious course of action would be that followed by right-wing survivalists in the 1980s: take to the woods, dig a bunker, and begin stockpiling canned food and automatic weapons. Or, alternately, perhaps, find a distant island and try to begin reviving Stone Age technologies. To my knowledge, no proponent of green anarchism has ever done anything of either sort. Instead, they tend to act very much like any other anarchist. Primitivists may be more likely to become involved in ecological or animal rights campaigns than in, say, union organizing, but in New York, for instance, I know ardent green anarchists who've worked with the Independent Media Center, in DAN, in video collectives, Food Not Bombs chapters, community gardens, prisoner support networks, feminist groups, bicycle campaigns, squats, cooperative bookstores, anti-war campaigns, campaigns for the rights of immigrants, housing rights, Cope Watch programs, and pretty much every other major manifestation of anarchist organizing. Often, in fact, primitivists turn out to be amongst the most reliable and dedicated activists around. Confronted with this sort of contradiction, it's hard to avoid asking the same question Evans Pritchard asked about Zanda witchcraft: how can otherwise reasonable people claim to believe this sort of thing? If one points out some of these contradictions to actual advocates of primitivism, for instance, asking them to reflect on what would actually happen if the population of, say, Bangladesh were to one day decide to stop practicing agriculture, the usual reply will be, but it's not a program. It's a critique. Alternately, they might challenge the very logical pragmatic terms of the argument, and insist these are poetic, intuitive understandings about the state of a world that is fundamentally dislocated and wrong. Similarly, even the most avid fans of Zerzan will usually admit, if pressed, that they aren't really in favor of the abolition of language, but instead emphasize the degree to which language can be deceptive, ideological, or mask and occlude more direct forms of experience. All this, I think, does much to explain the appeal, and the reason primitivism tends towards such absolutes. It is really an attempt to take absolutely seriously those feelings of utter alienation that drive so many middle-class, white teenagers to anarchism in the first place, and to at least try to imagine a world in which every aspect of that alienation would be totally extinguished. The result can only be a kind of myth. Primitivists will often admit this too, claiming that widespread myths of apocalypse, and of the Garden of Eden, are intuitive understandings of real truths, that we once did live in a kind of paradise, that we lost it, and that through a catastrophic collapse of industrial society, we will get it back again. The myth of apocalypse comes to substitute for the faith in revolution. It is, in a way, the same thing, except more absolute. The traditional anarchist rejection of political representation becomes a rejection of representation in any form, even art or language. For most primitivists, this is what we are mainly dealing with, a comprehensive critique of alienating institutions, and a kind of impossible dream vision of total liberation that can, if nothing else, provide inspiration and continually remind one why one is in rebellion to begin with. For many, the fact that this makes no sense whatsoever to outsiders is probably a major element in its appeal. Let me take an apparently very different example. One of the main forms for the dissemination of anarchist ideas in recent years in America have been feminist science fiction novels, from Ursula L. Le Guin's The Dispossessed 1974, to Starhawk's The Fifth Sacred Thing 1993. They operate in a similar way. They are crystallizations of certain tendencies of thought, extrapolations from certain forms of practice, experiments in utopian imagining. The main difference is that since the visions developed in novels are not claiming to be anything but fiction, those who enjoy reading or writing them do not tend to claim alternative visions are wrong. In the case of green anarchism, the vitriolic quality of so much of the writing seems to result from the confluence of two factors. On the one hand, the urgency of the ecological cause, the sense that the planet is being destroyed and we are all doomed anyway if something isn't done very quickly, and a certain habit of extremely contentious argument inherited from the sectarian Marxist origins of so many of the original participants. Point 19. In this, they are unusual. As I mentioned, anarchists have long tended to shun high theory. As David Week put it back in 1971, long before anyone had thought of the term postmodernism. Anarchism has always been anti-ideological. Anarchists have always insisted on the priority of life and action to theory and system. Subjection to a theory implies, in practice, subjection to an authority party, which interprets the theory authoritatively, and this subjection would fatally undermine the intention of creating a society without central political authority. Thus no anarchist writings are authoritative or definitive in the sense that Marx's writings have been regarded by his followers. 1971, 9. In fact, most of what serves the same role as theory in anarchism makes some gesture to subvert any possibility of its being used as an authoritative text. Primitivism perhaps most closely resembles a traditional sectarian ideology in trying to vanquish all opposing positions, but its content is palpably fantastic and for the most part could not possibly be reflected in practice. Some visions take the form of novels. Others read like comedy routines. One of the more popular anarchist authors of the 1990s, the inventor, for instance, of the concept of the temporary autonomous zone, writes under the persona of Hakim Bey, an insane Ismaili poet with an erotic obsession with young boys, his writings taking the form of communiques from a non-existent Moorish Orthodox church. Bey's mystical pretensions typify another tendency, to identify the space that might otherwise be filled by theory, the transcendental position, as it were, with the sacred, but then to make the sacred ridiculous. I'll be talking about this habit later on when I discuss the role of giant puppets, what might be called the main sacred objects of the movement but also self-consciously foolish ones here. Suffice it to say that the relation of anarchism to spirituality has always been complex and ambivalent. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European anarchism always tended to be strongest in countries Russia, Spain, Italy with a powerful church, and tended to take on a radically atheist tone, identifying the very notion of God with the principle of hierarchy and unquestioning authority. So Bakunin's famous phrase, "If God really existed, it would be necessary to abolish him." There were exceptions, Christian anarchists like Tolstoy, but they were usually not closely related to social movements. Some have argued that Spanish anarchism, particularly in its rural manifestations, itself took on some of the qualities of a prophetic, millenarian religion. Brennan 1943, cf. Borkenau 1937, but, if so, it was one whose main rituals involved acts like burning churches, or removing the mummified bodies of nuns from church crypts to reveal the corruption lurking below. Lincoln 1991. In contemporary anarchism this hostility has largely faded away, in part because in many countries, the church has lost so much of its power, in part because so many anarchist allies, indigenous peoples, for example, or in the United States, Quakers, radical priests and ministers, are likely to have come to their politics through religious convictions, in part, too, because of the development of specifically anarchistic forms of spirituality such as feminist paganism. At the same time, specifically anarchist forms of spirituality are, in addition to being inherently pluralistic and open-ended, hence the polytheism, almost always at least a trifle self-effacing and capable of distance from themselves. 20 Many pagans have a striking ability to see their views as profoundly true, and simultaneously, as a kind of whimsical comedy. Often they seem to be engaging at the same time in a ritual and the parody of a ritual. The point where laughter and self-mockery are likeliest to come into the picture is precisely the point where one approaches the most numinous, unknowable, or profound. The same whimsical, playful quality is reflected in a good deal of pagan feminist literature, as in other branches of anarchist theory, and appears to reflect a sensibility that, at its best, sees theory as, if anything, a form of creative writing, both profoundly true because it highlights certain otherwise invisible aspects of reality, but at the same time profoundly foolish, in that it does so by being willingly blind to other aspects. 21 Also, one in which imagination, the ability to create new theories, visions, or anything else, is itself the ultimate, unknowable, sacred thing. All this is perhaps a bit overstated. The reader should probably not take my own theoretical effusions too much more seriously than those about which I'm writing. The main point, though, is that unlike some of the classical works of Proudhon, Kropotkin, Rocker, Malatesta, de Saint-Hilon, and others, written in the shadow of Marxism, contemporary anarchist theory, such as it is most explicitly not intended to provide a comprehensive understanding that will instruct others in the proper conduct of revolution. It is not an ideology, a theory of history. It tends, rather, towards a kind of inspirational, creative play. It is more than anything else an extrapolation from and imaginative projection of certain forms of practice, the experience of working in a small affinity group becomes the model for primitivist idealizations of the hunter-slash-gatherer band, assumed to be the only social unit for most of human history. The experience of real experiments in worker control becomes the basis for an imaginary planet in a science fiction story. The experience of sisterhood becomes the model for a matriarchal goddess. Religion, the experience of a wild moment of collective poetic inspiration or even a particularly good party becomes the basis of a theory of the temporary autonomous zone. Even when contemporary anarchists turn to Marxism, their overwhelming favorite theorists are the situationists Raoul Vaneigem 1967, and Guy Debord 1967, the Marxist theorists closest to the avant-garde tradition of trying to unify theory, art, and life. If anarchism is not an attempt to put a certain sort of theoretical vision into practice, but is instead a constant mutual exchange between inspirational visions, anti-authoritarian attitudes, and egalitarian practices, it's easy to see how ethnography could become such an appropriate tool for its analysis. This is precisely what ethnography is supposed to do, tease out the implicit logic in a way of life, along with its related myths and rituals, to grasp the sense of a set of practices. Of course, another way of doing so would be simply to follow anarchist debates, as I did at the beginning, since these have tended to center on ethical and organizational questions. Nowadays, these debates center most of all on how to combat racism and sexism in the movement, about forms of decision-making, and questions of violence and nonviolence. Since the last is most immediately relevant to the question of the relation of anarchism and direct action, let me proceed to a brief consideration of the relation between the two, before moving to a capsule history of the role of direct action and direct democracy in North American social movements in the second half of the 20th century, starting with the 1960s, and ending in the 1990s, at the point where the two began to definitively merge. 3. Violence and nonviolence. The question of violence, nonviolence, and property destruction has haunted anarchism from at least the 19th century. There are obvious reasons why it should be a problem. On the one hand, there are any number of reasons why anarchists might be suspicious of violence. For one thing, anarchists start from the principle that one's mode of resistance should embody the world one wishes to create. Almost no one wishes to create a more violent world. Anarchists try to organize on non-hierarchical lines, and argue that this is not only more just, but more efficient. Violence, particularly aggressive violence, is one of the few forms of human activity that does seem to be more efficient if organized on a top-down, command basis. This, and the concomitant need for secrecy, ensure that the more one prepares for war, or something like it, the more difficult it is to organize democratically. On the other hand, anarchists wish to see a social revolution, and it's hard to imagine how that could happen without any violent conflict whatsoever. Moreover, they also insist on the moral sovereignty of the individual, and tend to be very uncomfortable with codes of conduct. In principle, it should be for each who resists to decide what is a legitimate act of resistance to an intrinsically illegitimate power. Now, it's important not to overstate things here. In practice, tacit agreements do always exist. CLAC's principle of diversity of tactics, about which we heard so much in earlier chapters, might have sounded like anything goes to pacifists like Sal Ami, but it was premised on a shared understanding that no one was about to show up with firearms or explosives. That would have been simply unthinkable. If my experience is anything to go by, if anyone had even suggested doing so, they would immediately have been assumed to be a police infiltrator for that very reason. Nonetheless, such tacit understandings exist only amongst activists. If outsiders join in, one can never be quite sure what they are going to do. In Quebec, for instance, there was a scare story going around the Black Bloc at one point during the actions that French gangbangers were going to show up at the wall with firearms, an act which they assumed would be automatically blamed on them in Seattle. The Black Bloc's carefully targeted destruction of corporate targets was, in a few cases, followed by episodes of opportunistic looting by local African American teenagers. In that case, it's unlikely any in the bloc objected. To see oppressed communities rise up and join you is, in a way, the whole point. And, as in Saint Jean-Baptiste, that oppressed communities' standards for acceptable tactics might well be different than your own. However, most large mobilizations including Quebec City, also see at least a few minor episodes of what I call the drunken frat boy problem, opportunistic violence, mainly for the fun of it, on the part of young people whose politics are likely to have nothing to do with the activists, or even be explicitly right-wing. In Europe, this can actually be encouraged by police, providing an excuse for repressive measures. The most extreme example of this came in Genoa, when police apparently let it be known they would turn a blind eye to this sort of thing, and fascists and soccer hooligans from all over Europe descended on the place. Still, Genoa was extreme, and this is usually a fairly minor problem. The worst moral dilemma for anarchists tends to come when isolated individuals, claiming anarchist inspiration, do something genuinely violent. Again, the anarchists who assassinated heads of state around the turn of the last century are probably the most dramatic example. The fascinating thing about such cases is that the majority of such assassinations were conducted by isolated individuals, not people active in actual anarchist organizations. Many had only the vaguest idea what anarchist principles were. However, if one takes the principle of moral autonomy seriously, it's difficult to treat such acts as completely illegitimate. From an anarchist perspective, insofar as it is legitimate to engage in any act of interpersonal violence, heads of state, major capitalists, or high officials are clearly the most legitimate targets. To instead adopt a more conventional guerrilla war strategy, form a small army and attack police stations or army posts, thus trying to kill a bunch of ordinary people who are in no sense directly responsible for the policies one objected to, would clearly be far more problematic. Actually, it's hard to deny that, by any moral standards, assassination is far superior to war. On the other hand, since heads of state tend to find this kind of logic highly objectionable, the results are invariably disastrous. Anarchist writers like Peter Kropotkin or Emma Goldman, mainly concerned with disseminating anarchist ideas before a broader public, often struggled painfully with what to do or say about such people. Is it legitimate to condemn them? What sort of solidarity does one owe them? Does one not at least have the responsibility to explain to the world their point of view? Debates over broken windows and property destruction, or the possibility of Molotovs in Quebec City, are simply more recent versions of the same thing. Activists who have been on the scene even only as long as 2 or 3 years tend to complain about the need to constantly reinvent the wheel in such matters. Every time there's a major action, everyone has to go through exactly the same debates. Some will argue that confrontational tactics or property destruction will only make activists look bad in the eyes of the public. Others will argue that the corporate media wouldn't make us look good whatever we do. Some will argue that if you smash a Starbucks window, that will be the only story on the news, effectively freezing out any consideration of issues. Others will reply that if there's no property destruction, there won't be any story at all. Some will claim confrontational tactics deprive activists of the moral high ground. Others will accuse those people of being elitist, and insist that the violence of the system is so overwhelming that to refuse to confront it effectively is itself acquiescence to violence. Some will argue that militant tactics endanger nonviolent protesters. Others will insist that unless one creates some sort of peace police to physically threaten anyone who spray paints or breaks a window, some will probably do so, and if so, coordinating with the militants rather than isolating them is much safer for all concerned. In the end, one almost invariably ends up with the same resolution, that as long as no one is actually attacking another human being, the important thing is to maintain solidarity. The last thing you want is to end up in a situation like Seattle, where you actually had pacifists physically assaulting anarchists trying to break windows, or turning them into the police. Many remark that the conclusion is so inevitable that one wishes it was possible to simply fast forward the debate, but, as many will resignedly remark, it seems each time a major action rolls along, those newly brought into the movement have to work all these things out for themselves. One result though is a kind of constant paradox within anarchism. It's not that one cannot find pacifist anarchists. Quite a number of pacifists do see themselves as anarchists. Those contemporary anarchists who are not pacifists, however, tend to avoid any association with pacifism, and in fact are likely to react to mention of the word with vigorous condemnation, despite the fact that, in the larger perspective, their ideas and practices emerged much more from that tradition than from any other. One would be hard-pressed to find an anarchist whose instinct would not be to place himself more on the side of Malcolm X than with Martin Luther King or Gandhi. However, the fact remains that in terms of overall approach, Gandhi's "become the change you want to see" seems 1,000 times more in keeping with the anarchist spirit than Malcolm X's "by all means necessary," and Gandhi himself recognized a strong philosophical affinity of his own ideas and anarchism, which Malcolm X certainly did not. "By all means necessary," in fact, seems an awful lot like the very ends justifies the means logic which anarchism has consistently rejected. Yet practical annoyances with pacifists, combined with the inevitable instinct to identify with the most radical option, tends to ensure that almost invariably, the anarchist will nonetheless identify with Malcolm X. Most anarchists nowadays, for example, are fond of citing arguments like Native American activist Ward Churchill's Pacifism as Pathology 1998, that pacifism itself is mainly a way for white liberals to feel good about themselves, that genuinely oppressed groups do not have such luxuries, and that apparent exceptions, the victories of Gandhi or King, were really only made possible by their opponents' fear of more violent alternatives. The fact that authors like Churchill also tend to reject anarchist critiques of hierarchy in favor of military-style leadership tends to go unremarked, or written off as inessential. 22. The fact that Churchill is Native American, however, is significant. In fact, very few North American anarchists would themselves go far beyond breaking a window. Almost all scrupulously avoid harming others in any way. As I occasionally point out to journalists, it's hard not to find constant references to black bloc anarchists as violent amusing when one has spent any time with them, and observes them, for instance, carefully avoiding stepping on worms or debating about whether it's really justifiable to kill a mosquito. The real point of fracture comes, precisely, when it comes to issues of solidarity. To take a consistently nonviolent position, one would have to, for example, tell the Zapatistas in Chiapas that they shouldn't really have conducted an armed insurrection, however brief, or the Black Panthers that a bunch of middle-class white anarchists had more authority to tell them what sort of tactics to employ than they did. This dichotomy between community building, in which anarchists have everything in common with pacifists, and solidarity with oppressed groups, is a constant dilemma that will come up throughout this book. It is interesting to observe that historically, anarchism has thrived as a revolutionary movement most of all in times of peace, and in largely demilitarized societies. As Eric Hobsbawm has noted 1973:61, during the latter years of the 19th century, when most Marxist parties were rapidly becoming reformist social democrats, it was anarchism that stood at the center of the revolutionary left. 23 Things only really changed with World War I and, of course, after the Russian Revolution. The conventional historiography assumes it was the creation of the Soviet Union that led to the decline of anarchism and catapulted communism everywhere to the fore. Still, it seems to me one could look at this another way. In the late 19th century, most people honestly believed that war between industrialized powers was becoming obsolete. By 1900, even the use of passports was considered an antiquated barbarism. While colonial adventures were always a constant, a war between, say, England and France seemed about as unthinkable as it would today. The short 20th century, which appears to have begun in 1914 and ended sometime around 1989 or 1991, was, by contrast, probably the most violent in human history. It was a century in which major powers were continually preoccupied with either waging world wars or preparing for them. Hardly surprising, then, that anarchism might come to seem unrealistic. The creation and maintenance of huge mechanized killing machines does seem to be the one thing that anarchists can never, by definition, be very good at? Neither is it surprising that Marxist parties already organized on a command structure, and for whom the organization of huge mechanized killing machines often proved about the only thing they were particularly good at, began to seem eminently practical and realistic in comparison. It makes perfect sense, then, that the moment the Cold War ended and violent conflict between industrialized powers again came to seem unthinkable, anarchism popped right back to where it had been at the end of the 19th century, an international movement at the very center of the revolutionary left. The surprising thing was that it happened almost instantly. What's more, one could make a case that the effectiveness of more militant anarchist tactics tend to depend on the effective demilitarization of society. Consider here the battles over squats in Germany or Italy, or even the battles surrounding the expansion of Narita Airport in Japan, in which anarchists or their local equivalents were able to fight pitched battles with police, defend territory with clubs and stones against tear gas and water cannons, and as often as not, were actually allowed to win. It's hard to think of anything remotely like this happening in the United States. In America, the police simply will not allow themselves to lose. If they decide to move in on a squat in force, that squat will be lost. The only reason to defend it is to make the police's job so difficult that they will hesitate before attacking other squats in the future. It's not just because American society is far more heavily policed, it's also because Germany, Italy, and Japan all, significantly, former Axis powers have been so effectively demilitarized. Stand-up battles with the police are only possible in societies in which everyone, including the public, is aware that almost no one owns firearms, and therefore, police tactics appropriate to a society where most criminals can be assumed to be heavily armed, for example SWAT teams, seem wildly inappropriate. And certainly, in those parts of Europe where firearms and military know-how is much more broadly available, one thinks of Russia, Albania, the former Yugoslavia, or for that matter Iraq, classical anarchism and anarchist tactics do not find nearly as fertile ground. Curiously, the real inspiration for the kind of tactics employed in the current wave of globalization protests comes from movements in parts of the global south which had not, until recently, really been able to engage in nonviolent direct action at all. People's Global Action, which put out the call for Seattle, was founded on the initiative of the Zapatista Army of National Liberation (EZLN), in Chiapas. The Zapatista movement, it seems to me, can best be seen as an attempt by people who have historically been denied the right to nonviolent, civil resistance to seize it, essentially, to call the bluff of neoliberalism and its pretenses to democratization and yielding power to civil society. It is, as its commanders say, an army that aspires not to be an army anymore. Since their initial, 3-week insurrection in January 1994, it has also become about the least violent army imaginable. It's something of an open secret that, for the last 5 years at least, they have not even been carrying real guns. The EZLN is the sort of army that organizes invasions of Mexican military bases in which hundreds of rebels sweep in entirely unarmed to scream at and try to shame the resident soldiers. The other two key founding members of PGA were the KRRS, a Gandhian peasant movement in India, and the MST, or Landless Peasants Movement, in Brazil. The latter have gained an enormous moral authority in Brazil by nonviolent mass actions aimed at reoccupying unused lands entirely nonviolently. As with the Zapatistas, it's pretty clear that, if the same people had tried the same thing 20 years ago, they would simply have been mowed down. The most radical movements in South America today, in fact, tend to be about as nonviolent as they think they can get away with. Most will, like the militants in Quebec City, limit themselves to throwing rocks, and then normally against fully armored riot police, but would never dream of using firearms. The situation is complicated because in many parts of Latin America there is, and has long been, a much richer tradition of nonviolent direct action than in either Europe or North America, but the globalization movement's immediate inspiration seems to come primarily from groups that, 20 or 30 years ago, would almost certainly have been forced to resort to guerrilla warfare, but who, having watched so many earlier guerrilla movements destroy themselves, or degenerate into nihilist Gangsters have chosen instead to take a radically different approach. In moving away from military tactics, they often also ended up often rather despite themselves moving towards much more anarchistic forms of organization. 4. An extremely brief history of the relation between direct action and direct democracy in the U.S. since 1960. Before World War II, the main locus of direct action in North America was, as one mentioned, the labor movement. The period since the war has seen a gradual merging of the traditions of direct action and of direct democracy, with the two only really coming together in the late 1970s and early 1980s, ready to be revived by the influence of the Zapatistas. The story is very complicated, but a caricature version might run something like this. The 1960s New Left kicked off with a call for participatory democracy in the famous Port Huron Statement of 1962, a founding document of Students for a Democratic Society SDS. Its principal author, Tom Hayden, was inspired ultimately by John Dewey and C. Wright Mills, and the document was notable for calling for a broad democratization of all aspects of American society, to create a situation where people are making for themselves the decisions that affect their lives 24. One might see this as a very anarchistic vision, but SDS, as its inception, had a very different orientation. Actually, their original political program was to radicalize the Democratic Party. They only abandoned it when placed in an impossible position by the Democrats' continual pursuit of the Vietnam War. Even more crucially, those who framed the statement seemed to have only the sketchiest ideas of what participatory democracy might mean in practice. This is most evident in the contradictory character of SDS's own structure. As Francesca Polletta 2002 has pointed out, SDS was on paper a quite formal, top-down organization, with a central steering committee and meetings run according to Robert's Rules of Order. In practice, it was made up of largely autonomous cells that operated by a kind of crude, de facto consensus process. The emphasis on consensus, in turn, appears to have been inspired by the example of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the student wing of the civil rights movement. SNCC had originally been created on the initiative of Anita Baker and a number of other activists who had been involved in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference (SCLC), who were hoping to create an alternative to SCLC's top-down structure and charismatic leadership embodied, of course, in the figure of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Famous for organizing lunch table sit-ins, freedom rides, and other direct actions, SNCC was organized on a thoroughly decentralized basis, with ideas for new projects expected to emerge from individual chapters, all of which operated by a kind of rough and ready consensus. This emphasis on consensus is a bit surprising, since at the time there was very little model for it. In both SNCC and SDS, it appears to have emerged from a feeling that, since no one should be expected to do anything against their will, decisions should really be unanimous. However, there doesn't seem to have been anything like what's now called consensus process in the formal sense of the term. The problem was there was no obvious model. The only communities in North America with a living tradition of consensus decision-making, Quakers, and various Native American groups, were either unknown, unavailable, or uninterested in proselytizing. Quakers at the time tended to see consensus essentially as a religious practice. They were, according to Polletta 2002:195, actually fairly resistant to the idea of teaching it to anyone else. The New Left was, as we all know, essentially a campus movement. Paul Maddock Jr. 1970, has argued that the wave of 1960s activism seems to have emerged from a kind of social bottleneck. The welfare state ideal of the time had been to defuse class tensions by offering a specter of perpetual social mobility in much the same way the frontier had once done. After the war, there was a very conscious effort on the part of the government to pump resources into the higher education system, which began to expand exponentially, along with the number of working-class children attending university. The problem, of course, is that such growth curves invariably hit their limits, and, as any third world government that has attempted this strategy has learned, when they do, the results are typically explosive. By the 1960s, this was starting to happen. Millions of students were left without any realistic prospect of finding jobs that bore any relation to their real expectations or capacities, a normal prospect in industrial societies, actually, but suddenly hugely exacerbated. These were the students who first became involved in SDS, people who, as Maddock emphasizes, like their equivalents in the Global South, always saw themselves as a kind of breakaway fragment of the administrative elite. This was, he suggests, crucial to understanding the limits of the New Left, that activists invariably saw themselves as organizers, social workers. 25 What united all factions of the left was the conception of their relationship to actual or fantasized communities as organizers after the example of trade unionists and social workers, rather than as fellow students or workers with a particular understanding of a situation shared with others, and ideas of what to do about it. Despite the disagreement over the primary target for organizing unemployed, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, dropout youth, in each case the community was seen as a potential constituency, or, in PL's Progressive Labour Party language, base. The radicals saw themselves as professional revolutionaries, a force so to speak outside of society, organizing those inside on their own behalf. Thus the activist played the part reserved in liberal theory for the state, a point not to be neglected in the attempt to understand the drift of the New Left from an orientation of liberal governmental reform to Leninist-Stalinist concepts of socialism. Maddock 1970, 22 The contradictions of this situation eventually became apparent as the decade wore on. The crisis was sparked first in groups like SNCC, when demands for civil rights began to give way to calls for black power. The radicals in SNCC, who were eventually to found the Black Panthers, called on white activists to stop doing alliance work and return to their own communities, particularly, in order to organize white communities against racism. SDS activists always greeted such calls with great ambivalence. Barber 2001, in part because they were never quite clear on what their own communities were supposed to be. One could say something along these lines had been attempted in the early 1960s with the Economic Research Areas Project (ERAP), intended as the white equivalent to grassroots civil rights organizing, that brought SDS activists into poor white communities, and tried to mobilize communities around matters of common concern. Some of these projects scored victories in gaining local reforms, but organizers never felt much part of the communities in which they worked, felt isolated from other activists, and few saw the results as worth the sacrifice. The project fell apart in 1965. Instead, as Maddock so keenly observed, many began to realize that if there was a way to overcome the alienation of dead-end jobs, to find work that actually lived up to their imaginative capacities, it was in activism itself. Other activists, in effect, were their communities. The crisis initiated by Black Power ultimately led in two very different directions. Again, at the cost of gross simplification, once their allies in the civil rights movement had abandoned them, white activists were effectively left with two options. They could either try to build countercultural institutions of their own, or they could focus on allying with communities or revolutionary groups in struggle overseas, i.e., the Viet Cong or other Third World revolutionaries, who would take pretty much whatever allies they could get. As SDS began to splinter into squabbling Maoist factions, groups like the Diggers and Yippies, founded in 1968, took the first option. Many were explicitly anarchist, and certainly, the late 1960s turn towards the creation of autonomous collectives and institution building was squarely within the anarchist tradition, while the emphasis on free love, psychedelic drugs, and the creation of alternative forms of pleasure was squarely in the bohemian tradition with which Euro-American anarchism has always been at least somewhat aligned. The Yippie slogan, "Revolution for the hell of it," could be seen as emerging directly from the realization that activism itself could become the prime means of overcoming alienation. The other option was to see oneself as primarily allying with revolutionary communities overseas, hence the obsession with glorifying revolutionary heroes in Cuba, Vietnam, China, and elsewhere, men who, as situationist and autonomist critics pointed out, were essentially icons of the sort of new radical administration elites with which the SDS had always tacitly identified, and the feeling one need strike back against the empire from within the belly of the beast. Each strategy involved a return to direct action, but, simultaneously, a jettisoning of the whole project of creating egalitarian decision-making structures. Hippies and yippies might be considered a bit ambivalent in this regard, as small communes and many alternative institutions created in the process generally did operate on democratic principles. Still, the yippies, with their wild, acid-inspired pranks and media stunts, tended to turn into a platform for charismatic impresarios like Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, in a style that proved notoriously alienating to some members of the white working classes. The Weathermen, in turn, attempted a series of bombings directed at military and corporate targets, meant to inspire spontaneous emulation and drive society towards a revolutionary confrontation, though with the significant limitation that they did not want to kill anyone. They ended up mainly blowing up empty buildings. Interestingly, both had a profound effect on later media policy, since mainstream journalists began to feel complicit, coming to the conclusion that increasingly wild and destructive acts were in fact inspired by a need to constantly escalate in order to make headlines. I have heard persistent rumors from 1960s veterans, for example, that the Weathermen's bombing campaign was far more extensive and devastating than has ever been recorded, but that there was a conscious decision by the national media to stop reporting on it. I have no idea if this is true. Still, one thing that is clear is that, since this period, the American media has become, more than that of any other industrial democracy I'm aware of, extremely reluctant to report on activist stunts of any sort or even demonstrations. This point will become important later on. For now, though, the key point is that none of these groups combine their interest in direct action with an emphasis on decentralized decision-making. To the contrary, whether because the focus turned on the one hand to charismatic figures who were at least potential media stars, or to the kind of cell-like, military structure able to carry out guerrilla-style attacks, the impulse was in the other direction. Moreover, both strategies flared up for a few years and very rapidly faded away, though the alternative institutions created around this time often lasted considerably longer. It has become a conventional habit in liberal scholarship to contrast the serious activism of the early 1960s New Left with the supposed childish extremism of the late 1960s and early 1970s. I don't want to leave the reader with the impression I agree with this. The standard liberal complaint is that the 1960s counterculture, in effect, the first mass-based, industrial bohemianism, destroyed itself in ultra-radicalism. Moreover, in doing so, the argument goes, it left an opening for right-wing activists to adopt many of the same grassroots organizing techniques developed by SDS to reach out to the very white working-class constituencies SDS had such a difficult time organizing, to mobilize them against that very counterculture. There's certainly an irony here. But it seems to me it is better to see both periods as attempts to work through certain fundamental dilemmas that are still with us today. I myself suspect the real culprit in the rise and eventual hegemony of the new right is not the excesses of Maoists and yippies, but, rather, the fact that America stopped using higher education as a means of class mobility. As most of Maddox's frustrated administrative classes were reabsorbed into a new, more flexible capitalism, the white working class was increasingly locked out of any access to the means of cultural production other than, perhaps, their church. The result was a perhaps predictable resentment against the supposed countercultural excesses of the liberal elite. 26. Be this as it may, the second period was far more complex and creative than critics are usually willing to let on. Many of the ideas that came out of it were extraordinarily prescient. Consider, for example, Huey Newton's notion of intercommunally, which became the official Black Panther position in 1971, and which held that the nation-state was in the process of breaking down as the main stage of political struggle, and that any effective revolutionary politics would have to begin by an alliance between local self-organized communities irrespective of national boundaries. The real problem was how they were self-organized. The Black Panthers, as typified by figures like Newton himself, eventually came to embody an era in which macho, chauvinist leadership styles themselves came to seem synonymous with militancy. It's probably significant that in SNCC, the first move towards rejecting decentralized decision-making was initiated by the emerging Black Power faction. Pauletta S. 2002, careful analysis of the organizational history of the movement shows quite clearly that consensus and decentralization were not challenged because they were actually inefficient. Rather, they were used as wedge issues. By obsessing about democratic process, white activists in SNCC and their allies could be identified with endless talk and fussing about. The more militant, Black Power faction could present itself as the ideal model of the ruthless efficiency appropriate to a truly militant organization. It's probably also significant that Stokely Carmichael, who became the main spokesman for the Black Power position, was fond of saying things like the only position for women in SNCC is prone. The fact that, even by the mid-1960s, such things could be said in an organization that was originally founded by a woman as a revolt against charismatic male authority is itself astounding. But it might give a sense of the sexual politics always lying not far below the surface of the old New Left. Militant nationalist movements are of course notorious for providing platforms for the vigorous reassertion of certain types of masculine authority. But sentiments similar to Carmichael's can be found coming from the mouths of white activists of that time as well. The feminist movement, in fact, began largely from within the New Left, as a reaction to precisely the sort of macho leadership style or simply among those tired of discovering that, even during university occupations, they were still expected to prepare sandwiches and provide free sexual services while male activists posed for the cameras. The revival of interest in creating practical forms of direct democracy, in turn in fact, the real origin of the current movement thus trace back less to these male 1960s radicals than to the women's movement that arose largely in reaction to them. For example, Freeman 1971, Evans 1979. When the feminist movement began, it was organizationally very simple. Its basic units were small consciousness-raising circles. The approach was informal, intimate, and anti-ideological. Most of the first groups emerged directly from New Left circles. Insofar as they placed themselves in relation to a previous radical tradition, it was usually anarchism. While the informal organization proved extremely well suited for consciousness raising, as groups turned to planning actions, and particularly as they grew larger, problems tended to develop. Almost invariably, such groups came to be dominated by an inner circle of women who were, or had become, close friends. The nature of the inner circle would vary, but somehow one would always emerge. As a result, in some groups lesbians would end up feeling excluded, in others the same thing would happen to straight women. Other groups would grow rapidly in size and then see most of the newcomers quickly drop out again as there was no way to integrate them. Endless debates ensued. One result was an essay called The Tyranny of Structurelessness, written by Mary Jo Freeman in 1970 and first published in 1972, a text still avidly read by organizers of all sorts in the present day. Freeman's argument is fairly simple. No matter how sincere one's dedication to egalitarian principles, the fact is that in any activist group, different members will have different skills, abilities, experience, personal qualities, and levels of dedication. As a result, some sort of elite or leadership structure will inevitably develop. In a lot of ways, having an unacknowledged leadership structure, she argued, can be a lot more damaging than having a formal one. At least with a formal structure it's possible to establish precisely what's expected of those who are doing the most important, coordinative tasks and hold them accountable. One reason for the essay's ongoing popularity is that it can be used to support such a wide variety of positions. Liberals and socialists regularly cite the tyranny of structurelessness as a justification for why any sort of anarchist organization is bound to fail, as a charter for a return to older, top-down styles of organization, replete with executive offices, steering committees, and the like. Egalitarians object that even to the extent this is true, it is far worse to have a leadership that feels fully entitled to its power than one that has to take accusations of hypocrisy seriously. Anarchists, therefore, have usually read Freeman's argument as a call to formalize group process to ensure greater equality, and, in fact, most of her concrete suggestions clarifying what tasks are assigned to what individuals, finding a way for the group to review those individuals' performance, distributing responsibilities as widely as possible perhaps by rotation, ensuring all have equal access to information and resources were clearly meant to precisely that end. Within the larger feminist movement itself, most of these arguments eventually became moot, because the anarchist moment was brief. Especially after Roe v. Wade made it seem strategically wise to rely on government power, the women's movement was to take off in a decisively liberal direction, and to rely increasingly on organizational forms that were anything but egalitarian. But, for those still working in egalitarian collectives, or trying to create them, feminism had effectively framed the terms of debate. If you want to keep decision-making to the smallest groups possible, how do those groups coordinate? Within those groups, how to prevent a clique of friends from taking over? How to prevent certain categories of participants, straight women, gay women, older women, students in mixed groups, it soon became, simply, women, from being marginalized. What's more, even if mainstream feminists had abandoned the politics of direct action, there were plenty of radical feminists, not to mention anarcha-feminists, around to try to keep such groups honest. The origins of the current direct action movement go back precisely to attempts to resolve those dilemmas. The pieces really started coming together in the anti-nuclear movement of the late 1970s, first with the founding of the Clamshell Alliance and the occupation of the Shoreham nuclear power plant in Massachusetts in 1977, then followed by the Abalone Alliance and struggles over the Diablo Canyon plant in California a few years later. The main inspiration for anti-nuclear activists, at least on questions of organization, were ideas propounded by a group called the Movement for a New Society (MNS), based in Philadelphia. MNS was spearheaded by a gay rights activist named George Lakey, who, like several other members of the group, was also an anarchist Quaker. Lakey and his friends proposed a vision of nonviolent revolution. Rather than a cataclysmic seizure of power, they proposed the continual creation and elaboration of new institutions, based on new, non-alienating modes of interaction, institutions that could be considered prefigurative insofar as they provided a foretaste of what a truly democratic society might be like. Such prefigurative institutions could gradually replace the existing social order. Lakey 1973. The vision in itself was hardly new. It was a nonviolent version of the standard anarchist idea of building a new society within the shell of the old. What was new was that men like Lakey, having been brought up Quakers, and acquired a great deal of experience with Quaker decision-making processes, had a practical vision of how some of these alternatives might actually work. Many of what have now become standard features of formal consensus process, the principle that the facilitator should never act as an interested party in the debate, the idea of the bloc, were first disseminated by MNS trainings in Philadelphia and Boston. The anti-nuclear movement was also the first to make its basic organizational unit the affinity group, a kind of minimal unit of organization first developed by anarchists in early 20th century Spain and Latin America, and spokes councils. As Starhawk pointed out in Chapter 1, all this was very much a learning process, a kind of blind experiment, and things were often extremely rocky. At first, organizers were such consensus purists that they insisted that any one individual had the right to block proposals even on a nationwide level, which proved entirely unworkable. Still, direct action proved spectacularly successful in putting the issue of nuclear power on the map. If anything, the movement fell victim to its own success. Though it rarely won a battle, that is, for a blockade to prevent the construction of any particular new plant, it very quickly won the war. U.S. government plans to build 100 new generators were scotched after a couple years, and no new plans to build nuclear plants have been announced since. Attempts to move from nuclear plants to nuclear missiles and, from there, to a social revolution, however, proved more of a challenge, and the movement itself was never able to jump from the nuclear issue to become the basis of a broader revolutionary campaign. After the early 1980s, it largely disappeared. This is not to say nothing was going on in the late 1980s and 1990s. Radical AIDS activists working with ACT UP, and radical environmentalists with groups like Earth First, kept these techniques alive and developed them. In the 1990s, there was an effort to create a North American anarchist federation around a newspaper called Love and Rage that, at its peak, involved hundreds of activists in different cities. Still, it's probably accurate to see this period less as an era of grand mobilizations than as one of molecular dissemination. A typical example is the story of Food Not Bombs, a group originally founded by a few friends from Boston who had been part of an affinity group providing food during the actions at Shoreham. In the early 1980s, veterans of the affinity group set up shop in a squatted house in Boston and began dumpster diving fresh produce cast off by supermarkets and restaurants, and preparing free vegetarian meals to distribute in public places. After a few years, one of the founding members moved to San Francisco and set up a similar operation there. Word spread in part because of some dramatic, televised arrests, and, by the mid-1990s, autonomous chapters of FNB were appearing all over America, and Canada as well. By the turn of the millennium, there were literally hundreds. But Food Not Bombs is not an organization. There is no overarching structure, no membership, or annual meetings. It's just an idea that food should go to those that need it, and in a way that those fed can themselves become part of the process if they want to, plus some basic how-to information easily available on the internet, and a shared commitment to egalitarian decision-making and a do-it-yourself spirit. Gradually, cooperatives, anarchist info shops, clinic defense groups, anarchist Black Cross prisoner collectives, pirate radio collectives, squats, and chapters of anti-racist action began springing up on a similar molecular basis across the continent. All became workshops for the creation of direct democracy. But, especially since so much of it developed not on campuses, but within countercultural milieus like the punk scene, it remained well below the radar of not only the corporate media, but even of standard progressive journals like Mother Jones or The Nation. This, in turn, explains how, when such groups suddenly began to coalesce and coordinate in Seattle, it seemed, for the rest of the country, as if a movement had suddenly appeared from nowhere. By the time we get to Seattle, though, it's impossible to even pretend such matters can be discussed within a national framework. What the press insists on calling the anti-globalization movement was, from the very beginning, a self-consciously global movement. The actions against the WDO ministerial in Seattle were first proposed by PGA, a planetary network that came into being by the initiative of the Zapatista rebels in Chiapas. The emphasis on the WDO reflected the concerns of farmers' groups in India, and the tactics employed could equally well be seen as an amalgam of ideas drawn mainly from the global south than as an indigenous American development. It was the Internet, above all, that made this possible. If nothing else, the Internet has allowed for a qualitative leap in the range and speed of molecular dissemination. There are now Food Not Bombs chapters, for instance, in Caracas and Bandung. The year or two directly after Seattle also saw the emergence of the network of independent media centers, radical web journalism that has completely transformed the possibilities of information flow about actions and events. Activists who used to struggle for months and years to put on actions that were then entirely ignored by the media now know that anything they do will be picked up and reported instantly in photos, stories, and videos, across the planet, if only in a form accessed largely by other activists. The great problem has been how to translate the flow of information into structures of collective decision-making, since decision-making is the one thing that is almost impossible to do on the Internet. Or, more precisely, the question is, when and on what level are structures of collective decision-making required? The Direct Action Network, and the Continental DAN structure that began to be set up in the months following Seattle, was a first effort to address this problem. Ultimately it foundered. In doing so, however, it also played a key role in disseminating certain models of direct democracy, and making their practice pretty much inextricable from the idea of direct action. It's the conjunction between these two phenomenon, now pretty much irreversibly established in the most radical social movements in America and, increasingly, elsewhere, That's the real subject of this book. Chapter 6. Some notes on activist culture. I started this book with the first CLAC tour that passed through New York in early 2000. Let me flash forward about a year and talk about the second CLAC tour. To do so, one held prior to their Take the Capitol action in Ottawa during the 2002 G8 meetings in Kananaskis. The audience for such tours tended to consist mostly of white anarchists, but this time the CLAC people made a point of bringing in at least one speaker from a local community-based group in each city they passed through. In New York, this turned out to be an organizer named Ranjanit from a radical South Asian group called Desi's Rising Up and Moving Drum. At that time, Drum had earned enormous respect in New York activist circles for its work on immigration detention issues of special interest there in the immediate wake of September 11, when hundreds of people of Middle Eastern or South Asian descent had been swept up and effectively disappeared. The speakers from Canada described campaigns they'd been involved with, and talked about organizing dilemmas of one sort or another. Ranjanit's talk was different. It consisted mainly of a condemnation of activist culture. He himself, he kept emphasizing, was not only of Indian descent but a working-class kid from Queens. He knew something about the communities with which he was working. Since Seattle, all anarchists have been talking about has been how to move away from summit hopping to working more closely with communities in struggle. The problem, he emphasized, was that they had developed their own styles of dress, mannerisms, ways of talking, tastes in music and food, a kind of hybrid mishmash of hippie, punk, and mainstream middle-class white culture, with incorporated chunks of more exotic revolutionary traditions, and this made it almost impossible for them to communicate with anyone outside their own little charmed circle. Some elements of this activist culture, the rejection of personal hygiene standards, for instance, were considered downright offensive by most of those with whom they wished to form alliances. Others, like the vegan diets, made it impossible to sit down at the table with almost anyone who was not already an activist. Activist culture was choking the promise of the movement, and anarchists had to make up their mind what they really wanted to do: create a tiny, relatively privileged, community of their own, show up at IMF meetings and make grand declarations about the evils of global capitalism, or make a serious effort to work with real communities who were actually bearing the brunt of capitalist globalization. You can't be an anarchist in a big city in America without hearing some version of this critique on a fairly regular basis. In part, this is because it's a critique that needs to be made. Much like the SDS activists described in the last chapter, few white participants in the direct action movement see themselves as coming from cultures. Most see themselves simply as generic unmarked Americans, the kind whose issues and concerns are treated as universal, even if at the same time, they feel there is something about that generic American way of life that is deeply inhuman, unsustainable, and wrong. As anarchists and revolutionaries, therefore, they are faced with the same dilemma: whether to try to create an alternative culture of their own, or to concentrate on alliance work, supporting the struggles of those who suffer most under the existing system, but who are also willing to work with them as allies. To put it crudely, they have to choose between whether to focus on their own alienation or others' oppression. Certainly, in reality, almost everyone ends up doing a little of both. But this is precisely what leads to exactly the contradictions Ranjanit was pointing to. The more one creates one's own alternative culture, the more bizarre and outlandish one seems to outsiders, including those with whom one ostensibly wishes to ally. Many people of color see anarchist culture itself as a badge of white privilege being waved in their faces. One African American anarchist remarked, in regard to punk styles of dress and comportment, "If I went out on the street looking like that, I'd be dragged down to the cop shop in 15 minutes. On the other hand, it seems unreasonable to ask anarchists to abandon all attempts to build an alternative culture, to fall back on a way of life they hate, just so as not to put others off." But can one really be against a culture? This is the question I want to explore in this chapter. Culture is a term with such universally positive associations nowadays. It's already slightly odd to hear that the fact that certain people have a culture is treated as a problem. All the more so, when the culture in question is born from a conscious effort to create a less hierarchical, less alienated, and more democratic and ecologically sustainable form of life, to create the kind of culture that might befit a genuinely free society. It seems to me unraveling this paradox will bring us to the core of the fundamental dilemmas of the anarchist project. Dilemmas of white privilege. Most often, activist culture is seen as problematic, as it was for Ranjanit, because it is seen as a form of white privilege, and arguments about activist culture are framed in terms of race. America's racial divisions have, of course, been the scourge of radical politics in the United States for centuries. Historically, they have made the maintenance of ongoing class-based alliances extraordinarily difficult. Arguments like these regularly rip direct action groups apart. Let me consider one particularly well-documented example. In the 1990s, the Love and Rage Federation Filippo 1993, dissolved over issues of white privilege. Love and Rage had begun as an initiative to create a continental anarchist network around a newspaper of the same name. In many ways it was quite successful. After 10 years, however, they found themselves stubbornly unable to expand beyond their original core of middle-class white activists or include significant numbers of people of color. 27 Furious arguments ultimately broke out over the reasons for this, which also became theoretical debates about the nature of white privilege and ways of overcoming white supremacy. Some argued that the problem was cultural. The vast majority of white anarchists first discovered anarchism through punk rock and its DIY culture. Walk into a typical anarchist info shop, they pointed out, and you will almost inevitably be greeted by people with green hair and facial piercings. It doesn't matter how welcoming they were, their very appearance obviously limited the appeal of such places to members of the white working class, let alone poor people of color. Others argued that the problem lay much deeper. The U.S., they argued, is a nation built on white supremacy, and whiteness is not a culture. When white people talk about their cultural heritage, they talk about being German, or Irish, or Lithuanian, but never about whiteness. That's because whiteness is a category of privilege, a tacit agreement with others categorized as white from home loan associations or police superintendents to provide aid and protection that is not provided to those not so classified. The only way to destroy the system of privilege is to subvert the category of whiteness, so as to ultimately destroy it. This was a position being developed in circles surrounding the journal Race Trader, which was launched around this time and avidly read in activist circles. Its motto was "Treason to whiteness is loyalty to humanity." This was a very appealing notion, but the obvious question then became, how does one actually do that? How does one become an effective race trader? Who might be an example of an effective role model? Many in Love and Rage found inspiration in the example of Subcommandant Marcos, the famous masked spokesman of the Mexican Zapatistas. Marcos was originally a middle-class Mexican who led a group of mostly privileged urban revolutionaries to organize indigenous communities in Chiapas and, after 10 years in the jungle, came to abandon his vanguardist ideology in order to become an agent carrying out decisions made by the indigenous communities. In his willingness to step back and accept the leadership of oppressed communities, he could be considered an example of a genuine race trader. But Marcos, for his part, had the advantage of being able to ally with indigenous communities that already acted very much like anarchists, with their own style of consensus-based direct democracy. What did this mean for anarchists in the United States, where most revolutionary groups based in communities of color were far more hierarchically organized, where, in fact, many saw emphases on direct democracy as itself a form of white privilege? Would all this mean having to abandon any idea of building a new society in the shell of the old? Or, at least, of white anarchists playing any significant role in the process of doing so? Within a year or two, Love and Rage split into feuding factions over racial issues, and the entire project ultimately foundered. Similar debates erupted in the early days of the globalization movement. In this case, the kickoff was a piece called "Where Was the Color in Seattle?" Martinez 2000, that sparked continual arguments about the nature of racial privilege, outreach versus alliance models, about how to accept the leadership of communities of color, and about the stifling effects of white guilt. The overwhelmingly white makeup of the emerging movement was felt to be a continual crisis. Certainly this was true of New York City Direct Action Network, originally founded to help coordinate the actions against the IMF and World Bank in Washington on April 16, 2000. Dan's second major initiative was to help organize actions against the Republican convention in Philadelphia that summer. In order to do so, a group of Dan organizers proposed to ally with Slam 28, a radical student group based at Hunter College with a much more diverse membership, and several other POC-based organizations. In those days, in the immediate wake of Seattle, everyone was eager to learn Dan's tactics and forms of organization, so the latter were not averse, but they also insisted that the actions themselves focus on the case of Mumia Abu-Jamal, the black activist and journalist then on death row in Philadelphia, and more broadly on the U.S. prison industrial complex, and racist nature of the criminal justice system. These demands isolated a significant faction in Dan who had seen the convention protests as a chance to move from issues of global trade to a broader challenge to the existing political system as a whole, to juxtapose their own model of direct democracy to the kind of corporate-dominated representative democracy embodied by the conventions. Some felt the two were reconcilable, that prison and death penalties issues could be used, ultimately, to raise the same broader questions. Others felt the compromise was worth the opportunity to create an ongoing alliance. In the end, the effort did not, in fact, lead to an ongoing alliance, and resulting recriminations caused quite a number of activists to give up on Dan entirely. However, the alliance, however temporary, was quite helpful in disseminating Dan-like tactics and styles of decision-making, and even anarchist ideas themselves, in wider activist circles. Shortly after NYC Dan effectively dissolved in 2003, a new anarchist people of color network APOC was in the process of taking shape, based on almost identical organizational principles. The early experience of APOC, however, already provides an excellent illustration of why direct action-oriented groups had tended to be dominated by people classified as white. When those who lack white privilege began to adopt such politics, they found they faced completely different levels of police repression. As one particularly startling incident in Brooklyn revealed, APOC couldn't even throw a benefit party in their own offices without having to worry about local police sweeping in to beat and arrest partygoers talking on the street. All this was, perhaps, predictable. It is a notorious thing that during large-scale actions, police seem to target people of color for particular violence. As a result, many non-anarchist, POC activist groups see direct action as itself a form of racial privilege, and made a great point of trying to keep those likely to engage in militant tactics away from their events. The short-lived Los Angeles Dan, which organized the protests against the Democratic Convention in 2000, took the need to ally with community groups so seriously that they refused to allow their spaces to be used for anarchist meetings at all, and even employed marshals to exclude Black Bloc anarchists from their marches. New York Dan was very different. To all intents and purposes it was itself an anarchist group. Still, it quickly found itself in trouble for its refusal to take the same path as LA Dan. Immediately after A16, for instance, NYC Dan and an allied group New York Reclaim the Streets joined with several Mexican immigrant groups to organize a May Day march through Lower Manhattan. It was to be an entirely peaceful, indeed, permitted event, replete with musical bands and giant puppets. Still, as the marchers first assembled at Union Square, a tiny cluster of perhaps 16 anarchists in Black Bloc appeared, simply intending to show the flag, as it were, and establish an overtly anarchist presence at the event. Before the march even started, police swooped in and arrested about a dozen of them. 29 The Mexican organizers were outraged, but less at the police than at their Dan fellow organizers, accusing them of putting their people, many of them undocumented workers, at risk by allowing a Black Bloc to assemble to begin with. They swore never to work with Dan again. It's pretty obvious that when police launch preemptive strikes like this, fomenting divisions of this sort is half the point. The NYPD has actually proved remarkably adept at playing this sort of game, and has in fact made a habit, during particularly sensitive marches organized by POC groups, of nabbing one or two white anarchists on trumped-up charges. A year after the May Day March, during a march appealing for clemency for Native American activist Leonard Peltier in December 2000, for instance, an NYPD snatch squad suddenly broke into the middle of the march to tackle and drag away four unmasked anarchists. One was charged with possession of a battery-operated megaphone without a sound permit, the others with resisting arrest. This was a very delicate issue, and everyone was making strenuous efforts to avoid anything that could be interpreted as a provocation. None of the anarchists were wearing masks. The woman with the megaphone had not in fact been using it but simply carrying it from one permitted rally point to another, and anyway, as many pointed out, there's no such thing as a moving sound permit still. The fact that everyone knew the arrests were a pretext and consciously intended to sow dissension didn't really matter. Afterwards, many activists who based their strategy on building alliances with POC groups, including, in this case, several former members of Love and Rage, now turned Maoists, argued that the very presence of black-clad anarchists could itself be considered a provocation. As a result, such activists often ended up challenging the very principle of direct action. Whatever the underlying reasons, though, there's one thing that it's crucial to emphasize. Groups like DAN were largely white. Particularly striking was the absence of African Americans. For most of its history, NYC DAN had a single black member, in an active core group of about 50. This is not to say it was anything like exclusively white. There were always a fair number of Latinos, though more likely to be from countries like Brazil or Argentina than, say, Mexico or Puerto Rico, and even larger numbers of activists of South or East Asian Chinese, Taiwanese, Korean, or Middle Eastern Turkish, Egyptian, Iranian descent. Still, their numbers all put together rarely came to more than a third of the active membership. As for the rest, if they had any self-conscious ethnic identity, it was most likely to be Jewish or Irish. While DAN was certainly more diverse than, say, early SDS, in a city as diverse as New York, this was considered a matter of scandal. Dilemmas of privilege that are not necessarily racial. I will be returning to the specifically racial issues periodically. They are the bane of all radical politics in North America. What I want to emphasize here is that these dilemmas are not simply effects of racism. Similar dilemmas crop up whenever one has a movement trying to combat situations of extreme social inequality. Always, those on the bottom, who have the most reason to want to challenge such inequalities, will also tend to have the most restricted range of weapons at their disposal with which to do so. Inevitably, this causes endless moral dilemmas for those whose privilege actually allows them to rebel. This is not a new phenomenon. There is a vast literature on the subject. Eric Wolf 1969, for example, pointed out that in every peasant revolt we know about, the backbone of guerrilla armies is always the middle peasantry, since the poorest stratum lacks the means to carry out a sustained insurrection, and the wealthiest lacks motivation. Similarly, E. P. Thompson 1971, and others have demonstrated that the mainstays of early modern bread riots, in reality, events very like what we would now call direct actions, tended to hail from the more prosperous among the laboring classes, neither bourgeois nor paupers, but members of the respectable working class. In fact, much of the early literature on radical movements seemed to argue that it was impossible for the truly oppressed to become genuine revolutionaries. Karl Mannheim 1929, also Norman Cohen 1957, for example, argued that not only do the truly oppressed tend not to engage in sustained revolt, their mode of imagining social alternatives tends to be absolute and millenarian. While the middle stratum was disciplining itself through a conscious self-cultivation which regarded ethics and intellectual culture as its principal self-justification 1929:73, and were developing rational utopias, the truly marginal tended to favor a kind of ecstatic vision of sudden and total rupture. Mannheim called this chiasm a mental structure peculiar to oppressed peasants, journeymen, and incipient lumpenproletariat, and fanatically emotional preachers 1929:20430. Hence, when the poorest elements did rise up, they tended to do so in the name of some great millenarian vision, in the belief that the world as we know it would soon come to an end in one blow and existing hierarchies be swept away. Now, while few nowadays would give much credence to the idea that the poor live in an eternal present or are incapable of long-term planning, Mannheim does have something of a point. Revolutionary movements have always tended to take on much of their temper and direction from those very middle strata. At the very least, there has always been something of a gap in this respect between those who suffered the most in an unequal society and those most able to organize effective sustained opposition. In other words, those most affected, as the current activist catchphrase puts it, by feudal or capitalist structures rarely, if ever, organized openly against it. One can argue, like Jim Scott 1985, 1992, that the hidden resistance of the lowly is a great unrecognized force in world history, and surely one would be right. But rarely does this resistance take the form of overt rebellion. When those disjunctions are superimposed over more profound descriptions of difference like race, culture, ethnicity, they become far more visible. But it seems to me they are always going to be there in some form or another. They are simply one of the inevitable side effects of social inequality. 31 Of course, in the case of the globalization movement, one common popular perception is that we are not even talking about members of a middle stratum, but about members of the elite. This idea has become so deeply entrenched, in fact, that it has become common wisdom not only among conservative commentators, but to some degree, to the public more generally. Before going on, then, let me briefly take on this perception, one which is, of course, a social phenomenon in its own right. The myth of trust funds. The stereotype runs something like this. The core of the anti-globalization movement is made up of rich or upper-middle-class teenagers, trust fund babies who can afford to spend their lives traveling from summit to summit making trouble. In a way, the accusation was predictable enough. Right-wing populism in the US is largely based on the accusation that liberals are part of an upper-middle-class elite whose values are deeply alien to that of working-class Americans. It would be hardly surprising that, faced with leftist radicals, the first instinct of a right-wing talk radio host would be to assume that if liberals were drawn from the prosperous, revolutionaries would have to be drawn from the actual rich. On the other hand, if one examines the record, one finds that some of the first figures to make such claims, this was around the time of the Republican and Democratic conventions in the summer of 200032, were figures of authority in the cities expecting protests. For example, the mayor of LA and Philadelphia Police Chief John Timoney, in a tone that certainly implied access to some kind of actual sociological information they could not possibly have had. These were in fact the very political figures who immediately afterwards ordered police to attack what even by conventional definitions were largely nonviolent protesters. It certainly gives one reason to wonder, especially, since so many police in Seattle had at first balked when given similar orders. Given the fact that a whole series of other rumors seemed to mysteriously appear around the same time about activists attacking police with acid and urine, one can only wonder whether this was part of a more calculated campaign to appeal to the class prejudices of the police themselves. The message, at the conventions and similar mobilizations, seemed to be, do not think of yourself as a working class guy being paid to protect a bunch of bankers, politicians, and trade bureaucrats who have contempt for you. Think of this, rather, as an opportunity to beat up on their snotty children, an understanding which would be, for the politicians' purposes, perfect, since they also did not want the police to actually maim or kill the protesters. Whether this sort of imagery emerges from police intelligence sources which tend to draw heavily on research units from private security firms and conservative think tanks, and often, to reproduce very odd forms of right-wing propaganda, or whether police were actually listening to conservative radio hosts, is, at this juncture, impossible to say. 33 If nothing else, Activists at major summits ever since have regularly reported more or less the same accusations on the part of police as one friend summarized it to me: "You're all just a bunch of rich kids who put on masks so your daddies can't see your faces on the news when you go smash things up, and then go back home to your mansions and watch it all on TV and laugh at us." If nothing else, the rumors became remarkably consistent. So, who are activists really? Work and education. What follows is not based on statistical methodology of any sort, but having spent over 7 years now among anarchists and others involved in direct action, and I think I am in a position to make some initial generalizations. The first is that activists from truly wealthy backgrounds are exceedingly rare. In terms of economic background, in fact, anarchists tend to be extremely diverse. If there's anything that does set them off from the bulk of Americans, it is that they are disproportionately likely to have attended college. Many, of course, are themselves students, but the activist core seems to be made up of what might even be called post-students, young women and men who have completed college, but are still living something like students, at least insofar as they are not mostly in regular, career-oriented 9-to-5 jobs or child-rearing households. I should emphasize, while this is the core, it's certainly not the overwhelming majority. In New York, for instance, there is now an anarchist mothers group. The average meeting of NYC Dan would normally include high school students and retirees as well, along with, say, 40-year-old squatters, many of whom had never attended an institution of higher learning. And NYC Dan was considered by many other activists decidedly upscale. The closer to the squatter scene one gets, the more one encounters activists without formal schooling, and this becomes almost universally the case when one gets to the level of the travelers, mostly teens and men and women in their 20s, runaways, or living lives of voluntarily homelessness, moving from city to city. Just as, in the heyday of the IWW in the early decades of the 20th century, there was a rich culture of hobos and hoppers of freight trains, so there is still today. And then, as now, most do consider themselves anarchists. Many are orphans, escapees, or runaways of very modest backgrounds, with little access to educational institutions, though many are avid readers, and many versed in radical theory in my own experience, most often, some variation on French situationism. While the travelers may be numerically a relatively minor element in the movement, and some would margin almost hate meetings, there are likely to be significantly more of them at any major mobilization than anyone who actually has a trust fund. They are also extremely important symbolically, because they set a kind of romantic standard for autonomous existence, dumpster diving food, refusing paid employment that represents one possible ideal for those wishing to establish an existence outside the logic of capitalism. There are also those who join such a world voluntarily. They normally are college educated, or sometimes college dropouts of a far more exalted social class. This is the sort of universe celebrated in popular anarchist books like Krymethink's novel Evasion 2001, a semi-fantasy of middle-class, white, punk kids who drop out to join this world, living off trash and the leftovers of industrial society. 34 Such a life can represent a kind of vision of moral purity, a total rejection of an industrial society seen as an engine for the production of enormous quantities of waste. Insofar as it is assumed to be no longer possible to simply leave the system, to establish an autonomous existence in the woods. 35, the best one can do is to live off its flotsam and jetsam. Many dumpster divers are quite proud of the fact that, despite the fact that they live off trash, they manage to maintain rigorous vegetarian diets. Many younger anarchists, the more hardcore sorts, follow suit to varying degrees. In New York, there is a young man named Thaddeus who claims he manages to get by on roughly $5 a month, occupying empty buildings until the police expel him, dumpster diving food, and all the while producing, with some friends, a monthly guide to free events in New York. Thaddeus is a regular of the direct action scene. He's something of an extreme case, and considered rather a heroic figure as a result, but many see this as really living the life in a way that most do not. While few resort to, say, street hustling or theft, For those who do, there is a strong ethic of shoplifting, that insists that it is only legitimate to steal from large corporate outlets, never mom and pop stores. 36, if they can avoid it. Practices like dumpster diving are considered entirely ordinary in anarchist circles. In the kitchen of the New York offices of the Independent Media Center IMC, there was posted, for many years, the schedule indicating at what times local restaurants were legally obliged to throw away their sushi. Activists on bicycles would regularly make the rounds to pick up piles of sushi rolls, all still neatly shrink-wrapped in plastic trays and containers, and deposit them in the IMC refrigerator. At another stop one can regularly find perfectly edible bread rolls and bagels. As Food Not Bombs activists often point out before major mobilizations, there's absolutely no problem scrounging up free food for, say, 10,000 people in a city like New York. If one wants to put in the effort, though, coming up with the utensils can often be more difficult. There is, I should also note, a counter-discourse here. The majority of activists, who are trying to come to some kind of compromise with the mainstream economy, can just as easily dismiss the travelers and squatters and dumpster divers as crusties, cruddies, gutter punks coasting on their white privilege, or as middle-class kids playing at poverty in a way insulting to the real hardships of the homeless or dispossessed. 37 But often the critique is mixed with a sort of ambivalent respect, too. Most activists, and again, I am using the term activist here mainly as a shorthand for anarchist or others involved in anarchist-inspired direct action politics, do feel they have to make some compromise with the existing economic order. Most feel that how one does so is very much a personal call. It is rather rare, in my experience, to hear the same sort of accusations of selling out, of compromise as treason, that were so common in the 1960s and 1970s. Obviously, if one became a publicity agent for Monsanto, or a stockbroker, it would certainly be felt to compromise one's activist credentials. But it would have to be something almost that extreme. 38 Obviously, here too there are exceptions. The more hardcore one's own choices, the more likely one is to write off those who live a more comfortable or compromised style of life. Older activists over 30, or especially, over 40, who are most likely to have full-time jobs, often work in industries centering on the dissemination of knowledge and ideas. In the New York scene I know a handful of writers and journalists, a large number of teachers, especially grade school through high school, librarians, even one high school guidance counselor, and many tied in one way or another to the printing industry, a very traditional radical occupation. Some are theater managers, playwrights, choreographers, or otherwise adjacent to the arts. A surprisingly small number, in my own experience, work full-time for NGOs. At least this is true in the specifically direct action end of things. Younger activists, the majority, living that kind of extended quasi-adolescence that I've called post-student, tend towards the sort of part-time jobs that allow very flexible times and hours. This is partly because the changing nature of the job market in the US has made full-time work harder to come by. Many end up temping, but also because flexibility is so important to them. Some pick up a specific translatable skill, they learn bartending or web design, become lighting or sound technicians, acquire skills in catering. All are skills that make it fairly easy to pick up work for a week or a month and then move on. Working as a musician also gives flexibility, but it pays so little one really can't support oneself without working full-time. Some work in activist-friendly enterprises, most often vegan kitchens or health food stores. Others become civil engineers. 39 There are also a handful of full-time organizers who work for activist groups like the Rainforest Action Network, Ruckus Society, various peace groups, or labor unions, or needle exchange programs, though these jobs pay notoriously little and activists of more modest means often can't afford to take them. Many such jobs pay nothing at all, but activists will still do them on a part-time volunteer basis. In what follows, I'll try to outline an ideal typical activist life course, generalizing from people I knew in DAN, CLAC, the ACC, IMC, and similar groups in the Northeast around 2000 to 2003. Doing so is necessarily a hypothetical exercise, since it assumes history will remain constant, which is unlikely, but projecting current patterns one might come up with something like this. Our ideal typical direct actionist is likely to either become politicized in high school, especially through the punk scene, or in college, becoming active in campus organizations. After either graduating or dropping out of college, they are likely to spend anywhere between 1 and 10 years of intense involvement in activist groups. During the first few years, they will attend meetings regularly, perhaps 3, 4 or 5 a week in the days right before action, sometimes 4 or 5 a day, usually in a variety of different groups, while supporting themselves through casual or part-time labor. This first phase is very intense and almost impossible to sustain continuously. Most break it up in one way or another. For example, one might spend 6 months doing activist work in one's hometown, then spend a few months intensely working for money, then, once one has saved enough for an airplane ticket, take off to some distant locale, to help set up IMCs in South America, do solidarity work on the West Bank or Chiapas, absorb the squatter scene in Europe, or participate in a tree sit. Many at this stage are on the road around half the time. Or one might keep oneself sane by occasionally plunging into a completely different sort of project, an artistic one, for example, an intense romance, only to reappear a few months later. One might run off for a few months to work on an organic farm, a habit so common there's actually an acronym for it, to work on an organic farm. 40 Those who concentrate all their energies on one place often tend to burn out completely after a year or two, and quit in exasperation, or else, find some specific, international, or community-related project to concentrate their energies on and withdraw from everything else. As a result, groups like NYC Dan soon came to be made up of an active core and a kind of penumbra of semi-retired activists who were never really seen at meetings anymore, but did often show up at actions or parties, and whose knowledge, contacts, and experience were available for those who still had personal contact with them. Younger anarchists who don't live in squats, again, the majority don't often live in collective houses or apartments, frequently in poor or artsy, gentrifying neighborhoods. Some live in activist spaces. There were several people living in the New York IMC during the years 2000 to 2003, and others in Walker Space, a kind of IMC adjunct that housed a performance space and television studios. Those prosperous enough to be able to afford a reasonable size apartment often allowed at least some space in the apartment to be used for larger collective purposes. Eventually, almost everyone ends up in a kind of semi-retirement. Those who become professional, paid activists usually end up in a different social milieu. Some go to grad school. Grad students typically remain involved for a few years, then, as they become overwhelmed with work and experience the pressures of professionalization, drop out of activism entirely. 41 Others have children, or settle down frequently with non-activists, or finally take on full-time, career employment. There are, certainly, those who maintain an ongoing presence nonetheless, but this is typically either because they find some career that keeps them close to the activist universe, become a labor lawyer and still do legal work for anarchists as well, for example, or manage a radical bookstore, or because they continue to live in a collective house, or squat, or intentional community, or else, because they learn how to carefully limit their involvement to a single, manageable project. The latter is difficult, since demands on an activist's time are potentially infinite. The trick to staying involved over the long term is to find a way to resist the temptation to overcommit. Relatively few, in my experience, successfully manage to do this. One's later 30s, or certainly 40s and 50s, then, are typically a period of complete or near complete withdrawal. But if historical patterns hold, there is, for a certain number, a period even later in life of re-engagement. After one's children are in college, one breaks up with a long-term partner, or retires, one might very well find oneself drawn back into the world of activism again, occasionally, at least for a little while, on as intense basis as at the beginning. 2. Class backgrounds and trajectories. I've mentioned that the only sense in which those involved in direct action could be said to be part of an elite is educational. The large majority have had some access to higher education, despite the fact that most Americans, slightly over half, have not. Otherwise, if one looks at class backgrounds and trajectories, one encounters endless variation. Again, I have not conducted surveys. Still, I can say from my own personal experience that in the Northeast, the actual number of activists with trust funds can be counted on one hand. There are far fewer, in fact, than, say, the number of activists whose parents are career military officers, which is actually surprisingly high. But we are dealing with relatively small numbers in either case. Speaking broadly, it seems to me activist milieus can best be seen as a juncture, a kind of meeting place, between downwardly mobile elements of the professional classes and upwardly mobile children of the working class. The first consist of children of white-collar backgrounds who reject their parents' way of life, the daughter of a tax accountant who chooses to work as a carpenter, the daughter of a veterinarian who chose to live as a graphic artist, the son of a middle manager who chooses to become a civil engineer or professional activist. The other consisted of children from blue-collar backgrounds who go to college. In historical terms, both correspond to a classic stereotype. The first represents the classic recruitment base for artistic bohemia, if not children of the bourgeoisie, as they were often assumed to be in 1850s Paris, where the term was first coined, then children born to members of administrative or professional elites, living in voluntary poverty, experimenting with more pleasurable, artistic, less alienated forms of life. The second represents the classic stereotype of the revolutionary, particularly in the global South, children of the laboring classes, workers, peasants, small shop owners even, whose parents strived all their life to get their sons or daughters into college, or even who managed to get themselves bourgeois levels of education by their own efforts, only to discover that bourgeois levels of education do not actually allow entry into the bourgeoisie, or often, any sort of regular work at all. One can compile endless examples among the ranks of the last century's revolutionary heroes, from Mo, child of peasants turned librarian, to Fidel Castro, unemployed lawyer from Cuba, and so on. In fact, both bohemia and revolutionary circles have historically tended to be a meeting place of both. Obviously, this is a highly schematized picture. First of all, it leaves out some significant groups entirely, for example, those who adopted bohemian lifestyles because their parents were bohemian, or the children of professional activists. One should not underestimate the degree of self-reproduction in such subclasses. Also, while the stereotype of the bohemian as rich kid secretly supporting his absinthe habits with money from home, eventually either to die of dissipation or go back to the board of daddy's company, is strikingly similar to the stereotype of the activist as trust fund baby, it is probably no more accurate. Certainly there have always been scions of the bourgeoisie in both milieus, all the more influential for their money, social skills, and connections. But bohemian milieus of the last 150 years never really consisted primarily of children of the upper, or even professional, classes. As Pierre Bourdieu 1993 has recently shown, the social base for 19th-century bohemian culture in Europe emerged, in part, through exactly the same processes that shaped social revolutionaries in the global South, among talented children of peasants, for example, who had taken advantage of France's new educational system, and then found themselves excluded from conventional elite culture anyway. What's more, these milieus tended to overlap. Bohemia was full not only of working-class intellectuals and self-taught eccentrics, but outright revolutionaries. The friendship between Oscar Wilde and Peter Kropotkin was not atypical, actually, it could be taken as emblematic. Similarly, revolutionary circles have always been filled with children of privilege who have rejected their natal values, Karl Marx, lawyer's son turned penniless journalist, being the archetypical example. Every Mao had his Zhou Enlai, even Castro had his Che. The constitution of both milieus, then, is really quite similar. which probably helps explain why artists have felt so consistently drawn to revolutionary politics. All this is important to bear in mind, especially because there are those who have consistently tried to keep the two apart. In the 1990s, for example, social ecologist Murray Bookchin threw down the gauntlet in an essay called Social Anarchism or Lifestyle Anarchism, An Unbridgeable Divide, in which he argues that anarchist theory has always had two sources, the individualist tradition tracing back to bourgeois bohemian figures like Stirner, and the social anarchism that emerged from the labor movement with Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin. Hardly any anarcho-individualists exercised an influence on the emerging working class. They expressed their opposition in uniquely personal forms, especially in fiery tracts, outrageous behavior, and aberrant lifestyles in the cultural ghettos of fin de siècle New York, Paris, and London. As a credo, individualist anarchism remained largely a bohemian lifestyle, most conspicuous in its demands for sexual freedom, free love, and enamored of innovations in art, behavior, and clothing. Bookchin 1997. Even the bomb throwers of the 1890s, assassins of heads of state, Bookchin suggests, were not social anarchists, and it's true that they almost never seemed to be part of organized groups, but extreme individualists acting out their personal rage. While Bookchin doesn't really pursue the argument, the article is mainly a platform for an attack on John Zerzan, Bob Black, and Hakim Bey. The practical implications seem to lead in much the same place as Ranjanit's, a rejection of any existing activist culture as a product of bourgeois privilege, as setting one apart from the genuinely oppressed. The essay, as one might imagine, has drawn almost endless attacks and made Bookchin's name anathema for whole sections of the anarchist movement. In fact, it seems to me the premise is simply wrong. This is not an unbridgeable divide. There was never anything remotely unbridgeable about it. Instead, I would argue the main problem for would-be revolutionary coalitions is that they always combine those primarily in rebellion against alienation, and those primarily in rebellion against oppression, and that the dilemma is always how to synthesize the two. Art and alienation. One of my most striking memories of the NYC Direct Action Network was a very early meeting at which we were discussing a potential fundraiser. Someone announced they had booked a space for a benefit show and asked if anyone in the room had any particular skills or talents to contribute. Just about every single hand in the room went up. In the end, the facilitator asked everyone to go around in a circle and announce what they could do. There were poets, scene painters, fire jugglers, members of a cappella singing groups, shadow dancers, performance artists, flamenco guitarists, punk singers, magicians. Of 42 people in the room, it turned out there were precisely 5 who could not come up with anything they might be able to contribute. It was all the more remarkable because Dan, unlike say, Reclaim the Streets, an allied New York group, was not even considered, by activist standards, a particularly artsy group. The direct action scene in general is overwhelmingly dominated by people who were also engaged in some kind of creative self-expression. Musicians, puppeteers, drama people, cartoonists, artists. Much of this could be said to emerge just as much from the DIY do-it-yourself ethos of punk culture as the craftsperson-oriented small-scale creativity of hippie culture. Point 42. Just one telling case study. Glass' father is a policeman, her mother an aerobics and yoga instructor. In high school she was a punk who made her own clothes, designing elaborate creations from cast-off and dumpster-dived clothing. She tells me she has keen memories of being laughed at by the fashion punks, rich kids who bought their clothes pre-ripped at expensive boutiques, and how ridiculous they were, unaware they were proving themselves frauds to the whole spirit of what they were doing. She put herself through college largely by winning writing contests. After graduating she worked briefly for a glossy ecological magazine, lost her job when the magazine went bankrupt. She was never paid for most of her work, and now, in her mid-20s, alternates between bartending and activist adventures, living in squats everywhere from Cleveland to Buenos Aires to Honolulu, occasionally publishing pieces in national magazines. Her aim, she says, is to buy land and spend at least half her time on a collectively managed permaculture farm. Characters like this could be seen, as I say, as trapped in a kind of suspended social adolescence. After all, in America, everyone engages in creative activities as a child, indeed one is forced to in school, from finger painting to school plays normally. As one leaves adolescence one is expected to give most of this up. Adults, unless they are lucky enough to find a career involving creative work, are expected to express themselves largely through consumerism, or perhaps some kind of hobby, the latter especially when they retire. To my mind, though, this helps explain one of the great paradoxes of radical politics. One might say, adolescence is for most Americans the stage when one is simultaneously most alienated, and least alienated. This is why revolution can sometimes be pictured as a final overcoming of the adolescence of humanity, the break with the past that will finally rescue us from our perennial alienated state, or as the dawn of a kind of eternal adolescence, the beginning of history. For most of us who are not living within the confines of a caste or guild society, adolescence is a period of potential. One could do, or be, almost anything. Maturity, social adulthood, is not even so much a matter of accepting one's particular role as secretary, security guard, fund manager, mechanic, but even more, of coming to accept all those things that one is never going to be: rock star, Olympic ski jumper, globe-trotting investigate reporter, first woman president, etc. If one looks at Marx's one famous and notoriously minimal attempt to define communism, it's almost completely defined around not having to do this. One can go fishing in the morning, herd sheep in the afternoon, and criticize over dinner, all without ever becoming a fisherman, shepherd, or critic. One is a generic human, undefined by one's current role. In contemporary terms, a perpetual adolescent. This is not to say activists are immature unless, that is, one assumes maturity necessarily has to be a matter of renouncing one's creativity and sense of possibility, and accepting a life of mind-numbing boredom and daily subservience. Neither, though, do I find it useful to see all this simply in terms of resistance, at least, in the conventional academic sense that assumes that, since power is the ultimate reality, any form of practice can only be seen as either reproducing or resisting it. 43 This is why it seems to me more useful to return to the alternative intellectual traditions that activists largely prefer, and to see the operative terms here as a balance between the revolt against alienation and the revolt against oppression. Styles of Bohemianism. The hippies of the 1960s, and then the punk movement of the late 1970s and 1980s, have been seen as the first movements of mass bohemianism. 44, a broad popularization of the bohemian ideal of the sacrifice of bourgeois comforts for the pursuit of spontaneity, creativity, and pleasure. Or one might see them as points where forms of bohemianism themselves took on the aspect of mass movements. There is of course an endless debate about the significance of all this. To what degree is this all a form of resistance? E. Hebdige 1979. To what extent are these movements really the avant-garde of consumerism, exploring domains of experience that can be effectively commodified in the next generation? Campbell 1987. For me, though, one of the interesting things is the degree to which these historically constituted categories become, effectively, permanent. They are seen as modes of being. The sense today is that there will always be punks and hippies. Extract from Notebooks, Winter 2001. Brief excursus on the terms punk and hippie. No one would ever use these terms to describe themselves. I've never heard anyone say I am a punk or I am a hippie. They are terms you use to describe someone else. In East Coast circles, to call someone a hippie is always to make fun of them, at least slightly, this despite the fact that half the time, the speaker herself might so be considered from another point of view, i.e., Brooks' comment about the new Santa Cruz chapter of Dan, probably a bunch of hippies and deadheads but we love them anyway. Or, when you're proposing we organize a drum circle, are we talking good drumming, or just bad hippie drumming? The term punk in contrast is almost never pejorative, it tends to be used in a more simply descriptive fashion, i.e., I'm talking about Laura. You know, that kind of punky girl with the green hair. Still, there are very few who can be easily and clearly categorized as either one or the other. Some exist. Ariston with her mohawk is pretty obviously very punk. Neela is hard to see as anything but a hippie even if her partner is about as goth as one can be, but these are extreme cases. Most are more like, say, Warcree, who wears dirty hooded sweatshirts and patches as she arranges leaves and flowers all over the independent media center walls, an idiosyncratic mix of both. Often the terms are contrasted generationally, with the hippies always being the stodgy older generation. Brad talks about the striking contrast between the old-fashioned, 1960s style, hippie forest blockades in Oregon and Northern California and the new energy and militant tactics introduced when the punk kids got involved. This coming from a forest activist who, though instrumental in bringing the punks to the forest in the first place, is, by New York standards, nothing if not a hippie. Hippie in fact regularly becomes a synonym for pacifist, and punk for younger, militant anarchist. Thus, in Seattle when self-appointed peace cops in some cases physically assaulted black bloc anarchists to stop them from breaking windows, black bloc anarchists refused to hit back, since they were nonviolent. It's almost always described as a case of punks getting beaten up by hippies. Of course, these are hardly the only terms evoked. I am not even entering into the influence of the rave scene, for example, or radical hip-hop, but I don't think it's illegitimate to focus on the centrality of punk, if only because so many of the most active white anarchists seem to have been drawn in from an early experience of the punk scene. A lot has been written about punk as a subculture, but what I want to emphasize here is the role of punk as a venue for the dissemination of a kind of pop situationism. This situationist legacy is probably the single most important theoretical influence on contemporary anarchism in America, and it means that much though many anarchists are familiar with academic terminologies, they are using a very different theoretical vocabulary. The Situationist International was originally a group of radical artists who, over the course of the 1950s and 1960s, transformed themselves into a political movement. One can see them as the culmination of a certain trend. From at least the time of the Dadaists and Futurists, avant-garde artistic movements had begun acting like vanguardist parties, putting out manifestos, purging one another, and the like. The Situationists were the first that made the transition entirely, ultimately making no original art of their own at all. As a group, they behaved like a kind of caricature send-up of Marxist sectarians, constantly purging and condemning one another. 45 Guy Debord 1967, laid out an elaborate dialectical theory of the society of the spectacle, arguing that under capitalism, the relentless logic of the commodity which renders us passive consumers gradually extends itself to every aspect of our existence. In the end, we are rendered a mere audience to our own lives. Mass media is just one technological embodiment of this process. The only remedy is to create situations, improvised moments of spontaneous, unalienated creativity, largely by turning aside the imposed meanings of the spectacle, breaking apart the pieces and putting them together in subversive ways. Hence the most enduringly popular situationist product, called Can the Dialectic Break Bricks, often shown at fundraisers, is a Hong Kong kung fu film, resubtitled Raoul Vaneigem 1967-1979, elaborated a theory of revolution built around a destruction of all relations built on the principle of exchange, on survival as opposed to life, with an often odd, jangly, but still somehow exhilarating, mix of ultra-left Marxism, a glorification of spontaneous workers' councils and the insurrectionary wildcat strike and the pursuit of unmediated forms of pleasure, an unleashing of desire and the collapse of art into life. There's actually a concrete, genealogical connection between punk and situationism. Malcolm McLaren, the English producer who effectively invented the Sex Pistols, and hence the punk movement, had been involved in a situationist splinter group, and Sex Pistols artist Jamie Reed used situationist principles to design their cover art and general aesthetic. Savage 1991. Whether McLaren was serious or not, some e.g., Elliot 2001 claim he was just talking out of his hat. Situationist principles have become firmly ensconced in the punk philosophy, particularly among the hundreds of smaller, explicitly anarchist punk bands that emerged in the 1980s and 1990s. Crass, Conflict, The Exploited, The Dead Kennedys' catchy lines from Vainasium endlessly recur in song lyrics, and situationist literature is widely available in any anarchist info shop or bookstore, along with their contemporary, Cornelius Castoriadis and other members of the Socialisme ou Barbarie group, and historical material on the French near-revolution of '68. Notably missing in most such bookstores is any significant space for most of what in France has come to be referred to as '68 thought, Deleuze, Foucault, or Baudrillard, those authors seen as representing radical French thought in the academy. Essentially, punks and revolutionaries are still reading French theory from immediately before '68, the academics are mainly reading theory from immediately afterwards, much of which consists of a prolonged reflection on what went wrong, most often, concluding that revolutionary dreams are impossible. 1995 punk, of course, is designed to be somewhat off-putting for the uninitiated. This makes it difficult for the outsider to notice that despite the violent, angry, over-amplified aesthetic, it effectively played the same cultural role for white urban youth of the late 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, as folk music did in the 1950s and 1960s as a kind of stripped-down, anyone-can-do-it music of the people. It also played a similar political role. The spirit is best summed up in the late 1970s punk zine cited by Dick Hebdige 1979:123, which provided a little finger chart of 3 chords and the caption, "Now go form a band and do it yourself." DIY became the basic punk credo. Make your own fashion. Form your own band. Refuse to be a consumer. If possible, become a dumpster diver and don't buy anything. If possible, refuse wage labor. Do not submit to the logic of exchange. Reuse and redeploy fragments of the spectacle and commodity system to fashion artistic weapons to subvert it. One might say, in fact, that there are 2 intellectual streams that emerged from the period of May '68 in France that are still alive in the US and English-speaking world: the pre-1968 revolutionary strain, kept alive in zines, anarchist info shops, and the internet, and the post-1968 strain, largely despairing of the possibility of a mass-based, organized revolution, kept alive in graduate seminars, academic conferences, and scholarly journals. The first tends to recognize capitalism as an all-encompassing symbolic system that creates extreme forms of human alienation, but sees it as possible to rebel against it in the name of pleasure, desire, and the potential autonomy of the human subject. The second tends to see the system, whether it is now labeled capitalism, power, discourse, etc., as so all-encompassing that it is constitutive of the desiring subject, him or herself, rendering any critique of alienation, or possibility of a revolution against the system itself, effectively impossible. At the risk of editorializing, though, in this context, it would be dishonest to pretend I could possibly do anything else. The situation is full of endless ironies. The situationists argued that the system renders us passive consumers, but issued a call to actively resist. The current radical academic orthodoxy seems to either reject either the first part or the second, that is, either it argues that there is no system imposed on consumers, or that resistance is impossible. The first has long been most popular, since the early 1980s, in fact. Anyone who makes a situationist-style argument in an academic forum can expect to be instantly condemned as puritanical and elitist for suggesting consumers are allowing themselves to be passively manipulated. Rather, consumers are creatively reinterpreting consumer styles, fashions, and products in all sorts of subversive ways. G. Miller 1987, 1995. In other words, ordinary folks are already practicing detournement. The great irony here is that this emerging orthodoxy, which quickly became the mainstay of cultural studies and later, anthropology, it was strictly confined to the academy. Cultural studies tracts were rarely, if ever, read by the ordinary folk in question, while situationist literature, which by these standards was the most elitist position possible, actually does have a certain popular audience. The Revolution of Everyday Life Vanasium 1967, for example, is almost never assigned in courses or cited in academic texts, but it's just as regularly read by college-age radicals now as it was 30 years ago. It all rather confirms that, as my friend Eric Larson once suggested to me, the reason situationism can't be integrated in the academy is simply because it cannot be read as anything but a call to action. This is, of course, precisely what makes it so popular with activists. Situationism, with its total rejection of the system, its call for militant artistic interventions, its faith that these might ultimately contribute to social revolution, is the perfect philosophy for an activist first drawn to punk by a feeling of profound alienation from mass society, and determined to do something about it. Another effect of this rift is that the Academy has, starting with the post-1968 thinkers in France, largely jettisoned the idea of alienation. Without either a unified subject, or any notion of more natural or authentic relation of that subject with the world and other people, older theories seemed naive and indefensible. The term disappeared in much social theory. Insofar as it was retained, it was in certain branches of sociology where alienation became something that could be statistically formalized and measured in questionnaires, leading quickly to the conclusion that the most alienated, isolated, angry members of society were the most marginal undocumented aliens, for example, or members of oppressed minorities. Partly as a result, alienation has come to be seen as the psychological experience of oppression. Modern studies of the subject speak of racial alienation, gender alienation, alienation based on sexual identity or poverty, and so on. Schmidt and Moody 1994, Geyer and Heinz 1992, Geyer 1996. This in itself helps explain the continuing appeal of 60s theorists. Everything now is cast in terms of exclusion from mainstream society. Alienation is a measure of this exclusion. This is, however, essentially a liberal conception. The power of the older view of alienation was to insist that it is not just a matter of exclusion, but that there is something profoundly, fundamentally wrong with the mainstream itself. That even the winners are ultimately miserable, at least, compared with what they could be in a free, egalitarian society. Anarchists, at least, those who cannot claim to come from some oppressed group, are left with a visceral feeling of rage and rejection against a system that seems both all-encompassing and monstrous, and an official intellectual culture which can offer no theoretical explanation of why they should feel that way. I've taken up some of the questions elsewhere. In an earlier essay on anarchism, Graeber 2003:337, for example, I asked why it was that even when there is next to no other constituency for revolutionary politics, one still finds revolutionary artists, writers, and musicians. My conclusion, that there must be some kind of link between the experience of non-alienated labor, of imagining things and then bringing them into being, and the ability to imagine social alternatives. I concluded by suggesting that revolutionary coalitions might always be said to rely on a kind of alliance between society's least alienated and its most oppressed, and that revolutions actually happen when these two categories largely coincide. This would, at least, help explain why it almost always seems to be peasants and craftsmen, or even more, newly proletarianized former peasants and craftsmen who actually overthrow capitalist regimes, and not those inured to generations of wage labor, or alternately, the otherwise puzzling fact that so many teenagers can be led from the experience of motioning in punk clubs to conclude that their own freedom is intimately tied to the fate of impoverished Xiltal-speaking farmers in Chiapas. Still, this formulation remains more than a little crude. Probably, the real opposition should be between those brought to radical politics in a revolt against alienation, and those who are revolting against oppression. Obviously, it's not as if there are many for whom it is simply one or the other. Still, from the activist's perspective, there are very good reasons not to abandon the distinction entirely. Without it, it would be impossible to argue that revolutionary change would be in the interest of everyone, even those who cannot be said to be in any way oppressed. On the other hand, one would hardly wish to argue that the despair of a wealthy suburban teenager in the U.S., faced with a life of soulless consumerism, has quite the same moral weight as, say, the despair of a poor Mozambican teenager slowly dying of a preventable disease. It is precisely this dilemma, I think, that leads to the endless tensions and recriminations that haunt activist life. Random observations on activist culture. A society that denies us every adventure makes its own abolition the only possible adventure. Reclaim the street slogan if one sees capitalism as a gigantic meaningless engine of endless expansion that reduces the majority of the planet's inhabitants to hopeless poverty, that reduces even its beneficiaries to lonely isolated atoms doomed by fear and insecurity to lives of mind-numbing work and meaningless consumerism, even as it threatens the destruction of the planet. But if at the same time, one does not wish to, or does not believe it possible to simply flee the system, but rather wishes to stay and fight, then what precisely can one do? What sort of social relations is it possible to create among those who wish to make their lives a refusal of the very logic of capitalism, even as they necessarily remain inside it? The logic of bohemian life has always been an attempt to answer this. It has always tended towards both the cultivation of adventure, danger, and extreme forms of experience, but at the same time, of relations of mutual aid and trust between those pursuing it, even, often, those who might otherwise be strangers. This is precisely the sensibility one encounters in direct actions too. Consider again the idea of a mosh pit, in which dancers hurl themselves into one another, or stage dive into the crowd. It's a matter of both creating dangerous, even violent situations, but at the same time, placing an almost blind faith in surrounding strangers for help and support, since, after all, if they did not catch or buffer you, you might well end up with a broken neck. In principle, the logic of play aggression and ultimate trust has much in common with the sadomasochism that is constantly alluded to, though rarely practiced, in the punk aesthetic. It's the kind of pleasure that arises from adventure, excitement, unpredictability, faith, and reliance on one's companions, which can only be real with the endless possibility of betrayal. At the same time, though, it is anything but an ethos of machismo. One thing that struck me very quickly in becoming involved in anarchist circles was the acceptance of physical frailty. Notebook extracts, June 2000, with some later jotted additions. Frailty. Most activists do not seem incredibly physically fit, certainly not athletes. They tend to be wiry, occasionally fat, but almost never muscular. Scrawny vegans, as the stereotype goes. Famous LA newspaper comment during the DNC protests in 2000, there were twice as many police as demonstrators, or if you count by weight, 4 times as many. Similarly, from the other side, in the Anarchist Guide to LA, published at the same time, the athletic-looking guy dressed like a Hollywood version of a punk rocker who's urging you to attack the cops. He is a cop. In other words, one way to detect an infiltrator is sheer physical fitness. This despite the fact that many have, as one might expect, plenty of outdoorsy skills and experience, climbing trees and walls and that sort of thing. Hippies with their hiking boots and trail mixes tend to be more fit than punks. They are at least wiry and resilient. This is especially surprising at first when you first get to know black bloc kids, who in the press are supposed to be the violent ones and who, even among activists, have been called the Marines of our movement, and discover they're mostly a bunch of shy, ectomorphic teenagers. They, of course, are also the most likely to be vegans. I suspect this is one thing that must really complicate relations with the police, since they are probably exactly the kind of kids that those grade school kids who were later to become cops used to bully. 46 The curious emphasis on weakness seems echoed by the marked concern for people with disabilities and medical conditions taking part in actions that I, like most newcomers, I think at first found rather disconcerting. There were endless discussions in legal trainings of what to expect if arrested and in need of insulin, or AIDS medication, or a host of other conditions. Will the police let you keep your medicine? No. They are supposed to supply you with medicine from a police medic, but usually don't. What about hypoglycemics? There was a widely circulated story about a hypoglycemic woman at age 16 who went into a sugar fit and ended up arrested when she grabbed someone's cell phone thinking it was her own. The obvious first reaction, which most neophytes have to suppress, is what is a diabetic AIDS patient even doing, putting him or herself in the way of tear gas, truncheons, and arrest in the first place. But it's a combination of the obvious desire to be maximally open with, I suspect, a covert sense that, if one is engaged in a moral contest with police, weakness can be strength. We must force them to be humanitarians. Combined with the endless food taboos, all this makes for a kind of maze of barriers. Some people are vegetarian, some are vegan, others are allergic to nightshades or suffer from environmental illness, many seem very close to hypochondria with endless real or imaginary ailments. Yet these same people often live some of the most adventurous lives imaginable. Then we can get into the phenomenology of back rubs, like the chain back rubs in the break from facilitation training. Holding hands or linking arms in human chains. General patterns of touching. Ordinary Americans almost never touch each other. Anarchists seem especially fond of hugs, though some crusty Canadians from CLAC have been known to bemusedly ask us New Yorkers whether we've been corrupted by California Starhawk types with all this touchy-feely nonsense, people leaning on each other, holding hands. From very early on, at the legal training in DC, I noticed how much of this, all the trainings involved physical contact, from carrying people off limp, to just sitting pressed up against others in overcrowded rooms. I wonder if one reason for the touchy/food finicky/embracing weakness aspects is the prominence of women in the movement, though this is slightly confusing, since women are almost never a majority in large meetings and often make up at best a third of the people in the room. On the other hand, they often include the most prominent organizers and participants. Is it better to say that feminine sensibilities pervade, or that the style of interaction consensus process tends to encourage draws on sensibilities that have, in the United States, historically been associated with the way women interact with one another than with the way men do, or, for that matter, with the way men interact with women? It is largely, but not strictly, desexualized. Often the feeling, at least if one is not part of some sexual identity group, is that one should act, at least in public, as if sex is not particularly important, just one possible aspect of a more general common physicality. Obviously, all of this varies from one subculture to another. For many years at ABC No Rio, an anarchist social center in the Lower East Side, there was, aside from the usual zine magazine, computers, and the like, a weight room used by members of a group called RASH, the Red Anarchist Skinheads. But subcultural groups are always defining themselves against one another. The play of desire and mutual dependence reappears on all sorts of subtle levels. Here's an extract from the same notebook, not long after. Notebook extract, July 2000. Cigarettes. A lot of activists smoke. Most older ones seem to have smoked at some time in their lives. I always found it a bit incongruous, at A16, to see all these idealistic kids blockading the streets with cigarettes hanging out of their mouths, especially teenage girls sitting around bumming cigarettes from each other. But this is actually rather appropriate, because it creates a constant mobilization of feelings of need, discipline, sharing, and desire, the community of addiction, as I used to call it, that binds all smokers. Usually for every 3 or 4 activists who smoke, or might, there's one who actually has a pack. Kevin was cast in this role with Scully et al. Last week. The distribution of cigarettes, lighting them off others, etc., becomes a constant-willed collapse of autonomy. Me, when I used to smoke, it was a matter of principle never to allow myself to be trapped in a situation where I'd run out and wasn't in a position to buy more, but here it's the opposite. One is dependent on communal goodwill and sharing for what one really desires most urgently in the world, at least at that moment. Especially large proportions of vegans smoke. It rather reminds me of a story I heard about Martin Luther King. He was actually a chain smoker, but was convinced early on it would convey the wrong lesson to the nation's youth to ever be seen smoking in public. Endless discipline, but with endless desire lurking behind the public facade. Needless to say, no one smokes in meetings, or indoors at all. Thus, the end of a meeting is usually followed by clusters of people immediately running out to smoke, sitting on the concrete to roll tobacco, bumming butts from one another, people just taking a few puffs off someone else's or passing individual cigarettes around. Other drugs seem to play a less prominent role because they aren't so addictive. Therefore, the whole dynamic of desire and community doesn't enter in. My notes in this case continued. Other drugs. This varies by scene. Pot is occasional, but surprisingly infrequent. It's used roughly to the degree one would expect from any young people of the same class or socio-economic background. Beer is quite a bit, often at bars. Ecstasy is popular among the raver types with which there's a definite overlap with certain parts of the activist scene. Of course, during street actions, drugs are totally bad news and you're always reminded not to bring any, even if you ditch a joint the moment the cops appear, someone's going to get it pinned on them. So bringing drugs to an action would be an act of total lack of solidarity. For an activist to show up completely drunk, or completely stoned, at an action is taken as either a sign no one would possibly want to be in an affinity group with them or, in my experience, most often, as a sign that activist in question is personally falling apart and needs help. As for drug paranoia, there are all sorts of levels of context and historical experience. I am reminded of the time I made a beverage run while showing a film with some former Black Panthers. When I suggested I pick up some Coke, one startled woman immediately corrected me, "Please say Coca-Cola." These were, obviously, people used to constant surveillance at a time when drug busts commonly landed activists in jail. I've never heard anything like that amongst anarchists nowadays. Paranoia is directed at other things. In fact, at minor events, or street party style actions that are halfway to raves anyway, attitudes towards drugs can be very relaxed. One friend told me a long story about being searched and locked in jail overnight after the RTS Times Square event only to discover, after he got out, that he'd forgotten he'd had a joint in his shoe the whole time. But these are temporary autonomous zones of a rather different sort. The one theme that recurs endlessly in all of this is autonomy, simultaneously the greatest anarchist value, and the greatest dilemma. Certain forms of autonomy, the isolated individualism of mainstream American society, with its solitary pleasures, are precisely that against which one is rebelling. Or, perhaps, one might say, the question is how to balance autonomy, solidarity, and freedom. Cornelius Castoriadis 1987-1991, for example, defined autonomy as the ability of a community to live only under rules they had themselves collectively created, and had the right to re-examine constantly. For many anarchists, freedom appears to mean the ability to create new communities, and ties of mutual dependence, more or less on the spot, and to move back and forth between them as one wishes. An action, a party, a picnic, a dance, can all be temporary autonomous zones where desires coalesce, and the leap of faith involved in trusting strangers itself becomes a large part of the adventure even when police are not present, which, as we shall see, is rarely, since police have a notable tendency to show up whenever anarchists get together. The dilemmas, though, become much more acute when attempts are made, as they regularly are, to turn TAZs into PAZs, to move from temporary to more permanent zones of autonomy. In the next section then let me talk a little about more permanent activist spaces. As we'll see, these are almost never quite, entirely, permanent. Every space has to be, to some degree, conquered, and most are almost instantly besieged. Activist landscapes. In a city like New York, anarchist spaces often have the quality of an archipelago. Certain neighborhoods contain relatively dense clusters of squats, community gardens, social or community centers, radical bookstores/info shops, and other more or less friendly institutions, co-ops, vegetarian restaurants, second-hand bike shops, avant-garde theaters, friendly churches, or even cafes and bars where activists are likely to be found hanging out. Sometimes there's a center to them, sometimes they're more diffuse. Between the beginning of 2000 and the end of 2001, the heyday of New York City Dan, there was a very much a center for the activist scene in New York's Lower East Side. This was a local community center called Charas El Bohio, located inside a former schoolhouse. Charas El Bohio stood at the center of a nexus of institutions, almost all of which had been won by prolonged community struggle. The story of Charas is quite interesting. Technically, Charas was the name of a community group. El Bohio referred to the building. The community group had been founded in 1965 by a group of Puerto Rican former gang members. When they first created it, they were working with Buckminster Fuller on building geodesic dome housing for the poor, but they soon became a sponsor of cultural festivals. El Bohio in turn came into being when, in 1979, some of them, working with some former Panthers, squatted the Cristadora, a beautiful but then abandoned settlement house located directly east of Tompkins Square Park, and towering over the surrounding neighborhood. This eventually led to a standoff with the city government, who were ultimately willing to resolve the matter by offering the squatters the abandoned schoolhouse down the street, the former PS 64. The building had been empty since 1975, was by that time in a state of near collapse, and inhabited mainly by heroin addicts. The deal was formalized with a gentleman's agreement of sorts. The Cristadora was sold to a private developer and eventually became an expensive condominium, and Charas quickly began rebuilding the newly dubbed El Bohio, offering free space to artists and craftspeople in exchange for work restoring windows and roofs. Before long, the place had become a center for artists, theater and dance groups who rented rehearsal spaces for negligible fees, and hosted every sort of political group and event. Charas also became the effective political center of the network of squats and community gardens in the area surrounding Tompkins Square, mostly also created in the same period, the 1970s and early 1980s, when much of the neighborhood lay abandoned. This story has been told many times. Sabulagad 1994, Melly 2000, Tabakman 1999. There were points in the 1970s when 3/4 of the area's housing stock was abandoned by landlords, seized by the city for non-payment of taxes. The New York punk scene in fact really emerged from precisely this time and place, and its aura of urban apocalypse and despair had everything to do with the feeling of a city that was literally being allowed to fall into ruin, abandoned to rats, junkies, and arsonists. In reaction, a host of artists, squatters, activists, and new immigrants reclaimed buildings and green spaces, and these, in turn, soon became the object of intense struggles, near warfare, at times during the late 1980s and early 1990s, when the area started to be gentrified again. The most famous incidents, of course, were the Tompkins Square riots of 1988 and 1989, fought over police efforts to clear out homeless encampments from the park itself. Equally grueling, though, were the battles over the surrounding squats. There were mysterious fires that the fire department refused to put out, sudden dawn raids by riot cops backed by helicopters and armored personnel carriers. In some cases, there were protracted sieges so bitter that it was years before police attempted to move on a squat again. The final result was that by 2002, 22 squats had been reduced to 11, though, in that year, the city finally gave in and allowed the remaining squatters to gain title to their homes. The story of the community gardens was similar, an archipelago of green spaces reclaimed from what were originally deserted lots full of rats and garbage. They were planted and maintained by local collectives or neighborhood organizations, then, came under siege as the area began to be gentrified. More Gardens, an activist group dedicated to defending them, met regularly in Charas, and community gardeners also used the large downstairs rooms in Charas to plan pageants. The neighborhood was famous for its beautiful spring and winter festivals, with their elaborate costumes, puppets, light shows, music and dramatic performances, just as, before actions and marches, the same rooms were used for painting banners and assembling puppets. The building itself was always full of art. Huge painted sculptures or floats would mysteriously appear in the hall and disappear a few days later. There was an auditorium one could use for performances and rooms one could rent for meetings, Always for minimal fees, and the whole building could be rented for parties, provided they didn't go too late at night. For activists, it was an inestimable resource. Charas stood directly east of the park, on 8th Street between Avenues B and C. If one set out from Charas and proceeded south along Avenue B, one passed a series of activist landmarks, several popular vegetarian restaurants, one very large and elaborate community garden marked by a towering sculpture made of a kind of staged pyramid decorated with every sort of discarded stuffed animal and similar bric-a-brac, and then, Blackout Books, an anarchist info shop located in a storefront shop next to a Hare Krishna center, across the street from a credit union and series of thrift shops. Blackout was the sort of place one could drop by pretty much any time of the day and find an interesting conversation. Across Houston Street, one entered a rapidly gentrifying area full of trendy hipster joints, emerging from a largely poor Latino neighborhood, spotted with a few ancient Jewish synagogues and businesses, to reach ABC No Rio. ABC had been named after a squat that was the site of a famous battle, and it had started as both squat and art space. Later it had been legalized as a social center, that is, the squatters got to keep the building on condition they no longer live there, though always, it seemed, under complex conditions that made their occupancy rather tentative. Downstairs, ABC hosted art shows, but especially, it became a center for the local punk and hardcore scene. Upstairs, it sported a zine library, a free computer space, darkrooms, a silk screening studio, and a kitchen that was used, several times a week, by the New York chapter of Food Not Bombs. F&B would dumpster dive food, mostly fresh food, often still in plastic or wrappers that had been thrown away by large institutions, and produce vegetarian meals that they would then distribute free back in Tompkins Square Park. There were a series of other friendly institutions as well: Blue Stockings Woman's Bookstore on Allen Street, the War Resisters League on Sullivan and Lafayette, a pacifist center which had existed since the 1920s and had a whole building of its own, Peace Pentagon. It was sometimes called the 6th Street Community Center, Radical Theater Spaces, St. Mark's Church, where a squatter was one of the priests, but the key institutions, the ones that activists knew they could always rely on, were all, to some degree, tenuous. Like the squats, they had been won by struggle, usually by direct action, maintained under great pressure from state institutions, and all were in constant danger of being taken away. Almost every one of them seemed surrounded by a sense of desperate drama. If they were dependable in the sense of being clearly friendly to anarchists, they were not dependable in the sense that one could be sure they would still be there in 6 months or a year. And, indeed, by 2002, only a couple years after the foundation of DAN, the whole network largely fell apart. The community gardens were a prime example. The Giuliani administration, on coming to office in 1994, almost immediately launched a broad offensive against the whole network of community gardens, redefining them as vacant lots and introducing a plan to auction off 741 of them throughout the city for the development of affordable housing. In one weekly radio address, Giuliani made it clear this was an attack on the very principle of common property. This is a free market economy, he said. The age of communism is over. A prolonged struggle ensued, peaking in 1998 and 1999 with numerous direct actions in which more gardens. Activists locked down in front of bulldozers, as well as one Reclaim the Streets action that closed down Avenue A for several hours, and another that led to the arrest of 62 people at a lockdown on the West Side Highway. Several gardens were destroyed, but in the end, Giuliani suffered one of his administration's few major defeats when a coalition of wealthy patrons intervened to buy up several of the targeted gardens in order to preserve them, and the state attorney general shortly thereafter sued the city to prevent any more auctions, on the grounds that doing so violated the city's own regulations that there should be at least 2 acres of green space for every 1,000 inhabitants. This was a great victory, but an activist soon learns that no victory is irreversible. Also, that every victory tends to be accompanied by terrible, tragic losses. Another Giuliani target was Charas itself. In fact, destroying it soon seemed to have become a kind of obsession of his administration. At least, that was how it seemed to local housing activists. During the entire period of Dan's existence, the building was under legal siege. Since its status rested on what was, effectively, a gentleman's agreement with the government, the building being leased from the government for $1 a year, it was perfectly legal for Giuliani's administration to break the deal and auction it off, which it did at the same auction, on July 20, 1998, as several of the largest community gardens. The auction itself has become something of a legend among Lower East Side activists, who used every means possible to disrupt it, ranging from protests outside, to phony buyers trying to bid up the price inside, to the release of 10,000 crickets on the auction house floor, which did manage to clear the house, but only temporarily. Eventually the title was passed to an anonymous purchaser who, despite the city's efforts to protect his identity, was soon revealed to be one Greg Singer, a small-time property developer from the Upper West Side. Singer was now technically the owner of the building El Bohio, and Charas merely his tenant. He immediately moved to evict, but this was difficult. His hands were tied by a restricted use covenant that allowed the building only to be used for community facility use. As a result, in order to expel Charas, he had to demonstrate that he had lined up new tenants who were also going to use the building for cultural or public service-related purposes. The legal problem from his perspective, then at least, until a prolonged process of appeals and legal skirmishes was finished, was to find a legitimate cultural institution willing to lease the building, even if they knew that doing so would mean evicting a neighborhood community center. This was almost impossible, but it meant that the entire activist community that used Charas was subject to instantaneous Singer alerts. The new landlord was obliged to announce visits with prospective tenants 3 hours in advance, so Charas would then send a message immediately over activist listservs, as well as their own phone trees, calling everyone available to dash down to the yard in front of Charas for an instant demo, grabbing signs left for the purpose in the Charas lobby. Explaining to the visitors, say, the pastor of some Harlem church needing a space for choir practice, or some charitable group looking for office space, what was actually going on. This approach was certainly effective. Singer never did find a legitimate tenant willing to displace Charas. But eventually he succeeded in driving Charas out by other means. After a trial in which a jury ruled unanimously in favor of Charas and against Singer, another judge who we all assumed must have been bribed, though, of course, we cannot prove it, voided the results on the grounds that the matter should never have been brought before a jury to begin with, and simply handed the property over to Singer. Local squatters were prepared to launch a major occupation and defense, arguing that every building given up without a fight emboldens the city to move on another one, but the Charas people ended up vetoing the plan, on the grounds that, as a community organization, their only chance of acquiring another space depended on maintaining some kind of relations with the city, and that a pitched battle would certainly make this impossible. Therefore, after Allergelli ceremonial lockdown, the building was boarded up, and at time of writing 5 years later remains empty, since its new landlord has still been unable to find anyone willing to rent it, and has not yet acquired legal authorization to tear it down. Charas, the organization, remains homeless. In a real estate market like New York, the only alternative to occupation is to be dependent on the whim of some wealthy patron of fate, typified by the story of Blackout Books. Blackout was a collective, everyone who worked there was a volunteer. It was administered democratically and was quite successful in providing a friendly and welcoming environment for those interested in anarchism in the neighborhood. The problem was that the storefront itself was paid for by a wealthy older woman from the neighborhood, who paid the entire monthly rent. One day in 2000, the owner doubled the rent and the patron suddenly announced that she had always been a bit ambivalent about the project, since it made her, in her own way, complicit in the gentrification of the Lower East Side, and pulled out her support. Blackout had a month to create an entirely new funding base. Members of the collective tell me they probably would have been able to do so, despite the fact that the store itself certainly didn't make a profit. However, since this happened at a time of great internal dissension anyway over the relation of Blackout and the surrounding community, the effort ultimately fell apart. After about a year, Blackout re-emerged, in attenuated form, as Mayday Books, in the lobby of an avant-garde theatrical space called Theater for a New City on First Avenue, largely, again, because the woman who owns the theater was willing to indulge them with an only nominal rent. However, it is an institution, again, very much dependent on one person's whim. Their patron periodically becomes irritated by the way the bookstore functions as an activist hangout. There's pretty much always someone dropping by, reading, chatting, looking for events or information, and on several occasions has told them to pack their bags. So far, at least, such crises are usually resolved after a week or two, and those who had begun a panicked search for a new location feel they can settle down again. 47 Alternately, one can create one's own funding base. But this in itself tends to absorb a huge amount of activists' time and energies. The independent media center that opened over an Oriental rug importer on 29th Street between Madison and Park in 2000, was, like Blackout, at first dependent on a wealthy patron, in this case the publisher of a hacker magazine who had previously been using it as a hacker space and continued to pay the rent after the IMC moved in. Eventually, as always seems to happen, the owner doubled the rent and the patron withdrew his support. The collective managed to keep the space, but only at the cost of spending about a third of each meeting on funding issues and, eventually, taking advertising in their free newspaper and otherwise compromising many of their original principles. Another particularly telling space is ABC No Rio, as I mentioned, founded as an art space and squat in 1980, and given a tacit agreement with the city that they could maintain themselves as a community center if the occupants moved out. Almost immediately upon making this agreement, city inspectors arrived and declared that the building needed $80,000 worth of repairs to be up to code, and unless they could raise the money and carry out the repairs within 2 years, the building would be condemned, and ABC evicted. Punk shows and other benefits were held as far away as Poland to raise the money, but the result was, again, that a collective created to oppose capitalism, provide free services, and provide a general alternative to the cash economy, was forced to spend a very large part of its time on fundraising. Squatters regularly report similar stories. Even when they are legalized, building inspectors are far more stringent in their demands on the occupants than they ever are to surrounding abusive landlords. The loss first of Blackout, then of Charas, left the Lois Aida activist community dissented and homeless. Finding a space for large meetings during mobilizations became a continual problem. Still, the Lower East Side was never the only such cluster. Similar archipelagos of activist or activist-friendly centers and hangouts can be found in the upper 1920s, around the Independent Media Center office itself, another, rather different one, in Harlem, another quite extensive one, with social centers, squats, and community gardens, in the Bronx, another in Dumbo, and so on. But also all of them share the same sense of being enclaves under continual attack. That same precariousness, incidentally, is felt around other activist institutions as well. Pirate radio stations are spaces won from the FCC, they tend to be shut down. Even Pacifica, the most friendly media outlet, was under continual peril after the Christmas coup at the very end of 2000, when it was effectively taken over by a pro-corporate faction. Many members were purged and banned, and the remaining radicals mostly marginalized. It took 2 years of continual mobilization, direct action, lobbying, and propaganda to finally restore it to its original board. All free or even semi-free territory has to be defended. One result is to reinforce the somewhat untidy, impromptu feel of all the spaces. Everything is slightly unfinished, or in process of construction. It's partly an aesthetic, as we'll see, but it's partly also because almost everything in such spaces is in the process of either being captured or taken away. 3 parties. Having given some small sense of activist landscapes, let me conclude this necessarily rather schematic chapter by placing some people in them. What follows are, again, extracts from my notebooks. It's all taken from the same weekend in spring of 2001, at the conclusion of a prolonged strike by the employees of the Museum of Modern Art in Midtown. Dan's labor working group had played a large part in supporting the official UAW picket line with puppets, street theater, secondary blockades, and propaganda, and when the employers finally caved in, we felt it was as much our victory. The celebration was held in the union offices of another somewhat offbeat UAW local, the Musicians Union, in their offices at Midtown. Later many of us went off to a rumored rooftop rave in Queens, and the next day there was a Reclaim the Streets party, that is, not a street party, but a party put on by the RTS people, a fundraiser of some sort held not that far away, on 42nd Street. At the time I was in the habit of writing up summaries of just about everything that happened. The results might give a little sense of the texture and quality of such events. MoMA Victory Party. I arrive fairly late, at 10 p.m. Most of the food is gone. The room is littered with plates of potato salad, coleslaw, potluck salads in huge wooden bowls, a box that used to contain 6-foot heroes, pizza, beer. There's a band playing. Images of rats are everywhere. There's a rat piñata hanging, and another, plastic rat on the table. Rats are the universal effigy for strike actions in New York. Unions share several giant inflatable rats, the largest about 2 stories tall, that can be delivered to picket lines around the city. Most are, on any given day, in use somewhere. They are kept, at night, in a warehouse across the river in New Jersey. The MoMA strikers even had a strike zine called Rat Poison, here prominently displayed. The party, when I come in, is attended by perhaps 100 people, and many danced, perform a Train to Love train accompanied by whoops and joy. The setting, institutional. It reminds me pointedly of grade school. The same sorts of cheap tables and folding chairs. Church social rooms have them too, as do old radical spaces like the War Resisters League, or for that matter, Communist Party headquarters on 23rd Street, which is always offering itself for events and screenings, and which we sometimes use, if always with slightly embarrassment. I guess this defines cheap group space, minimal everything, folding tables, folding chairs, designs unchanged since the 1950s or 1960s. I don't know how many hours of my activist life I've spent stacking and folding chairs after meetings in churches and union halls. The celebrants' MoMA workers and their supporters varied wildly in shape and size, age, and background, from one tiny 50-ish lady who looked like a librarian to huge palookas, and hipster types all in black with fancy glasses. The union included everyone from painters to bookstore cashiers. The climax of the party was the destruction of the rat piñata, which they went after in the traditional way, with blindfolded partygoers hitting it with a stick. Much cheering. During the next train dance, one Asian guy was carrying the remains of the rat with him, thrusting it in the air in a gesture of conquest. The party didn't run too late. It had started around 6:30 p.m., I was told. Though the band only started up around 10, their set ran maybe an hour. It was one of those perfectly good cover bands which cover a huge range of stuff from Motown to reggae if they have to. That's the amazing thing about New York, notes Rufus. Even the bad bands here are good. Except, we agree, for those Teamsters with all the electric guitars on the float at the Labor Day parade. They were kind of awful. Afterwards, most of the hardcore activists are heading off for a rooftop party somewhere in Queens, not exactly a rave. According to Rufus information, the music is going to be more industrial. Clumps of 6 or 7 keep heading off for the subway. Around midnight I end up in a car mostly occupied by activists, a wide variety, too, ranging from anarchists to labor people to die-hard ISO. We get out in an industrial section of the city and follow someone named Alex, of the Lower East Side Collective, who had brought along a downloaded map. Rooftop party in Queens. The party is being held at the home of Jessica Rockstar, known to me mainly as a member of one of the eyewitness video teams that monitor police during actions. Her name is not actually Rockstar, but something quite similar, and someone had been telling me she'd actually changed it officially to Rockstar, since she feels she really ought to have been one. JR lives in yet another of those radical semi-industrial spaces so many direct action types seem to live in. The building is several stories high, in an area full of warehouses, parking for dump trucks, streets full of trucks and utility vehicles of one sort or another. On the way there, we pass several large manufacturing floors, presumably carpentry or light industry, with their lights still on and workers inside, even though it's shortly after midnight on a Friday night. Streets in this part of the city are wide, often ending in fences. Viewed from above, aside from revealing yet another beautiful Manhattan cityscape, there were nothing but huge, block-like, flat-top, warehouse/industrial spaces. This is quite far from the Navy Yards, but the buildings are of that same mold, with huge cinderblock massiveness, freight elevators, big blank hallways, occasional doors, heavy metal stairs. JR's building was 5 stories, with a couple of open doors. I assume our hostess lived in there somewhere. Alex's reaction, "Oh, didn't we do labor organizing out of here at some point?" There were Nader stickers on some of the blank walls, rather incongruous with their emphasis on green, since there was nothing growing anywhere. The roof was huge, a block's worth surely, and full of screens with mainly conceptual shapes and colors being projected on them, the sort of thing you see inside your eyes perhaps if you are on good drugs, but the drugs themselves were not much in evidence. There was officially a cover charge of $5, for which you get your hand stamped. "We're asking for a $5 contribution," said the woman with the nose ring, but as at any activist event, no one was turned away if they didn't have the money. There was also a bar featuring some sort of Brazilian cane drink, also for $5. The music, far from industrial, was actually rather sensual and even had an instrumental version of Ministry's Work for Love. At midnight, such parties are only really getting off the ground. The roof was half occupied, and Rufus and most everyone else I knew immediately went off to the roof's most dramatic feature, a high platform with extremely rickety stairs, which gave an even more panoramic view of the surrounding city. I hung around with a few friends scheming and plotting things, and waiting for JR herself to appear, though, in fact, rumors that she was out with a bad flu turned out to be true, and our hostess never materialized. It only got hopping around 2 a.m., and I left shortly thereafter, around the time the fire jugglers and fire eaters and people playing with flaming hula hoops and the like started up. According to Rufus, around 3 a.m., the crowd got much younger. Reclaim the Streets party. I arrive around midnight, with several friends. Chaz Hamma is an interesting space, an empty theater located smack in the middle of 42nd Street, in the epicenter of the city's one-time sex district, now a kind of marginal zone between the Disney theaters and development around Times Square to the west, and the New York Public Library to the east. There is, as usual, a story behind Chaz Hamma. It turns out there is a wealthy developer who has been systematically buying up every piece of property on the block, so as to rip everything down and put up a big high-rise or something. The problem is there's one shop whose owner refuses to sell, so they're forced to wait him out. Meanwhile, the developer's daughter is friends with some RTS folk, and, since no one is using the space anyway, convinced her dad to let them use it. I get the feeling that, for activists, the very emptiness and blankness of the space seems to appeal. There's a whole aesthetic of blank spaces associated with activist events. Much like in many of the rooms in Charas, that is, the ones not painted with colorful murals documenting key events of Latin American history. Everything is empty functionality, empty rooms with often black walls, full of very large objects that are dangerous to move around: booms, trestles, machinery, or, in other rooms, white rooms containing nothing at all. It is radically different than offices, or domestic spaces, where everything is essentially created for comfort or convenience or efficiency. Such spaces already suggest their use to you. These kind don't. If they're meant for anything, it's clearly something other than what they're being used for. The same is true of most of the objects one encounters here. Everything is what you make of it. It's putty. Just, usually, very large, heavy, unwieldy putty. Walking into Chashama that night, one first passes some kind of beached piece of a catwalk, also, an improvised little rock shrine that seems to have been used for a living theater production. The walls are painted black. Someone has marked out the space for a bandstand. There were several bands lined up, but most have finished. The headliners, German cars not American homes, are playing as I come in. The name would imply it's really a band made up for this event, since this party is raising money for an anti-car action in the village next week, though it's not really in the raver spirit you'd expect of RTS. Actually, they're almost a punk band. Some songs could have been by the Sex Pistols, others more straight rock and roll, but very hard driving. People are pogoing, bouncing, dancing frenetically, a lot of arms extended out towards the stage. I'd say perhaps about 100 to 150 people inside, but it's hard to say precisely, since it's a hot day, and since it only stopped raining half an hour before. Everyone is flowing outside, chatting up pedestrians, who in this part of Midtown are still flowing pretty much all night long. RTS folk hustle by periodically, looking vaguely official. The Reverend Billy, phony preacher and performance artist, who was officially a professor at the new school at the time, was bouncing around in costume during the set, dancing occasionally, waiting to go into character. Several of the billionaires for Bush or Gore were around, in high camp tuxedos and evening dresses. A few others were in costume, one guy in what I think was a kiss mask with a huge tongue, another with a fedora with a large flickering day-glow great white shark attached. Brooke was wearing a mask, one of those creepy white Italian-style Commute dell'arte masks, but it was atop her head the whole night and never actually put it on. Mostly, though, dress was extremely informal and unpretentious. When I came in, two activists, Simon and Brooke, were working a makeshift bar in the back, $3 beer on tap, rolling rock in bottles. As usual, they were no big sticklers for money, and it seemed like every third person was broke. On the other hand, maybe 1 out of 10 threw in some kind of extremely excessive tip, so all in all, the event seems to have been a money maker. There was also a spot to buy raffle tickets at $1 a shot. The main room itself was all dark, blank walls, except for the blue and red Christmas lights along the top. The hall that led off to the bathroom, however, was extremely brightly lit, bright and fluorescent, the walls covered with 8 1/2 by 11 hand-drawn cartoons and slogans ranging from beautiful works that seemed to be by professional artists, to 6-year-old stick figures. Mostly pro-party and anti-cop themes, though Veridedin sported a picture of a lovely mermaid, with the inscription "What I did on my summer vacation." I went to the mermaid parade despite the punk vibe from the band. The whole event had, I noticed, an extremely friendly, open atmosphere, especially when the music ended and we could actually talk. I say hello to Jessica Rockstar, finally feeling well enough to appear. She's showing off a new tattoo on her back, or actually, it's at present a sketch, the actual tattoo to be put in later in the week in the form of angel wings. They look like budding baby wings just starting to emerge from her back. She introduces me to a tall, Guido-ish fellow who explains he's just completed a musical album about A16. We fall silent as the Reverend Billy took the mic next to him. A short silent woman stood with a bucket of coupons, to advertise the action that upcoming Friday and then perform the main event of the night, a raffle of items donated by members of RTS or sympathetic neighborhood institutions from the Lower East Side. The Reverend Billy made an excellent MC. The raffle items included everything from DIY books to jazz CDs, some sustainably harvested firewood, a gift certificate to St. Mark's Bookstore, a pair of Amazonian feather earrings won by someone from the IMC, a bad haircut volunteered by some East Village salon, shiatsu sessions, and even more books. About half of them ended up being won by someone named Chuck who no one seemed to know, and since he wasn't actually there, ended up in a small pile by the stage. Inevitable wordplay, How does Chuck have all the luck, and who the fuck is Chuck? We ended with a sermon, Jimmy Swaggart style. Reverend B did his usual act, this time featuring some asshole from New Jersey in a big Lincoln Mercury who might see such an action, come back and see their car turned into a home for unwed mothers, and have to actually walk places and think about his life. The real high point, though, was the end when Kelvin, of the Dumba Collective, offered to auction off his clothes. Up till then, I'd known Kelvin, who looked rather like a long-haired David Bowie, as the extremely thoughtful and good-natured activist who usually manned the absinthe bar at complacent parties. "I have nothing except the shirt on my back," he announced, "but we can all give that." Kelvin explained that he was about to recite a rather long short story written by a French surrealist, the only surrealist, he noted, who had actually done something about the radical politics they all espoused and volunteered to fight with the anarchists in the Spanish Civil War as a spoken word, as Rev. B put it. He produced a book and began a reading. I'm not quite sure if he was reading in French or English actually, anyway no one was listening, because as soon as he did so, the Reverend began auctioning off his clothes. One sock came off first. I noticed he'd already put aside the shoes, which would be hard to replace, and then white shirt, t-shirt, pants, the other sock, boxers, until finally he was standing there in front of the microphone, reading, entirely naked. The Rev. B ended with, "How much do I hear?" to make him stop reading, which produced the largest bids of all. At this point Emily, a very pretty young cartoonist in a ridiculous schoolgirl get-up, with over-the-top bloomers, came out and auctioned the blouse and shirt, but giggled and ran away when someone started bidding on the bra. Then music DJ was already playing and scratching bits of some fundamentalist rant about a sinful strip in a big city as the Reverend Billy ended his act, which was techno but very bouncy, and fun in spirit. The performance ended, things started breaking up. Emily came on stage again a while later to announce that at 6:30 a.m., some famous photographer was conducting a mass nude photo shoot on 125th Street. Done a lot of major streets in New York filled with nudes by the end of the evening. I want to see most of us naked, but despite the fact that the stairs down to the lounge also said, lounge, clothing optional, the theme didn't really take off. Half an hour later even Kelvin was back in a red shirt and plaid pants that someone had donated, when I saw him standing on the street outside chatting with some activists who'd gone out to smoke. One thing that emerges from all this is the constant preference for places of construction or, sometimes, destruction, where the ordinary surfaces of life are either being patched together or torn down. Black blocks, as we'll see, have love of construction sites, and finding improvised uses for industrial fencing, dumpsters, and the like industrial environments. The idea seems to be, to couch the matter in appropriately situationist terms, to poke behind the spectacle and hover instead as much as possible around the grimiest, most unlovely places where the spectacle itself is produced, there to create one's own spectacles, perhaps, but collectively, transparently, in a participatory fashion without the split between backstage and onstage, between workshop and shop floor. That is the original form of all alienation. One anarchist lives in a squatted loft apartment over the workshop in which Star Wars action figures are produced. The place looks half like a factory, half like a stage set. 3 Dan veterans live in a loft amidst a row of warehouses, full of masks and elaborate costumes. Everything on the walls, or on display, can be taken down and worn. Another activist house is on an otherwise abandoned, overgrown street in Brooklyn between a lumber yard and a municipal parking lot, where school buses are tucked away. All these are things you're not normally supposed to remember even exist. Most rooms in Charas or Chas Hama are theaters where there is no formal stage, every place is stage and behind the scenes simultaneously. Colin Campbell 1987, once suggested that one reason bohemians have always hated the bourgeoisie is that the former see themselves as people who have abandoned comforts for the pursuit of pleasure, whereas the bourgeoisie are people who have done exactly the opposite. However glib, there is a kind of truth here. Campbell also argues that bohemians are, effectively, the avant-garde of consumerism, exploring new forms of pleasure that can be commodified in the next generation, and here I think he misses the point. The point is that this pleasure is, specifically, at the point of creation, the pleasure of destroying the very boundaries that categories like production and consumption create. Pleasure in production is never comfortable. But it often can feel all the more thrilling for that fact. Conclusion, with some notes on the ideological effects of government regulation. The global anti-capitalist movement that debuted, in the U.S., in Seattle at the very end of 1999, came at a very peculiar historical juncture. It was the time of the Washington Consensus, a moment of capitalism's complete ideological hegemony. During the Cold War, it was only opponents of capitalism who really called it that. Capitalism's proponents tended to prefer to talk about democracy or freedom, or private enterprise. It was only in the 1980s that capitalism began to dare to speak its name. 10 years later, in the wake of the Soviet collapse, it had achieved such an ideological power that its exponents were arguing that supercharged, free market capitalism was the only possible economic model for anything, and would remain so for the rest of human history. That the next great global social movement would define itself as anti-capitalist was in its way inevitable, as a movement of the first generation of young people brought up in a world without alternatives. It was literally all there was against which to rebel. Insofar as it became a revolutionary movement, it was not, demographically, fundamentally different from revolutionary movements of the past. As a result, it had to confront most of the same dilemmas. Before proceeding, let me summarize them. Such dilemmas, I think, exist even in moments of spontaneous insurrection, but they tend to become ever more salient the more long-term a revolutionary struggle tends to become. In any revolutionary movement, there will tend to be a tension between those who have the most resources with which to carry out acts of rebellion, and those who have the most reason to rebel. Often, as a result, the makeup of revolutionary groups tends to combine upwardly mobile children of working class or otherwise disenfranchised families, and downwardly mobile, often voluntarily downwardly mobile, children of the elite, since these two groups are most likely to produce individuals who both wish to see radical change, and have the social, cultural, and economic resources to be able to engage in effective long-term struggle. All this tends to exacerbate another, more conceptual, tension within any revolutionary movement, the degree to which it is inspired not simply by a rejection of the structure of a given social order, that is, the distribution of those things people want or need: wealth, honor, security, food, and so on, and what they have to do to get them, but a rejection of the standards that define what people ought to want. That is to say, tensions arise from the degree to which the movement is based in a broad rejection of existing standards of value. One can define alienation, in turn, as the subjective experience of this, what one feels when one's conception of value, of what one feels it is appropriate to desire from life, of what should be important or worthwhile in it, is radically out of sync with prevailing social standards. The problem here is always the tension between this sort of politics of alienation, and more immediate problems of oppression, radical exclusion from basic necessities, those means of existence that need to be to some degree guaranteed in order to be able to pursue any other forms of value to begin with. In the United States, these issues become infinitely more complicated, and often explosive, insofar as they inevitably become inflected by questions of race. Those who participated in this movement were first written off as naive utopians or flat-out lunatics. This is par for the course as well, though one might say the dismissal, this time around, has been much more absolute, and enduring, than usual, especially in the United States. Perhaps it's not surprising, considering the combination of the collapse of actually existing socialism and the fact that so many revolutionaries consider themselves anarchists. Still, I think we might do well to think about what it is that makes anarchism, and revolutionary dreams more generally, seem so unrealistic to non-anarchists. The ideological effect operates in a manner far more subtle than one would at first suspect. Ideology, it's often said, is at its most effective when it makes certain social arrangements, ones that might well be arranged differently, seem natural and inevitable. Insofar as the market, the state, or the patriarchal family, seem so obvious that anyone who suggests an alternative to them appears precisely like our revolutionaries, at best an unrealistic dreamer, at worst, insane, we are dealing with a classic ideological effect. And it's certainly true that capitalism has always been unusually effective at this game. It does so largely by defining itself not in terms of wage labor, or any relations of production, or for that matter even capital, but as simply a combination of private property rights and self-interested exchange. Both of these can then be posited as universal, indeed, natural phenomena. They combine the presumably natural desire to own things, and what Adam Smith 1776, famously called people's natural propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. Time cards and limited liability can thus be seen somehow as more complex emanations from this omnipresent base. Some of the power of this view can be gauged by the rhetoric one often heard after the fall of the Soviet Union, when analysts seemed to shift, within only a matter of months, from arguing that a command economy would never be able to enter the computer age, to arguing that an economy not based on the profit motive simply couldn't work, since it flies in the face of universal human dispositions, leaving one to wonder how the Soviet Union could ever have existed for 72 years to begin with. According to this logic, anarchism as a form of libertarian communism is not just unrealistic, it's contradiction in terms. Communism can only take the form of state control. Since any free economy will always take the form of a market, any attempt to create collective alternatives will either founder, since they fly in the face of human nature, or, alternately, have to end up being enforced by state coercion. It is assumed that state and market are opposite principles. This kind of argument can be traced back at least to the 19th century, back when it was called liberalism, and not yet neoliberalism, in authors like Herbert Spencer, who argued that the state would eventually dissolve away entirely, as it was replaced by free contractual relations based on market principles. Émile Durkheim 1893, long ago pointed out the fallacy here. Spencer's predictions were in no way borne out by the empirical evidence. In fact, he found that as free contractual arrangements increased in number, states actually became much larger. There had to be an endless elaboration of new legislation and administrative mechanisms to monitor and enforce them all, what he referred to as the non-contractual element in contract. Modern police forces, in fact, were created precisely in the heyday of the free contract nucleus 2000, and they were primarily concerned with the protection of private property, suppression of traditions of street mobilization and unruly forms of proletarian sociability, and even the regulation of the labor market. When one examines what really does create practical problems when anarchists try to start creating new society in the shell of the old, this is precisely what one finds. Certainly, there are always complaints about accountability issues, as activists like to put it, how to make sure volunteer workers actually show up for their shifts, or activists actually perform the tasks they volunteered for in a meeting. But I've never heard of a project like a cooperative bookstore, or a bicycle shop, collapsing as a result. Instead, the one thing the immediate, day-to-day experience of people trying to create alternatives really brings home is the degree to which almost everything, in America, is surrounded by endless and intricate government regulation. The coercive force of the state is everywhere. Most of all, it adheres in anything large, heavy, and economically valuable, in any valuable object, in other words, that cannot be simply hidden away, in cars, in boats, in buildings, in machinery. Let me provide a simple illustration. At one point in 2002, someone gave the NYC Direct Action Network a car. It was an old car that the donor had no real use for. He handed it over with all the appropriate papers in the glove compartment. We quickly discovered that a DAN car was basically a legal impossibility. In the eyes of the law, a car must have an owner. That owner is normally presumed to be an individual, not a collectivity. It is of course possible for a car to be owned by a collectivity, but that collective entity has to be one recognized by the state. This means that, unless the car is owned by the government itself or a foreign government, the collectivity has to be some sort of corporation. One could imagine Dan as a kind of non-profit corporation, but actually, to be legally recognized as a non-profit requires a great deal of paperwork. It also requires that one at least pretend to have a certain form of organization, with a director and various responsible parties willing to fill out the paperwork. Governments almost invariably insist the groups they are dealing with are hierarchically organized. The IMC, for example, encounters this problem all the time. One doesn't even have to be dealing directly with the government, one need only deal regularly with organizations that operate within the formal economy that the state monitors and regulates. In doing so, one immediately enters into a world where all collectivities are assumed to have certain positions, a president, a board of directors, an editor-in-chief. The same goes, actually, for any financial transaction that isn't carried out in cash. In order for it to be possible for potential contributors to write checks to Dan, for example, the group would have had to be entirely differently organized, at least on paper. At any rate, open-ended networks of activists cannot legally own cars. Of course one can just pretend. This is what the IMC does, and it is essentially what we did with the car. Technically, title was transferred not to Dan, but to one member of it, Moose, who thus became the point person for the Dan Car Working Group. But this made it much harder to manage the car collectively. In theory, there were two others in the working group as well. Still, everyone knew that, if Moose was not driving and the car was pulled over, paperwork would have to be produced, and, if the car was towed, which it quickly was, since the former owner had unpaid tickets, only Moose could get it out. This meant he had to front all the money, and that, in turn, meant the rest of us did, even though we did help to try to raise the money ourselves, tend to treat it more and more like his car. I should point out that none of this would have happened if someone had given Dan, say, a potted palm, or a bicycle, or even an expensive computer. No doubt there are on the books all sorts of similar laws and regulations concerning the ownership and transfer of books, computers, and potted palms, but they are so rarely enforced most of us have no idea what they even are, and for this there's a very simple reason. Books and potted palms and computers are relatively small, they are quite easy to hide. As a result, there's no way for the government to effectively regulate them. The fact that a car is large, heavy, and cannot be easily hidden, at least, if one is actually going to use it, means it can be continually monitored by a branch of the state whose job it is precisely to monitor cars, their speed, location, registration status, whether their driver is licensed, and so on, and enforce the endless very detailed laws that regulate such matters, laws which, I again emphasize, presume all sorts of things about what sort of social groups can and can't have legal standing. These rules are enforced by the threat of force. Armed representatives of the state can pull over your car at any time and check your papers, and if this happens, the occupants would not do well to talk back. If your car is towed, and you try to simply take it back without paying the fine, state representatives will use force to stop you. The fact that the Dan car turned into an immediate problem, and, after several months, was abandoned was not proof that egalitarian collectives cannot manage property. Human history is full of examples of egalitarian collectives successfully managing property. It is, in fact, much more a testimony to the immediate effectiveness of state violence in enforcing a certain vision of human possibilities. What is true of a car or boat is, of course, even more true of a building. There are endless regulations concerning how buildings can and must be maintained. Squatters invariably complain that the first thing city representatives do, if squatters do somehow win legal title to their building, is to send inspectors to demand every possible repair to keep the building up to code, demands which, these same squatters always point out, inspectors almost never demand of absentee landlords, no matter how loudly their tenants beg for them. Some of this work can, and usually is, taken on within the alternative economy. There are always squatter plumbers, or electricians, willing to contribute their services. Some of the materials can often be salvaged or reclaimed. But not all of them. The result is, as I mentioned above in the case of ABC no Rio, that one is plunged into the formal economy in a very traumatic way, and forced to spend much of one's time and energy on organizing benefit concerts, or fundraisers, or selling T-shirts, or otherwise raising money. But, again, this is in no way an effect of economic imperatives. It's an effect of threats of violence. If one did not comply, armed men would come and expel one from the building. If you sell a T-shirt, in turn, matters have to follow a certain legal form, because one has to levy sales tax. If you want to apply for grants, you need to register as a non-profit. What I want to emphasize here is the ideological effect. I will call it the reality effect. Government regulations essentially enforce a certain model of society, in which individual actors or hierarchically organized companies seek profits, and anyone who wishes to organize themselves differently around any sort of conception of common good needs to either be part of the state apparatus, or to register with it as a non-profit corporation. In theory, every aspect of civil society is so regulated. Basically, the only areas that are entirely off limits to this sort of regulation backed by force are communicative ones: speech, discussion in meetings, exchanges on the internet, etc. 48. As soon as one enters the world of material objects, regulations abound. And the larger, heavier, and more visible the objects, the more those regulations tend to be enforced. The obvious result is to leave people with the feeling that radical politics is unrealistic. It's all an ephemeral dream world that melts away the moment it hits material reality. As soon as it enters the real world, the world of large heavy things like buildings and machinery and so on, it all seems to be proved unrealistic. In fact, this is really just because heavy physical objects are so much easier to regulate. As a result, large, heavy, valuable objects tend to be surrounded by threats of physical force that back up a certain ideology of how people are expected to interact, and if they don't, they tend to be taken away from you. The objects that seem the most self-evidently real are in fact those most surrounded by forces and abstractions. To anticipate an argument I will make in the conclusion, consider for a moment some of the uses of the word real. One can speak of the forms of property that are easiest to regulate, the largest, the hardest to hide, therefore, the most effectively surrounded by the threat of violence, as real estate, real property as opposed to movables. Note that real property is in no sense more empirically real than movables. In fact, insofar as it involves complex abstractions like air rights, one might say that compared with, say, a tomato, it is decided less so. 49. But one can also talk about realpolitik, or political realism. In international relations, for instance, to be realist as opposed to an institutionalist, means proceeding from the assumption that nations will not hesitate to use force in pursuit of their own national interests. Once again, this has nothing to do with recognizing what we like to think of as empirical reality. Nations with collective interests are purely imaginary constructs. They become real when they threaten to send in the army. The reality one recognizes when one is being a realist is purely that of violence. Yet it's precisely that collapse of the effects of violence into the very apparent solidity of the object that produces the reality effect I'm talking about, and makes social alternatives seem so unrealistic. Abstractions like law and the state attach themselves, by threat of force, particularly to the largest, heaviest objects, the things that seem most empirically real. All this might make it possible to understand the anarchist love of industrial settings, construction sites, backstage spaces, and the like in a slightly different way. What's being detorn there, to use a somewhat bastardized version of the situationist expression, is precisely that reality effect, in order, I think, to propose another one, in which the ultimate reality is not the ability to deploy violence, the power to destroy, but rather, the power of creativity itself. I will return to this theme in the conclusion. Chapter 7. Meetings. In Part I I tried to give the reader some sense of how an endless chain of minor meetings can build first to mass convergence, then to mass actions. These meetings are important. In a way, they are more important even than the actions themselves, since actions involve confrontations with hostile forces, and meetings are pure zones of social experiment, spaces in which activists can treat one another as they feel people ought to treat each other, and to begin to create something of the social world they wish to bring out. This chapter is largely concerned with the New York City Direct Action Network. After a brief introduction to the notion of the affinity group and some related concepts, and some background on the history of NYC DAN, I'll outline DAN's internal process. Rather than map it out myself, though, I thought it would be more interesting for the reader to learn things more or less as I did, so I have reproduced the text of the first consensus/facilitation training I ever attended, held for new members of DAN in the spring of 2000. There follow some reflections on how the ideals of behavior lying behind consensus come to be defined. This is all the first half of the chapter, which maps out how consensus ought to work in principle. The second half of the chapter is about problems, difficult racial and gender dynamics, tensions related to social class, and other factors that almost invariably create strains in activist groups. Consensus process operates on a kind of institutionalized generosity of spirit. In a meeting with fellow activists, it is one's responsibility to give others the benefit of the doubt for honesty and good intentions. In most circumstances, this principle works remarkably well in creating actual honest and well-intentioned behavior. Where it falls short is precisely where it encounters what activists would call deeply internalized forms of oppression. Racism, sexism, class bias, homophobia, all these are forms of violence that are both seen as absolute evils, but also as so deeply internalized that one simply cannot expect people to police themselves. What's more, they tend to be entangled in one another in ways that make it very difficult to combat all of them equally at the same time. The centerpiece of the last part of the chapter, then, is an extended case study, drawn from an actual DAN meeting, illustrating just how difficult it can be to deal with such issues within the framework of a large, consensus-based group. It centers on efforts of the DAN Women's Caucus to try to create some mechanisms to control sexist behavior, but at the same time, on the strenuous opposition to their efforts by Dennis, a slightly crazy, very working-class DAN member. I end with some notes on the sometimes even greater problems that ensue when groups based on principles of autonomy and direct democracy have to engage, on an ongoing basis, with others that are organized on more hierarchical principles. Section I, Background. Affinity groups. I start with affinity groups since these might be considered the elementary particles of voluntary association. Essentially, they are just small groups of people who feel they share something important in common, and decide to work together on a common project. The term itself derives from the Spanish grupos de afinidad, which again, originally referred to clusters of friends. A common synonym was tertulias, groups of drinking buddies or young people used to hanging out together in cafes, but which in the 1920s became the basic organizational unit of the Spanish Anarchist Confederation, the FAI. When the first large-scale consensus-based groups came together during the anti-nuclear campaigns of the early 1980s, the base unit was always assumed to be affinity groups. According to the ACT UP Civil Disobedience Training Manual, affinity groups are self-sufficient support systems of about 5 to 15 people. A number of affinity groups may work together toward a common goal in a large action, or one affinity group might conceive of and carry out an action on its own. Sometimes, affinity groups remain together over a long period of time, existing as political support and/or study groups, and only occasionally participating in actions. 50 During an action, each affinity group has to allocate a certain number of roles. Within an affinity group, there are a whole range of different roles that its members can perform. A lot of these roles will be determined by the aim or raison d'etre of the AG, but could include a media spokesperson, to either talk to/deal with news media, a quick decision facilitator, first aid to take care of people that are hurt, a spokesperson to convey the affinity group's ideas and decisions to other AGS, a legal observer, and arrest support. 51 The minimal version I learned in DAN trainings held that at the very least, there should be 1, a facilitator to organize group decision making. 2, someone who had gone to at least 1 medical training. 3, someone who had gone to a legal training. The legal person ordinarily does everything possible to avoid getting arrested, so as to be able to keep track of everyone else. It's the legal person who also keeps the list of who will need someone to feed the cat if they're arrested, who needs someone to lie to their boss, and so on. In addition, one might have someone to handle supplies, communications, or other needs, and finally, a spoke. The spoke speaks for the group in larger meetings, for example, when affinity groups form larger clusters, or, of course, in spokes councils. The latter, held before large actions, can often involve thousands of people, far too many to allow everyone to speak. A spoke is not, however, a representative. Normally, spokes do not have the power to make decisions in the group's name, they are conduits for information. Hence, at a spokes council, while empowered spokes sit in the center in a great circle, the rest of the affinity group is expected to be on hand, whispering back and forth to one another, and eventually, conveying instructions. In principle, the spokes are quite literally like the spokes of a great wheel. When affinity groups endure from action to action, they become hard to distinguish from collectives, minimal groups that operate on egalitarian terms. There are, certainly, groups that play both roles, that during most of the year work as media collectives, or support groups, or pamphleteers, or feminist projects, and then show up at actions as affinity groups. There are also affinity groups that exist just as networks of friends during most of the year, but can be mobilized at important moments. There were 2 such affinity groups in New York DAN, for instance, the Flying Squirrels for Freedom and the Subway Liberation Front. Arguably, 3, if one includes Harper's Ferry, though the latter was largely based in the New York IWW. In this chapter, I am not going to be talking much about meetings of such relatively small and intimate groups, often seen as more informal and organic than groups like DAN. But neither am I going to dwell much on spokes councils. The reader has already got a sense of those in part. I will be focusing on DAN, an attempt to create a more permanent structure along the same lines. From the very beginning, DAN was racked by uncertainties as to exactly how that could be done. Should DAN take the form of a permanent spokes council for existing collectives and affinity groups, the convergence model, or should it have meetings open to everyone, and its own working groups? Was it a network of groups or a group in its own right? None of these questions were definitively resolved. DAN always remained a little bit of both, and therefore, its structure was always something of a problem. The rise and fall of continental DAN. On the face of it, the attempt to create a continental direct action network seems an obvious failure. The idea of creating a continental network of direct action groups arose in a heady burst of enthusiasm, after the startling success of the WDO actions in Seattle in November 1999. Over the course of the next year or so, the network grew apace. But DAN quickly began losing many of its most enthusiastic early members after a frustrating series of less successful actions, and, within a few years, it had effectively dissolved. This is the obvious way to tell the story. There is, however, another one. When I first got involved with DAN, almost everyone emphasized that they didn't expect the group to be around forever. DAN was not, itself, going to bring about a revolution. Rather, most insisted that DAN existed to disseminate a certain vision of direct democracy, to provide a model of egalitarian decision-making processes that would eventually become standard practice for everyone interested in directly confronting the state and capitalism. Once it had done so, there would be no reason for DAN to exist. In a sense, this is precisely what happened, and much more rapidly than anyone anticipated. Within 2 or 3 years, DAN, as a formal entity, was gone, but in another sense it was everywhere, since at least among direct action-oriented group, some version of its model of organization had become pretty much universal. The idea for the original Direct Action Network actually came from a ruckus camp, an activist training camp in 1999, and it was created to coordinate what was then referred to as N30, the actions against the WDO ministerial held in Seattle on November 30, 1999. The Ruckus Society, which organizes these camps, is an NGO, but it's a very unusual one that specializes in training young people in the techniques of nonviolent civil disobedience and direct action. 52 It organizes camps before almost any major mobilization, usually in some obscure, beautiful, forested place, with trainings on everything from how to perform banner drops to overcoming forms of unconscious racism. At this camp, an idea emerged for a decentralized network that would coordinate the various affinity groups expected to take part in N30 along directly democratic lines. The model worked so well that even before the action, some were suggesting keeping it up in some form afterwards, but in the immediate aftermath of the actions, this proved hard to talk about because so many of the key figures were in jail. Those still outside threw together a somewhat haphazard interim body, charged to spend the next 3 months working with their local groups to develop a proposal for a future continental DAN that would operate under the principles of non-hierarchy, decentralization, local autonomy, and direct democracy. 53 It was made up of 12 regional spokes who went home, consulted with their local groups, engaged in weekly conference calls, and then finally returned to Seattle in late February 2002. Draft a CDAN charter. 54 The big question, at first, was whether this would be a means of communication, or a real decision-making body. Many felt the latter would mean infringing on local group autonomy. Others insisted that, as the CDAN webpage put it, we should put all our efforts into constructing a model for what a truly decentralized, confederated, directly democratic organization could be like, and that was particularly important to demonstrate this could be done on a continental scale. That was the view that won out, with the proviso that all initiatives were to come up from the locals, and any local group was free to withdraw at any time. So CDAN was to function as a kind of spokes council. This, in turn, raised the question of principles of unity, since technically, members of a group could block proposals on the basis of those principles. Here the spokes came up with a list essentially modeled on the People's Global Action (PGA) hallmarks, and, like them, carefully crafted to embody anarchist principles without, however, ever referring to any particular political ideology. The idea was to leave things maximally open, so as to be able to maintain the broad coalition between anarchists, particularly those of what I've been calling the small variety, environmentalists, NGO, and labor activists that had proved so effective in Seattle. Everything was thus kept intentionally brief. Continental DAN mission. We are a continental network committed to overcoming corporate globalization and all forms of oppression. We are part of a growing movement united in common concern for justice, freedom, peace, and sustainability of all life, and a commitment to take direct action to realize radical visionary change. Continental DAN Principles of Unity. DAN adopts the following principles of unity inspired by and derived from those of the International People's Global Action Network. A rejection of neoliberal politics and institutions which promote socially and environmentally destructive globalization. A confrontational attitude toward undemocratic institutions, including governments and corporations in which capital is the only real policy maker. A call to nonviolent direct action, civil disobedience, and the construction of local alternatives by local people. An organizational philosophy based on decentralization, direct democracy, and local autonomy. A rejection of all forms of hierarchy, oppression, and exploitation. A commitment to working in solidarity locally and internationally to build a popular movement for radical social change and global justice. PGA, however, was, as Olivier de Marcellus pointed out in Chapter 1, an extremely loose network. It had to be, being made up of groups that were not only scattered across the globe, but that ranged in size from tiny squatters' collectives in Barcelona, to organizations like the KRRS, with 10 million members. PGA, in itself, was little more than a set of principles, and a largely informal network of communications. DAN, being made up of units of approximately the same size and nature, could aim to become something more. The problem was that it was never clear there was anything, on a continental level, that really needed to be coordinated. Getting word out about mass mobilizations, or distributing images and literature, could be accomplished fairly easily via the internet. Transportation and the organization of convergence could be arranged by informal networks that already existed. The dozen or so spokes who participated in the bi-weekly CDAN conference calls soon came to realize that, except when new groups wanted to join the network, there really weren't any decisions that needed to be made. CDAN was an organizational experiment that existed mainly for the sake of its own existence. Or, to put it more graciously, its purpose was to put a name and organizational identity on informal networks that would have operated just as well without one. And it soon became clear that name was a very mixed blessing. Granted, the name DAN had absorbed much of the prestige of the actions in Seattle. But even this brought problems. Seattle DAN had coordinated a complex series of blockades and lockdowns involving 5,000 or 6,000 activists, all of whom had agreed to a code of nonviolent conduct that was widely posted at spokes councils and convergence centers. Even in Seattle, though, there were those who didn't agree with this definition of nonviolence, or who objected to the notion of some group claiming the authority to impose a code of conduct to begin with. Several hundred anarchists, many drawn from West Coast collectives and affinity groups that had been involved in tree sits and other environmental campaigns in the region, refused to attend the DAN spokes councils and became the core of the famous Seattle Black Bloc. On the second day of the action, after the meetings had been effectively shut down by blockades, and the police began attacking the blockaders, the Black Bloc began a campaign of targeted property destruction. Starbucks and Citibank windows were smashed, Nike Town invaded. Images flashed around the world. In the media, the moment windows started breaking, the lockdowns and blockades basically disappeared, so that the Black Bloc actions, which began only well after the police had started beating, gassing, and pepper spraying the DAN affinity groups, became, retroactively, the justification for everything the police had done beforehand. DAN spokespeople complained indignantly to the press that they had nothing to do with the bloc, and even openly condemned the vandalism. Some even claimed they had pointed out Black Blockers to police for arrest. As one might imagine, the situation led to all sorts of vituperation and resentment between activists. In what became the standard media version of the event, the Black Bloc became the anarchists, represented as a violent fringe from Eugene, Oregon, looking forward to the complete destruction of technological civilization. DAN or similar groups essentially disappeared, merged into nonviolent protesters presumably marching around with signs. All of this obscures what was really a quarrel between anarchists about the definition of nonviolence. The Black Blockers were, in effect, proposing that violence should be defined as causing harm or suffering to living creatures. By this standard, trashing an owner-operated cafe might arguably be defined as violent, since it undermined the owner's livelihood, but trashing a Starbucks could not. Many made this argument quite explicitly. Many on the other side, including such nationally known figures as Medea Benjamin of Global Exchange and pagan anarchists like Starhawk, either took issue with the logic, or argued it was irrelevant. The public sees property destruction as violent, it gives the police justification to attack everyone indiscriminately, and it allows the media to focus incessantly on images of destruction and ignore the actual message the protesters were trying to convey. Defenders of Black Bloc tactics replied that this is not a zero-sum game. Were it not for the property destruction, the media would not have reported the event at all. Spokesman for Seattle DAN accused the Black Bloc of violating solidarity by refusing to take part in meetings or abide by the agreed-on code of conduct. Black Bloc activists argued that they had never agreed on the code of conduct to begin with, and accused pacifists of the outrageous lack of solidarity of turning them into the police. Arguments about property destruction, in turn, came to stand in for a host of other questions, mainly questions about organizational autonomy. One can see this quite clearly by looking at what happened within DAN itself. The DAN chapters operating in different cities soon came to be classified into two broad tendencies, anti-corporate, or anti-capitalist. The former tended to be more reformist in orientation, more oriented towards the civil disobedience tradition and suspicious of more militant styles of direct action, more interested in appealing to the middle classes around concepts like fair trade and green consumerism. The latter were more explicitly anarchist and revolutionary. The most prominent examples of the former tendency were Seattle DAN and LA DAN, both of which continued to be dominated by NGO activists or, anyway, included many who straddled the line between the NGO and anarchist worlds. As a result, they tended to maintain a hostile attitude towards militant tactics, arguing they would alienate potential allies like labor groups or communities of color. Often they took active measures to keep black blocs away from their actions. A number of allied groups that were not formally part of the DAN network, such as Mobilization for Global Justice Mob GLOB, in Washington, D.C., or the New England Global Action Network NEGAN, had much the same composition and took much the same attitude. The vast majority of groups that were within the DAN network, however, including NYC DAN, the Philadelphia Direct Action Group PDAG, San Francisco and Humboldt County DAN, Chicago DAN, and many others, were plainly anti-capitalist. They had little NGO participation, but were made up instead mainly of independent activists and members of local anarchist collectives for the most part, anarchists of the small A variety. In pretty much every case, these anti-capitalist branches ended up accepting the Seattle Black Bloc's definition of nonviolence and, often, working closely with collectives that favored Black Bloc tactics. On the East Coast, especially, many of the tensions coming out of Seattle were patched up over the course of the next three major mobilizations. During the April 16 blockades of the IMF and World Bank meetings in Washington, organized by DAN, there was a huge Black Bloc, the Revolutionary Anti-Capitalist Bloc, of perhaps 2,000 people. They didn't participate in the DAN Spokes Council, but at their own spokescons on a policy of avoiding property destruction and supporting the DAN lockdowns. 55 The bloc spent most of the time building barricades and confronting police. During the actions against the Republican Convention in Philadelphia on August 1, there was at least tacit coordination. The bloc, here dubbed the Revolutionary Anti-Authoritarian Bloc, agreed to draw off police attention by moving through one part of the city while lockdowns, organized by DAN and a coalition of other groups, were being set up in another. The inaugural protests in January 2001 proved another milestone. On discovering that the Justice Action Network JAN, a local DC group hastily thrown together for the protests, was not planning for any direct action at all, most members of the New York and Philadelphia branches of DAN ended up abandoning their erstwhile allies and joining the Revolutionary Anti-Authoritarian Bloc, which crashed through the barricades surrounding the presidential parade route and briefly stopped Bush's motorcade during what was afterwards dubbed the Battle of Naval Memorial. Similar things were happening on the West Coast. While groups like Global Exchange and the Ruckus Society, essentially NGOs which, like Greenpeace in an earlier day, were willing to employ direct action when they felt it tactically appropriate, continued to isolate themselves by publicly condemning property destruction as violence, a position that, if nothing else, they were forced to take so as not to alienate their funding base. Starhawk and others associated with the Pagan Cluster, an autonomous group, gradually established a tacit alliance with local black blocs. By the time of Quebec, in early 2001, the anti-corporate DANs had essentially disappeared. Still, in the eyes of most black bloc-style anarchists, the name DAN was indelibly tied with those condemning property destruction in Seattle. No matter what positions DAN activists took, the name was viewed at best with suspicion, often with hostility, within the hardcore squatter scene, or those who had long since been working with info shops and food not bombs or similar projects, and who, often as not, saw the DAN activists as media-happy upstarts with their cell phones and their laptops, as one put it, elbowing their way into an established scene. 56 This was the real danger, I think, with trying to put a name on informal networks. In direct action circles, named groups have a tendency to accumulate bad associations. Many see any effort to formalize networks or coalitions as attempts to create a de facto leadership structure, to put certain individuals in a position to speak for the group and take credit for others' actions or achievements. Even those who don't see things this way tend to adopt a system of moral accounting whereby it's extremely difficult for groups to accumulate credits, and easy to accumulate debits. The same thing happened when Dan tried to establish alliances with radical groups based in communities of color. Insensitive, obnoxious, or racist behavior by individual members tended to be angrily remembered, and identified with Dan as a group. Dramatic acts of solidarity and self-sacrifice tended to be remembered as acts of particular individuals. Over time, then, the name became a liability. Since there was little reason to maintain the network, by late 2001, CDAN effectively collapsed. Most of the local DANs were to follow suit soon after or, more often, go back to being the largely informal networks from which they arose. About New York Dan specifically. For most of the 1980s and 1990s, the greatest energy in the direct action scene in New York City was around the AIDS crisis. By the end of the Reagan years, ACT UP was holding weekly meetings with hundreds of participants, and engaging in a whole range of actions across the city: protests, sit-ins, lockdowns, banner drops, and so on. In the 1990s, New York also saw one of the major national chapters of Love and Rage, a project to create a nationwide revolutionary anarchist network, built up largely around a weekly newspaper of the same name. Like so many such groups, Love and Rage fell into internal conflicts and eventually dissolved over issues of white privilege in 1998. By early 2000, ACT UP was a shadow of its former self. Love and Rage was gone. 57 The people who came together to become the core of DAN were mainly drawn from newer groups like Reclaim the Streets RTS, the Lower East Side Collective, and, to some extent, the New York Industrial Workers of the World IWW. The first was a loose collective inspired by a very famous PGA-affiliated group of the same name active in London. In the UK, RTS came out of the convergence of anti-road campaigns with the rave scene, and was famous for organizing wild street parties, blockading highways, and otherwise organizing around the broader theme of the reappropriation of public space. In New York, RTS had been born from the Lower East Side Collective in 1997. It had its main base in artsy, bohemian circles in Williamsburg, and had already organized several smaller-scale illegal street parties of its own. RTS, in turn, overlapped with Time's Up, a group that organized monthly critical mass bicycle rides. The Lower East Side Collective had been especially active in the defense of community gardens and other campaigns against gentrification. The Wobblies, in turn, were more working class in background and orientation, and aimed to organize workplaces, though, compared to the West Coast, they were relative newcomers, still at the time engaged in an ultimately fruitless campaign to unionize Borders Books. 58 In other words, the people who became the core of NYC DAN were not, for the most part, drawn either from the NGOs that had mainly concerned themselves with issues of global neoliberalism up to that time, or from the network of explicitly anarchist institutions, centered on the squatter scene, blackout books, Food Not Bombs, and so on, that had existed in New York at least since the time of the Tompkins Square riots in the late 1980s. This is not to say that representatives of either were not interested in the project, especially at first. The original circular, sent out on all New York activist listservs, read: Join the NYC Direct Action Network. January 31, 2000, 20:45 PST. Here's an email announcement to copy and forward to your lists. Please forward far and wide. Building on the successes of the World Trade Organization protests in Seattle, a diverse coalition of New York City activist groups are coming together in mutual aid. We are creating a network to support each other's movements and facilitate mass mobilizations on a diversity of issues, beginning with actions on April 16 to 17 against the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. The first meetings were extraordinarily widely attended, with just about every radical group or collective taking part. The initial vision was for DAN to act as a kind of broad umbrella group, bringing together everything from food not bombs to radical queer support groups. One of the first big debates, in fact, was about whether to run DAN itself on a spokes council basis. Since this was not an organization but a network, Brooke and others proposed that DAN general meetings should consist only of a gathering of empowered spokes from working groups and existing collectives. Others felt that would make it impossible for DAN to fulfill one of its most obvious functions, of providing a place for new people to connect to the activist scene and plug into collectives and working groups to begin with. Bob, who had a long experience with ACT UP, instead proposed some kind of variation on ACT UP's mass meeting or general meeting approach, which, he wrote in an email at the time, worked quite well even in the late 80s when our meetings drew 500 to 800 people weekly. The keys to success, I think, are threefold. 1. Vigorous working groups that hash out most of the strategies, and only have to bring them to the group for broad political buy-in or rejection or modification or additions. 2. Strong facilitation of mass meetings, and 3. Sticking to agreed upon time limits at meetings. And of course a spirit of trust and goodwill about consensus decision-making. This was the model eventually chosen, and something similar was chosen in most of the other cities where DAN sprung up. It worked quite well for the two things DAN was best suited to do to help organize mass mobilizations, and to disseminate a certain model of democratic process, but it ensured that NYC DAN would, over time, look less and less like a network and more like an organization. Nonetheless, it always combined elements of both. Membership was open. Anyone could show up at DAN general meetings, which were held every Sunday at Chara's. From there, new people could be channeled to working groups that reflected their interests. While the full list of working groups varied over time, the basic list ran something like this. Nuts and bolts took care of everything required for meetings, finance kept the treasury, organized fundraising events, communications kept up the web page and listserv, outreach prepared pamphlets, posters, propaganda, legal consulted on various legal issues surrounding protests, Continental DAN, a team of rotating spokes who took part in the bi-weekly conference calls and did the ongoing work of writing and rewriting the charter. Labor Solidarity Working Group was made up of a core of about a dozen activists who met at ABC No Rio. DAN Labor, as it was generally called, was an effort to maintain the Turtles and Teamsters alliance established at Seattle by providing support for strikes and other union campaigns. There were many opportunities for this, since what unions are and are not legally allowed to do is carefully regulated. Unions are forbidden, for example, to threaten secondary boycotts or establish picket lines against those who supply or contract with struck firms, but there's no way to prevent a completely independent group like DAN Labor from doing so. In addition, DAN provided support for strikers, for example providing puppets and street theater for rallies, parades, and picket lines. Some active members were also involved in the IWW or ISO, almost all were of working class origin. Police and Prisons Working Group, a group of roughly similar size, that worked largely to support campaigns by community organizations and activist groups around the city that were largely made up of people of color, and campaigning against police brutality and what was referred to in activist circles at least as the prison industrial complex. The group itself was entirely white, and like DAN Labor, saw its role as providing resources to campaigns initiated by others, in this case, trying to use the fact that white activists were able to use direct action tactics with far less risk of arrest than their allies, owing to the very systemic racism they were campaigning against. There were other groups that organized around particular ongoing campaigns: the World Bank Bonds Group, the Genetically Modified Foods Campaign, among others, but these were minor or short-lived in comparison. Finally, at any given time, there were any number of other campaigns of the moment, starting with the attempt to shut down the IMF/World Bank meetings in April 2000, NYC DAN's original raison d'etre. A16 was considered a mixed success. It wasn't a spectacular, knockdown victory like Seattle. The meetings were not shut down. But it was a huge and successful mobilization that left everyone feeling the movement was effective and growing, alliances were being built, and moreover, it succeeded in making a national issue of the role of international financial institutions that most Americans had until then not even been aware of. Things grew trickier when CDAN decided, soon afterwards, to plan symmetrical actions in Los Angeles and Philadelphia, against the Democratic and Republican national conventions. This involved alliance building, and Dan soon found that its chosen allies, Student Liberation Action Movement, based in Hunter College, and the Mumia Coalition, had very different ideas about the political focus of the actions. CDAN had originally conceived the idea of simultaneous actions against the Republican and Democratic conventions as a way of highlighting the inherently undemocratic nature of the American electoral system of challenging, in fact, the very definition of democracy its allies had more immediate concerns. In the end, after a good deal of tension and infighting, NYC-DAN agreed that the Philadelphia actions would be aimed at focusing public attention on the U.S. prison industrial complex. DAN's allies also did not want to organize under the rubric of DAN, an overwhelmingly white group, so in theory the actions against the RNC in Philadelphia were carried out by a newly invented entity called the August 1st Coalition, after the proposed day of action. The actions themselves were a mixed success, and in media terms, something of a disaster. While in Seattle and Washington, it was almost impossible to get the mainstream media to explain why we were protesting, the actions had the effect of making an issue out of the very existence of institutions the WTO, IMF, World Bank that most Americans had not even known about. In effect, it was enough to point. In Philly, even pointing didn't work. Despite the efforts of a very experienced media team, we couldn't even get the press to mention phrases like prison industrial complex. Quite a number of activists dropped out, after Philly, over issues of racism. Quebec led to problems too. While the actions in Quebec itself were a spectacular success, very few New Yorkers got to them, and Akwesasne was a disaster that left all sorts of recriminations over what had gone wrong. At this point, DAN was no longer a network, it was a group that initiated coalitions. Then came September 11th, it, of course, shocked the activist community in New York itself more than anywhere. Activists had to deal with the same grief and paranoia that other New Yorkers did, with the added fear that their movements were about to be systematically suppressed by a new national security state. By the time of the actions hastily thrown together against the World Economic Forum, held in the Waldorf Astoria in Midtown Manhattan a few months later, there were, in fact, two different coalitions initiated largely by DAN members, one called Another World is Possible AWIP, which ended up organizing the march, and the Anti-Capitalist Convergence ACC, the more radical group which planned the largely abortive direct actions. At this point, DAN, much shrunk in size, had become essentially a hub of activists who knew how to create larger coalitions, and didn't even aspire to be a network embracing every aspect of organizing in the city. It soon fell into kind of terminal crisis over its status. Was DAN a group? Was it a more limited network? Should it return to its original vision? There were some groups CLAC, in Montreal, for example, who weathered the crisis by returning to the spokes council model that DAN had rejected at the very beginning. Many members of NYC-DAN were pushing for something along these lines, but ultimately, their arguments did not carry the day, in part because the real core of DAN was, at that point, not in the working groups but in DAN General, which became a kind of pool of activist resources, legal, organizational, media skills, and so on. In late 2002, first police and prisons, then labor, fell into crisis and dissolved themselves, and, by early the next year, DAN itself no longer formally existed, though it was, essentially, the same people who played the key roles in putting together almost all of the most radical peace coalitions, international solidarity groups, and radical protest groups in the years that followed. DAN, as a model, had indeed spread everywhere. Section 2, Process. Consensus and facilitation. Let me turn now to some of the ethnographic baselines, meeting dynamics, consensus, and the art of facilitation. As promised, I will begin with the first facilitation training I myself attended, in the spring of 2000. This was a DAN training. Since DAN continually rotated facilitators, it was felt everyone in DAN should at least be capable of playing that role. The crew consisted of 3 trainers, Mac and Leslie, the 2 Toronto natives who had been with NYC DAN since its inception, and Jim, a 40-ish activist then working with Hudson Valley DAN, along with about a dozen activist trainees. All were relatively recent DAN recruits, ranging from Chris, a 17-year-old punk guitarist, to Nat, a woman in her 70s, long active in Marxist groups, who had become increasingly involved in anarchist ones over the last few years. Everyone had at least some experience with consensus process, and was familiar with at least some of the theory behind it. Facilitation training, Charas El Bohio, Sunday, May 21, 2000. We start with a go-round where everyone, the 3 trainers and 8 or 9 trainees, summarize their own experience with consensus, which ranges from working in food coops or cooperative bookstores to direct action training at A16 or observing spokes councils in Seattle. You never know, Jim observed, when you might be in a situation that requires knowing how to facilitate, especially in smaller groups. There are some people who are just naturally good facilitators, but anyone can learn to do it, and, if nothing else, it's not fair to expect the same people to have to do it all the time. Leslie explains the agenda, pointing to a sheet on butcher paper taped to the wall. Agenda 1. Introduction and experience 10 min. 2. What works and what doesn't 20 min. 3. Consensus, what is it, 20 min. 4. Facilitation tools 30 min. 5. Role play 10 min. 6. DAN agenda 20 min. 7. Feedback open. Mac, I thought maybe we should start explaining why we're organizing the training this way. We've kind of based our approach on popular education models where the idea is first you build a common analysis of how all of us see something, in this case, consensus, and then try to put that analysis into effect. Leslie, that's the idea, anyway. We'll see if it actually works. Mac, then the model of how to do a workshop, we got from this book. He hands out photocopies. Actually, we've never done this before, so it's kind of an experiment. If it doesn't work, we can always try something else. What works? What doesn't? Jim, okay, so, shall we start by asking people to talk about particularly effective forms of consensus decision-making they've observed, moments or approaches or techniques they thought worked really well, and what they liked about them? Then later we can move on to things that didn't work so well. Neela, I really like it when you take a little time at the beginning of a meeting to get to know each other. In a lot of meetings, everyone just jumps into the matter at hand, and there's no way to set people at ease with each other, establish a sense of mutual peace, begin to develop the sense of a group mind. Jim, so you're saying an icebreaker of some sort? Krista, yes, whether it's a listening exercise, where everyone pairs off and one is supposed to talk for 1 minute about something that's been on their mind a lot that day, and the other isn't allowed to say anything, but just has to listen and then they switch off. Or something silly, like when everyone goes around in a circle and says what kind of animal they'd most like to be. Sarah, or if it's people who don't know each other, just why they decided to come to the meeting. Neela, or what they'd like to see come out of it. Leslie has a blank sheet with work/doesn't work at the top, and a magic marker, which she is whimsically waving in the air. She stops and writes icebreakers. Sarah, I really like brainstorming sessions. What do you call it? Popcorn. When you set aside 10 minutes when everyone gets to just call out ideas, whatever comes into their heads, no matter how stupid or ridiculous, and no one is allowed to comment on or criticize them, but can only call out one of their own. It's times like that when I felt I've really been in the presence of a group mind, well, especially when after the brainstorming session, you can actually start to patch together a proposal that brings all the best ideas together. Mark, restating proposals. I can't tell you how many times I've sat through a 10-15-minute argument and it turned out that the only reason people were arguing is because they didn't understand what was actually being proposed. People keep raising all sorts of concerns and objections that end up proving completely irrelevant once they're reminded of the actual wording of the thing. Leslie, pen in hand, brow furrowed now, that's sounding like it might actually be for the what doesn't work column. What do you think? Krista, why don't we put it on both, losing track of the proposal on one side, restating on the other? She does. Walter, I think it's really useful when the facilitator steps in to remind everyone of their commonalities, whether it's the principles of the group, or the reasons we're trying to come to agreement on something to begin with. I've seen several times when it seemed everyone was at loggerheads over some minor point, or it was descending into some kind of stupid pissing contest, and if you have a skillful facilitator, they can step in to subtly remind everyone why they're all here in such a way the whole issue just melts away and seems stupid. Megan, or more generally, when the facilitator is able to make sure everyone stays in problem-solving mode rather than debate mode. Maybe you should write that. George, and while we're at it, when the facilitator remembers to clarify when they're speaking as facilitator, and when they're giving their own opinion. I think it's really important to have some phrase like "let me call on myself here" to show they're now speaking as a member of the group, not as the person conducting the meeting. Mac, and even that should be kept to the minimum. In Dan we always tell people that if they're going to be bringing a proposal before the group, they can't also facilitate that meeting. Krista, maybe that should be on the doesn't work side too when facilitators offer their own opinions. George, or don't make it clear they are not doing so as facilitator. Leslie, I'll just put it on both sides again. Jim, so I'm thinking maybe there's no point in dealing with good process first, then bad process. Maybe we should just run them both together, since that's what we're doing anyway. Before long we have created a fairly substantial 2-column list, with a particularly long list of potential problems: lack of time limits, people who like to hear themselves speak, biased facilitation, speculative discussions on what to do based on contingencies that never end up having any bearing on what actually happens, bad vibes, breakdown of trust, and a number of additional good process ideas, from maintaining gender parity among speakers to the importance of having someone around to greet and orient new people who don't understand the process. What is consensus? Mac, well, that was useful. Part of the reason we like to start that way is just to give us ideas about how to improve our own process in Dan. So, next we were going to talk a little bit about consensus, what makes it different from other forms of decision-making, particularly voting and majority rule. I'm going to start by throwing out the way that's most different for me, which is that consensus as process. Voting is just a way of making decisions. The fact that you end things with a vote doesn't necessarily tell you anything about the process that leads up to the vote, though usually it's some kind of formal debate, Robert's Rules of Order. Consensus is not just a way of coming to a decision, or, really, not even primarily a way of coming to a decision. It's a process. A way for people to deal with each other which puts the emphasis on mutual respect and creativity, and which tries to make sure no one is able to impose their will on others and that all voices can be heard. As a process, it's not even necessarily the most efficient way of coming to a decision. I guess most of us think, if we're involved with Dan, that it's the process that will be most likely to produce the wisest decision, but I'd actually say that even if sometimes it doesn't, it's more important to reach the decision through a truly egalitarian process than to come up with the absolute ideal course of action every time. Decisions can usually be changed later anyway. And there are times when I'd even say it might be better not to reach a decision at all. Now, there are as many styles of consensus as there are groups. Groups like Dan use a fairly formal process, though some groups use a much more formal one. Other Smaller groups are much more informal in their process. Jim, though you know the degree of formality doesn't only depend on the size of the group, it's also a matter of familiarity. I've seen pretty large groups who've known each other for years, and who are used to the process, who usually dispense with the formalities entirely. Leslie, also, we're not saying consensus is always necessarily going to be the best way to do things. Sometimes efficiency really is the most important. Say, the cops are coming right at you and you have to decide what to do. Or when there are a lot of working people who just don't have the time for long meetings. Or when you're working with allies with very different traditions. A lot of people of color groups are very suspicious of consensus. They see it as a white granola crunchy sort of thing, and in a situation like that, it would be really arrogant to insist it's the only way to go. Mac, and there are situations when consensus just won't work. When we were organizing homeless people in Toronto, we tried and tried. Meetings took forever, everybody stood up and made speeches, no one would respect the stack but they'd interrupt and argue with each other. George laughs. Sounds like a bunch of aging Marxists. Megan, or, actually, most anarchists who are over 40 or 50 years old. Sarah, oh, God, I was at the Brecht Forum at a meeting of the Libertarian Book Club last week and almost everyone there were older generation anarchists. And I couldn't believe it. Have these guys ever heard of process? Or even basic respect for other human beings? They were all jumping on chairs and cutting each other off, and at one point I swear two of them were literally screaming at each other. David, yeah, so now you know why I stayed away from anarchist politics for the first 38 years of my life. Mac, anyway, so in Toronto, finally we just gave up and adopted a different process. Leslie, so how shall I write down your point? Process versus decision? Mac, yeah, that's good. Anyway, sorry, I've been hogging the floor. Anyone else? Chris, well, I guess the idea of consensus is that it's a way of seeking commonality. You start by assuming everyone in the room probably has a somewhat different perspective, and you're not trying to change that, you're just trying to see if you can create some sort of common ground. Neela, also, it's supposed to be a process where everyone has an equal opportunity to participate in shaping the final decision. Unlike in majority voting, where you always end up with some alienated minority who voted against the proposal but then they just have to live with it anyway. Everyone has some input, a chance to suggest changes. Leslie is scribbling away. Jessica, though I think it's more than that. There have been times I've been at meetings and there's a proposal I didn't even like all that much, but over the course of the discussion, it became obvious that just about everyone else thought it was a really good idea. I found there's actually something kind of pleasurable in being able to just let go of that, realizing that what I think isn't even necessarily all that important, because I really respect these people, and trust them. It can actually feel good. But, of course, it only feels good because I know it was my decision, that I could have blocked the proposal if I'd really wanted to. I chose not to take myself too seriously. Leslie, so how would I write that down? Jessica, maybe, well, egoism. Consensus disempowers egoism. Something like that. Mac, great. What else? Nat, for me, the nice thing about consensus is that everyone has their brain turned on. I don't just go to sleep like I used to in most of the meetings I've ever been to because what I think actually can have some bearing on what's happening, at any point. Sarah, plus you have to actually listen to what other people say. David, actually, that's one of the things I really like about consensus process. In majoritarian politics, you're always trying to make your opponent's idea look like a bad idea, so the incentive is always to make their arguments seem stupider than they really are. In consensus, you're trying to come up with a compromise, or synthesis, so the incentive is to always look for the best or smartest part of other people's arguments. Chris, I'd write creativity. Some of the most beautiful examples of consensus I've ever seen have been when everyone seems at loggerheads. You have two different proposals and there seems no possible way to reconcile them. It's starting to look like the group's divided 50-50ths and everyone's starting to dig in their heels, and then, suddenly, someone just pops out with a completely new idea and everyone instantly is like, oh, okay. Let's do that then. Mac. Actually, that's a really important point because it's a common misunderstanding that consensus is mainly about compromise. So then critics will say consensus process means that when you do come to a decision, it always tends to come out kind of wishy-washy. That's not true. Sometimes it's about compromise. But it's also about leaving things maximally open to collective creativity, so sometimes instead of trying to reach a compromise you can just make up a completely new proposal. Megan, plus, you can come to decisions as radical as the group making them. And so on. At the end we spent a minute or two talking about the challenges and pitfalls, mainly the dangers consensus by attrition, when a determined minority tries to wear everyone else out, but most of these had already been laid out in the Doesn't Work section history Mac. I'll just do this briefly. Now, of course there are a lot of Native American societies who have been making decisions by consensus for thousands of years. In the United States, though, consensus process really goes back to the Quakers. It only began to be adopted by activist groups with the anti-war and anti-nuclear movement in the 1970s, which a lot of Quakers were involved with. There were sections of the civil rights movement that used consensus, SNCC did, but others, like the Southern Christian Leadership Council, didn't. SDS, and others active in the 60s anti-war movement, also used consensus to some degree. In the 1970s, feminists really changed and developed the idea. A lot of feminist groups adopted consensus as a kind of antidote to some of the more obnoxious macho leadership styles of the 1960s, and that's when the kind of consensus process we're using now really came into being. From there, it was adopted in the anti-nuke campaigns in the 1970s and 1980s, and became widely adopted in the environmental movement, particularly in radical environmental groups like Earth First. It's from there it really came to DAN. The labor movement does not use consensus. They use Robert's Rules of Order. Even though labor solidarity is a big part of DAN, that can create a cultural clash sometimes. Actually, in police and prisons we sometimes have the same problems because a lot of the groups we're working with are organized totally differently. Nat, so, one thing I've always wondered is, do we do things this way because we think it's the most effective, or is the idea that this is the way things will work in the future, that we're starting to create our dreams now? Jim, well, ideally, it should be a little of both. Sarah, but you say labor hasn't really embraced consensus. So, have there been any attempts to apply these ideas to organizing workplaces, or anything, I guess, other than planning actions or little co-ops and the like? Jim, it's certainly not unknown. The IWW have definitely done some experiments with collectivization, worker-run enterprises that, I'm pretty sure they operated by some kind of consensus process. And actually there are a fair number of nonprofits or even capitalist firms that use some version of consensus in their day-to-day operation. I've seen a list somewhere, it's actually surprisingly long. Everything from the U.S. Forestry Service to Saturn and Harley-Davidson and, of course, almost any large corporation in, say, Japan, operates by some kind of consensus. But examples like that also make it clear there's consensus and there's consensus. You do even very egalitarian-seeming process within what's still a totally hierarchical, top-down organization, and the process itself become a form of coercion or oppression, a way of constantly forcing you to pretend to agree with decisions in which you really had no say. Terminology. The basic terms, according to the new sheet on the wall, are proposals, friendly amendments, stand-asides, and blocks. Modified consensus. Leslie, so, I'll assume we're all familiar with the basic structure of a DAN meeting. We generally have two facilitators, one male, one female, and they usually take turns, with, At any time, one of them actually leading discussion, and the other managing the stack of speakers. Keeping stack is actually an important skill, because you don't want to leave people standing there with their hands up for 10 minutes until they get called on. You want to be able to catch their eye, nod, or send some kind of little signal that they're on the stack, and then keep track of the order, even if you don't necessarily know who they are, so you might have to call on the woman with the green shirt, or the man in red in the front. In which case it's important to be consistent. I always use shirt color if I can't remember the name. Obviously you're not going to be calling on the fat chick in the front, or the guy with the gigantic nose ring, but you'd be amazed how almost anything you single out about someone might have a subtle effect of making them feel alienated or, well, singled out. So keep it uniform. So anyway, proposals. A proposal is a suggestion as to a course of action that someone's putting before the group. Proposals can be presented by an individual or by a group in DAN. The usual idea is that important proposals are brought to DAN General by representatives of one of the working groups. But it doesn't have to be, anyone can actually propose something. Sarah, does a proposal have to be written down? Leslie, no. We ask working groups to bring theirs in writing, but half the time they don't remember, and individuals' proposals are almost never written out. Someone, does a proposal have to refer to a course of action? Leslie, actually, that's a good question. Does it? Well, I guess it depends on how you define the term. For example, when you first put a group together, you have to come to consensus around your principles of unity. Or you can consensus on, say, endorsing someone else's action, or on the text of some outreach literature. But, generally speaking, it's something you want to do. The one thing you definitely don't use consensus for is for questions of definition, like should US intervention in Somalia be considered an example of imperialism or something like that. You're not trying to define reality. You're trying to decide what to do. David, so you'll never get in a situation like in the ISO or, I think it was their British branch, the SWP, where I heard that all the anthropologists were purged recently because they didn't agree with the party line that humans had only really become human in the Neolithic. I don't know if this is really true. Mac, yeah, the whole idea is to make sure that kind of crazy shit never happens. Insofar as we even talk about such questions like, are we an anti-capitalist organization, are we opposed to all forms of hierarchy? It's going to be in the mission statement, or principles of unity. And those are important because they're the basis on which you block. But, we also try to keep those limited to points which will have some bearing on action. Leslie, so, generally speaking, a proposal is a suggestion for action put before a group. As facilitator, the first thing you do when someone has made a proposal is ask for clarifying questions, to make sure everyone is clear on exactly what's being proposed. Then you ask if anyone has any concerns, problems such a course of action might cause, reasons why it might not be the best course of action to take. As facilitator, you'll find it sometimes a little tricky distinguishing clarifying questions from concerns. Sometimes, at this point, it becomes obvious there's a strong feeling against the proposal, and the person who presented it might just decide to withdraw it. Alternately, people might propose one or more friendly amendments, to address the concerns, which if the person making the proposal accepts them then become part of the proposal. Jim, it's good to have a scribe for this, someone writing everything down for when you have to restate the proposal in its current form. Leslie, or someone might decide instead to put out an alternative proposal. Or you might end up with a whole bunch of them. Though it tends to get real messy if you get past 2 or 3. Mac, there are techniques for getting rid of annoying proposals that no one really likes. For instance, in police and prisons, we'll sometimes say maybe we should form a working group to discuss that, and pass around a sign-up sheet for the working group. And then, of course, no one signs up. Leslie, but this is the main role of the facilitator, to walk the group through, clarify what the proposals are, what problems or issues folks might have with them, whether anything needs to be added, or modified. It can get really tricky if there's more than one proposal on the table. There are a series of tools you can use in that case. You can have a verbal go-round, and ask everyone to weigh in on the question. Or you can try a non-binding straw poll, a show of hands. That's not the same as a vote, because it's not actually a way of coming to a decision, but it can give you a sense of the room and, often, if you discover one proposal has very strong support and the second, almost none, that's really all you need to know. Or you can go over each in turn. Does anyone still have serious concerns with proposal #1? Jim, bear in mind here that proposals are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Leslie, yes, the one thing you always want to encourage people to do is to break down dichotomies, point out the ways people are all saying the same thing. Even in very practical things, it's the job of the facilitator to try to define the common ground, so I'm hearing a very strong feeling that we shouldn't do anything that's very militant until Tuesday, and also a lot of concerns that we not endanger the surrounding community. Now, is there anyone who feels we shouldn't do a militant action at all, even on Tuesday? Jim, or it can go the other way. If you keep restating the proposals, you can sometimes discover that people are actually interpreting words differently, and there really are very different ideas as to what's going on. Leslie, finally, hopefully, you've boiled things down to one proposal and you're up to the point of actually trying to find consensus. At that point, you ask if there are any stand-asides, or any blocks. Now, in the case of a stand-aside, there's actually different interpretations of what that means. One is that you're in effect saying I won't participate in this action myself, but I have no problem with the rest of the group doing it. Another is that you're against the idea, but you don't feel it's so serious a problem you'd actually leave the group over the issue. It's a way to register a minor objection, and it's important that after you do come to consensus, you give everyone who stood aside a chance to explain why they objected, and to have them registered in the meeting notes if they want them to be. If there are a lot of stand-asides, say, 5 or 6 in a group of 20, then that's a serious problem. It means the process broke down at some point, because those people should have had the chance to voice their objections before it came to that. As for blocks, it's a really nice thing to know that you can block a proposal, that if you feel that strongly about something you could stop a proposal dead in its tracks, but it's basically a safeguard. If you do it, things can get ugly. Because you're basically saying, this violates the fundamental principles of the organization and I can't allow it. Mac, of course it's also totally critical because without the power to block, it's not consensus. That's why we've tried to get some kind of mechanism for blocking into Continental Dan, even though it's hard to figure out how you'd do it in a large federative structure. Leslie, it's not to be done lightly. Usually, if you block, you run the danger of isolating yourself. People will often be tempted to badger a blocker, so it's important to bear that in mind as facilitator and make sure the person is being respected. Jim, one person I once saw this was like a facilitator's worst nightmare. It was at an anarchist convention, and there was this one guy who just blocked everything because he was against consensus on principle. I'm never quite sure what, had I been facilitator, I would be able to do about that. He looks to Mac, well, a block is supposed to be based in the founding principles or reasons for being of the group, so I'd say you could challenge it on that basis. If the group is based on consensus, it's hard to see how blocking because you don't like consensus could be consistent with that. That would be the very definition of an unprincipled block. Jim, yes, but then, isn't it also a basic principle of consensus decision-making that you can't challenge another activist's motives? You have to give them the benefit of the doubt for integrity and good intentions. So how do you challenge them on that? Mac, well, when you say unprincipled block, I think that means not rooted in the group's principles of unity. You're not saying that the person is personally unprincipled. Sounds like you're dealing with a person who's being totally honest and principled about his motives, they're just not the principles of the group. Which kind of raises the question of why he came to their meeting in the first place. I'd tell him, why not join a group whose principles he likes, or if that doesn't exist, try to start a new one? Krista, but I thought the idea of a block is that you're saying this is an issue so important to me I'd be willing to quit the group over it? Not necessarily a matter of founding principles. Mac, well, it doesn't have to be, though it's true some interpret it that way. Chris, at A16, in my affinity group, we had a proposal to build a roadblock out of materials from a nearby construction site, and someone blocked it because they thought we didn't have the right to carry off stuff that didn't belong to us and that didn't have anything to do with the IMF or World Bank. But our affinity group didn't actually have any formal principles of unity. So how would that be justified? Leslie, well, usually the idea is, either you're saying a proposal violates your founding principles, or that it violates the basic reasons for being or purposes of the group. So there's wiggle room. But generally speaking, you don't want to be super legalistic about this kind of thing. Or maybe it's better to say, if people start getting super legalistic, then that's usually a sign you have a real problem in the group. Megan, at one point, at A16, we were outside the jail. There were about 60 of us outside doing jail solidarity. We had expected that our lawyers would be allowed in to see the arrestees, but the cops turned them all away. Some of us wanted to put on a really loud and defiant protest. There was a crew with puppets and drums who were really into the idea of having a big parade around the jail. But someone pointed out that it wasn't just activists who were being held in there, that there were families of other inmates who also wanted to get in. We'd formed a circle and were trying to decide what to do. If we raised a ruckus, let alone tried a lockdown, then all those others wouldn't be able to get inside. Someone blocked against anything that would make so much noise it would make problems for other visitors. So some of the puppet folks announced, we have no consensus here, so we're going to start a new affinity group for people who still want to have a parade. Mac, well, yeah, you can have some, creative solutions to that sort of impasse. Krista, so did they have the parade? Megan, actually, I'm not sure what happened. It was around then that I left. I think they had a parade, but it was much more low-key than they'd originally intended. What's more, I think a lot of the problem was that the blocker was a newcomer, most people didn't know her, which complicated things. Leslie, actually, that's another thing facilitators have to figure out ways to deal with, because if there's a new person, if you don't, often they won't be taken as seriously. Sarah, can it ever come down to openly questioning the motivations of the blocker? Like, you don't actually know if that woman wasn't a cop. Mac, well, I suppose in that case you could, but I would be really careful about publicly suggesting someone might be a cop. Leslie, actually, I'd say no. You can't question a person's motivations. That's a matter of basic principle. But you can question their reasoning. Or, as facilitator, you can try to reframe things, ask the person, well, what would you need in order to feel comfortable with the proposal? That's if you're pretty sure someone is prepared to block. And, if they actually do block, then sometimes it's a good idea to suggest that the blocker join the working group that originally brought the proposal, or, anyway, work with whoever it was to see if they can't come up with some kind of alternative they'd be willing to live with. Which actually leads to another concept, modified consensus. Dan itself hasn't actually decided if it has an option to fall back on this, but... Neela, wait a minute, I thought it had. Mac, well, yeah, technically, I think it's in our principles, but we've never actually defined what that would mean in practice. Leslie, modified consensus would be, for example, if you have just 1 or 2 blocks, but others felt it was absolutely critical to force the issue, you might have an option to go to a weighted vote, say, 2/3 majority, or 70 or 80%. Sometimes, you won't even be able to get that kind of majority, because the fact that one person felt strongly enough to block will be enough to convince a lot of other people to change their minds and vote against the proposal. Anyway, there are other forms of modified consensus, for example, consensus -1, where if someone blocks, you go around to see if there's at least one other member of the group who feels their argument is compelling enough that they'd back it up. Some groups use consensus -2 or 3, and so on. Anyway, the critical thing here is this is a last resort. You only fall back on it if you've done everything possible to get consensus and you just can't. I've been involved in a lot of groups with a modified consensus option, but not one where we actually had to use it, which I'm very happy to be able to say, because the whole idea makes me really uncomfortable. No one has ever been able to explain to me how the whole idea really squares with the principle of consensus. Jim, the groups that really tend to use modified consensus the most are very large groups, like spokes councils, where people don't really know each other, and sometimes you just don't have time to allow any one person to hijack the process. George, wasn't there supposed to be a case of one Dan chapter on the West Coast where some ISO people wanted to show how consensus couldn't really work, so they just blocked everything? Sort of like Jim was talking about at the anarchist convention. Jim, oh. I hadn't heard about that. Mac, sighs, yeah, that was San Francisco Dan. It almost destroyed the group. There were only 3 ISOers, but they tried to systematically sabotage the process to force people to go over to majority vote. David, what did they end up doing? Mac, well, one day, there was a meeting where the ISO people didn't show up, so everyone immediately put through a proposal that the group would operate on consensus -3. Tools and rules. Jim, so we thought we'd end with some tools and resources for facilitators, which you may or may not want to use. The first of these is a timekeeper. That's important because, in making the agenda, you definitely want to have people agree on how much time you want to allocate to each item, but there's no point in doing that unless someone's paying attention and is able to tell everyone that time for discussion is over, and someone will have to propose an extension if we're going to go on. I like to keep my own time, but some use a timekeeper, or have the co-facilitator do it. Then there's the scribe, which I think is really important. Especially if it's before a big action and there's huge amounts of information to keep track of, and you can't assume that everyone in the room is taking notes. In the past, I often forgot to make sure there was a minute taker, and sometimes it really came back to haunt me because people would have different memories about what we actually decided. In big formal Dan meetings, you want to make sure at the very least there's someone writing down all the proposals, precisely what's been consensed on, with all the friendly amendments and so on. It's also useful to keep a permanent record of important decisions in some place that's publicly available, like a web page, because that becomes like the institutional memory of the group. If you don't, it can become the basis for a tacit power structure, because some people have immediate access to that information just because they've been around for a long time, or keep track of it. They can suddenly interrupt a discussion and say, but wait a minute, we already decided that a year ago and other people just don't know. One of the key things you'll find in an egalitarian group is that access to information becomes the main basis for emerging power structures, so you have to do everything possible to try to nip that sort of thing in the bud. What else? Water. Having a small bottle of water next to you in a meeting is really helpful. That's not just for facilitators, everyone should have access to water. If you find your throat is so dry you're constantly reaching for the water, then that's a good sign you're talking too much and should shut up. Leslie. Food, too. It's not a bad idea to have some kind of food in the back of the room, especially if the meeting is likely to go on for hours. And you should pay attention to make sure there aren't other factors that might be keeping some people from attending your meetings, lack of child care, for example, or translators. Mac, we've already talked about straw polls. If you have various proposals on the floor, it's a useful technique to gauge people's feelings. Also, if it's something which couldn't possibly turn on a matter of principle, like, Should we have the next meeting on Tuesday or on Wednesday? Sometimes a straw poll is all you need. What else? Jessica, what about hand signals? At the coup I was part of in Oberlin, we had a whole series of hand signals. The facilitator could ask for people's feelings towards a proposal and you could either give a thumbs up, thumbs down, or thumbs sideways if you were undecided. Mac, everybody uses different ones. In Dan of course we twinkle, you know, waving your fingers in the air to express strong support or approval for a proposal or someone else's point, though a few people find the whole idea of twinkling kind of a flaky California thing. Jessica, at Oberlin we'd do knocking, you make a fist and gesture like this. Mac, there's a million of them. Some people use little devil fingers, you know, like you'd put behind someone's head in a photograph if you're 6 years old and think that sort of thing is really clever. Leslie, but there's a few standard ones that are kind of useful. A lot of groups use a gesture for direct response. If someone makes a point and you have factual information that bears directly on it, but very directly, like, no, they cancelled that event, or one speaker is actually asking you a question and you want to reply. You have to be very careful with that one. Because you really don't want things to descend into crosstalk, which means then you can end up with some kind of ego contest between two people and everyone else is annoyed and shut out. It's usually better to keep to the stack, and let the conversation end up being a little frustratingly circuitous, than giving people an excuse to be all self-important and dominate the conversation. There's also the little triangle you make with your fingertips that means point of process. That's another way to cut into the stack, but that's just for comments you're making directly to the facilitator. For example, aren't we supposed to still be discussing the other proposal, or didn't we already decide this last week? Krista, I have a question about go-rounds. Do you find them effective? And when do you use them? Leslie, you have to be careful with go-rounds. It's a nice way to encourage people who might be too shy or unsure of themselves to speak to offer an opinion, but they take a lot of time. You definitely have to set time limits. Even if you allow, say, 1 minute per speaker, if there's 60 people in the room, that's an hour right there. So they're best with small groups. On the other hand, if it is a small group, and it's very important, you can even try 2 go-arounds, to see if people's ideas evolve when they hear what other people have to say. If it's a big group, it's better to fall back on the old "let's just hear from people who haven't spoken so far" trick. That last one is useful because, say, if white men are completely dominating the conversation and none of the women or people of color are talking, you can point that out. It sounds a bit patronizing to say "let's hear from some women for a change," or "let's hear from some African Americans." But asking for people who haven't already spoken can have pretty much the same effect. George, what about the whole hearing thing? Leslie, huh? George, you know, when the facilitator says, "I'm hearing a lot energy around the idea of such and such." Leslie, well, usually that's a way of trying to catch the sense of the room, to suggest there's some sort of emerging consensus on the part of the group, at least around certain aspects of a proposal. Of course, it's only a suggestion. In part, it's a way of testing, because sometimes, if you say, "Oh, I don't know, I'm hearing a lot of support for the idea of a parade of some sort," then someone will immediately say, "No, actually, I don't think there should be any kind of parade at all." Jim, we're kind of running out of time here, so let me just throw out a couple other techniques very quickly. Some of these are things which, well, on the West Coast they often have a vibes watcher, whose job is to keep track of the emotional quality of the room. If people are getting bored, or tense, or angry, or someone is feeling alienated or excluded, or, for that matter, if it's too hot or there's not enough light, they step in and intervene. Here, it's usually the facilitator who has to keep track of these things, which can make things really difficult because you're juggling so many other responsibilities at the same time. The most important thing, though, is to be able to intervene if things are starting to get too tense and confrontational. Often, if you just call a timeout, let people stand up, stretch, let folks go out and smoke a cigarette or get water if they want to, when they come back, the entire mood is usually different and what seemed like major problems beforehand just look silly or unimportant. Some facilitators even suggest yoga, or breathing exercises. Leslie, or one big favorite is group back rubs. Mac, and then there's the whole idea of the reconciliation committee. If there's a block, sometimes, you might call a timeout and use the occasion to talk to the principals, the person making the proposal and the person who blocked, and maybe one or two other people you know they both trust, and see if you can't get them to step out of the room together to talk the whole thing through and then come back to the meeting with a new proposal. Neela, you know, I wouldn't object to a little stretching break right now. Which we did. This was followed by a role play, where we used what I later learned is the classic, no-frills role play for consensus trainings where you don't have that much time, 12 people ordering a pizza. If you have time, you can add all sorts of complications. Various participants are secretly handed scraps of paper informing them they are passionately fond of anchovies, their vegans, and so on. The task is to see if the person named facilitator can overcome these difficulties in a fairly short period of time, in this case, 2 minutes, which was slightly ridiculous. In the trainings I've attended since, most of which I played some part in helping to organize, though I was never the main organizer, the role plays took up more and more time and became more and more elaborate. In one, 8 people with different political views, doctrinaire Marxists, militant anarchists, reformist environmentalists, but only one banner, were to come up with a slogan to write on it. I think we ended up with "Burn banks, not trees." Later, we had an exercise in which we were trying to march into a besieged church in Bethlehem and were told to disperse by heavily armed Israeli soldiers, a situation one of the organizers had recently experienced. The most effective approach, we discovered, was to send one small group to negotiate while the rest tried to slip through another way. The most interesting, perhaps, was at a different training, where 20 activists took on the role of IMC journalists in the middle of a major action. One of them had just come in with a videotape sheet shot of the chief of police murdering an activist in cold blood. There was only one copy, the building was surrounded and the police beginning to move in. That one was meant to illustrate the limits of consensus. Jim took some time to explain the importance of keeping one's cool as facilitator, to get oneself calm and centered beforehand. I always take a half hour beforehand when I don't think about anything, just relax. A walk on the beach or in the park would be ideal if that's possible. Then we moved into how a DAN meeting was actually structured, with the help of a recently completed structure sheet, in indelible ink, with laminated sheets on top so that facilitators could write the particulars on top of it in magic marker and wipe it away for the next meeting. Mac explained that at the last DAN meeting, we finally condensed on a basic skeleton structure for meetings, which runs something like this. Orientation. This usually lasts 10 to 15 minutes, as people file in late. This is where we do icebreakers, usually a listening exercise, talk about the goals of the meeting. 2. Introductions. Everyone goes around in a circle and says who they are, what other projects or working groups they might be active in. 3. Agenda review and amendments, where people can add items to the agenda. 4. Emergency event announcements, no more than 10 minutes. Working group report backs, 10 minutes, this is where you pass around sign-up sheets for your working group. Or 4. Projects or events. 6. Ongoing business. A. Proposals brought forward from internal working groups, 10 minutes each. B. New business, 60 minutes max total. C. Group education. We've never actually done this yet, but if we have something like a video to show, an outside speaker. 7. Discussion. Next meeting, name the new facilitator, etc. 8. Final announcements. After some minor discussion, remember to get people with announcements to specify how much time they're going to take. If working group report backs start to turn into long discussions, cut it off and shove it all into new business, etc. Jim, being a facilitator can be extremely trying and frustrating. It may seem like you're trying to drag people along against their will. But you always have to remember, it's not an adversarial relation. If you're the facilitator, the group is your ally. They want you to succeed. Leslie, it's better if you let the group itself set the agenda and, especially, decide how much time to allocate for different items. The more you do so, the more they won't mind when if you say okay, time is up. Different groups demand different styles of facilitation. If people are too passive, mellow, and agreeable, then you have to become more of a leader. Otherwise, everyone might end up passively assenting to decisions they'll all complain about later, and start feeling like someone put something over on them. So, in cases like that, you have to make sure half the people in the room aren't secretly swallowing their objections. Try to coax them out. Also, for larger groups, you often need a more hands-on, take-charge approach, a stronger style of facilitation. You'll often hear, in fact, certain activists referred to as strong facilitators in that sense, ones capable of aggressive intervention, especially in large groups. It's considered an essentially admirable quality. In my experience, interestingly, strong facilitators are almost invariably women. In part, this is probably because men who behave this way very quickly tend to get on someone's nerves. But it is also common wisdom that most of the best facilitators are women. Consensus defined by its opposites. American democracy. As I noted in Chapter 5, consensus decision-making was long identified with pacifism. Groups that put a strong emphasis on nonviolence still often lay a special claim on it, seeing it as the only form of decision-making fully consistent with pacifist ideals. This is for much the same reason so many anarchists do. If one refuses to use physical force to compel others to accept a group decision, then everyone must, at least on some level, consent. 59 This is why Leslie found modified consensus a bit of a problem. If the whole idea of consensus is that no one's opinion is ever disregarded, that no one is ever going to be told sorry, you might hate this idea, but we had a vote and you lost so now we don't care what you think, then it doesn't matter if you fall back on a 70 or 80 or even 95% majority. Some people are still going to be told to shut up and do what they're told. Those who believe that modified consensus is, sometimes, necessary, and I would say that by now, these are the overwhelming majority of anarchists, usually point out that, as Mack emphasized, consensus, unlike voting, is not just a way of making decisions. It's a process. Coming to a decision is just the final step. If one respects the process, the spirit of consensus, as some like to say, the exact form of that final step is not all important. Anyway, it's not like the minority is really being compelled. No one is ever forced to take part in an action, and facilitators will often remind everyone to be careful not to do anything that might seem like applying moral pressure in such cases. Even if it's a decision bearing on the structure of the group, there's no one forcing them to stay. During my first year in DAN, I spent a lot of time trying to understand what this spirit of consensus was really all about. It was clearly not just about decision making. It wasn't even just about conduct during meetings. It was more an attempt inspired by reflections on the structure and flow of meetings to begin to reimagine how people can live together, to begin, however slowly, however painfully, to construct a genuinely democratic way of life. The perennial example of ordering up, as I can't tell you how many times I've seen that one used in trainings, could be seen, in its own way, as an accusation directed at the very heart of America's claims to be a democratic society. How often does the average American actually sit down, even with a group of 4 or 5 people, and try to make a collective decision in which all have equal say? True, children often do it while playing. But, for adults, the experience of democracy is largely limited to decisions involving food, or maybe movies. For the college-aged, it probably does, indeed, happen most often when ordering a pizza. For older people, mainly when choosing restaurants. Popular conceptions of democracy in the contemporary United States 60 could be said to revolve around two concepts, choice, and opinion. Both are words that, significantly, are almost never used in consensus decision-making. Democracy, one constantly hears, means that people get to make choices. They choose between different parties or candidates. They might even choose to vote yes or no on a referendum. Almost always, though, they themselves have played little or no part in shaping the things between which this choice is made. It's this ideology of choice, of course, which makes it possible to see democracy and the market as equivalents. Consumer choice, as well, means selecting from a range of options designed by someone else. It seems to me that the conception of opinion, personal opinions, public opinion also follows from the absence of any real experience of participatory decision-making. In American schools, children are always being asked to express their opinions. It's a heritage of the Deweyan tradition, a quite self-conscious attempt to imbue children with a democratic spirit. The problem is that these opinions generally have no effect. School children may be asked to decide, and express, what they think about everything from U.S. foreign policy to the organization of gym class, but they are also perfectly well aware that these opinions have no influence on those actually making decisions, even within the school. This continues throughout life. This is, I think, what tends to give so many personal opinions one hears voiced in America their oddly free-floating quality, their frequent tone of arbitrariness, self-enclosure, intolerance, the very qualities that make many assume that participatory democracy would not really be possible. The phrase "everyone's entitled to their opinion" is generally used as a brush-off. They are entitled to their opinion because opinions don't matter. Those in power do not have opinions. They make policy. Understanding this might also help explain some gaping holes in political theory. As Bernard Main in 1994 has pointed out, theorists from Rousseau to Rawls always assume that citizens start with a set of pre-existing interests usually presumed to be basically material, and then see political deliberation, what an anarchist would call process, as the way they compete, compromise, maneuver, and generally try to get as much as possible of what they already know they want. The notion of opinion fits perfectly with this logic. Opinions are also assumed to be preformed. At best, they can be manipulated or influenced. They can only be seen that way if no deliberation is really going on, apart perhaps from conversations in bars or over dinner. If one observes how processes of deliberation actually work, it's completely impossible to see the actors as simply bringing pre-existing opinions or interests into some political marketplace. In the process of deliberation, any political deliberation, really, though consensus process is designed to maximize this, everyone is changing their minds constantly, learning new information, identifying with different perspectives, reframing issues, measuring and weighing considerations in different ways. Well, at the risk of contradicting myself, let me try a different approach, Alexis announced during one debate within Yabasta. Why not? Replied Moose. Hell, I've already contradicted myself at least 3 times just in this one meeting. The gulf that separates common American conceptions of democracy and anarchist practice is so great that some anarchists reject the term democracy entirely, preferring to limit it to representative government and majority rule. Democracy, they argue, is a form of government. They want to create something else, anarchy. Primitivists and hardcore anti-organizational types are particularly likely to make this move, and they are, significantly, those most likely to reject experiments like Dan as themselves oppressive, though, among small as at least, they seem very much the minority. Most anarchists committed to creating broader alliances recognize that, in the words of the Crime-Ethink Collective 2003, most people hate the government and love democracy. Anarchy, that's just democracy without the government. Consensus defined by its opposites. 2. 3 points of contrast. One thing that struck me quite forcefully during my first months with the Direct Action Network was how similar its decision-making process was to the way that group decisions were made in rural communities in Madagascar, where I had done my first anthropological fieldwork between 1989 and 1991. The main difference was that Dan's process was so much more formalized and self-conscious. In the Malagasy language, there was no term for consensus process, this was just how decisions were made, and always had been. Insofar as it could be spoken of at all, it was as the Malagasy approach to decision-making, contrasted, in this respect, with those typical of institutions considered essentially foreign, like schools, foreign businesses, or government offices. Such ideals, though, are always to a certain degree defined by contrast. The need to do so is, if anything, all the more acute when one is creating something new, in self-conscious opposition to prevailing social norms. For most involved in Dan, I found, consensus came to mean not acting like one does at work, not acting like a member of a sectarian Marxist group, and not engaging in the sort of debate that dominates the internet. Let me illustrate. 1. The world of work. This one is fairly self-evident. Any activist who has any experience with work in the corporate sector, and this is the overwhelming majority, is likely to be able to expand at length on the profound difference between the styles of human interaction typical of work environments and activist projects. Those new to the scene tend to talk constantly about newfound feelings of liberation, solidarity, freedom, trust, and so on. I have heard some talk about physical symptoms that suddenly vanished: asthma, chronic headaches, and the like, or of overnight recovery from chronic depression. The contrast with the world of work is unsurprising. Work is, after all, both where most adult Americans spend the majority of their waking hours, and where they have their most regular experience of hierarchical organization, in particular, where they have to deal with those with the power to issue them commands. Otherwise, adult Americans largely deal with orders, or those who can treat them with impunity when interacting with bureaucrats or the police, figures they ordinarily avoid dealing with whenever possible. While, for most, one's job does involve a great deal of cooperation and mutual support as well, particularly with those of equal status, the arbitrariness of bosses is, for most anarchists, the most immediate figure for everything anarchist decision-making should not be. In Dan, accusations of high-handed authoritarian behavior, I found, tended to most frequently occur when activists got involved in roles too similar to those they were used to doing in the corporate world. This was a trap because it was hard to avoid. If one has a great deal of experience in, say, public relations techniques, or video editing, contributing one's knowledge to the movement does seem like the obvious thing to do. But it often proves extremely difficult for those used to using such skills in the corporate world to fully break from the habit of treating those with less experience as subordinates. I have known a few who self-consciously avoid getting involved in work too similar to what they do in the formal sector for that very reason. 2. Sectarian groups. The amount of time anarchists spend complaining about sectarian Marxist groups is quite striking. This is all the more so for anarchists involved with groups like Dan that frequently work in large coalitions and, whose contact with Marxists goes beyond merely interacting at rallies, parties, or sharing the occasional jail cell. They have to work with members of such groups on an ongoing basis. What's more, any large anarchist group is likely to include at least one or two people who had themselves been involved in one or another sectarian Marxist groups, only to have quit or been expelled. This tends to ensure both a level of deep personal feelings, and fairly accurate knowledge of how such groups actually work. I was in for 2 years, said Marina, speaking of the ISO. No, the cult language is intentional. That's the way we talk about it. It's really like that. Of course, members of groups like the International Socialist Organization ISO, Revolutionary Communist Party RCP, Workers' World Party WWP, or even the Spartacist Youth League do not refer to themselves as sectarians, much less members of any of their front organizations. When I call them sectarian, I am simply adopting the anarchist point of view. Anarchists tend to use the term very broadly, basically, for any political organization that has an intellectual leader and a party line. Let me then summarize the stereotype without offering any claims one way or the other about its accuracy. Sectarian groups are invariably organized as political parties, even if they only consist of 15 people and have never considered running a candidate for any public office. They are organized hierarchically, with a charismatic leader, invariably male, who is also the group's master theorist. This leader is considered the founder of his own school of Marxist theory since, in principle, the group sees itself as emerging from a certain theoretical understanding of the world, rather than the theoretical understanding emerging from the group. Maoist groups, for example, distinguish themselves from Trotskyite groups primarily because they accept that peasants, and not just proletarians, are a potentially revolutionary class. This is true even in countries in which peasants do not exist. The group's Central Committee employs this analysis to provide a comprehensive analysis of the world's situation, staking out positions on major political issues of the day, and, often questions some might consider only tenuously related to politics. Purportedly, for instance, the RCP takes the position that while same-sex relations between women may be considered a legitimate form of resistance to patriarchy, same-sex relations between men are a bourgeois deviation. While it is not strictly forbidden for gay men to join the party, those who disagree with this position publicly, I was told, are at first pressured and ultimately purged. The party also takes positions on virtually all outstanding political conflicts in the world, e.g., do we support autonomy or independence for the Basque region of Spain? What is our position on the Kyoto Accords, much like a government in waiting, and weighs in on past events like the Soviet invasion of Hungary, or whether the Chinese government was right to suppress the democracy protesters in Tiananmen Square. These positions tend to be aired primarily through the party's newspaper. It is the solemn duty of each party member to sell as many copies of these newspapers as possible for both fundraising and propaganda purposes. A party member's dedication and loyalty is often measured by how many papers, in a given month, they manage to unload. For an anarchist, the easiest way to identify a sectarian at a demo is to look for the pile of newspapers under his arm. Finally, while sectarian groups regularly throw their support behind, and work very hard for, campaigns organized by others, or themselves initiate much wider coalitions, they always do so either with an eye towards taking control of that coalition, or at the very least, using it to further their own strategic agenda, however conceived. Several features here jump out. First, these groups always conceive themselves as intellectual projects. They emerge from a certain definition of reality. This is why dissenters are so difficult to tolerate, why a major theoretical disagreement, if not patched up, inevitably leads to a split and the creation of a new group. It also explains the emphasis on propaganda, the way coalitions are seen largely as ways to disseminate ideas, the importance of the newspaper. The aim is ultimately to bring the masses to a certain level of consciousness. Once they do, it will be possible to make the revolution. Finally, framing the group as an intellectual project can justify hierarchical internal structures that would be very difficult to justify otherwise. If the leader really is the one person capable of generating a correct theoretical analysis of the world's situation, his authority can hardly be put in question. In most important ways, consensus-based groups are a perfect inversion of all this. They start by assuming that a diversity of perspectives is a value in itself, that no could really convert another completely to their point of view, and it's probably a bad idea to try. Debate turns not on questions of definition but on immediate questions of action in the present, and the emphasis on maintaining egalitarian structures follows directly from that. You can see the difference most clearly, perhaps, when it comes time to develop mission statements or principles of unity. Immediately after September 11, 2001, for instance, activists in New York gathered to discuss what to do. One group, dominated by Marxists and older 1960s veterans, began meeting at the Brecht Forum. Another, younger, more broadly anarchist, crowd began meeting in Charras. Both immediately fell into contentious debate about their principles of unity. The Brecht Forum Group immediately began debating its positions on what the US should and shouldn't do in Afghanistan, questions of international legality, the role of the UN, but also about whether their group should define itself as anti-imperialist. In the second, such matters never came up. Instead, it almost instantly became mired in debates about its own democratic process and mechanisms for combating internal racism. It's not that sectarian groups are not obsessed with action. They are. But their approach is entirely different. They tend to start from a strategic vision, and then think in terms of the most efficient means to accomplish it. The result is again, I am speaking from the anarchist perspective, a kind of relentless, soulless utilitarianism, a world of rational means-ends calculations. It can often lead to the near-complete sacrifice of personal self-realization or community building for a kind of military-style discipline that often seems indistinguishable from the capitalist rationality it claims to oppose. The image of the clean-cut ISO kid in his button-down shirt showing up at someone else's rally to sell newspapers, became, for many in Dan, the perfect embodiment of this spirit. How did it happen that one of the key measures of loyalty to an anti-capitalist organization should be zeal at engaging in aggressive marketing techniques? In contrast, anarchists tend to insist that revolutionary action should also be a form of self-expression, and that it should be based on an ethics radically different from what prevails under capitalism. Finally, there is the question of party discipline, and what might be termed the resultant ethics of the self. Many anarchists will point out that you can never know what any individual member of a sectarian group actually thinks. Sure, a party member might be perfectly capable of expressing disagreement with, even making fun of, certain aspects of the party line, especially over beer. But one can never be quite sure how to interpret this. One is never quite sure when one is talking to the individual and when to the party member, to what degree they overlap, to what degree there might be inner doubts, to what degree the performance of inner doubts might be a strategic ploy, whether the person flirting with you is doing so because they actually find you attractive, or because someone else, someone you've never met, decided you are a possible recruit and encouraged them to do so. Such things simply cannot be known. It is precisely questions like these that lead many anarchists to think of such groups as little better than cults, or that generate rumors about their internal sexual politics. For instance, that members are expected only to get romantically involved with other members, or that they are even paired off by their superiors, that female members of the group are expected to make themselves sexually available to the leader, and so on, rumors that I have heard about many such groups, and, of course, have absolutely no way to confirm. In many cases, such rumors are almost certainly untrue. Still, they tend to be remarkably similar to those that almost invariably come to surround religious groups also labeled cults, and that is in itself significant. To some degree, this is exactly what one would expect when one combines intense personal commitment and a relatively formal, top-down organizational structure. Anarchist groups and networks tend to be based, in contrast, on what are, essentially, webs of highly personal relations. They involve very few purely formal, impersonal mechanisms, except perhaps for the role of the facilitator. As a result, they have developed again, often in quite conscious contradistinction to the sectarians, a kind of ideal of moral transparency, and an ethos of solidarity. The ideal of transparency is, of course, just that, an ideal. No one imagines it is completely achievable. Nonetheless, part of the aim of anti-authoritarian organizing is to create an environment where at the very least one could be honest about one's motives or imperatives, since there is no compelling reason not to be. 61 Solidarity, in turn, means a freely chosen decision to defer to the motives or imperatives of others. Jessica's description of the pleasure one feels in freely deciding to treat one's own opinion as unimportant could be seen as the intellectual equivalent. As any anarchist would stress, if there's any moral pressure applied, it's not really solidarity. This is why anarchist labor unions in Spain in the early part of the century insisted that anyone who voted against a strike was not obliged to respect the picket line. They usually ended up getting 100% compliance as a result, or why nowadays those practicing jail solidarity, in which activists clog the prison system by refusing to give their names, always insist that if anyone has a personal reason to opt out, it is a matter of principle to reassure them that no one will think the less of them for doing so. If there's pressure, then, it's not real solidarity. But neither is it solidarity if one sees oneself as primarily trying to advance one's own interests. Malcolm, one of the stalwarts of Dan Labor, used to get into endless arguments with ISO members who occasionally participated in the working group, when he told them he thought they didn't practice solidarity at all. It's true, he told us one night at some local bar. If you look at the ISO charter, it actually says that, in the event of a conflict, the organizational imperatives of the party must always take precedence over the interests of your allies, cause, or coalition. If you're only helping other people in order to pursue your own agenda, you're not practicing solidarity. They always get really pissed off when I point that out to them. 3. The Internet. Normally, when one initiates a new group, network, or coalition, the first move is to hold a meeting. The new group decides on a decision-making process and agrees on principles of unity, as well as choosing a time and place for future meetings. Sometimes they also come up with a name, though often that comes later. But the real mark that such a group actually exists is the establishment of a website and a listserv. Websites need a fair amount of maintenance. If a group fades away, the website simply sits there, often for years without updates. Activist listservs, on the other hand, require very little maintenance, so it often seems that once started, they never go away. Groups may stop meeting, and effectively no longer exist, but the listserv will continue as a means for announcing events or, sometimes, limited discussion for years afterwards. When asking about such groups, the Connecticut Global Action Network, for example, or Texas Dan, I was usually told, well, it's basically become a listserv. Ever since shortly after Seattle, when Naomi Klein 2001, described the decentralized network organization of new activist groups as echoing the structure and spirit of the Internet, endless ink has been spilled on the relation between anarchist organizing and new information technologies. Certainly, such links exist. Many of the new global networks or alliances, like PGA or Indie Media, would have been inconceivable without the Internet. At the same time, the influence of the Internet has been much more complicated than is usually represented. First of all, everyone I knew acknowledged that, while it is a remarkable tool for disseminating information, one cannot use the Internet to make decisions. Considering the importance of decision-making process, that's an extremely significant limitation. Instead, one tends to encounter, on activist listservs, a style of debate that by definition cannot lead to collective decisions, and that, for many, embodies everything that consensus-oriented decision-making process should not be. The problem with email, Enos once told me, is that it's so much like speech. You wake up one morning and you haven't had your coffee and you read something that pisses you off. So you dash off a reply. And, maybe 10 minutes later, you already think better of it, but it's too late. You can't take it back. It's out there on 1,000 machines, and, even if you send off an apology a minute later, or try to have it erased from the server, someone in Cleveland might find it on their hard drive 5 years from now and get mad at you. It's like you think you're just muttering into your coffee, but it ends up inscribed on the side of an Egyptian pyramid. From many activists' point of view, listservs do seem to combine the worst aspects of speech and writing, the casual thoughtlessness of one, the permanence of the other. And, whatever the reasons, debate on listservs tends towards everything that consensus meetings try to avoid: posturing, grandiose claims, sarcasm, insults, grand accusations of sexism, racism, stupidity, reformism, hypocrisy. After monitoring activist listservs for years, I can affirm it is almost impossible to find a discussion of a hot-button issue that does not eventually revert to some kind of flame war, usually based on a style of debate, a kind of pugilistic, macho mock rationalism that one simply never witnesses in informal face-to-face settings, at least between activists who assume they have anything in common. Point 62 Without any of the mechanisms to defuse such conflicts, no facilitator, no twinkles, no body language, above all no way to hear if the entire audience is groaning or clearly wishes you would cut it out, conflicts tend to escalate. As activist women endlessly point out, the resulting debate tends to be conducted almost entirely by males. This is partly because of the tone of debate, partly, too, because the apparently impersonal medium allows male participants to revert to sometimes striking patterns of sexism that one could never imagine them employing in person, for instance, systematically replying to femalese opposed to male posters not with counter-arguments, but with condescension or speculations about the poster's personal qualities. Those few activist women who do haunt email forums tend to do so because they like to give as good as they get, and are, if anything, even more contentious than the men. At any rate, Dan listserv debates would usually flare up for a day or two and almost invariably end when one or another of Dan's central women would appear to remark on the sexist nature of the exchange, the absence of female voices, and tell the men to cut it out. Point 63 So we are back to the same question posed in the section on sectarianism: if one's movement does not emerge from theory, or intellectual debate, from a prior analysis of the world's situation, then from what, exactly, does it emerge? Understandings emergent from practice. Let me map out what I take to be the salient features of consensus-based decision-making. First and foremost, consensus is a way to reach decisions consistent with a society that does not employ systematic violence to enforce decisions. It is an attempt to find a moral formula that maximizes individual autonomy and commitment to community at the same time. In a way, despite the explicit rejection of the kind of theory-driven version of Marxism typical of so many sectarian Marxist groups, this is perfectly consistent with other strains of Marxian thought. It is no coincidence, I think, that the Marxist theorist most admired by American anarchists today is not in fact Antonio Negri, but John Holloway, almost unknown in the American Academy, but whose works particularly Change the World Without Taking Power 2002, can be found in just about any anarchist info shop in North America. Holloway argues that the very idea that a political party could be in possession of the true, scientific understanding of the world does violence to everything that was truly revolutionary in Marx's own ideas. Adopting a distinction, originating from both the radical feminist G. Starhawk 1987, and Italian autonomist G. Verno and Hart 1996, Negri 1999, branches of the movement, between the power to act or create, and the power to constrain or subordinate others, often phrased as a distinction between power to and power over. He distinguishes two corresponding forms of knowledge. One is knowledge immanent in practice, in some active project of creation or social transformation; the other, which he calls knowledge about, pretends to float above such subjective forms of knowledge and attain true scientific objectivity. In its pretense of mastery and transcendence, its tendency to reduce a world of processes into fixed, self-identical objects that can then become the objects of comprehensive knowledge, knowledge about is the perfect complement to power over. As Marx demonstrated so well, the powerful are always trying to reduce complex processes of making and doing into fixed objects which they can claim to own. Capital itself is the ultimate example. Their science becomes the means by which they do so. Like all such grand formulations, Holloway's is no doubt a bit of a simplification. Still, I think there is something profoundly true here and something important for present purposes, if only because his analysis emerges from precisely the intellectual practical tradition from which consensus process itself emerged. One might begin, then, by arguing that consensus is an approach that replaces ideology, knowledge about, with forms of knowledge immanent in practice. As I've written elsewhere, 2002, 2003, its practice is its ideology. I've also pointed out that, Unlike sectarian groups, consensus-based groups tend to avoid debating, let alone basing their identity, on questions of definition. Instead, they always try to bring things back to questions of action. So my first suggestion is that we look at this as if we were dealing with a political ontology that assumes that actions, and not objects, are the primary reality. If so, I think the rest falls fairly easily into place. 1. Any consensus group, whether a tiny affinity group or a vast network, is based on founding principles. These principles tend to refer to what the group does, or hopes to accomplish, its purposes or reasons for being, and how it organizes itself to go about doing it. In other words, the group itself is a project of action. In other consensus trainings, experienced facilitators would emphasize to me that whenever there seems to be an intractable problem or difference of opinion, the best approach is always to remind members of the group of their reasons for being. No matter what kind of common project it may be, even if it's 5 students living in a house together, always start by everyone agreeing on something they want to be able to accomplish together. Because when you all start arguing about the dishes, the best way to keep people from going for each other's throats will always be to go back to that. Of course, blocks have to be rooted in these principles as well. One can only bring a particular course of action to a halt by asserting it contradicts those more general purposes. 2. The assumption of diversity. Once the focus is on common action, rather than agreement about the nature of some higher truth or set of definitions or correct analysis, it becomes easier to see how a diversity of perspectives can come to seem a strength rather than a weakness. The fact that human beings live in incommensurable worlds has rarely prevented them from effectively pursuing common projects. It might seem contradictory. A philosopher might argue that if people live in incommensurable worlds, it is impossible for them to pursue the same ends because they could not even agree on what those ends even are. But this is the kind of objection that emerges from a world which starts from Platonic forms and tries to reason its way from those forms to explain empirical reality. Or, as Holloway would put it, that begins from knowledge about. The fact is that all perspectives are to a certain degree incommensurable, and people do work together nonetheless. To go back to the example of deciding which restaurant to go to, economists are aware that even such basic calculations as which is the best restaurant for the money, cannot be formally modeled, because one is talking about incommensurable qualities, quantitative versus qualitative, cardinal versus ordinal. Mathematically, such calculations are quite impossible. It doesn't stop ordinary people from making them all the time. All real-world decision-making is, in fact, a series of formally impossible compromises between incommensurable terms. This is true even if just one person is making the decision. It is all the more so when many are. So, on the one hand, diversity is inevitable. 64 Academic observers, exposed to a perspective that rejects any notion of transcendent truth and celebrates diversity, tend to see the phenomenon as a form of postmodernism. Most activists who are not themselves academics dislike such terms, if only because it seems silly to attach an ideological label to an anti-ideological attitude. 65 They are more likely to see what they are doing as returning to principles of simple decency and common sense, of returning, if one must use the term, to a world in which much of what we refer to as modernity never happened. From my early field notes. Notebooks, July 2000. Adopting a consensus approach tends to make everything a compromise and promotes a particular sort of view of truth, one which is not quite relativistic, perhaps, but more an awareness that truth is somewhat patched together. The decision-making process clearly does affect the overall intellectual attitude. All statements are collective, which can sometimes make them bland, but never hidebound. Large areas are always left moot, i.e., is the main problem capitalism, or lack of democracy? Do we want a state? Of course, all this has much to be with the diversity of positions within DAN, but it's also true that DAN actively seeks that kind of diversity. If you ask one of the DAN core group what kind of economic institutions they envision for a future society, they are likely to tell you that's not for them to decide. They're trying to create the democratic institutions which will allow people to figure out such questions for themselves. Even when it comes to anarchism, while most participants do seem to be anarchists, there are a smattering of Marxists, liberal reformists, even NGO types. None of this is considered a problem, as far as I can make out, unless they seem to be speaking not for themselves but for an organization. The slogan might be, as long as you're willing to act like an anarchist in the present, your long-term vision is pretty much up to you. 3. The ethos of mutual solidarity, as observed, combines an emphasis on individual autonomy with commitment to others. The assumption here is that individual freedom is not the absence of commitments or entanglements, but, rather, that it largely consists in the freedom to decide for oneself to which projects or communities one wishes to commit. This is, anyway, the way one might approach the idea from the perspective of the individual. From the perspective of the group, one might argue that the ethos of solidarity arises from a central principle of anarchism, that just as those who are treated like children will tend to behave like children, the best way to minimize selfish, spiteful, duplicitous, or petty behavior is by effectively daring people to be mature. By granting each member of the group the right to block, one forces each to be keenly aware that they could throw the group into havoc at any point. This, and the refusal to apply moral pressure, makes it extremely difficult for anyone to cast themselves in the role of the victim or to tell themselves they're only doing what they have to do to win a pre-established political game. 66 It's a little like handing everyone who walks into the room a hand grenade, just to show you trust them not to use it. Yet it tends to prove surprisingly effective. Here, the principles of group autonomy and individual moral autonomy reinforce each other. Anarchist groups, for example, tend to be very uncomfortable about outside funding. More than once, I have seen groups thrown into a minor crisis when an outsider offers a few $100 contribution, even if the gift appears to have no strings attached. Such offers are often refused outright, for fear that any group that starts accepting outside funding might eventually end up policing themselves for fear of alienating a potential funding base. The ultimate ideal in such groups is always to create a situation where there's nothing standing between one's moral sense and one's ability to act on it, no reason not to say exactly what one believes, or do what one thinks is right, where there is no need for stratagems. Another way to put it might be this: the aim is to create an environment where if someone behaves generously, or obnoxiously, one can be relatively sure it is because they actually are generous or obnoxious. The paradox is that this attempt to create the conditions for moral transparency can only be maintained by a kind of constant game of make-believe. Hence, the insistence that one must never cast doubt on another's motives, one must always give them the benefit of the doubt for honesty and good intentions regardless of what one may think of them personally. Insisting on treating everyone like responsible adults may not always guarantee mature behavior, but in my own experience it does prove surprisingly effective, and that very fact tends to startle almost everyone who first becomes involved in anarchist groups, since, after all, it directly contradicts almost everything we are taught to think about human nature. It has much to do with why people often remark that such experiences transform their very sense of human possibilities. Still, there is one very problematic corollary. While this generosity of spirit is one of the essential principles of consensus decision-making, it has the effect of requiring such groups, for all the open-endedness of their networks, to draw very clear lines between some kind of inner circle, and everybody else. I will return to this point later. Section 3, Problems. Despite all this, or perhaps because of it, it is very common to see a pattern of exaltation followed by burnout. Those drawn into the world of horizontal organizing will often find the experience amazing, liberating, transformative. It will open their eyes to entirely new horizons of human possibility. 6 months later, they may just as well quit in disgust. Or the groups they were working with may dissolve in bitter recriminations. The recriminations are almost never about the process itself, however. In America, at least, in 9 cases out of 10, they turn on arguments about race and, secondarily, class and gender, especially, whether the obsession with consensus process and direct democracy, or even direct action, are themselves forms of white privilege. As we've seen, such arguments go back at least to the 1960s, when exponents of the emerging Black Power movement began making an issue of consensus as a way of isolating white members of the SNCC. Paletta 2002. Even around 2000, there was still a lingering sense that consensus was somehow a white, middle-class phenomenon. Anti-racist trainers were prone to lecture Dan-style activists on the arrogance of assuming that their approaches to organization were in any way morally superior to those employed by other communities, no matter how hierarchical they might seem. There is a certain irony here, since, in most parts of the world, the situation is quite the reverse. 67 Some of the basis of these objections was eroded as groups based in communities of color began adopting some of the same techniques. But there was clearly an element of truth here. The style of comportment expected at Dan meetings did, I think, reflect, or perhaps it's better to say, was informed by certain very white, middle-class understandings of sociality, the need to suppress unseemly emotions, particularly contentious or angry ones, the emphasis on keeping up the appearance of mutual civility, or of appearances more generally, while at the same time avoiding dramatic, performative gestures. Insofar as this was actually enforced, or even made explicit, it was normally by appeal to feminism, particularly the rejection of macho male posturing. Obviously, this was a powerful argument. Certainly, no one was willing to make a serious argument in favor of displays of personal rage or macho posturing. Still, one could also argue there was a fine line between creating a safe environment for women and playing the stereotypical role of the gracious upper-middle-class hostess, who is expected to perform the endless work of smoothing over differences, and maintain a constant agreeable facade so as to keep the business of sociality running effectively. If nothing else, I have, over time, noticed certain quite disturbing patterns. For example, anarchist or activist collectives do, on occasion, expel members for disruptive behavior. In my experience, though, just about every single individual so banned has been either of working class background or a person of color. Usually, the specific reasons for an expulsion, extreme substance abuse, aggressive or violent behavior, seem obviously justified. But in New York I have yet to hear of a specific example of a white activist of upper middle class background kicked out of an anarchist collective, or even, for that matter, referred to as a wingnut. Wingnut in particular is essentially a class term. Rich people might be labeled eccentrics, but almost never wingnut. 68 NYC Dan was, as I've noted, an extremely white group, strikingly so considering the demographics of the city. 69 For the first year or so of its existence, the group was in a continual crisis over what to do about this fact. This is a pattern repeated endlessly in my own experience. A group of largely white activists will gather together and form a group, then immediately begin agonizing over how to deal with their own skewed composition. 70 Essentially, there are two approaches one can take. One can opt for a recruitment model, and try to encourage activists of color to join one's network, or an alliance model, which assumes that most people of color will prefer to form organizations based around their own affinities based in shared experiences of oppression, and that it's the role of more privileged, largely white organizations instead to support their struggles. In the end, it normally comes down to the latter. Arguments about race then become entangled in arguments about privilege, about who has the means to engage in summit hopping, or the tendency of middle-class white activists to take on abstract issues like the WTO rather than working with communities most affected by neoliberal policies at home. These are critical issues, but in practice, they are often paralyzing, and have led to the destruction of literally hundreds of radical projects. However, owing to the demographics of groups like Dan, they were more strategic questions than questions of actual meeting dynamics. Questions of gender were more subtle. As I've explained, the consensus process used by groups like Dan emerges largely from within feminism, from a rebellion against the standards of the 1960s New Left. If one simply looks at the habits of speech or styles of personal bearing common to 1960s radicalism or that one still often sees among 1960s veterans today and compares them to the way people act in groups like Dan, the change is palpable. Body language seems to have changed completely. Where once the style was to thrust oneself forward and speechify, where once the performance of militancy and what one might call theoretical virility seemed omnipresent, one observes a very self-conscious effort of self-effacement. Men, especially, tend to lean back instead of forwards, they do so especially while speaking. They tend to make constant little gestures of deference to the larger group. Any sign of macho posturing, oratory, or general self-importance will tend to be noticed, and widely criticized offstage. One could go further. The classic stereotype of gender relations within the movement in the 1960s was that the men made speeches and plans, the women did the boring and thankless clerical and organizational work that was required to bring those plans into being. Then, once the work was done, the men assumed center stage again, whether as street fighters, orators, or even hunger strikers to star on the public stages the women had, effectively, constructed. Now, such patterns have by no means completely disappeared. Perhaps, amongst those brought up in contemporary America, they could never be completely extirpated. In fact, they tend to reappear even in those groups most consciously opposed to mainstream gender stereotypes. As one ACT UP veteran put it, the gay men would dream the beautiful dreams. Then the dykes would actually go out and make them happen. On the other hand, the de-emphasis on ideology, speech-making, and charismatic authority, and corresponding emphasis on action, makes the entire process more resemble what used to be considered women's work. At the same time, the absence of formal leadership positions means that one's prominence within the organization is directly proportional to the amount of work one is willing to do. The result was that, insofar as there was a tacit leadership structure within Dan, it was made up almost exclusively of women. If one had to name one person who most embodied the Dan Project, it was Brooke, a student at the Institute for Social Ecology and Direct Democracy theorist in her late 20s who, coming from a wealthy family, was able to throw almost all of her free time into the group. Brooke essentially was the nuts and bolts working group. She did all the tedious organizing of agenda baskets and sign-up sheets and writing and rewriting of proposals about how to make proposals. She also was the core of the Continental Dan working group, and organized the national phone call, even though she was rarely, technically, the spoke. If others showed up to any of these meetings, Brooke would always treat them as equals, but the fact remained that she was always there. She had the institutional memory, and everyone knew that, so if anyone had questions about matters of Dan's structure, it was to her they would always turn. It was the same with most of the structural working groups. During Dan's first year or so, for example, it was a woman, Nikki, who managed the web page, 3 women, Rachel, Vicky, Marina, who formed the core of the legal working group, another woman, Zosara, who effectively constituted the financial group, and so on. There were a handful of exceptions. The listserv manager was male, and so were the 2 people who made up the core of the media group, as well as, usually, the person who compiled the weekly events calendar. The outreach group was about evenly divided. 71 Still, the pattern was unmistakable. So, while one did hear periodic carping about a tacit leadership structure, it often struck me as a trifle disingenuous. One of the first people I met in Dan was a former IWW activist named Sam who got involved shortly before me. Sam never tired of complaining about the hierarchy, as he called them, several of whom he noted were of quite prosperous backgrounds, or of pointing out what he considered subtle indications that this core group really did consider themselves part of an elite. It wasn't entirely his imagination. I also began to notice how, for instance, at a big march or rally, where everyone was always asking others to relieve them of having to carry some sign or banner, it never seemed to occur to any of us to suggest such a thing to one of the women from, say, Nuts and Bolts or the legal team. One just had a sense they would feel it was beneath them. And, indeed, one never did see any of them carrying signs. As time went by, however, it became increasingly apparent that Sam's cynicism was directly related to the fact that he never, himself, did much of anything aside, that is, from participating in the writing of statements, trying to steer discussion onto one or another fine point of anarchist theory, or engaging in heated debates on activist listservs. More than anything else, his indignation seemed to trace back to the fact that in Dan, such behavior was not, in itself, enough to win him respected status in the group. All this might make it seem surprising that Dan was in an almost continual crisis over gender issues. The main problem was that so few women attended meetings. While proportions fluctuated over time, the gender ratio was often 2 to 1 in favor of men. At times, the numbers were even more skewed. I keep pretty careful records and I noticed there were distinct patterns in this fluctuation. Essentially, women tended to drop out when there wasn't any major action going on. This was when meetings were smallest anyway, but at such meetings, there might well be 4 men for every woman. In the months and weeks leading up to a major action, the percentage of women would steadily increase, often achieving near parity in the week or two before. Though always near parity, I never observed a single large meeting in which women were the majority during actions. It often seemed that women had the vast majority of the key roles: facilitators, tactical teams, media spokespeople, and the like. Then, after a few weeks, the bulk of the women would disappear, leaving mainly only those women who constituted part of Dan's core group the tacit leadership to carry on. The reason seemed to be that, especially in lull periods, women came to see the larger meetings as meaningless forums dominated by men who liked to hear themselves speak. Much of the meeting would be dominated by discussions of whether or not to endorse some other group's actions, or about the wording of some proposed outreach material. It might not have involved dramatic posturing and speechifying, but it was effectively the same thing. There soon developed a sense that Dan meetings were not, in fact, an entirely comfortable space for women activists. Many did complain, and some began dropping out in frustration. Several organized a Dan Women's Caucus as a way to discuss the problem, and propose solutions. After meeting several times in Tompkins Square Park, participants in the Women's Caucus decided to propose Dan use a vibes watcher. This is a role quite familiar in activist circles on the West Coast. The main task of vibes watchers is to assist the facilitators by monitoring the general emotional feeling of the room, but in this case, the real emphasis was to have someone capable of monitoring gender dynamics and calling out sexist behavior. The account that follows the ethnographic core of this section is drawn from the Dan meeting on June 19, 2000, the second meeting at which this proposal was discussed. The saga of the third facilitator. Let me reproduce some bits, reconstructed from my notes, of what was probably the rowdiest Dan meeting I ever attended. In designing this chapter I was at first a bit hesitant to give it so much prominence, since it will mean that the only Dan meeting I'm reproducing in anything like its entirety was also an uniquely divisive one, full of accusations of sexism, class bias, and at least one participant who seemed to be a total lunatic. Still, it serves very nicely to bring out the tensions I've been describing, and to give the reader a sense of how they can in worst-case scenario play out in an actual meeting. The meeting started around 5 p.m., with Leslie and a media activist named Ernest as facilitators. It started with about 30 people in the room and peaked at around 55. Mike, a graduate student in a green cap who began the meeting clinging to an enormous copy of the Grundrisse, was the official scribe. Tim, a transsexual activist with a group called Church Ladies for Choice, was the timekeeper. This particular meeting was also graced by a number of guests, who had, somewhat unfortunately, been put at the end of the agenda, notably, a 40-ish union organizer named Nathan from Local 1199, in a Unite cap, and a younger activist named Jack Griffin who came with a female partner and 2 ISO escorts to ask our support for a laundry strike on Long Island. 72 By the time I arrived and sat myself on the ground in the circle, we were deep into the discussion of the agenda. My notes begin somewhat schematically. Dan General, Charas El Bohio. Sunday afternoon, June 19, 2000. We begin with a review of the agenda. Items on the agenda include actions in Windsor placed under new business, proposals for a teach-in, and Griffin's proposal about support for the laundry strike. After allocating time for each item, several people put up their hands to announce a series of emergency events. Tim announces the 7th annual drag march, celebrating drag culture, whatever that is. This is, he explains, an event put on by the people excluded from the Gay Pride Parade, including his group, the Radical Fairies. Go in whatever drag you want, whether it's corporate realism, suits, garters, and pea-pods, whatever. We're also looking for marshals, who'll be wearing beads and bows. Chris from Police and Prisons announces 3 important upcoming demos. Cindy from Wetlands announces a big demo at the Gap, whose owners are also tied to the destruction of old-growth forests on the West Coast. Anna from IMC wishes to talk about actions being organized around the Millennium Summit at the UN. We add 5 to 10 minutes for this item at the end of new business. Working group report backs. Nuts and bolts. Brooke, I'll just explain one change in word doctoring insanity. Leslie, for those new, nuts and bolts does a lot of the. Brooke, the boring stuff. Leslie, that must, nonetheless, be done. Structural things like who actually keeps the basket with all the sign-up sheets, what are the rules for writing down proposals? What's next? Financial. Rebecca, we had $91 in the hat last time we checked. Jordan, we really need some ideas on fundraising. Passing the hat once a week is just not a viable long-term approach. Ernest, is anyone actually from the fundraising working group here? Apparently not. Zosara is late, no one is sure if anyone else is in it. Jordan, well, anyway, people should think about the problem. Ernest, and meanwhile, come to think about it, does anyone actually have a hat they'd like to contribute to pass around this week? At the very least we'd like to be able to offer something to Charas for the room. Someone offers their baseball cap. It starts going around the circle. Leslie, all right, communications. Not here. Legal? And so it went. After a word from Marina in legal, and Ernest on media issues, Wolfenzone, the head of the World Bank, had appeared at a press conference in Amsterdam, accusing the Ruckus Society of teaching kids to make Molotov cocktails. Ruckus might sue, but it's not clear if Dutch law allows it. Brooke provided an update on work on the CDAN principles, and Jordan of Dan Labor announced news of their support of the strike at the Museum of Modern Art. Jordan, it's a rowdy, really wild picket line. We brought puppets, always brought numbers, played a really positive role in radicalizing people, but at the same time respecting their attitudes. 2 weeks ago, we managed to shut down the MoMA bookstore for 45 minutes with a piece of guerrilla theater. No one was arrested. Last week, Andrew managed to affix strike stickers on a half-dozen partygoers at a party for David Rockefeller. Laughs, we're always threatened, but never arrested. Remember, folks, there's people fighting capitalism on a day-to-day basis and they're called labor unions. Bob, remember, we have some new people here. Perhaps you can take a few seconds to explain why the MoMA workers are on strike. Jordan, sure. There are basically 3 issues: the lack of a contract, attempts to bust the union, and there are healthcare and salary issues, too. Dan Labor meets every Tuesday at ABC No Rio, a former squat and community center on Rivington. Everyone should come. Is that okay? We continue through Police and Prisons, the August 1st coalition preparing for the RNC protests, until we finally get to what everyone knows is going to be the real bone of contention: the facilitation proposal. 2 women from the Women's Caucus, sitting in the northwest corner of the room near the facilitators, present it. Marina, a lot of the women in Dan have been talking informally, and there have been a lot of complaints about the way things have been going over the last couple of months. There were points where the gender balance at meetings was 2-1, 3-1, even 4-1 in favor of men. It's begun to get a little better over the last couple weeks, but there's still something very wrong here. So we've been trying to brainstorm some ideas on how to create a climate which women will find more inviting or comfortable. Miriam, one way we came up with was to create a women's caucus. The idea would be to make it as diverse as possible. We especially want to reach out to transgendered people, and that it could be a space where people could talk about new approaches to facilitation, about how to ensure more dialogue in meetings about sex and race and gender. We've come up with a few suggestions. First, we're proposing facilitators make it a habit to place people from underrepresented groups at the top of the stack. Second, we want to put more emphasis on greeting and encouraging of new people. Third, we're proposing Dan get what's loosely called a vibes watcher, someone who can constantly monitor the numbers, how meetings break down in terms of race and gender, to alert people if the numbers drop, and who will be able to use certain tools to intervene if there are serious problems. Leslie, well, my vibes watch tells me this corner of the room gesturing towards the north, is speaking far more than any of the others. Okay, maybe we'd better take this proposal piece by piece. What's the first part? Miriam, putting underrepresented groups at the top of the queue. Leslie, any discussion? Tim, you can also do the same thing sometimes just by calling on people who haven't spoken before. Some male, I think it will hardly help very much. Leslie, so are you registering a serious objection? Male, I'm just skeptical. Leslie, any more discussion? Silence. If not, I'm just going to move straight to consensus. All right, any stand-asides? No. Any blocks? No. Bob, I have a point of process. Can you quickly explain these terms, stand-asides, blocks, for people who might not understand them? We have a lot of new people in the room. Leslie, oh, yes, good idea. Does so. All right, that was easy. Any discussion on number 2? David, I really think having a greeter would be extremely important. You don't know how alienating it can be to just show up to one of these meetings cold. And I'd say that most people who just show up out of curiosity don't come back because, unless they already know someone, there's almost no chance they'll get to meet or talk to any dancers. Marina, another thing we were thinking of is having orientation literature to hand out. Ernest, this issue sounds like something it would be good to discuss over the listserv. Leslie, actually, I'd say that anything having to do with gender issues is something we shouldn't be discussing over the listserv. Brooke, it strikes me this whole proposal should be for the creation of a new working group. Miriam, we've been thinking about it more as a caucus. In which case, we really don't need to have the group consents on its creation. Leslie, shall we talk about this issue after we finish with the business at hand? Brooke, well, if you meet on a weekly basis, you essentially are talking about a working group, whatever you call it. Miriam, no. It's a caucus. So far, we've mainly been meeting informally. Brooke, well, okay, I guess it hardly matters. Though if you're going to be conducting a training for facilitators, that's technically the domain of nuts and bolts. Maybe we should work together. Mac, I really don't think it's a good idea that we set a precedent that everyone else should have to agree before women, or for example queers, are allowed to form a caucus. Sam, I've had my hand up for a while. Leslie, okay. Sam, I think it would be helpful for newcomers to define the difference between a caucus and a working group. Leslie, well, it's not completely clear. Caucuses are kind of a new idea. We've never explicitly discussed what a caucus would be. But my guess would be a group of people who feel an affinity of some kind, who want to get together to discuss their issues and affinities. That's pretty much it. Ernest, responding to a signal from Tim, the 5 minutes we've allocated for this discussion is over. I think we should go to new business. Miriam, I understand that, but I think this discussion is important. Marina, we're discussing this because more and more women have stopped coming to meetings. So I'd say this is pretty important for the group as a whole. Ernest. Shall we extend the time 5 more minutes then? Various people twinkle. Leslie, well, technically, we're still on the second point, greeting new people. I haven't heard any serious concerns about that part. Maybe we'll just get through that so we can move on to number 3. Any stand-asides for the greeters? Any blocks? No. Okay, we have consensus. Miriam, maybe you should restate the proposal about the vibes watcher. Miriam, sure. Normally, the role of a vibes watcher is to monitor the emotional dynamics of a meeting if people are getting bored, or irritable, or if there's someone who feels alienated, they point it out, and there are various tools they can use to intervene, ranging from opening windows to get more air in the room, or asking people to speak louder so someone with a hearing aid can participate, to, in an extreme case, stopping discussion and having 30 seconds or a minute of silence for people to calm down. If there's someone in the group who's acting systematically disruptive, they might try to talk with that person, draw their attention to the effects of their behavior. Or even, if nothing else works, call a timeout specifically for them. We felt that training a vibes watcher to pay particular attention to gender and racial dynamics might help to create an atmosphere here that would not turn so many women and people of color off. Leslie, clarifying questions. No. Concerns. Tim, myself, I would prefer not having a specific person named to this function, because, well, everyone has their own issues and priorities. A straight person might not be able to detect a homophobic vibe. Or someone like me, who's 38, might not be the best person to perceive ageism. Shouldn't we all be monitoring this sort of thing? And all be empowered to intervene if something needs to be pointed out to the group? Miriam, sure, in theory, that should be the way things work. The problem is people haven't been doing that. That's why we had to develop this proposal in the first place. Sarah, I think this is extremely important. A couple weeks ago, some of us tried to point out an example of blatant sexist behavior at the meeting, guys talking over women, cutting them off. But, when we tried to point out that women were being stepped on, there was a huge push in the room to drive the conversation back to issues of class. As if coming from a working class background somehow justifies this kind of behavior. Now, I agree we shouldn't dwell on this sort of thing so much that we bring our real work to a standstill, but I want to have someone at the head of the room who I know is an advocate for people like me. Leslie, I see 3 more hands and we're almost out of time. Oh, 4. Stuart, I have an idea for a specific proposal, or, hopefully, this can be a friendly amendment. Why don't we try using a vibes watcher for, say, 4 meetings? And after that we can set aside some time to assess if it's working, if it should be continued, how it can be improved. It was at this point Dennis stood up. I should explain something about Dennis. Dennis was a man who looked a bit, and sounded almost exactly, like Robert De Niro. Except that he was substantially larger. He was about 45 years old, stocky, with the manner of a bus or subway conductor, which, rumor had it, he had actually been before going on mental disability some several years before. Dennis had a very loud voice, his own personal megaphone, and a tendency to be extremely confrontational, although never quite actually violent, at demos. He also seemed to be entirely oblivious to the principles of consensus and was almost certainly the man Sarah was referring to in her complaints about making excuses for supposed working-class behavior. Dennis, this issue is a result of, from my point of view, if this is happening, what I think is it's because the facilitator didn't do his job. This whole vibe concept sounds crazy to me. If you make one person's subjective point of view binding on everybody else, well, isn't that the definition of oppression? What we really need to do is to employ Robert's rules of order, which could provide a certain level of organization to the meeting. This was typical Dennis. He tended to start with what might seem a perfectly reasonable point, then fly off into total cluelessness. People try to remain poker-faced until he finished his elaboration on the advantages of Robert's rules. Cindy, I agree it's everyone's responsibility to monitor these things. Technically, it should be possible to offer points of information or points of process without having to wait through the stack, and while Dan doesn't do that very much, maybe we should develop that as a way to deal with these kind of issues as well. Develop a specific hand signal, for instance. Mike, what we really need is an ongoing discussion. We've been discussing solutions here without ever discussing the problem itself. The thing that makes sexism, or racism, so insidious is that they can often be incredibly subtle. We're talking about forms of power and oppression so deeply internalized, they often linger in the background, informing what we say and do in ways we'd never be able to detect. Could we really train people to reliably pick up on such things? Seems to me, we need to figure out a way to get more at the root of the problem. Not that I'm sure exactly what that would be, but I'm just not sure these tools would really be adequate to the task. Miriam, but that's just the idea, to be able to alert people to subtle forms of racist or sexist behavior they might not be aware of. If you have a better way, I'd love to hear it. Oh, and in response to Stuart's point, sure. I'm okay with the idea of a 3 or 4 week test period. Leslie, I see 2 more hands. Max, why all the discussion? Why not just propose that it can be cancelled if it doesn't work? Ernest, well, this is a way we can get consensus, since we've been hearing a few concerns. Brooke, we should definitely hold a meeting to train potential vibes watchers. That way we can develop a pool of people who have some idea how to do this. Because uncompassionate calling out of others' behavior can be really destructive. Rachel, for me, though, it doesn't make sense to have the Women's Caucus itself carry out the trainings. I'd say we should set aside time in the general meeting, with the idea that it would lead up to a training we could hold next week. Leslie, we seem to be moving to a different proposal there. Let's just limit ourselves to the creation of the Vibes Watcher, then talk about trainings later. Since we're way over time, I'm going to move to consensus. Any stand-asides? Mike, yeah. I'm standing aside. I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of getting smart people to keep an eye out for this sort of thing, but it seems weird to appoint one person to monitor everyone else. Sam, intelligence has nothing to do with it. Leslie, I'm just looking for stand-asides here. Not discussion. George, I'm standing aside. It seems to me too much like a thought police. But I'm willing to wait and see how it works. Leslie, okay, any blocks? Mike, maybe I could suggest an amendment that we work out specific guidelines, so we'll be clear on how this will all work. I think that would help put a lot of people's minds at rest. Leslie, that sounds helpful, but at the moment we're just trying to go through this proposal. Any blocks? And, in fact, there were 3. One was from one of the union people, Nathan, in the Unitecap. One was from Dennis. Things started degenerating rapidly at this point. Leslie, so that proposal is. Dennis, I would like to make what I think would be a constructive. Amy, ahem. This is classic sexist behavior, to interrupt women in the middle of a sentence. Let alone the facilitator. Ernest, we're at 25 minutes now for a discussion that was supposed to take 5. Shall we table this for next week? Stuart, or continue on the listserv? Amy, next week we're not meeting because of the Gay Pride Parade. Also, there's a really strong sentiment in the Women's Caucus not to just take it to the listserv. First of all, there still are a few of us benighted souls that are not on email. Second of all, if we're having meetings where some women don't feel comfortable, the last thing we want to do is move the discussion to email, which as an environment is a million times worse. Dennis had had his hand up ever since he was cut off, waving it frantically. Ernest wanted to move to the next item on the agenda, a discussion of supporting civil disobedience at the School of the Americas. Others insisted we continue discussion of the Vibes Watcher. A couple of people volunteered to knock their own items off this week's agenda to make time. Someone pointed out that Zosera, one of the very few Dan regulars who's African American, who had come in at the very beginning of the discussion, now had her hand up as well. Zosera, you know I can't fail but notice that those who have been the most vocal in opposing this idea, well, I don't think it's an accident that they've all been white men. Maybe they don't see the point because they rarely feel marginalized, they always feel empowered to speak. But when you start opposing this idea in the name of democracy, talking about oppression, I really have to start wondering what planet you're on. For me, democracy is about participatory parity. When a whole category of people is marginalized, and ends up unable to participate on an equal basis, that's oppression. Not some guy having to worry that for once in his life, he might be called out on his behavior. The measure of our success is the kind of climate we create, and, if Dan creates a climate that denies parity, then Dan itself becomes a form of oppression. You want to create a racist organization? Fine, go ahead. You want to create a sexist organization? Fine, go ahead. But at least don't claim that you're doing it in the name of democracy. Leslie, Miriam, someone tells me you have another proposal? Miriam, yes. I propose that we discuss this for 2 weeks on the listserv, and then take it up again at the next meeting, when we come back after Gay Pride. Rachel, I'd like to offer an amendment, that discussion starts with the need for a training on community building within Dan. Miriam, okay. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Ernest, any stand-asides? No. Any blocks? Tim, I'll block. Miriam, you'll block. Tim, I'm only blocking the part about the listserv. Because as Amy points out, we're not all on it, and it's not the ideal forum to discuss such things. Obviously, I wouldn't block taking up discussion again. Ernest, I'm seeing a second block here. Dennis. Dennis, I am blocking in relation to what I recall having heard about the Dan belief system, which causes me to believe that this proposal is in conflict with these values. I agree with everything the lady said about oppression, but since we already have an infrastructure for this measure is unnecessary. This should be the job of the facilitator. Furthermore, this group needs to have open discussion without censorship. Leslie, so you're saying we can't? Rebecca, point of process. Leslie, yes. Please. Help me here. I had never seen a meeting with this many blocks. Remember, the general understanding is that, if there's a block, even if there's a large number of stand-asides, there has probably been a lapse in process. Rebecca tried to ride into the rescue, with a suggestion that, on any other day, Leslie would probably have disapproved of. Rebecca, you know, it's my understanding we do have an option for modified consensus. If you first attempt to address the blockers' concerns, and if that proves completely impossible, you can go forward to a 2/3 majority vote. Ernest, an important point. This is the second time we've been unable to come to consensus around this issue. So I guess we have here an historic moment, the first time Dan has actually moved to modified consensus. Miriam, wait. But I do have a proposal that would address these concerns. At least, I hope it will. Judging from the tone of the meeting, I'm proposing we discuss this informally, not on the listserv, over the next 2 weeks, and hold the training, and then at the next meeting take up discussion again. Ernest, all right. We have a proposal. Stand-asides. Dan, are there other possibilities? Leslie, we'll get to that if this one doesn't pass. Ernest, I'm not seeing any stand-asides. Any blocks? Dennis, can I just ask for clarification, more detail on the proposal? Ernest restates the proposal. Dennis, no. I still block. Now, it was the turn of Dan, a young man of South Asian descent who occasionally worked with the legal team. He was, at that moment, sitting on the ground, somewhat anomalously in a three-piece suit, having just returned from acting as legal observer at a demo in Brooklyn, to try to save the day. Dan, okay, well, I have an alternate proposal. Since we've already spent so much time on this issue, I'd say, rather than wait 2 weeks, let's have the discussion right now, and come to a final decision. Because people are definitely on edge now. The issue is still really visceral. Rather than being a reason to step back, maybe that means we should talk about it now. Bob, point of process. Rebecca has just reminded us that it's not the end of the matter if one person blocks. So are we moving to modified consensus or aren't we? Ernest, yes. It's my impression that there's a certain ambivalence in the group about the idea of modified consensus. I'm feeling a certain resistance. Maybe we should have a quick straw poll to get a sense of the room regarding Dan's use of. Rachel and Miriam, no. No. Marina, anyway, what are we talking about here? How can you block a proposal to come back and discuss something? It's like someone said, I want to discuss labor issues next week, and then somebody blocked that. Leslie, so shall we have a straw poll to see if we want to move to modified consensus or not? Miriam, no. We don't have to. Brooke, you know, regarding Dan's proposal, there is a slot on the agenda set aside for education. We rarely use it, but why don't we just hold the trainings discussion there? Ernest, let's go 2/3 on the original proposal before we do that one. So the proposal is, that we delay discussion, talk about this informally, then get back to it in 2 weeks. Any stand-asides? Marina, no. I think the point we were trying to make was that there was no need to bring this as a formal proposal in the first place. We don't need to go 2/3. We don't need to consider it at all. There's nothing in there that should need the approval of the entire group. Cindy, I think what Marina is trying to say is that, if there's a block, you don't need to immediately revert to the tyranny of the majority. Normally, you either table the proposal, or you try to modify it. This is just tabling the proposal. You don't need to consent on whether to table it or not. Sarah, I'm so confused. So, okay, we agree we don't need to vote. I'd say, don't just put the item in the educational slot, because this conversation needs to be about more than just training a vibes watcher. It has to be about the basic dynamics of this group. But I'm at the point of asking myself, how can we vote on this if some people's consciousnesses haven't been raised enough to be able to vote on it? Many at once, whoa. This was, in fact, a challenge to the very basis of consensus, hence the shocked reaction. It was also a bit of a bad sign that Sarah, still somewhat new to the group, was reverting to terms like vote. Well, maybe I'm just not up enough on certain issues, she scowled, and then fell silent. If there had been a vibes watcher, she would almost certainly have called a timeout because the tension in the room was extraordinary. This despite the fact that no one, not even Dennis, had actually raised their voice. Instead, conflict seemed to become sublimated into the kind of peculiar legalism that one usually identifies with parliamentary maneuvering, but which normally almost never occurred in consensus-based groups. Ernest, I see 5 people with their hands up. I'm going to take those 5 and then close discussion. Jody, a new person, punk girl, friend of Chris, I have an idea. How about this? Why not set apart a certain time every meeting where people can all talk about the vibes, and suggest something that can be done about it? That way we can both make sure it happens, and ensure that responsibility is broadly distributed. Several twinkles. It's not taken up, though, Melissa. I'd like it if the Women's Caucus were to meet before the next DAN meeting in 2 weeks, and that the time and place be well publicized. Also, We should allocate extra time in the upcoming meeting to ensure no one tries to cut discussion short. Dennis, I'm saying this with the best intentions, and please, don't anyone feel slighted, but as I get older, I notice that people often accuse others of what they themselves do. I have noticed this with accusations of homophobia, which I admit is a very serious problem. I don't want to be insensitive to others' needs, but I think we need to act with more humility here. Miriam, well, I just want to state that, personally, this conversation has been very infuriating. Many twinkles. Ernest, all right, then. We'll set aside time for a training on diversity, and bring this back as a discussion in ongoing business next time. Rachel, we've already coordinated all this. Leslie and I already proposed this training 2 weeks ago. Ernest, so, can we move on to the SOA proposal? Many, yes. Yes. Please. The SOA proposal was being brought forward by a relatively new participant named Rebecca, an affable, butchy-looking 20-year-old who was, among other things, a union carpenter in Brooklyn. She was also, we're later to discover, an excellent facilitator. Rebecca immediately proposed a couple minutes break for stretching and recovery, a suggestion greeted by many cheers of enthusiasm. When we reconvened, she explained the background of the School of the Americas Watch Protest Coalition, which had been carrying out annual CDs at Fort Benning for almost a decade now. The coalition was founded by a Catholic priest and included a lot of faith-based groups. It was a bit top-down in organization and old-fashioned in their idea of nonviolence, but they were also keen to learn from us. We agreed to form a group to see how we could liaise. Next, Bob proposed a teach-in on the prison industrial complex to coincide with our upcoming actions at the Republican convention. Jason from RTS asked for our help in putting together a large festive demo to publicize the situation at Chara's. An ISO person encouraged us to take part in a large permitted rally planned to coincide with the first day of the Republican convention in Philly, called Unity 2000, which had been endorsed by the city's major unions. Then we passed to new business. Mac and Leslie gave a report back from their experiences at the recent actions in Windsor. Sarah described her plans to create video eyewitness teams to monitor police during the convention, and finally, Jack Griffin was allowed to address the group. Griffin, a man in his 20s in a Union jacket and 1930s-style workers' hat, was the national coordinator for Unite's Laundry Workers campaign. He looked demonstrably annoyed. Griffin, I had originally intended to bring 2 proposals before this group, but, because of the nature of the fucking discussion earlier, I'll just make one. Various Dan's ters, whoa. Dan, excuse my breaking in here, but this is just the kind of problem that we were talking about. Whenever women's issues get brought up, someone becomes indignant about the fact that we're even talking about them. And that creates a repressive atmosphere. Griffin, okay, I appreciate that. Calling it a fucking discussion was inappropriate. I'm here to speak on behalf of 4,000 union folks, who work for 27 different companies here in the city and on Long Island. Most of them are immigrants. These are people who have to handle shit and blood all fucking day. Pause, then softer. I don't know, I'll tell you what, I'll come back here with the president of the local there, who can tell you about a series of actions we're hoping will ultimately lead to a general strike among laundry workers in November. We're working with Local 6 and Local 100 on that, and plan to hold our first action a week from tomorrow. Maybe our membership should meet with y'all, as perhaps there's a bit of a divergence in your respective experiences. I think most of the discussion I've been hearing this afternoon is very classist. I don't understand half the words you're using. One other union guy, Nathan from Local 1199, bursts into applause. Everyone else stays silent. Still, they got too much to lose if they go it alone on this. When they walk out, there won't be any more paychecks, and there sure as hell won't be any trust funds to fall back on. So they're going to need all the help that we can get. Malcolm, you said there's going to be an action a week from tomorrow? Griffin, yeah, the target is going to be an as yet unspecified hotel on Broadway. Ernest, could you tell some of us the details later? Griffin, yeah, we have a plan. It's going to be a direct action held in a non-union hotel. But I can't really talk about it here. I'll be back, okay. To say that someone stomped out of a room is a cliché, but, in this case, it seemed almost literally accurate. Ernest asked, can people make sure he'll be there at the next Dan labor meeting at ABC? In fact, he never showed up, but at that meeting we did decide never again to bring union people directly to Dan General, but always to the labor working group instead. After a brief presentation from Anna of the IMC about trying to enlist Dan's help with upcoming protests at the UN's Millennium Summit, we broke up for the night. On our way home, my friend Stuart remarked to me, you know, when you actually get around to writing your ethnography, you might want to use that meeting as a case study. All Dan's major fault lines seem to have just been exposed. Certainly, it provided a beautiful example of the friction of gender concerns and social class. A lot of the trouble galvanized around Dennis. It certainly didn't originate in him. But he became a symbol. From the perspective of most Dan members, Dennis was the very embodiment of what, in activist parlance, was called a wingnut, the sort of person who bases his political worldview on the belief that the Pope is controlled by space aliens, or that the Parks Department's anti-mosquito spraying campaign is really a front for CIA genetic warfare experiments. Dennis believed the U.S. was under military occupation by several divisions of a secret UN army under the command of Mikhail Gorbachev, a classic version of the sort of black helicopter theories popular among the same, small-town, white, working-class circles that provide most of the recruits for right-wing militias. As Rebecca was later to observe, there are ways where the far right and far left are surprisingly similar. And all that it takes to cross that little line that separates them is to be a total fucking lunatic. The problem with Dennis, though, was that he just wasn't quite crazy enough. Had he been an obvious lunatic, it would have been easy to find some excuse to exclude him. But, in fact, he rarely brought up his more paranoid theories at meetings. One of the few times he did actually was after Anna's presentation about the Millennium Summit, during that very meeting, when he explained that the summit in question, a meeting of world leaders at the UN, was going to see the first announcement of a one-world religion. Dennis was, as we've seen, capable of at least paying lip service to Dan's ideals, even though he seemed profoundly confused about its organizational principles. He blocked constantly, and no one seemed capable of explaining to him why a block was not the same as a no vote. He had friends among the hardcore squatter community, which included several of New York's most long-standing anarchist activists. There, many respected him for his dedication, his willingness to take risks for a cause, his loyalty to his friends. Squatters were used to regular dealings with junkies and refugees from homeless shelters. By their standards, Dennis wasn't really all that outre. In facilitation trainings, one often discusses the wingnut problem, what to do when, in an open meeting, someone wanders in who's disruptively insane. Normally, one tries to ease such a person out. Eventually this did happen. What really outraged most of the Dan women, however, and this came out in conversations afterward, was the idea that any Dan men would side with such a person, in this case a mentally unstable, physically threatening, right-wing conspiracy theorist against them. Because, certainly, some did. During the meeting, the handful of union people in the room, Nathan from Unite, Griffin and a woman he'd come in with, would often nod or express clear approval after his statements, partly, it's clear, because they identified with his proletarian manner, mainly, I suspect, because they saw the idea of a vibes watcher as a means for upper-middle-class feminists to be able to shut people like that up. Granted, none of these people were anarchists or even Dan regulars. 73. But even more rankling was the apparent passive acquiescence of so many of the regular Dan men. Many women noted that while only a few men had spoken against the proposal at that meeting and this was to continue in later ones, even fewer men spoke for it. Even the male facilitator, Ernest, seemed from the start strangely anxious to move on to the next item on the agenda. Point 74. The result was that Dennis came to seem the de facto spokesman for the unstated feelings of the rest of the group, in effect, something like the desublimated face of Dan masculinity. What many women suspected really lay behind the agreeable facade. A similar pattern was to reappear in subsequent meetings, where Dennis found strong support from a couple other familiar faces from the squatter scene, and at least a certain level of tolerance from other participants. True, the tolerance did gradually dissolve as it became increasingly difficult to deny that his presence was disruptive. Some Dan men began to make efforts to talk to Dennis' friends, or to approach Dennis himself informally and try to convince him to change his behavior. They were of no avail. A couple weeks later, when Dennis blocked 3 proposals in a row, and indignantly refused offers to work with those making the proposal to reach some kind of compromise, Brad, who had some experience with the squatter scene and was particularly effective at dealing with wingnuts, volunteered to take him aside to defuse the situation. The facilitators, he explained, suggested to me maybe we should step aside a minute just to cool down a little. Maybe I explain to you some things about the process we're using. What? Step outside, demanded Dennis. You want to step outside? Yeah. Okay. Let's step outside. At this point, pretty much everyone had to agree there was a problem, and the backstage conversations turned to how to convince him to stop coming to general meetings entirely. Eventually, they bore fruit. Still, the damage had been done. Dennis had managed to put a very ugly face on a tacit male opposition to women's concerns that, certainly, went well beyond him. Backstage talk among the men was decidedly ambivalent. Sam, for example, was going around saying he was going to quit the group if they created a vibes watcher because it was a form of fascist mind control. Yes, Eric Larson replied, bemusedly. It's a little known fact that all SS units were equipped with vibes watchers. Some men were developing a satirical version of the proposal involving a giant hook and gong. Some members of the labor group suggested part of the difficulty might lie with the language. Maybe the problem, one suggested, is the new agey, California tone of vibes watcher. If we could come up with some new term with more of a gritty, dirty, New York sort of sensibility, this was taken to heart, at least to the extent of changing the name from Vibes Watcher to Third Facilitator. By the next meeting, while matters were still heated and contentious, and there were actually several middle-aged guys tied to the squatter scene backing Dennis up, many of the men were obliged to weigh in and began to publicly speak for the proposal. There was a raft of friendly amendments, limits on the third facilitator's power, a trial period, formal written guidelines, and so forth. There was a recommendation that each meeting be followed by a general review of process, tone, and gender dynamics. There was a recommendation that Dan men create some kind of men's group to examine their own sexism or at least, conduct an anti-sexist training. Finally, it came down to impassioned speeches. Several of the hardcore wingnut faction made dramatic threats to leave the group. It was not clear, at this point, that everyone felt this would be such a bad thing. They argued that other men would follow. Others, including myself, argued that the meeting demographics showed many women had left the group already, if with less posturing and fanfare. If even this attempt to address women's concerns were rebuffed, we could expect far more would. If we had to lose someone, perhaps it would be better to lose some from the other side, if only for reasons of balance. The measure was finally consensused on, and Dan got a third facilitator. Once the role was created, it proved completely unremarkable. As far as I know, that third facilitator never did call a timeout on any individual and was never accused of censorship. But such fault lines, once exposed, are hard to cover up. Internalized oppression. Consensus operates on a principle of trust. By giving every member the power to block, one is giving them the power to throw the group into a crisis at any point. The idea is to ensure that everyone is conscious of the trust the group has placed in them, to use the power responsibly, and this is, indeed, what does tend to happen. The reason racism, sexism, and other forms of what activists like to call internalized forms of oppression are so difficult to deal with is precisely because one is not conscious of them. They are simultaneously absolute evils, and so fundamental to the nature of our society that they form inescapable aspects of the subjectivity of anyone who grew up within it. They cannot be defeated just by trust in others' good intentions. Let's put this another way. Back in the 1880s, Peter Kropotkin 1927:135-36, responded to claims that anarchism was utopian by arguing that matters were really the other way around. What was naive and utopian was to believe that one could give anyone arbitrary power over others and trust them to exercise it responsibly. Certainly, it's been my own experience that the only times the classic anarchist gesture to entrust social actors with such power that, if they acted irresponsibly, they could do enormous damage, and then expect them to fully consider the effects of their actions for that very reason regularly fails is when those powers are unequally distributed. A hierarchical system of organization, after all, is also based on granting enormous power to those in authority, on the assumption that the mere knowledge that they have power over others' lives will be enough to inspire them to act responsibly. This is precisely the sort of system to which anarchists object. It's clear that on occasion, granting someone such power, even in a hierarchical system, does have the same effect. There are judges and politicians who always remain keenly aware of the weight of responsibility their offices entail. But these tend to be remarkable individuals. For the most part, holders of high office, whatever their rhetoric, quickly stop seeing their power as a gift or burden demanding constant reflection, but instead come to assume it as part of the fabric of their being. This is, of course, what is always the case with the kinds of power that come from white, or male, privilege forms of power that are never formally granted at all, and whose essence is precisely that their holders never have to think about them. Even for dedicated activists, it requires extensive work, frequent trainings, consciousness-raising techniques, daily reminders by friends and facilitators to ensure they remain conscious of having this power to begin with. This is the one area where others simply cannot be given the benefit of the doubt, which is precisely why so many male activists saw the institution of a Vibes Watch, at least as proposed, as an assault on the very principle of consensus. In a way, it was. But its exponents certainly saw it as a way of patrolling the borders, as it were, to allow for the possibility of trust within the circle. There are other techniques for getting around this problem, even if none are entirely reliable. One is to encourage constant introspection. Hence, the insistence in the meeting that we should all be doing vibes work all the time. The danger of dealing with deeply internalized forms of privilege is that one can fall into endless psychologism, touchy-feely race discourse. Some activists would call it that everything becomes profoundly personalized. In the absence of any authoritative, overarching ideology, one ends up with a kind of endless encounter group of personal narratives and subjectivities. To avoid this, some anarchists insisted on constantly bringing matters back to practical, action terms. Some, for example, preferred not to use the terms racism or sexism at all. Rather than trying to combat abstractions like racism, they reframed the problem as one of white supremacy, as an immediate practical problem. How do we ensure that white people don't dominate this group? Like male dominance, white supremacy was not an ideology that comes to shape consciousness, but an outcome. The assumption is that by working in groups that do not operate on principles of white supremacy, racism itself can be unlearned. This seems the solution most in keeping with the overall principles of the movement, but it does sometimes seem to present one with the problem of the chicken and the egg. Final note, engaging with hierarchical groups. To sum up then, most American anarchists, and most of those involved in the direct action movement, feel that some version of consensus decision-making is the only form entirely consistent with a society free of systematic physical coercion. There are a lot of reasons to believe they are right. Very few Americans who are not anarchists, or involved in direct action, have much experience with consensus, or with participatory decision-making of any sort. As a result, everything has to be learned, new customs, habits, and attitudes invented. The history of Dan, for example, can be seen either as an abortive effort to create a continental network of activists, or as an extraordinarily successful effort to disseminate this new democratic culture at least within activist circles. The experience of individuals who enter this world is usually both one of exhilaration at social possibilities previously unimagined, and intense frustrations over some of the dilemmas described in the last section. In the end, though, the most challenging problem facing autonomous groups experimenting with direct democracy is not even how to combat internalized forms of hierarchy, but how to create ongoing ties with groups that are not organized along autonomous, or directly democratic, lines. Let me say a few words about this problem here, before passing to the next chapter, on actions. As I've observed, consensus decision-making requires extreme generosity of spirit in dealing with those one considers within the democratic circle. One corollary, it appears, is the complete rejection of any prospect of constructive engagement with those who are clearly outside that circle. Hence, the second item in the CDAN Principles of Unity adopted directly from the PGA hallmarks a confrontational attitude toward undemocratic institutions including governments and corporations in which capital is the only real policy maker. Unlike their reformist allies whether NGOs, labor unions, or political parties, direct actionists had no intention of entering into a conversation with the leadership of the WTO, the IMF, World Bank, or, for that matter, the U.S. government. They did not wish to see those institutions reformed. They wished to see them abolished. Often, they referred to them, in meetings or activist literature, as evil, a term that, tossed about as often as it was, might well give outsiders the impression they are dealing with simple-minded fanatics. But it's interesting to consider the deployment of this term. It was very specific. In my own experience, the word evil was never applied to individuals. It is only applied to organizations. What's evil are not those who work for, or even run organizations like the IMF, but the larger institutional structure in which they operate, whether because capital is the only real policy maker, or because such organizations are enmeshed in hierarchical chains of command, or probably both, a structure which makes it impossible for such people to act with honesty or human decency. Therefore, the only appropriate moral response is to shut that organizational structure down. 75 This is straightforward enough. The real problem is how to deal with the reformist allies, those who are willing to engage with structures of power. Alliances with liberals, as anarchists call them, were always fraught. Tensions were usually ostensibly over disagreements about tactics, the inevitable question of violence. Here, there was often a kind of uncomfortable alliance. NGOs disliked anarchist tactics, but also recognized it was very useful to have militant radicals around besides whom they seemed reasonable, if they were, in fact, seeking a place at the table. Anarchists disliked liberal reformism, but found it useful to have someone in the mainstream to raise a fuss if the government turned to obviously illegal forms of repression. Nonetheless, over time, it became clear that the real divide was organizational, and that, in fact, even the most pacifist members of direct action groups felt they had more in common with black bloc anarchists than with the most radical NGOs. Sometimes it took a shocking act of violence between activists to make this clear. In Washington, D.C., for instance, the Mobilization for Global Justice, an anti-corporate, NGO-heavy coalition that, in theory, worked on democratic consensus principles, ended up splitting over a case of sexual assault. I wasn't personally involved in the DC scene at the time and only got second or third-hand reports, but the common story was this. The victim, another activist, ended up in the hospital, and while anarchists in the group were reluctant to turn even a rapist over to the police, they certainly felt radical intervention of some sort was required, and were outraged that so many fellow activists were hesitant to do anything to, or even say anything about, a man who, owing to his organizational position, controlled all sorts of money and resources. In the resulting blow-up, most of the autonomous activists ended up quitting and joining an alternative coalition called the Anti-Capitalist Convergence ACC, one that many had previously seen as the DC Black Bloc. That was an extreme case. But, almost always, the points of fracture were around similar issues of trust, about what could and could not be talked about, and how that was affected by institutional affiliation. In New York, Dan labor ultimately collapsed when professional union organizers started attending meetings, police and prisons soon after, over racial issues, but exacerbated by the radical organizational differences between Dan activists and those they were trying to support. The final blow to all such alliances of course came with September 11, after which almost all labor unions refused to be associated with anything that could possibly be dubbed unpatriotic. Most NGOs, terrified for their funding base, pulled back as well. The split emerged most clearly during the protests against the World Economic Forum in New York in February 2002, when a number of radical NGOs tried to re-establish relations. From the start, political cultures began colliding. The NGO official most determined to throw his support behind the movement kicked off his involvement with an appearance at an activist conference where he first enthusiastically reassured local radicals off the record, that there was exactly the right amount of property destruction in Seattle, then almost immediately took to the podium and delivered a public talk which included a blanket condemnation of all forms of property destruction. Rather than reassuring anyone, he ended up becoming the perfect embodiment of the kind of behavior whose basis direct democracy is meant to destroy. Liaison committees were set up, the NGO people made all sorts of promises, then mostly disappeared. In the end, they announced they could do nothing in the absence of a peace pledge, to be undertaken by everyone taking part in the protests, swearing that there would be no violence or destruction of any kind. This latter was so obviously outrageous, from the perspective of members of NYC DAN, let alone the newly founded New York ACC, that it never even occurred to anyone from either group to actually present the proposal at a meeting. No further discussion was possible. And this despite the fact that no one had seriously considered trashing an obviously traumatized city, and every member of either group who had made a public statement had said so. We are back to the problem of moral transparency, discussed earlier. If nothing else, the clash of moral standards and expectations is such that any alliance that crosses the line between autonomous organizing, and those in ongoing engagement with the government and mainstream political culture is likely to be brittle and unstable. Yet, at the same time, they are often necessary, and certainly advantageous to both parties. The result seems to be an endless cycle of combings together and breakings apart. Chapter 8. Actions. A society which denies us every adventure makes its own dissolution the only possible adventure. Reclaim the streets, London. The main purpose of meetings are to plan events referred to as actions. This is presumably short for direct actions, but in common usage the term is used to refer to pretty much any collective undertaking that is both political in intent and carried out in the knowledge that it might be met with hostile intervention on the part of the police. In other words, while meetings are meant to be a free space of mutual respect and solidarity, a liberated territory of sorts, actions are where that space comes up against, or at least, is in danger of coming up against its opposite, where activists who see existing structures of authority as illegitimate come face to face with representatives of that authority, who see their actions, in turn, as illegal. As a result, the term action can be used for undertakings varying wildly in both scale and militancy, for anything from leafleting in front of a supermarket to shutting down a global summit. This, in turn, makes it very difficult to generalize about them. Nonetheless, I will try, in this chapter, to work out at least a very rough typology of what sorts of action might be said to exist, of their different principles, purposes, and implications. I am not the first to try to do this. Activists sometimes work out rough and ready typologies of their own. Most of these, however, focus less on the structure of the action than on the intended goal. In one recent essay, media activist Patrick Rainsborough distinguishes between 5 types of direct action. 1. Direct action at the point of product ione.g, strikes. 2. Direct action at the point of destruct ione.g, blockading bulldozers to save forests or squats. 3. Direct action at the point of consumption.g, consumer boycotts. 4. Direct action at the point of deseize ione.g, trying to shut down the WTO meetings in Seattle. 5. Direct action at the point of assumption.g, culture jamming. Rainsborough 2004, 183-85. While an effective campaign, Rainsborough argues, will usually involve a combination of several different kinds of action, actions at the point of assumption are ultimately the most important, or at least, the most profound, since they take aim at the basic frameworks in which acts are interpreted. They attempt to change the terms of argument, or at least make an issue of what it is one is arguing about. There are obvious reasons why activists, when they write about actions in the abstract, tend to take this kind of strategic perspective. Most of the existing literature is concerned with exactly these sort of questions, with how actions fit into larger campaigns, with their ultimate effects more than with their internal structure. Tactical matters are left to manuals, training material, and how-to books, of which there's quite a voluminous literature. Ruckus Society 1997a, 1997b, 1997c. Voluminous, but not especially systematic. Probably the best and most comprehensive recent action manual of this sort is the Crime Ethic Collective's Recipes for Disaster 2005, intended as a practical guide to direct action in all its manifestations. The chapters are organized alphabetically. Affinity groups. Anti-fascist action. Asphalt mosaics. Banner drops and banner hoists. Behavioral cut UPS. Bicycle collectives. Bicycle parades. Painting by bicycle. How to make a bicycle into a record player. Billboard improvement. Blocks, black and otherwise. Blockades and lockdowns. Classroom takeover. Coalition building. Collectives. Corporate downsizing. Distribution, tabling, and info shops. Dumpster diving. And so forth. 76. The resulting compendium is extremely useful for anyone looking for pointers on how to hop a freight train or deposit a pie in the face of a public official. But, as a taxonomy, it leaves a bit to be desired. As an ethnographer, I'm interested in teasing out the tacit, underlying structure of assumptions, trying to get some sense of what sorts of action exist on the basis of their own internal logic, as forms of action which are in a sense performances, in a sense rituals, but at the same time nothing if not immediately efficacious in the world. In order to be able to think about actions, one does need, I think, to begin with a more formal typology. Part I. Some examples of particular styles of action. Any attempt to create a list of elementary forms or units of action, though the banner drop, the rally, the sit-in, the snake march, the lockdown, and so on, runs into immediate problems. Some forms always end up encompassing or being on entirely different scales than others. Others overlap, so, instead of trying to be comprehensive, I've decided to limit myself to public actions that bring together a fairly large number of participants. This is partly just to ensure I am dealing with more or less commensurable objects, and then trying to understand the structure of each type of action in terms of what the actors are trying to achieve. This in turn will mean establishing my typology basically as different ways of configuring the relations of 4 elements, those carrying out the action, the object or target of their actions, the audience real or imagined, and the police. This will make it possible to demonstrate that many of the classic forms of action are, in a certain sense, variations, even inversions, of each other, different ways of rearranging the same basic elements. I will start with a few words on 1, protest marches and rallies, which in most cases are not technically direct actions at all, then proceed from there to consider 2, picket lines 3, street parties 4, classic civil disobedience blockades and lockdowns, and finally 5, black bloc actions. Each section will be organized around one first-person account, drawn from my own field notes. As a result, most will end up overflowing their frame to a certain degree, as real-life accounts tend to do, but I like to think that, in doing so, they will actually be more useful than they would be if tailored and edited to make just a single point. The chapter will end with some observations on relations with the state, on the experience of arrest, and on the tacit rules of engagement that regulate relations between activists and police. First example, protest marches and rallies. Marches and rallies are all about numbers. Their ostensible aim is to put as many people as possible in the streets. As we saw in Part I, most anarchists see this imperative as somewhat pointless, marching along with signs. In fact, most see it as the very opposite of direct action, and define their own forms of action in opposition to classic marches, in much the way they define their own internal organization in opposition to those favored by Marxist or liberal groups that organize them. The reasons are not far to seek. Anarchists tend to favor militant tactics, but they reject anything that smacks of military-style discipline. Conventional protests are strictly nonviolent, but they are almost invariably organized in top-down, military fashion, with squadrons of official marshals to keep order and shepherd along otherwise often completely unorganized masses of protesters. Nothing could be further from anarchist ideals of self-organization. Alternately, when groups are organized, their internal organization is often itself explicitly hierarchical, with different groups dressed in identical hats or T-shirts, carrying printed signs, with a leader with megaphone calling out the chants. Often, larger marches become much like a St. Patrick's Day or Labor Day parade, with a succession of distinct groups or blocks following one another, often in identical uniforms, replete with floats, bands, formations, sound truck, etc. The massing and rallying of forces, of course, evokes something of the image of an army, but, normally, armies march and rally to bring themselves to a place of combat. Protesters march and rally to make a sheer display of their own numbers, and then, usually end up standing in some large public space, listening to inspirational speakers, perhaps including analyses of the political situation and suggestions on other ways they can take action. Alternately, when the march is over, they might simply go home. The emphasis on turning out numbers also means that marches and rallies, even the most radical, are typically legal, permitted events, and this, in turn, has a number of repercussions. Most obviously, it means that organizers will want to ensure that everyone taking part in a march or rally, or anyone in the vicinity of one, for that matter, obeys the law. Almost invariably, this means they look with extreme disfavor on anyone who might be practicing more militant tactics anywhere nearby. My purpose here is not just to register a litany of typical anarchist complaints. Some anarchists will argue that marches and rallies have never, by themselves, brought about any significant social change. This is clearly unfair. It may well be true in a literal sense. Marches and rallies are only effective in this way when they are one element of much broader campaigns employing a wide range of tactics. But, as such, they can play an essential, perhaps even a necessary, role. The March on Washington of 1963 and the rally at the Lincoln Memorial, where Martin Luther King gave his "I Have a Dream" speech, might have been the culmination of years of struggle involving boycotts, sit-ins, and every sort of civil disobedience and direct action. Nonetheless, it was that march and rally that stuck in the popular imagination, to effectively become a part of American mythology. This was what really brought home that something epical had happened. The anarchist might object that this is precisely what is problematic about such events. They mark the moment where years of autonomous organizing by local activists are essentially appropriated into the personality of one or another charismatic leader. This is a legitimate complaint. But one could also argue that, to effect certain sorts of social change, this is probably inevitable. It might help here to look at the history. It's significant, I think, that in the United States, freedom of speech and freedom of assembly rights, taken in their most literal sense, to march and rally, were established as fundamental rights at the precise moment that the United States also adopted a representative form of government, the moment, that is, that it rejected what was at the time referred to as democracy, in the sense of an Athenian-style system in which communities governed themselves via popular assemblies. In other words, public speech and assembly became inalienable rights at the moment they were definitively rejected as the means of actual political decision-making. Instead, they were imagined primarily as a means to petition the government for the redress of grievances, that is, as a form of protest. 77 While marches and rallies had long been part of the repertoire of the labor movement, Davis 1985, they developed their characteristic form in the new republic mainly in the context of electoral politics, particularly with the widening of the franchise and Jacksonian populism of the 1830s and 1840s. Almost every community came to support party-based clubs and marching companies, and elections were marked by mass mobilizations involving rallies, hustings, pageants, and torchlit parades. Baker 1984, McGair 1987, 1990. This remained true throughout much of the 19th century and, to some extent, American political parties still make use of marches and rallies, though in contemporary, mediatized campaigns, they play an increasingly minor role. The decades after the Civil War, though, saw a powerful reaction, on the part of the educated classes, against this sort of popular mobilization. Significantly, this was also the period that saw the rise of corporate capitalism, and the birth of the modern American police. It was during the 1870s, for instance, that most American cities came to insist that citizens were no longer allowed to hold public speeches or assemblies without first applying for permits, restrictions that, since they directly contradicted the language of the First Amendment, were subject to considerable debate, and only finally approved by the Supreme Court in 1897. Baker 1983. It was through such laws that protests by those most directly opposing the rise of corporate capitalism, for instance, radical labor groups like the IWW, could be systematically suppressed. Dubovsky 1969, Preston 1994. As a result, permitted marches and rallies became a sort of domain of parapolitics, essentially, lobbying techniques, ways of making a public appeal to elected officials outside the formal mechanisms of the elections themselves. The history of marches on Washington, recently illuminated by Lucy Barber 2002, gives some sense of what started happening. When, during the Depression of 1894, Jacob Coxey decided to organize a march of unemployed workers to the Capitol with a proposal for public works projects, the idea was widely considered unprecedented and outrageous. The legitimacy of marching on the Capitol only began to be accepted with the Suffragette March in 1913. Subsequently, Herbert Hoover's use of federal troops to disperse the veteran bonus marchers in 1932 played a large part in ensuring his political demise. By the 1970s, the nation's capital had become the scene of almost daily demonstrations of one sort or another, as it remains to this day. Since the vast majority of these protests receive little or no media attention, it's hard to see them or their equivalents in state capitals and other cities as in themselves attempts to exert pressure on elected officials. But they almost invariably tend to form part of broader, integrated campaigns that aim to do precisely that. One rally. Let me single out one rally held in 2001 on Water Street in the financial district, in the far south of Manhattan, in front of the offices of WBAI, a radical radio station, right after what was called in activist circles the Christmas coup. At that time, a coterie of conservative board members determined to change its political tenor had seized control of its administration and fired many of its most prominent producers and personalities. The rally marked one of the early moments in a two-year campaign that ended up employing a wide variety of tactics, from direct action to boycotts, and that was, after 2 years, entirely successful in returning the station to its earlier radical status quo. I chose this example largely because I sat in on the planning meeting, which I had never before done for a permitted event. It was held at the New York IMC, and was an odd collection of 1960s veterans, with a smattering of younger activists, mostly Dan people. While everyone was using consensus process and trying to give at least lip service to newer forms of organizing, it was clear that the political instincts of most participants were forged in a very different time. We started by coming up with the basic parameters. We would hold a relatively small rally the next week, in order to build energy for a much larger march and rally later in the month. The discussion was mostly about time. When planning one, you come to realize a rally is a bit like a variety show. You are dealing with a series of pretty limited time slots. Unless it's a momentous event, you have to assume that people will start leaving after an hour or so, so you have to budget time very carefully. You need at least one MC, possibly more, various speakers, but also entertainment and musical acts to break things up. Time gets parceled into very small segments, often just a minute or two, and then has to be allocated carefully so as to make sure all possible constituencies are represented. Speaker X is funny, but do we want yet another white male? Speaker Y is the only Filipina on the program and she's poetic and inspiring, but there's no way we can keep her to just 3 minutes. She always goes over time. And so forth. At the event itself, I volunteered to be one of the marshals, another thing I had never done before. My notes from the event contain a long reflection on the significance of protest pens. Save WBAI Rally, Lower Manhattan Field Notes, January 12, 2002. I arrived early, just as people had finished setting up the podium. Police were trundling out their wooden barricades and constructing pens, and our people were testing the mics and amplification. I had volunteered to be one of the marshals, receiving a red armband at a brief powwow for marshals at a coffee shop a couple blocks away. It is standard police procedure at any rally in New York to erect protest pens, pigpens. They're often called out of wood or steel barricades, with only 1 or 2 openings, and then to expect protesters to confine themselves inside. The ostensible reason is to ensure protesters don't block the flow of pedestrians or traffic, but, in fact, pens are set up even in large public squares where there is no traffic. The effect on protesters is profoundly demoralizing, since it ensures they feel trapped and imprisoned, as well as making it very difficult for them to mix or communicate with passers-by, let alone for ordinary citizens to fall in with or join them. Most activists assume this is their actual purpose. This is not a technique employed in most American cities, and the legalities are unclear. There are many, in fact, who suspect that the NYPD is aware that they really have no legal right to confine protesters in this way, and that the practice would never withstand a court challenge, citing as evidence the fact the police never explicitly order people to stand inside them. They usually begin with such phrases as "we would really appreciate it if you stayed inside the pens," only afterwards employing phrases like "you'll have to get back in the pen, you're blocking traffic," and that no one is aware of anyone who has ever been arrested for refusing to stay inside. Nonetheless, police will almost invariably attempt to turn marshals for any stationary demonstration into their agents in this respect. The rally was a classic, old-fashioned event with a sound system and speakers. There were a couple of musicians and other entertainment. After long discussions, the Dan folk had managed to get an interlude with the radical cheerleaders on the program, marshals and a handful of legal observers from the National Lawyers Guild. Someone had brought along a huge box full of costumes they'd found at Chara's, a series of Native American masks saved from the recent Peltier March, and we toyed with the idea of having the marshals wear wolf masks, really more like hats, and the legal observers eagles, but few were willing to play along. When we first arrived, a white-shirt commanding officer, from the local precinct was there, chatting with the organizers in a very friendly fashion. He supported the WBAI campaign, he said, since he saw it as an extension of the labor movement. He was just there to assure everything proceeded in an orderly fashion and that no citizen was inconvenienced. After the crowd started swelling, it eventually reached several hundred, he left. Several policemen were placed near the entry to WBAI to prevent people from entering, and a few other cops were scattered around. I didn't pay a lot of attention to the speakers, since I was putting most of my energy into patrolling the perimeter and chatting with the other marshals, almost all Dan people, about logistics and possible problems. I was also, increasingly, avoiding the police. I discovered quickly that, if you are identifiable as a marshal, two things immediately started to happen. First, you found that the pen rule did not apply to you. You could walk wherever you liked, and the cops would never bother you. Second, the cops would treat you as if your task was to make sure no one else left the pens. That this was my job, for them, was self-evident. At one point, a policeman indignantly approached me and snapped, "Hey, you're not doing your job. Look at all these people on the street." I just shrugged and turned away, but the pressure was fairly constant, and most of the other marshals did, however reluctantly, start reminding people that the cops expected them to be inside the barricades. This is a fairly innocuous example, but it provides a window on a crucial dynamic. The moment one has made a commitment to abide by the rule of law, and seeks a permit, one is drawn into the web of hierarchical authority, granted small forms of immunity from arbitrary rules that one is then expected to help enforce on others. My notes continue. For most of the Dan people, the rally seemed a little silly. After all, the speakers were almost all people we'd heard on the radio 100 times before. Granted, it was interesting to stand, physically, among one's fellow listeners, to see what all those invisible people in the radio audience actually look like. Still, we didn't spend a lot of energy listening to the speakers. The one part we'd been waiting for was the radical cheerleaders, our people, but that turned out to be a great disappointment. They'd been added as a bow to new styles of activism, and they'd composed a new cheer for the occasion, but, as it turned out, one could hardly see them on the stage, so most of the audience didn't really catch the silly wit of the costumes. A punk/anarchist send-up of a high school cheerleading squad replete with red and black pom-poms, and the entire setup was based on the assumption of a single speaker, so there was no real way for a line of 8 people to be heard through the microphones. Anyway, the act wasn't intended for the stage, it was meant to be performed in the middle of a crowd. They tried getting rid of the microphones entirely, but then people could hardly hear them. Causing me to reflect, once again, on the implicit hierarchy that keeps creeping into such events, and the degree to which most of the anarchist forms that I'd been taking for granted were designed quite self-consciously to undercut them. The big question about marches and rallies is always one of audience. On a superficial level, one might say, the idea is to impress with numbers. But who is one trying to impress? Presumably, one target is the powerful, particularly the politicians who, it is hoped, will respond to a sense that some of their constituents are so passionate on a particular issue that it might affect their vote. Most elected officials in America do use a system for tabulating these things. A name on a petition is assumed to represent 20 constituents, a form letter 50, a personal letter 200, and so on. In a broader sense, perhaps, one is appealing to the public, which, in America, at least in this context, means media audiences, who can be galvanized by knowing so many people feel so passionately about a certain issue, or who, before they saw the rally, might not have been aware that the issue even existed. But, in another sense, as organizers will often be the first to admit, the audience is actually the protesters themselves, who, especially if they are not long-time veterans, almost invariably go home renewed and inspired by the mere experience of being among so many people who agree with them, full of new ideas, information, literature, friends, and personal contacts, and renewed in their commitment to political mobilization in all its forms. To be able to experience an imagined community of radio listeners, or web page readers, or any such virtual community made flesh is invariably a powerful experience. 78 The grammar of slogans. The ambiguities between these three audiences seem absolutely essential here. Consider, for example, the somewhat odd grammar normally employed by protest slogans, a kind of unspecified imperative, free Mumia, save the whales, or stop this racist war. Who exactly is being addressed here? The obvious answer is those in power. In the U.S., the president, judicial system, Congress, perhaps the ruling class more generally. But the grammatical ambiguity reflects something of the ambivalence of the very notion of protest, which, in calling on the authorities to change their behavior, is, in effect, recognizing their authority, an authority that many, if not most, of the protesters actually would prefer to see as inherently illegitimate. One does not really want George Bush to save the whales. Certainly one would not want him to be able to take credit for it. Perhaps one wishes to have forced George Bush to save the whales. Really, one would rather George Bush did not exist at all. Rather, the imperative seems to work on the same three levels simultaneously. One is calling on the authorities, one is calling on the audience to join in the struggle, one is calling on one's fellow marchers to redouble their efforts, or, perhaps better put, one is evoking a single broad current of action that proceeds from the dedication of the marchers, through the transformed or reinvigorated consciousness of the public, to the reluctant concessions of the powerful. One evokes this current of action in order to bring it into being. There are some chants where the imperative seems clearly directed at the authorities. But even here, there are almost always levels of ambiguity. There is a whole repertoire of chants and slogans, for instance, used to shame the police, especially when police are suppressing nonviolent protests. These range from the 60s favorite "The whole world is watching," often pronounced with bitter irony by those who know it isn't really true, to more contemporary and explicitly ironic choruses of "Go fight crime. Go fight crime." When a fellow protester is being arrested, others will almost always rally around the arresting officers and chant "Let them go. Let them go." The latter is certainly, on the face of it, a demand directed at specific, identifiable authorities. The police officers who have just seized their comrade are being asked to unlock the handcuffs and set him free. It might also seem a purely expressive one. I am aware of only one occasion when a group of police officers, isolated, surrounded, and wildly outnumbered, actually complied with such a demand. Normally, everyone knows perfectly well that chanting will not force the police to let an arrestee go. In most cases, the chanting is directed as much towards the arrestees, to express solidarity, to show them they are not alone. This is all the more true when these chants continue during jail solidarity actions, when a group of supporters positions themselves across the street from a precinct or jailhouse and chant continually for hours. At this point, there is obviously no question of the police responding. In fact, matters are by now almost certainly out of the hands of anyone within earshot, but chanters are always well aware that raising a deafening racket inside the police station tends to be extraordinarily gratifying for those in detention, and is found incredibly annoying by police. Coda: marches that become direct action without a permit. A march becomes direct action again, it becomes a matter of occupying public space in defiance of the law. Even with a permit, it can often take on many of the qualities of a direct action if the police attitude is hostile. In the immediate wake of the September 11th attacks on New York, for example, organizers of the World Economic Forum, a junket of world leaders normally held in Davos, Switzerland, announced they were going to change venues that year to Manhattan, in solidarity with the city. It was quite a clever move, since they had been facing increasingly effective opposition in Davos, and now would be in a city where the police, the NYPD, were then being widely lionized in the media as heroes of 9/11, would be at a maximum advantage. Almost all the unions and NGOs that normally helped organize such protests bowed out, so local anarchist groups including DEN were forced to organize everything, including the permitted march, themselves. Aside from the usual problems anarchists have when trying to operate legally, such as having to pretend to have a hierarchical organization, every permitted parade, for example, must have a grand marshal, organizers discovered there was almost no difference between organizing a legal or illegal action when police feel they have total impunity. After long negotiations, police commanders agreed on a march route a week before the event. They then arbitrarily changed the route when the event started. The march was held up for an hour before it even started. During that time, police attacked, pepper sprayed, and arrested a dozen people for carrying shields. There were detectives filming everyone at every point, and endless riot cops, motorcycles, and mounted police stopping the march randomly to break it up, or making groups wait for arbitrary periods of time hoping they would give up and trickle away. During the march itself, snatch squads would randomly grab individual marchers or try to start larger incidents. As a result, the entire march had to be organized like an action. Everyone was organized into affinity groups, marchers often had to link arms, there were scouts, communications people on bicycles, and so on. The aggressive police tactics were not simply the result of hostility, though most of us felt there was an element of that, but part of a common strategy to keep numbers low. Marches are, as I've mentioned, always a numbers game. Police are also aware that newspapers generally do not calculate the total number of marchers that have been on the streets over the course of a day, but only those on the street at any one given moment. 79 What's more, if the papers are uncharitable as they were during the WEF, they count not the number that sets out at the beginning of a march, but the number that makes it to the end. A march that began with at least 10,000 was thus made to run a gauntlet that reduced them to something like 3 by the time they reached the Waldorf where the meetings were being held, whereupon the New York Times and wire services could dutifully report that 3,000 people held a protest in front of the hotel. Often, with unpermitted events, there is a kind of calculation of forces on either side. Experienced activists quickly develop a sense for numbers. In order to conduct a mass arrest, for example, police will normally have to outnumber arrestees 3 to 1, even more, in fact, if their targets use defensive tactics like linking arms. On several occasions I've ended up in the role of scout, monitoring the number of police massed ahead, counting vehicles and armor, the number of arrest buses deployed and so forth, so as to calculate the odds of a mass arrest and call back the information to organizers. Helicopters hovering over the city are presumably monitoring protester numbers for the other side. Usually, though, there are more than mere numbers at play. On July 31, 2000, during the Republican convention protests in Philadelphia, the Kensington Welfare Rights Union organized an unpermitted march of thousands of poor citizens, defying police vows to arrest everyone involved. The entire event turned into a prolonged game of maneuver. Organizers first placed mothers with children at the head of the march, so as to make it as difficult as possible for the police to attack them. Police responded by announcing that, since mothers were endangering their children by placing them in harm's way, presumably, by exposing them to the danger of attack by the police, any mother arrested with a child would be in danger of losing custody. This caused most of the mothers to retreat, but they were promptly replaced by elderly and handicapped protesters in wheelchairs. Police did not interfere as the march began, but halfway up the march route, scouts discovered several hundred riot cops in vans and maybe 30 arrest buses. Rumors were flying in all directions, and at one point, word went out from someone monitoring police radio that an order had been issued to begin arrests. But the sheer number of marchers, at least 10,000, would have made even an effort to cut off and detain the lead marchers almost impossible. In the end, all the marchers got through. The presence of large numbers in such situations is critical, and usually radically limits what the police can do. During the protests surrounding Bush's inauguration J20, 6 months later, D.C. police cut off and were in the process of carrying out a mass arrest on perhaps 200 marchers who had been part of the Black Bloc, the only group that had come determined to engage in direct action. The group was surrounded by riot police at a major intersection, reinforcements were being brought up, a second police line constructed to make it impossible for other activists to mass in support. Arrest buses were appearing and the chief of police had already arrived to supervise. Those in the circle quickly organized themselves defensively, linking arms and forming a circle, but the situation was looking bleak. I had myself escaped through an alleyway with some of the radical cheerleaders and was trying to bring in support, when several thousand marchers suddenly appeared on the scene with signs and banners. It turns out they were what we referred to at the time as angry Democrats, a mass of individuals organized by MoveOn.com that were proceeding on a permitted march route towards the inaugural parade route. Still, as soon as they arrived, the tactical situation transformed completely. The march leaders were ordered to detour. They refused. A mass of 3,000 was now weighing against thin exterior police lines. Black blockers were emerging from the alleyways to instruct the marchers on how to link arms and slowly advance against barricades or lines of police. Finally, the police called off the entire project and, after 2 or 3 symbolic arrests, retreated. On that occasion, the common understanding among activists was that, with so much of the DC police force already deployed along the parade route, the only way to bring in enough of them to conduct a mass arrest would have been to call in the National Guard. There were units positioned outside the city, and that the political brass had already decided they did not want the history books to record that, in order to inaugurate Bush after such a contested election, it was necessary to call in the National Guard. These examples are useful, I think, in bringing home the complex mix of tactical and political calculations that define the balance of forces, a calculus that is never completely understood, I think, by any single party, since neither activists nor officials ever fully grasp what the other side is thinking. Such considerations will become extremely important later, when we try to understand what sort of political efficacy such actions actually have. For now, let me conclude simply by stressing that, in contrast to the self-organized groups typical of direct action, crowds of marchers have an enormous inertia, and are extremely difficult to move around. Many experienced activists assume that to turn several thousand marchers around, say, to get a crowd marching in one direction to head back and down a parallel street to evade a police roadblock is simply impossible. It's not I've done it myself, but it takes a small handful of people willing to act as decisive leaders, for instance, by finding a very tall object such as a giant puppet, preferably accompanied by musicians, setting it in the right direction, convincing a few large clumps of people to follow them, and then fanning out as rapidly as possible to tell everyone else that the march is now heading in another direction, as if it were fait accompli. In other words, there is something about the very dynamic of an undifferentiated crowd that more or less demands some individuals take a leadership role. I would even suggest that if one wishes to understand the difference between the old-fashioned leftist concept of the masses, and the newer notion of multitude, one might best consider the difference between the unorganized crowd, a mass of undifferentiated individuals, subject to all the rumors, panics, and passions so endlessly documented by crowd psychologists L. E. Bone 1921, Conetti 1962, etc. and the self-organized crowd conducting a mass action. The latter is at once made up of endless cell-like affinity groups, but cross-cut by networks of comms units, medics, performers, legal observers, support groups, and media liaisons, ranged by the degree of risk they are willing to endure and level of training or preparation. These groups are usually themselves then organized into slices and clusters and, at the same time, with each cell highlighting only one particular aspect of multiple political identities as a basis of affinity for this particular action, queer activists from Cleveland, autonomous Marxists, pagans, wobblies, punk rockers from LA, and animal rights activists from New Jersey. There are very few ways in which the mass and multitude are the same. Second example, picket line. Unlike most marches and rallies, picket lines are directly confrontational, and everyone involved knows precisely who is being confronted. The ultimate target is of course management, the owners or directors of the struck enterprise. The immediate, flesh and blood target is anyone who threatens to cross the picket line, clients, customers, or scabs. Opponents may also include police, detectives, or private security hired by the employers, and others attempting to disrupt the line or ensure those wishing to cross can do so, and, sometimes, even counter-picketers assembled by the other side. In this sense, the audience and target largely overlap. One actually is trying to persuade identifiable members of the public not to do something, though in a larger sense one is also playing to a broader public, including, potentially, elements of the legal and political establishment who might be influenced by public opinion to intercede on the strikers' behalf. In this latter sense, strikes shade into protest. As I noted in Chapter 5, This situation emerges from a unique historical situation. Picket lines started out as a very radical form of direct action, insofar as they involved the direct threat of physical force, admittedly, as one of a number of tools to keep strike breakers away. Over the course of the early 20th century, the practice was legalized, becoming perhaps the only form of direct action the U.S. government does allow, even if only to certain, legally specified groups, but, at the same time, it became subject to detailed legal regulation. The use of physical force was disallowed, as an unacceptable violation of the state's monopoly on violence. But that same state monopoly on violence was in extremely limited ways substituted, coming to be employed on behalf of the strikers themselves, as, for example, when the government backed up the results of binding arbitration with the force of law. In other words, the police were not entirely on the other side. The result is that picket lines have become a fascinating combination of militancy, theater, and scrupulous legality. Let me draw my example from a campaign in which Dan was intimately involved, the walkout by employees of the Museum of Modern Art in Midtown Manhattan that we always referred to as the MoMA strike. This was a strike over contract negotiations by roughly 175 members of the Professional and Administrative Staff Association PASTA, which is Local 2110 of the United Auto Workers, representing curators, artists, secretaries, bookstore workers, and library workers. The other 400-odd workers at the museum were represented by 5 other unions, which did not go on strike. It turned out to be the longest strike in MoMA's history, lasting 134 days, from April 28 to September 12, 2000, when it ended. Most workers considered a dramatic victory. Dan Labor played a major role in helping to develop the union's strategy, in part, because one of the most active members of Dan Labor, Malcolm, had a family connection, being the son of a man then married to one of the main UAW organizers. This was the line Jordan proudly referred to in the last chapter as the rowdiest picket line in New York. Picketers were out every day, but Thursdays were set aside for major actions. What follows is one of these, an action built around disrupting a ball being thrown inside the museum for David Rockefeller's 85th birthday. This extract also gives a nice illustration of the role of Dan Labor, a group of activists who, not being union members, were therefore not legally banned from engaging in actions secondary boycotts and pickets, for instance, strictly forbidden to union members by the National Labor Relations Board. MoMA picket, Midtown Manhattan. Field notes, Thursday, June 14, 2000. The Dan crew usually provided giant puppets, figures of Haymarket martyrs we had salvaged from an earlier May Day march. These were kept on someone's roof in Soho, but, on this occasion, it turned out, the guy with the key was late, or perhaps it was the guy with the car, I don't remember. Anyway, the puppets never made it, and everyone was disappointed. Dan Labor arrives piecemeal, by subway. When I get there around 8 p.m., the area in front of the museum is already entirely barricaded off and controlled by cops who were not, however, out in particular force. Perhaps a dozen all told. The police have set up pens for us that were across the street from the entrance to the museum, around which they had placed several uniformed patrolmen. So we can't even make a gesture towards blocking the entrance, just try to disrupt things and make our presence known. The picketers inside the pens and, on that side of the street, also largely overflowing it, include a number of support groups from other unions including Teamsters, SAU, other UAW locals. The SAU people have purple jackets and banners, the UAW, red flags. They are mostly there in small groups of 3 or 4. There was also a tiny delegation from some sort of Jewish labor group. Almost everyone in the pen has some kind of sticker attached to them. There are big cardboard boxes full of stickers and leaflets and other supplies at either end of the pen, which everyone is free to take, including a black one specifically about MoMA workers on strike, a round red sticker saying contract now, blue ones that say healthcare is a human right, and another saying modern art, ancient wages. The strikers are in a very wide variety of attire, ranging from union jackets to a few in black tie or other fancy dress, presumably to impress partygoers, being handed leaflets outside. The cardboard boxes form a kind of command post. Aside from the stickers, there's a big box of signs and sign-making materials, many professionally printed with cartoons and little captions. You took the trust out of trustee. Our total numbers appear to be in the 200 to 250 range. It was too fluid though to really be sure. I run into an old college friend on the street who turns out to be a cousin of one of the strike organizers. Then Malcolm, one of the main organizers and puppet makers of Dan Labor, who, I discover, also turns out to be an artist. He is indeed in classic New York artist costume, with extremely short hair, sweatshirt, military-style pants, smoking unfiltered cigarettes. His father, who is also involved in Dan Labor, is an old-time labor organizer, bearded with a wooden cane, who explains his son works mainly in oils. We find the rest of the Dan people: Andrew, Todd, Jordan, Nicole, Zach, Beverly, Siobhan, about 6 or 7 in all. Zach is handing out earplugs that he's brought along, which actually prove quite useful, because part of the whole point of the picket is to make as much noise as possible, and since we're placed in pens pretty far from the entrance to the museum, people are making special efforts to make sure partygoers hear us. The rhythm of the drumming is slow, hypnotic, and extremely monotonous. 1 2 3, pause, 1 2 3, pause, 1 2 3, over and over for hours on end. It never changes. Occasionally someone comes around offering bells and whistles, literally, cowbells and little tin whistles, each with strings to hang around your neck. So the 3-beat rhythm, mainly beaten out on plastic bucket drums, was accompanied by whistling, either random, or joining in the rhythm, often a huge whistle blast only on the last of the 3. One woman had an air horn. Some strikers had kazoos, one Dan woman brought a flute. Unlike the beautiful, complex rhythms preferred for mass actions, this was quite intentionally not meant to be music. It was noise. Or, perhaps, as I watched them bang out the same 3-part beat, over and over, the word that kept popping into my head was chivalry, rough music. Isn't that what they used to call it in the 16th century, when the young men of a town would bang drums and pots and pans to mock prominent citizens who had annoyed them for some reason, put on satirical skits about them, make speeches? Chivalry was a kind of elementary, even elemental form of protest. And this is what it must have been like. Someone asks, where's the rat? Last time we were there was a giant, 2-story tall inflatable rat next to the pen, the largest of the 3 that tended to appear on picket lines around Manhattan. Generator broke down on the big one, so we sent it back. And the others were already taken. Around the back. At first, no partygoers are around. There is occasional swelling noise when one was spotted, along with cries of shame. Shame, and don't go in. One guy has a sign saying honk. He wades into traffic whenever any number of cars come by, and so many do, in fact, honk their horns that at one point, 2 cops have to step out to warn the drivers not to. Jordan and some others get the idea to go around the block and see if anything could be done from 54th Street, where there is an entry to the sculpture garden, where the party was actually to take place. We gather up most of the Dan people, except one who says he has an appointment and didn't want to risk arrest. Jordan says it's already been scouted out, and we all rue the lack of puppets. If we'd had one, it would be easy to lead a whole bunch of people with us on such an expedition. You can lead around whole crowds if you have a puppet. So we instead go out ourselves, about 7 of us, 5 Dan and 2 volunteers from the picket line, and a hefty supply of leaflets. Near the gate is a police barricade, unmanned. There are a couple cops in the area, but not behind them, and anyway, pedestrians are clearly able to walk through, so we take it to mean the barricades were only for actual strikers. We walk past them to the gate. Someone consults a cop in a white shirt, clearly the ranking officer here, who says he thought we weren't allowed to go behind the barricades, but he isn't sure. He goes off to check with his superiors. Behind the barricade is a van full of sound equipment for the party. There are speakers and soundboards scattered all over the street, about to be taken into the sculpture garden. We chat up the two guys in the band, who were entirely sympathetic your union guys. They'd had no idea a strike was even going on. Could we put our stickers on the equipment, we asked them? Yeah, sure, they said. Why not? Andrew, in a jacket covered with stickers and a backwards beret, is already trying his Spanish on some Mexican restaurant workers by a side kitchen door. Most of us have forgotten to bring stickers. I run off and come back 10 minutes later with a whole batch of them, but, by that time, the Dan crew was already returning in a clump. Me, but I just got all these stickers. Nicole, the cops made us leave. They almost arrested Jordan. Me, what for? Jordan, for spitting. Apparently the white shirt had finally got his orders and they were to get rid of us. The partygoers start to arrive. So we regroup, Nicole and I and, later Mike, at the east access to the front door on 53rd Street. From here, you can hear a din from across the street, and the 1-2-3 rhythm, but there is no way to make out any of the chants or to have any idea what the message is supposed to be. The union had cleverly placed a young man in a tux and two women in evening dresses. One was carrying 3 roses, just outside the police line, waiting to greet the partygoers as they arrived from the direction of 5th Avenue, handing out sheets of paper that looked like they should have been programs but were in fact union flyers. 3 cops stand behind the wooden barricade, not interfering, but not interacting either. They restrict themselves to hustling the guests in over the line and towards the door of the museum. And how do they know which ones are guests, asks Nicole, though the answer is pretty obvious. The rich people appear mostly in couples or groups of 4 or 5, men in black tie. The women mostly in bright spring colors. A few arrive in limousines, most arrive on foot. They come in all ages, except for small children. Reactions to the picketers vary considerably. Most of the men put on an impassive stone face and try to stride manfully past us, gazing straight ahead. A few are flustered or angry. Some of the women look frightened or upset. Others act tipsy or giggly. 1 or 2 are clearly trashed on something. We try goofing with the policeman. Arrest that woman, officer. She's obviously on drugs. Andrew soon becomes the star of the show, with an arsenal of stickers and an apparent complete lack of shame or inhibition. Several times he walks straight up to one of the guests, pretending to greet them, slaps them on the back, and thereby deposits a black MoMA worker on strike sticker squarely on the back of their tuxedo. Nicole and I, meanwhile, join in with 4 or 5 other union people trying to make appeals to conscience. Please, don't cross our picket line, shame, shame, don't go in, etc. The scene makes Nicole a bit depressed. How can people do that, she keeps asking me, after 2 steely-faced millionaires walked by refusing to take flyers or to look anyone in the eye. How can they just walk past a picket line? Maybe they give them desensitizing lessons in business school, I shrug. Jordan scowls. Because they're scumbags. Actually, the exchange made me think about the degree to which we might ourselves have come across as hostile or threatening, thus making it actually easier for guests to cross, and feel heroic for doing so. So I try to adjust my rhetoric accordingly. Please don't do this, it's really not very nice to cross a picket line. Nicole is much harsher, she's the bad cop, I later remark to a jolly white-bearded union guy who eventually drops by to join us. My, he observes, you've got a whole little gauntlet going here, don't you? I give away a couple flyers and stickered a limo, until a white shirt comes up to us to announce that the next person who was caught attempting to sticker anyone or anything is going to jail. Word goes around quickly that they're cracking down, and even Andrew, reluctantly, cuts it out. Almost immediately thereafter, a 50-ish couple in evening clothes appear among the arriving guests, and are greeted by warm hugs from the union people. The husband, as it turns out, is a noted gallery owner who has both donated a number of paintings to the museum, and was a well-known union supporter. He takes a stack of flyers and promises to distribute them inside the building. His wife takes a pile of stickers, attaching several to the strap of her evening gown. Mike, another Dan person, appears and starts to take over Nicole's post. His approach is more comic than confrontational. Crossing picket lines leads to baldness. Hey, I'll buy you dinner for $100, until eventually one of the two union captains supposedly in charge of the demo comes to shoo us away. We want only union members by the door, she says. So we leave. Geez, what's up her ass? Asks one of the Dan people as we're crossing back to the other side of the street. She could have at least expressed some appreciation. Mike thinks there's a tension between her and the other captain, who brought in the Dan people to begin with, over who's in control. Someone else says she's apparently involved in some heavy negotiations with the police right now, and is under a lot of pressure. There was probably something going on because, a few minutes later, a squadron of 8 policemen marched down the street past us, in formation, and took up positions by the wall, exactly where we had been. After most of an hour, the party-goers are all inside. The ruckus continues. I stay on a while longer, long enough to greet the 2 sound guys from the van, who come to pay their respects to the picketers. I lay some plans for next time, and finally, take the subway home. Several things stand out here. One is that, as noted above, picket lines involve direct confrontation. While in generic protest, it's often not clear who is being addressed. Here, what's going on is much less ambiguous. However important the experience of solidarity, the main point is to have an effect on specific, identifiable, others. In most marches and actions, there is music to energize and uplift the marchers. Here, there is raucous noise meant to annoy the other side. And the operative question is indeed, which side are you on? One appeals to those passing by to express support, either actively, for instance, by honking, or at least passively, by not crossing the picket line. Those who cross it are declaring they have, in the eyes of the picketers, violated an elementary principle of morality. Hence Nicole's confusion. We are dealing with a difference of moral understanding so fundamental that it's hard to even imagine what must be going on in a crosser's head. That's the next point. This is very much a matter of moral combat. There was a time, as I mentioned, when picketing was but one form of direct action employed in the labor movement, and considered a very militant one, since it often involved effectively besieging a workplace and physically keeping others out. When picketing became a legally acceptable form of protest in the early decades of the 20th century, all this was ruled out. It became an appeal to conscience. But, at the same time, it maintained its militant style. The show of force is no longer a means of physical intimidation, it becomes a way to express just how much strikers feel one would step outside the bounds of common decency if one chose to cross the picket line, just how despicable a creature one would become. This is true even when one is not really trying to keep people out at all. No one really expected that any of David Rockefeller's friends and well-wishers would see a picket line at his birthday party, feel pangs of moral conscience, and decide not to attend. When a pro-union banqueter did appear, no one even suggested he turn away. The point was to make the other banqueters feel uncomfortable, to know which side they were on and how people on the other side felt about that. And, perhaps, to use their influence to encourage the museum to make concessions and make this annoyance go away. Particularly interesting here is the role of the police. In principle, of course, the police are acting as impartial representatives of the state, a state that views everyone involved, equally, as its citizens. Thus, in principle, they are the only actors who are not on either side, but simply trying to keep the peace and the streets open. Obviously, they are not really neutral. When push comes to shove, sometimes literally, the chief job of the police is to protect the owner's property rights and to ensure the Rockefellers' guests could enter the building unmolested, even to the extent of warning drivers not to honk in sympathy. Still, as individuals, their sympathies are likely to lean in the direction of the strikers. Granted, the individual sympathies of a police officer are largely irrelevant if they are given direct orders to crack down, but even here, if one consults police handbooks on dealing with civil disturbance, one finds that the guidelines concerning picket lines are far more generous and much less confrontational than just about any other form of demonstration. This looseness makes it much easier for strikers to see police, if not as friends, then at least not purely enemies, even if that also means that, as a result, they often become confusing and even frustrating creatures. Point 80. It's interesting to observe this ambivalence, because it will be cropping up over and over again. It is essential to the nature of police. Police are, by definition, public servants. If one walks up to a police officer with a question, asks him how to get to the zoo, or the location of the nearest branch of the Department of Motor Vehicles, or even, about the meaning of some insignia or acronym on their jacket, they are expected to provide the information. It's part of their job, their responsibility to the public they exist to serve and protect. Strikers, and this is true of protesters in general, of course, are by definition members of this public. In principle, if a protester walks up to a policeman and asks directions, or for medical assistance, or complains that someone assaulted them, the police are supposed to help. And under certain circumstances, they will in fact do so. At the same time, strikers or protesters can, in the eyes of police, slip instantaneously into enemies of the public order at any time, and hence themselves become objects of threats of, or actual physical assault. From the protester's perspective, the result is a constant switching of registers. At one moment you might be chatting or joking with the officer standing next to you, dealing with him as an individual. And he might be either friendly or unfriendly depending on his own personal feelings. Or you might be dealing with him as a public servant, that is, as a person obliged to be helpful, to provide you with information or services. But then, often without warning, they might instantly switch to become the impassive face of state violence, for example, when they are ordered to attack the people with whom they had just been chatting with pepper spray or tear gas, or, to corral them through the aggressive use of their batons. It's all the more complicated, since usually, police command structures are fairly loose and sporadic. Often at strikes or actions, if something unexpected happens, police are unsure of the rules they have to follow, and wait for orders. They literally have to stand by until they are told whether the person standing in front of them and possibly trying to chat them up is to be protected from violence, or threatened with it. It's this constant shifting, and the inevitability of constant interaction in situations of extreme ambiguity, that leads to the jokes, the attempts to humanize police, but also, the feelings of betrayal that almost invariably ensue when police ultimately do receive orders, or the hierarchy reasserts itself as it did when orders came to clear us away to the museum garden, or when Union stewards began negotiating with the white shirts to clear the gauntlet the banqueters had to pass through. My final point about picket lines relates to rules of engagement. One consequence of the legal recognition of picket lines is that everyone is clearly aware of what they can and cannot do. Gray areas exist, but not nearly as many as in permitted marches, let alone direct actions, where there is nothing even resembling a rule book that both sides can consult. Many in Dan were convinced that this is precisely what makes union organizers work so hard to keep their people away from the action during mass mobilizations like Seattle or A16. Unions, being the only organizations in America effectively allowed to engage in direct action, have also submitted themselves to detailed regulations about how they may do so, and allowing union members, particularly if carrying union banners or insignia, to enter into an open-ended and inherently illegal situation might jeopardize everything. Third example, street party. Direct action aims to confront what it sees as an unjust or illegitimate form of authority in a way that, in its very internal structure, suggests a viable alternative to it. Actually, the same is probably true, in some sense, of protest in general. The result, as we've seen, is that it's often difficult to determine how much any given action should be seen as primarily a performance meant to make an impression on an outside audience, and how much it is better seen as a collective ritual meant to educate, inspire, entertain, and transform the sense of possibilities of the participants themselves. Certainly, there is always a little of both. But some types of action lean much more heavily towards one than towards the other. If picket lines lean very much in the first direction, they are primarily about communicating a message of defiance to specific opponents, and convincing a broader audience to act in solidarity. Street parties might be said to represent the opposite extreme. While they are certainly intended to make a political statement or achieve a political end, they are also designed to afford participants every possible opportunity to enjoy themselves. That element of pleasure above all, of collective, social pleasure, is really the main point. Even insofar as those taking part in a street party are trying to impress an audience, they are doing so in such a way as to blur the boundaries, not to draw lines in the sand. Onlookers are offered a show with music and jugglers and clowns. The ideal is for the pleasure of the experience to become infectious, so that the audience spontaneously finds itself drawn in, to either mentally or, better, physically enter the festival. This element of pleasure is considered crucial to what makes new forms of protest new almost as much as principles of self-organization and autonomy. Large actions always tend to be represented as festivals of resistance or carnivals against capitalism. Their organizers always explicitly contrast them with the old, tedious style favored by liberals and socialists, which simply involve marching along with signs. Obviously, all of this is new only in a manner of speaking. Festive protest, if one counts popular festivals that challenge existing forms of social inequality and simultaneously provide at least the suggestion of different, more egalitarian, more pleasurable ways of living, would appear to be about as old as social inequality itself. Even if we confine ourselves to Europe, we can find the ancestors of modern street parties in Roman Saturnalias, medieval carnivals, and all those other rituals that played at putting the social world upside down. There is a voluminous literature on the subject. 81. As we'll see, those who organize anarchist street parties tend to be keenly aware of this. In fact, the giant papier-mâché puppets that often grace those festivals are quite self-conscious references to the wickerwork giants and dragons of medieval carnivals. Still, there is a more specific genealogy here. In New York, the group that specialized in putting on radical street parties between 1997 and 2002 was called Reclaim the Streets. It was named for a much older, and much larger network that had emerged in the United Kingdom during the 1990s. RTS, as everyone called it, arose in the UK from a very particular conjuncture, basically, between an emergent anarchist movement concentrating on ecological struggles over road construction and battles over the privatization of urban space, and the simultaneous birth of rave culture, which itself was all about using techniques very similar to direct action to seize and transform unlikely spaces, forest clearings, unused warehouses, or abandoned factories into sites of music, ecstasy, and the endless invention of new forms of collective pleasure. RTS came to specialize in fusing rave culture with principles of nonviolent civil disobedience. One of their greatest innovations, for example, was the use of tripods. In order to block off traffic from a piece of roadway, one could construct elaborate three-legged structures on either end, with a volunteer slung from the top. If defended, it would take even determined police forever to get them down without hurting them. In the meantime, a sound system could be introduced, and the roadway transformed into a public festival. Some of their best stunts quickly took on legendary status. In one street party, organizers drove ancient cars to block off roadways and then set them on fire. In another party, everyone's favorite, held on a newly constructed bypass road in London, two women stilt walkers circulated about in gargantuan flounced dresses to deafening music, as underneath each of their skirts, a man with jackhammers systematically destroyed the roadway underneath, and volunteers followed behind planting trees in the openings. 82 New York RTS never managed to pull off anything on quite the same scale. Their scene was smaller, and public space in New York is much more heavily and aggressively policed. In New York, unlike in almost any other city, police seem to consider it a matter of principle that protesters or activists should never, under any conditions, be allowed to take the streets. 83 From quite early on, activists discovered the only way to avoid being shut down or arrested in New York was to keep mobile. The paradigm, perhaps, was critical mass, which had been going on since the early 1990s. RTS actions in New York tended not to focus on roadways, but on car culture, privatization, community labor issues, and, above all, public space. The usual approach was not to announce any location in advance, but rather to distribute a phone number or other source that would, at the appointed time, tell everyone where they were to converge, or sometimes, just how to get there. Take the B train north from 14th Street at 2 p.m. and then follow the people with the orange flags. The first experiment, in Times Square, was fairly successful, but police quickly learned how to take down tripods quite efficiently. They also developed the annoying tactic of heading straight for the sound system, shutting down the music as soon as possible, and then hauling off the equipment, which was quite expensive, and was never returned. By the time of the car-free New York City action in September 2000, the one I will be using as my example, RTS had taken to building new sound systems into carts or cycles and trying to keep as mobile as possible, playing cat and mouse with the cops. Still, it was just a way of postponing the inevitable. The fundraiser party recorded in Chapter 6 was, in fact, meant to raise money for a new system. Rumor had it that it was going to be constructed inside a large iron cage to keep the police away as long as possible. That was Sunday. On Thursday, the day before the action, Jack Rabbit, a diminutive philosophy grad student more often just referred to as the tripod guy, since he was RTS premier tripod rider, told me the system still wasn't finished. People were calling all over the place, mobilizing anyone with welding skills to come to Williamsburg to finish it off. The action itself was planned to converge with a critical mass organized on that same day. Those not on bicycles were to converge at 8 p.m. on the small plaza in front of St. Mark's Church, at the corner of 2nd Avenue and 10th Street in the East Village, one of several famous activist-friendly churches in the neighborhood, and then receive printed instructions about what to do next. Reclaim the Streets Action Car-Free NYC, East Village, New York. Field Notes, Friday, September 28, 2000. I show up only 5 minutes late to the rendezvous point. About 60 people are already milling around the open space in front of the church gates, many in costume, with 5 police vans already in place. There are a certain number of Dan types, many RTS regulars, Emily, Kelvin and so on, a few independent media center folks, several legal observers with red armbands. Cops mill around the direct south and southwest of our part of the plaza. No banners, equipment, or any obvious activist gear is visible, but since the location was announced, their presence is inevitable. Someone explains to me that critical mass, a fairly large one, with 200 or 300 cyclists, had left Union Square an hour before. The plan is for us to join them, but we were trying to keep the convergence side from the cops as long as possible. It's a lovely cool evening, perfect for an action. I brought some bits of costume too, several transparent masks I picked up in some shop in the village. They're rather creepy looking, since they don't actually disguise your face, but transform your features to look like someone else, rather like someone made of wax. A couple friends take them and put them on top of their heads. The question, one asks, is, do these actually violate the anti-masking law? Since after all, they are technically transparent. That's a good question. I suppose we could ask the cops, I suggest, uncertainly. I'm not sure I actually have the nerve to. Well, that would mean acknowledging their existence. Good point. Gradually, word filters out to those in the know. There are too many cops for us to start out from here to meet critical mass. There are also too many cops on St. Mark's Street, 2 blocks to the south, which was our original target. So the RTS folks had a brief meeting and came up with a new plan. Everyone is to disperse, wander off in different directions, but end up in front of the Gap 2 blocks away at St. Mark's and 2nd, and wait there for further instructions. Scouts with cell phones are already bicycling about, assessing the situation. By 8:15, half of us are already gone, people drift off in twos and threes. One large band of activists marches north in way of a diversion. I head off to the gap with Rufus and a couple friends. By the time we get there are already maybe 20 people clumped together in front of it. Quick conference and we decide that we're too obvious and we'd better scatter more, but then Emily, one of the RTS organizers, appears to tell us no. Word is not to drift off too far west. Also, stay on this side of the street. 3 of us walk about a third of the way up the block and end up leaning on a car which, we suddenly realize, is parked right next to a mysterious cart-like object entirely covered by a big blue plastic tarp. Wonder what could that be, smiles Rufus. We're trying to look like an ordinary group of loiterers and not to look at the cart, but it's actually rather difficult. Suddenly, whoops and cheers ring out from 2nd Avenue. Critical mass has arrived. The whole street seems to light up. Even ordinary pedestrians take interest. Everyone heads down to join them. Critical mass is not limited to bicycles, anyone on wheels can attend, so long as those wheels are powered by human energy. In practice, it's almost entirely bicyclists, though I do notice 2 skateboarders and someone on rollerblades. A handful wear bike gear and helmets, but the majority are in some kind of costume. There are wigs, clown noses, robes. One old guy is covered with some kind of blue glow-in-the-dark threads covering his whole body. Many, for some reason, sport plunger-like scepters or similar props. In the lead is a high bicycle. Really high. Like, 2 stories. The thing seems to be grafted together out of 3 normal bicycles, the middle one with its seat at least 15 feet in the air and accessible by a kind of ladder, and an elaborate supporting structure. On top is Arish, the famous community gardens activist, dressed as a green pea pod with a hat like a huge leaf. They've also, we happily note, managed to shake off almost their entire police escort. There are 3 cop scooters zipping around in and out of the press trying to seem as significant as their numbers allow, but that's it. The cars and vans that usually follow behind are all lost somewhere, no doubt frantically calling HQ to get a radio spot on our current position. As we all converge on 2nd Avenue, it suddenly seems there are far more of us than anyone thought. All sorts of activists appear who must have been tucked away out of sight even before I showed up at St. Mark's. It all feels like an unexpected triumph. There are whoops, screams, shouts of joy. Inevitable chants of whose streets? Our streets. Except, for a moment, with no other cops anywhere to be seen, it actually seems true. A few moments of happiness and then we're on the move. Some RTS regulars have trundled up with the sound system and push it along as several bikes pedal off slowly in the lead. Some of the cyclists have whistles and blow them along with chants of more bikes, less cars, and whose streets. No one knows quite where we're going. We head east, then south on 1st Avenue, up 7th Street, then stop halfway up the street that leads to Tompkins Square Park. Apparently, this is the spot. The sound system has already mysteriously arrived, and it's unveiled now. I observe that it is, indeed, encased in a great deal of extremely complicated-looking ironwork. Cyclists start blowing whistles again. There's a huge swell of noise of every sort. Soap bubbles floating above us. People inflate balloons and everyone starts bouncing them back and forth over each other's heads. Finally, they get the thing working and music, some sort of cheerful electronica, begins to a huge, welling feeling of triumph and accomplishment. Bikers greet friends on foot with embraces and high fives. A number of activists with video cameras are focusing on the system, a couple dozen others are already starting to dance around it. All over, people start bouncing up and down. There are bikes parked all over the surrounding streets, many with drums and streamers still attached. Jordan, from Dan Labor, appears in an all-leather cowboy outfit, handing out pink balloons. Others are dressed as pirates, or priests. There's one startling fellow in a suit with a zillion eyes pasted all over his face and clothing. One reason for the continued sense of triumph is that the cops still haven't really caught up with us, except for the 3 scooters, though we all know reinforcements are inevitable. Sure enough, additional scooters appear a few minutes later. Soon, there are lines of them parked at either end of our party. 10 minutes later there are cops inspecting the system, activists all pretending not to notice them, or surreptitiously smiling as one porky white shirt puzzles over the iron cage and tries to figure out how one could get in. He seems foiled, annoyed, and trying not to show it as several friends cheerfully remark. More of concern is the condition of the system itself, since its generator appears to be smoking and emitting the smell of burning rubber. At one point it seems to wobble and tip as the commander inspects it, prompting everyone, activists and cops, to dive in and prop it up, forced momentarily to be allies, but then it's safe and we go back to studied obliviousness. Eventually the burning smell too seems to subside, the cops go away, joining a cluster of NYPD vans gathering at the edge of the park, awaiting orders. So, for roughly 20 minutes, from about 8:35 to about 8:55 p.m., some 300 activists occupy the middle of 7th Street, unmolested. Everybody dances. Even I dance a little when a crazy older woman from the IMC comes out and grabs me. No tripods. But no cars either. The police near the park, we notice, are turning them away. Which actually means, reflects Rufus, that we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, since this also ties a lot of them down and prevents them from moving on us until they have reinforcements. Pedestrians seem bemused. We try to coax them in to join us, but most stay on the sidewalk. Curious residents come out and sit on their stoops to watch the show. A lot of them fetch video cameras to film us. 1 or 2 accept balloons. 8:52 p.m., the sound system sputters to a stop. No, it's back on again. There seems to be a collective obsession with how long we can keep it going, as if every minute we can keep the music is a triumph wrested from what, in contrast, can only be perceived as an oppressive daily reality, joylessness enforced by violence. A bubble of freedom. Whoops resound as Jackrabbit scrambles on top of the cage with a harmonica strapped to his head. He performs a brief dance to his own music and climbs down. And, in fact, makes it down just as the cops start seriously moving in. I am standing on a corner blowing up a balloon as an older woman in an orange baseball cap comes through telling everyone to get out of the street. If you're not on the sidewalk, she keeps saying, you're arrestable. She looks impatiently at me, as I've just been calling passers-by to join us. I just smile. Well, in case you do get arrested, take this card. Can you give me a second? I'm trying to tie this balloon. I look up and note the card says National Lawyers Guild, a group that usually provides legal observers. So does her hat. She doesn't wait for me. She recognized the obvious brush off, and continues on her way, vaguely annoying everyone, who mostly do their best to make believe she isn't there. The NLG are usually good activist allies, but in this case, it's not as if there's anyone unaware that being in the street makes you arrestable. That's kind of the whole point. She, on the other hand, while obviously nothing if not well-meaning, seems unaware that by failing to either identify or explain herself, she's ensuring her behavior is indistinguishable from that of the police. Apparently, the police now feel they've brought up sufficient force to make arrests. There's about 6 vans down the street now, about 50 uniforms. Which means it's time for the second half of the plan to go into effect. Part 2. During the street party, elements of an anarchist brass band called the Hungry March Band had filtered in and positioned themselves discreetly on a nearby stoop, near where Arish's high bicycle was parked. By now they have, as far as I can make out, 1 drummer, 1 trombone, 2 clarinets, and a tuba. At first, they're just providing little trills and frills to the music the system is putting out, but at 9:57 the music abruptly stops. About a dozen police are surrounding the iron cage and starting to make a serious effort to haul it off. The moment the music stopped, we all felt dropped into uncharted territory. There was a rapid succession of collective emotions, a sense that things could go anywhere. First came a moment of complete uncertainty, a mood shift, but no one knew quite to what. A sudden emptiness anything might fill. Then one person started a chant of whose streets? Our streets, and it was taken up by more and more of us, shouted, almost, directly against the police. It sounded like what began as a festive party might turn into an aggressive, angry protest, even perhaps a street battle. Then, during a lull, one of the radical cheerleaders, with pink hot pants and spiky blue hair, stepped into the open area right next to the system and began a chant her group had composed for the occasion. We don't want a piece of your corporate pie. Because the whole fucking system is based on a lie. The problem, though, is that her voice is high and doesn't carry all that well. A few other radical cheerleaders pop up and join in, but others in her affinity group seem to be missing in action, and since none of the rest us know the words, no one else can take it up. So that doesn't work. Meanwhile, police with megaphones are moving, followed by a battalion marching in rank, with their usual odd mix of politeness and threats of violence. Please move up. Anyone standing on the street will be arrested. We're asking you to please move up. It's as if they're not sure whether they're addressing citizens or criminals, so they address us as both at the same time. Anyway, it's at exactly the moment the police become audible to the bulk of the crowd that the band kicks in. And it seems like they've chosen the perfect tune, klezmer music, loud, but eminently danceable. Suddenly, it's as if the police have been subsumed, incorporated. They're part of our act. They've been rendered entertainment. People start jumping on their bikes. We all start to fall back and west, away from the police. It's not clear anyone is directing the retreat, but there's an order to it. The main directive force, of course, are the musicians. We have our own marching band, one woman triumphantly declares, though there are a couple organizers dashing about in front of them, including Time's Up Bill, the usual leader of critical mass, a grim, dark-haired, 40-ish guy talking continually into an FRS walkie-talkie, and a couple others too, some fellow in a red clown's nose who I don't know, another, an African-American woman dressed as a pirate, who I later learn is part of the Reverend Billy Choir. What's your position? Are there a lot of cops there? We're heading towards Tompkins Square Park. Do you copy? We're heading for the park. As we retreat, people take up familiar anti-cop chants. We're right, you're wrong. Big sticks, little dicks, and the band starts a new number this time, a really bouncy, jazzy circus tune. Extremely rhythmic and goofy at the same time. A lot of us are walking and dancing simultaneously, or doing something halfway in between. Some people are skipping. Others twirling. It's extremely difficult not to. I find myself doing a sort of loping clown walk with a couple of my friends. Almost no one is using the sidewalk, most of us are following the bikes led by Arish down the middle of the street. We hit the intersection at First Avenue, which is good, as several people had been complaining that we really ought to, at least once, get ourselves on a real street with real traffic to block. Bikes occupy the center of the intersection and we form a brief phalanx, stopping cabs and trucks, then move on. I am starting to notice that while Bill appears to be coordinating everything, talking simultaneously on an FRS and cell phone now, nobody is actually doing anything he says. Often they do the exact opposite. In fact, everyone is just following the music and the highest visible object, which is Arish as Peapod on the high bike. At 2nd Avenue, we occupy the intersection again, cabs are honking, cops are once again miraculously absent. How did we manage to lose them, except for those 2 or 3 dogged motor scooters determined to show their presence? We cheer as the bikes form a phalanx again. Onlookers are mainly amused by the free entertainment. One drunk in a business suit keeps calling up to Arish, How the fuck do you do that? Someone asks, does anyone have any handouts or literature for these people? Oh, shit, says Christine, another key RTS organizer. I forgot. There's a box of them somewhere, we gave some out at the very start, says someone else. But I'm not sure what happened to them after that. Police scooters are trying to dash through the bikes, but the bulk of the cops still trails behind. At one point, the music slacks off a bit and several drummers in the crowd start up a somber rhythm to give the band a rest. We march down a street full of Indian restaurants, a lot of Sikhs in turbans and other South Asians providing us with smiles and cheers of bravo. Other pedestrians film us. Bill is telling me how, back on 7th, the cops who seized the sound system had told him, we'd like to see you just try to get it back, threatening mass arrests if anyone even looked like they were making a move on it. It's lost forever. Has there ever been an action where you didn't lose the sound system? I ask. Not yet. The cops always go straight for it. They size up what's the object of greatest value and appropriate it. And we never get it back. On the upside, though, he noted, there are no reported arrests. More cheers as, after doubling back, we arrive at Tompkins Square. We're blocking the avenue again, the cop vans are gone, though everyone stops for a minute to make way for a St. Vincent's ambulance. The band reverts to klezmer music as we rejoin a crowd of activists who'd been waiting for us. Bill explains the park was our fallback spot if things got hairy. Denouement after that it's mostly wind down. The Hungry March band quickly take off for another gig downtown. We gather in an open space where the band shell used to be. The radical cheerleaders finally put on their new act to a dwindling but appreciative audience. Someone juggles fire, but sparks scatter and start a little blaze among some papers blowing around, and several of us run up to stomp it out. Arish is showing a variety of appreciative onlookers how to climb up on the high bicycle. Everybody's telling everyone else their version of the story of the night. Gutter had eyes all over his head, and Jackrabbit jumped on top of the system and was dancing like a monkey. I hear one happy cyclist report, as a friend handed him a bottle, a woman does cartwheels and some break dance moves to improvised drumming. Some drunk from the park tosses a trash can, and everyone again runs in to tidy up. Emily takes the stage to make an announcement. There's going to be a Nader rally at Washington Square Park tomorrow and the billionaires will be crashing the party. Meet at 11:15 a.m. at the southwest corner of the park, bring teacups, wear fancy dress, tuxedos if you have them. She's a bit uncertain in her delivery, making a great play on her shyness, and several people make an equally great show of applauding and cheering to urge her on. Go Emily! Yay Emily! Word is going around that there are two different parties to go to after the event, an NYU party in the East Village, and a much bigger one on the Staten Island ferry. The Hungry March band will be playing on the ferry both ways, half an hour in each direction, starting at 11:15. That was obviously going to be the best party of the evening, but I'm tired, and eventually drift off home. The contrast with picket lines could hardly be more patent. In principle, of course, there was a message to the action. It was called Car-Free New York City, an attempt to imagine a city without personal automobiles, and in doing so, bring home the waste and destruction wreaked by American car culture. The idea of banning cars, at least from Manhattan, had been bouncing around since the 1960s. No doubt, most of the participants could, if asked, have elaborated at length on this theme, rattling off all sorts of statistics about ecological devastation, global warming, the history of oil wars, corporate collusion in the destruction of public transportation, and the relation between the automobile and more general trends of social isolation and the erosion of shared public space. No doubt, too, some of this was in the literature copied to hand out, but I never managed to get my hands on a copy of it. The leaflets appear to have gotten lost quite early on in the action. In fact, insofar as these themes were enunciated, it was really at the fundraiser the week before, attended almost exclusively by activists. This was not that unusual. Critical mass rides in New York also usually had specific political themes, but I found one could easily attend the whole action start to finish without having the slightest idea what it was supposed to be about. To find out, in fact, I would usually have to consult the report that would appear on the IMC webpage and activist listservs the next day. Note, too, that there was no attempt to court or even inform the media other than activist media like the IMC itself. This might seem a minor point, since there was almost no chance of most mainstream media reporting on such an action anyway. Even local cable stations like New York One regularly ignored them, but it brings home the degree to which the intended audience was, in the widest sense at least, the activist community itself. I don't say this to downplay the political importance of such actions, though there are certainly activists who would do so. I merely wish to emphasize that they are not primarily about outreach. They are about building an activist culture and community. That community has always overlapped with wider bohemian or artistic circles. In the case of RTS-style actions, one could perceive a continuum of actions, starting with Seattle or Quebec-style festivals of resistance in which the RTS folk did participate, where there was no ambiguity at all about who was being confronted, to critical mass rides or street parties, which were not primarily about confrontation, to raves or subway parties, often organized in almost exactly the same way, where there was no attempt at confrontation or pretense of a political message at all. What's more, members of the same pool of people, activists, as well as ravers and bohemian types, would appear at all of them. Though, as one might suspect, not in equal proportions. Consider, in this case, a subway party, in which several hundred people would unexpectedly converge, along with musicians, streamers, and wild costumes, on a New York subway car and ride it through the city. Is this an action? I never heard anyone refer to one as such, since they had no explicit political content. But, insofar they were assertions of a right to create new forms of community by finding new and, technically, illegal ways of appropriating shared public resources, they are not so very different. I am perhaps being a bit unfair here. Normally, in practice, street parties and carnival tactics tend to be mixed together with more classic strategies of civil disobedience, as with most British RTS actions, which both had more specific targets, and did not involve running away from the police. Alternately, such tactics can form one element in a much larger action. Still, it's useful to see what happens to a certain logic when it is carried as far as it can go. In this case, what is being pushed to its limits is the utopian element in direct action, particularly, the emphasis on collective pleasure. Insofar as there is confrontation, the target becomes an abstraction, car culture, the control of public space, or, in a larger sense, the entire system of social alienation and constraint that denies us opportunities for self-realization, creativity, and fun. Insofar as this malevolent abstraction takes concrete form, it does so in the form of the police. There is no question, here, of police ever being neutral mediators with the police. In turn, one strives to have as little contact as possible. When it is no longer possible to ignore them, it's time to run away. The goal is to live as long as possible in the sort of world one would prefer to live in, one in which police do not exist. Always, too, the emphasis is geographical, on opening up liberated spaces, however ephemeral, of transforming streets, squares, parks, and roadways that are in principle public property, whose streets are streets, by turning them over to the community, by freeing them from the control of the community's presumptive representative, the state. And, for what it's worth, groups like RTS were, in fact, much more directly tied to actual community organizations, community gardens, for example, or other neighborhood institutions than groups like DAN, which always had a more international emphasis. Point 84. There is actually quite a sophisticated body of theory behind all this. I've already made mention, however briefly, of the situationist argument, that the commodity system and resultant destruction of meaningful human relationships renders us a passive audience to our own lives, a phenomenon Guy Debord referred to as the spectacle. For the situationists, the only way to overcome the spectacle in everyday life was to take action for and by oneself, to return to the pure pleasure of creativity, which, in effect, meant turning elements of the system spaces, images, objects against themselves. The Situationists were actually particularly interested in the transformation of urban space, the practice, as they called it, of psychogeography, of subverting the drab utilitarian logic of streets and thoroughfares to recreate the sense not only of community but of the sacred. Combine with this the immediatism of authors like Hakim Bey 1991, with its utter rejection of the old model of the grim, self-sacrificing revolutionary and its insistence on the right to experience the full pleasure of freedom in the here and now, even if only in momentary flashes in temporary autonomous zones, making cracks in the grid of total control, and this is more or less what one will come up with. It is all the more important in New York, a city utterly dedicated to the production and display of consumer spectacle, and which, at the same time, exerts the most absolute and total control over public space of any city on earth. The pens, the barricades, the constant presence of overwhelming numbers of police, all are meant to demoralize activists, and they are remarkably effective in doing so. Hardly surprising, then, that every space of autonomy that can actually be wrested from them, either by sheer militancy and weight of numbers, which almost never happens, or by sheer ingenuity, seems an utterly worthwhile accomplishment. Fourth example, civil disobedience blockade. In Chapter 5, I addressed some of the theory of direct action, and how it's distinguished from civil disobedience in principle. Here I turn to practice. As usual, in practice, things turn out to be a bit more complicated. In common activist usage, any demonstration that involves willful violation of the law can be referred to as a CD, an act of civil disobedience. So, on a certain level, almost all actions can be considered CDs. Still, this wider definition tends to be used especially when talking to outsiders, onlookers, the media, police. When talking with other activists, the term tends to be used most of all when speaking of actions that are solemn, public, stationary, explicitly nonviolent, and that do not involve any attempt to avoid arrest. If one thinks of a CD, one thinks, first of all, of the sort of action in which participants start by publicly announcing their intention to defy an unjust law or policy, and then proceed to do so, say, by locking themselves to a building that's about to be demolished, or across the gates of a corporate headquarters, or burning their draft cards offering no resistance, or, alternately, only passive or scrupulously nonviolent resistance, when police appear to take them away. In many cases, in fact, to be arrested is the entire point, since arrest and trial affords one the opportunity to explain to the world what one was doing, or to challenge the unjust law. Direct action can be furtive, civil disobedience, by definition, can't. This might make civil disobedience seem like a mere extension of the logic of protest, an attempt to sway the authorities through an appeal to public opinion. If so, it would have little to do with direct action. This is not entirely untrue. Certainly, with many actions labeled CDs it is quite explicitly the case. At one extreme, there are acts of civil disobedience where everything is worked out in advance with local authorities. Protesters will march into a street or blockade an office at a pre-arranged time and location, then dutifully march off to be booked. Often, the police will even set up special tables nearby to process the arrests quickly and efficiently. CDs of this sort are normally organized as an extension of protests by protest groups. They are purely symbolic statements. At another extreme, however, CDs and direct actions can become completely indistinguishable, as for example when one places one's body across the path of a bulldozer, or when one attempts to bring down a government by a mass refusal to pay taxes or otherwise comply with its laws. At most, one might qualify this as direct action largely in its negative mode, acts of defiance more than creation. But even this doesn't really stand up to close analysis. In fact, even the classic theorists and practitioners of civil disobedience, Thoreau, Gandhi, King, considered themselves direct actionists. The direct action movement described in this book developed out of precisely this tradition. I've already described how its organizational forms first blossomed in the anti-nuclear campaigns of the late 1970s and early 1980s. These campaigns consisted almost entirely of publicly announced, nonviolent blockades. The 1999 Seattle WTO actions, except for the relatively small black bloc, consisted of mass blockades as well. So did the A16 actions against the IMF and World Bank on April 16, 2000, and those against the Republican Convention in Philadelphia that summer. The principal tactical innovation introduced in interim was the lockbox, elaborate contraptions that immobilized blockaders' arms, allowing several to lock themselves together in a way that made it extremely difficult and time-consuming for police to cut them apart. Many of these techniques were originally developed in the 1980s, according to some accounts, spearheaded by the right-wing anti-abortion group Operation Rescue. Classic Dan-style mass actions were built up around lockdowns, even if the lockdowns themselves usually played a fairly small part in them. Typically, they involved four broad categories of affinity: Group 1, lockdown teams; 2, soft blockade groups, who operated without locking down, for instance by holding hands, locking arms, or forming a human chain, or who act in support of lockdowns; 3, flying squads to be called in to fill holes in the line, or wherever necessary, and 4, puppet/street theater/music groups, also, effectively, flying squads, who formed a kind of wandering carnival. The latter were most often brought in to raise spirits or defuse situations of tension. Together, the effect was not that different from a picket line, at least, insofar as the goal was to surround and cut off access to certain buildings. The difference was that the blockade was neither legal nor symbolic. It did aim to physically prevent people from getting through any means short of violence. It was also far larger, more mobile, and more flexible. Affinity groups were organized into clusters. The area around the convention center was broken down into 13 sections, and affinity groups and clusters committed to hold particular sections. As well, some groups were flying groups free to move to wherever they were most needed. All of this was coordinated at spokes council meetings, where affinity groups each sent a representative who was empowered to speak for the group. In practice, this form of organization meant that groups could move and react with great flexibility during the blockade. If a call went out for more people at a certain location, an affinity group could assess the numbers holding the line where they were and choose whether or not to move. When faced with tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets, and horses, groups and individuals could assess their own ability to withstand the brutality. As a result, blockade lines held in the face of incredible police violence. When one group of people was finally swept away by gas and clubs, another would move in to take their place. Yet there was also room for those of us in the middle-aged, bad lungs/bad backs affinity group to hold lines in areas that were relatively peaceful, to interact and dialogue with the delegates we turned back, and to support the labor march that brought tens of thousands through the area at midday. No centralized leader could have coordinated the scene in the midst of the chaos, and none was needed. The organic, autonomous organization we had proved far more powerful and effective. No authoritarian figure could have compelled people to hold a blockade line while being tear-gassed, but empowered people free to make their own decisions did choose to do that. Starhawk 2002:18 in this case, then, it was a combination of numbers, democratic organization, and endless tactical ingenuity that turned what might otherwise have been a symbolic gesture into a form of extraordinarily effective direct action. I think it's worthwhile to think a little more carefully, though, about what's happening in a lockdown, because it seems, in its own way, the exemplary form of civil disobedience. A lockdown might refer to something as simple as an activist chaining herself to a gate. Favored technique here is to use a U-shaped kryptonite lock around one's neck, very difficult to extract, but also putting one in considerable danger of neck or spinal injury. Or it might refer to very elaborate contraptions involving barrels filled with concrete transported to a site beforehand. Most often, though, it means the use of lock boxes made of PVC tubing. Two activists can each grasp a locked chain attached to one side, attach the chain to a bolt in the middle, and thus effectively attaching their arms together. The tubes are too snug for anyone to be able to reach inside and undo the lock, and especially if they are reinforced with duct tape and layers of other sorts of material, they cannot be cut open by an ordinary hacksaw. Police often have to bring in a diamond-tip drill. Such tactics were employed quite extensively in forest struggles by groups like Earth First. In the 1990s, to blockade roads or occupy politicians' offices. In most such actions, only a handful of activists actually lock down. Still, even in mass actions, when 100 may do so, those in lockdown represent a kind of heroic elite, heroic because of their willingness to endure at the very least extreme levels of discomfort, and quite possibly, extreme physical pain. Here is some advice from CrimeEthic. Ultimately, there is no way to predict for sure how the police will react, so avoid spending hours debating it in your group. It is important to have a police liaison present to negotiate with the authorities or at least make sure they understand the situation, and reporters or other witnesses to temper or at least document their behavior. If they start to do something that seems dangerous, calmly inform them that your arm is inside a tube and that you are unable to remove it, and that a team of crack lawyers eagerly awaits the chance to sue them into oblivion. Police will always try to intimidate you, call their bluff, while maintaining your composure. In a worst-case scenario, they may use pepper spray or a similar weapon on you, but remember, this will cost them a lot in the public eye, especially if you bear this persecution courageously. Committing to a lockdown is a serious matter. You must be prepared for the ordeal of interacting with infuriated police officers over a protracted period of time, while being unable to move freely. This will be followed by the further ordeal of being arrested and spending time in jail. Embark on a lockdown in a state of inner peace and resolve, properly fed and hydrated, prepared to weather storms of danger and drama, and if you think you might be there a long time, wear an adult diaper. CrimeEthic 2005:171. As we'll see, this text displays a certain innocent optimism about the possibilities of tempering or controlling police behavior by appeal to the media, or even appeal to the law. What I really want to draw attention to here is the moral intensity of the resultant interactions with police. By immobilizing one's arms, one renders oneself utterly defenseless and thereby entirely within the physical power of one's enemies. Even under ordinary circumstances, there is an extreme disparity of power between police and protesters, or at least, an extreme disparity in the ability and willingness to use coercive force. Here, that disparity is intentionally increased 1,000-fold. As a result, those in lockdown are, in effect, compelling their adversaries to treat them with a degree of humanity those adversaries would otherwise likely be highly disinclined to treat them with. It would be easy enough to drive one's diamond-tip drill into a protester's flesh. In fact, one has to proceed with a great deal of care and attention not to. As noted earlier, activists' interaction with police always tend to be full of moments of ambiguity where there would seem to be a contradiction between police roles, specifically, of protecting and providing services for citizens, and maintaining public order by the use of force. For police and the mainstream media, the normal way of dealing with this tension is to effectively exclude anyone engaged in unauthorized political activities from the practical category of citizen. Ironically enough, considering that, in theory, one of the defining features of a democracy is that it protects citizens' freedom to engage in precisely these sorts of activity. 85 Activists never tire of pointing out this contradiction to police and media, but rarely to much avail. A lockdown, like similar forms of civil disobedience, could be seen as an attempt to ratchet up this contradiction to the point where it becomes impossible to ignore. One provokes with a defiantly political act, but, at the same time, forces the arresting officer to exercise the protective care he or she is supposed to exercise towards citizens, or, if taken more in the spirit of direct action, the type of humanity anyone should show to any fellow human being. Writing about mass civil disobedience presents certain problems of exposition. Such actions defy narrative, since they consist primarily of waiting. First, waiting around for hours with one's arms immobilized, followed by a brief and intense interaction with police, then followed again by hours of waiting around, this time in handcuffs, in a paddy wagon or arrest bus or waiting at the station to be processed. A large part of the experience consists of being jailed, legal processing of various sorts, practicing jail solidarity, trials, etc. It's also difficult for me since I have never myself locked down, though I've scouted and done other support work for lockdowns. I took part in soft blockades at A16 and elsewhere, but never ones that were attacked. I have been arrested and processed, but never for taking part in a CD, and I have never taken part in elaborate jail solidarity. So, rather than patch together a fragmentary personal narrative, in this case, I thought it would be more useful to provide an account of another training I undertook, this one, an introduction to nonviolent blockade techniques and attendant legalities, that took place immediately before the anti-IMF actions in Washington in April 2000. What follows are, as usual, drawn directly from my notes. Legal/nonviolence training, Washington, D.C. Extracts from Field Notes, April 15, 2000. The scene. A huge church basement, the day before the actions against the World Bank and International Monetary Fund are to begin. Two young women are conducting a legal training, which is mostly, in fact, a nonviolence training, every aspect of how to deal with the DC police. There are at least 300 people in the audience, overwhelmingly young people. The trainers are Seattle veterans, one is vaguely hippie-ish, the other, a punk rocker with close-cropped blonde hair, somewhat anomalously carrying a handful of cattail rushes. The first lessons are in classical nonviolence, specifically, tactics of de-escalation. Essentially, we learn, there are three scenarios in which cops are most likely to become violent. The first is when they have specific orders to attack you, in which case, there's not much you can do to stop them. We all saw police officers in Seattle crying when they were ordered to attack nonviolent protesters. Didn't stop them from doing it. The others are out of fear and ignorance, and out of rage. The former can be avoided by making everything you do as transparent as possible. Our two trainers bring in an older man who gives us a little lecture about preparations for Seattle. 4 months, he explained, activists prepared their tactics, and they actually invited the police to observe trainings, made sure they knew exactly what to expect. And still they acted like they were taken by surprise. I think they just couldn't believe what we were telling them. Obviously, you don't want to give away everything, but, if possible, it's not a bad idea to announce your moves in advance to any police who are right next to you, i.e., have someone call out in a loud voice, "We are all going to stand up and leave now," anything that might otherwise seem like preparation for an attack. Hippie trainer, one of the most frequent causes of arrest at a demonstration is when one individual cop just freaks out and starts attacking people. It happens all the time. There's a whole line of police, they have orders just to stand their ground, and I don't know, maybe it's the heat, the boredom, the tension, just builds up to breaking point. Someone says something one of them doesn't like, or looks at him funny, and the guy just loses it. And suddenly he goes apeshit and starts attacking everyone in sight. The problem is that when that happens, the other cops won't try to stop him. In every case I've ever heard about, they feel they have to back him up. So they'll come out swinging too, and then they'll have to arrest 1 or 2 people for assaulting an officer because, otherwise, there would have been no reason for that first guy to hit anyone to begin with. There's a real danger that such a situation can escalate into a major fracas and lead to lots of people getting hurt. Punk trainer, so when something like that is happening, or just looks like it might happen, the key is to de-escalate. Make it as difficult as possible for the police to act violently. Hippie, of course, the ideal is to make sure it doesn't happen at all. This goes with what we were saying about fear and ignorance. There are a few common sense rules you should always bear in mind when dealing with police. The first is to always try to see things from their point of view. For example, try to make sure that no policeman ever feels cornered or trapped or surrounded, that his back's against the wall, he has no escape route. Like a trapped rat, he will attack. Second, always be aware of the weapon. Never, ever, do anything that could possibly be interpreted as reaching for his belt or his gun. Don't even reach in that direction. A brief excursus on arm gestures: anything that looks like waving fingers or fists in someone's face is going to be interpreted as threatening. The least threatening is to keep your arms down and palms upward. Huh, officer? You mean little ol' me? Obviously, if they've already been given orders to attack you, they're going to do it no matter what you do. But this will minimize the possibility. Punk, so what to do if one officer does freak out and starts going apeshit? The first thing you want to do is to change the tone or environment. You create an aura of calm and quiet so the act of violence seems maximally incongruous. One technique is just have everyone go aham. You know, the mantra. It can spread pretty quickly if everyone knows that the moment you hear one person doing it, everyone else should start doing it too. Let's all try it. Second, you point. Everyone surrounding the one cop who's doing something points directly at him, so you have this total silence, except for the and everyone pointing and looking right at him. Hippie, and of course that's also a cue for anyone with video cameras to run up and start filming everything. Role play follows. Question: what if a whole bunch of cops are attacking you? Say they have orders to come out swinging? Hippie: actually, we were about to get to that. There are a lot of tactics you can use. But probably the simplest and, in Seattle, we found, the most effective, is for everyone to just sit down. Wherever you are, wherever you're standing, sit. Now if they're under orders to attack you, they'll probably do it anyway, but that way there's just no way they can make believe that it isn't an unprovoked attack. We practice sitting, with several activists with long paper tubes for nightsticks given the role of cops. Next, we practice going limp. When you are going to be arrested, the important thing is to make it take as long as possible. We practice carrying each other off. It's quite easy, we find, for one person to carry another off if that person is cooperating. If that same person goes completely limp, it's extremely difficult even for two of us to lift them. The police are aware of this and have developed countermeasures. Basically, if they stick their thumbs into a certain pressure point on your neck, it causes extreme pain and you immediately go stiff. Activists, however, have developed countermeasures too. It takes a while to find the right spot. So, the moment you feel some cop bumbling around your neck with his thumb, the thing to do is scream almost immediately. That way, he'll think he's found it. As soon as they start trying to carry you off, you go limp again, and he'll just keep on pressing on the same spot again. I've seen this work a dozen times. The cop is like, "What is this guy, superhuman?" We also practice puppy piling, a technique that can be used if police are clearly targeting one individual for violent arrest. If 6 or 7 people immediately throw themselves on top of that person, it is actually possible to tug them away from underneath and allow them to escape. This is a pretty desperate measure, though, and it's absolutely crucial to be sure the person in question has consented to this tactic before proceeding. There are 3 levels of offense here in DC: infractions, misdemeanors, and felonies. These can be remembered by the convenient acronym IMF. Blockading a street technically falls under the first rubric. Really, it's not even a crime, it's a violation of certain local regulations, basically a form of jaywalking. Under normal conditions, police would never arrest, let alone hold, anyone for an infraction. They would give you a ticket and be on their way. When they are dealing with political activity, however, the rules are different. You can expect to be held at the very least for many hours, handcuffed or perhaps hogtied, probably held overnight. Punk, make sure there's absolutely nothing that looks like or could possibly be interpreted as a blade anywhere on your body. Anything that looks like a blade that's 3 inches or over is 1. You can and will be charged with possession of a deadly weapon if you have, say, a Leatherman or similar pocket tool. The rule, however, does not apply to nail clippers. Which is very important. Because a good set of toenail clippers will cut right through a set of plastic handcuffs, which will be very useful when they cuff your arms behind your back and leave you on the bus for 8 hours or so. Remember, activists always keep their nails neat and trim. We always carry nail clippers. Hippie, that's, toenail clippers. The fingernail clippers won't actually work. Once arrested, the point is still to withhold your cooperation and therefore, to make every stage take as long as possible. Police have a finite capacity for how many arrests they can process at a time. 500 arrestees all refusing to cooperate can actually jam up their system so badly that they're not able to arrest anyone else. That gives other activists free rein to blockade their targets. The simplest way to do this is to refuse to give your name. It is a little known fact that there is no law which says one has to give one's name to a police officer, even if one is arrested. It's illegal to give a false name. It's not illegal to refuse to give any name at all. Obviously, the police will tell you otherwise. Hippie, which leads us to an extremely important point. Cops lie. This is something we cannot emphasize enough because no matter how many times you say it, no matter how many times you see it happen, even the most hardened activist will often find it a little hard to accept. It's illegal to lie to cops at least under certain circumstances, but there is absolutely no law saying that a cop can't lie to you. Do not assume anything is true just because a cop says it. In interrogations, in particular, you have to assume that anything a policeman says or even implies to you is probably untrue. Punk, and that leads us to another sometimes difficult point. That has to do with talking to the police, at least, in any way you don't absolutely have to. The best rule of thumb is, don't do it. Do not strike up a conversation with your arresting officer. Now, I know, half of you are probably sitting there saying to yourselves, but cops are people too. Why shouldn't I try to reach out to them like I would to anyone else? Why shouldn't I want to establish a human connection? Yes, I know. We've all felt that way. But there is a reason. The reason is because it might end up getting you serious jail time. You have to remember that when you're talking to a cop, you're not mainly talking to a human being, mainly, you're talking to the representative of an institutional structure, and that institutional structure wants to see your ass in jail. That's their purpose. If a cop is talking to you, trying to get information, that's probably the motive. They're going to take advantage of your desire to reach out and establish a human connection, and use it against you like they would with anything else. And chances are you have no idea what they're really up to. So for example, say you're sitting around waiting to be fingerprinted and in walks Officer Friendly and he says, "So, I just don't get it. What did you think you were trying to accomplish by sitting in that square?" So you tell him all about how you were trying to make a point about corporate domination, or you launch into an elaborate description of the effects of structural adjustment policies in Mozambique, and maybe he even finds it interesting, but the thing is, actually, the only reason he asked was to get a conviction. They needed to establish that you were actually in the square. Half the time they don't even remember who the arresting officer was, where you were arrested, or what it was you were supposed to have done. So now they got you. The more you talk, the easier it is to charge you. Hippie, which is why, no matter how hard the cops try to chat you up, you should just say one thing: I am choosing to stay silent. I demand to see a lawyer. Over and over if you have to. In Seattle, we made up a little chant we'd all sing together on the arrest bus. I am choosing to stay silent, I demand to see a lawyer. Punk, yeah, that one really annoyed them in Seattle. Hippie, and if you don't even want to have to say that, we have printed up these nice little badges you can stick directly to your clothing, which say, I am choosing to stay silent. I demand to see a lawyer. If arrested, point. We call it the go directly to jail card. Once at the station, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted. Some activists make faces when they're being photographed or otherwise try to bollocks things up, but be aware, if you do that, they might get violent. A lot of people put Vaseline on their fingers to smudge their prints. That's illegal, so of course we would never in any way encourage you to do that. Seriously, though, you should be careful with Vaseline, because if it's on your skin and you're tear gassed, it burns horribly. That's why some people put the stuff on their sleeve or lapels for use later, but I'd be careful with that too. The second half of the training is largely about jail solidarity, with several role plays taking place on an improvised police bus, made of chairs. If you're withholding names, usually you'll want to have a series of demands for what you want in exchange for giving them. An ideal wish list: everyone gets the same charges. C.E. Drop all felony charges, which tend to be fairly randomly assessed against specific individuals, access to medical treatment for the injured or those with conditions demanding it, ability to cite out with no permanent record. If they are really jammed up and itching to get rid of you, you can usually get most of what you're asking for, usually with the exception of the felony charges. But this will require negotiation, and, in general, you'll want to start by creating a structure for decision-making for arrestees. For example, consents on one person to act as facilitator for internal discussion, and another to act as spokesperson/liaison with the cops. Then there are crises that will need some immediate response. For example, generally police consider people of color fair game for more brutal treatment. If they can, they'll try to divide people on racial or ethnic lines. A possible scenario: if there are a handful of people of color on the bus, the cops might remove one for special charges, even, maybe, rough them up outside, or make you think they're being roughed up, to intimidate you. We go through various possible responses, with escalating tactics leading up to everyone throwing their weight back and forth to shake the biz. If you do it long enough, you can actually knock the bus over, though the latter is a last resort, not to be attempted unless you want to make sure everyone in the vicinity knows there's something going terribly, terribly wrong. Compared with the street party, one could say things have come full circle, from an emphasis on the activist's experience, particularly the experience of pleasure and conviviality, to actions that are largely about influencing a target or an audience through willingness to undergo pain. One should not, perhaps, go too far with this. The actions that followed on April 16 were, in fact, both simultaneously. At each major intersection there were lockdown teams, surrounded by blockaders linking hands, but also music, dancing, street theater, and periodic visits by colorful giant puppets. Even the mood would shift back and forth between moments of intense silent anticipation, as word would spread of possible police attack, to festival, then back again to silent intensity. Almost any exponent of civil disobedience will agree that the point is to expose the true nature of a system of unjust authority. One exposes the inherent violence of the system by revealing precisely what it is prepared to do to those who challenge it, even if those challenging it would never lift a finger to harm anybody else. It is thus clearly meant to have an effect on an audience. The main point of disagreement, and American pacifists are about equally divided on this point, is how. Some exponents of nonviolence insist, as Gandhi was often wont to do, that the point is not to exert pressure, but to appeal directly to the humanity of one's opponent, to set an example that will ultimately demonstrate to those in power the error of their ways. Others argue that this is naive, that the point is precisely to exercise a form of nonviolent coercion, a form of moral combat analogous, in its own way, to the kind waged on the picket line. As the example of the lockdown has already made clear, it is often difficult to distinguish one from the other. Point 86. We can observe the tension coming into sharpest focus when the trainers, above, discuss how to behave in the face of the police. On the one hand, to engage in nonviolent tactics at all, a practitioner of civil disobedience must learn to see things from one's opponent's point of view. This is a basic feature of all nonviolence training. This is also, of course, much like one would also do at a meeting, but the contrast could not be more complete. As I pointed out in the last chapter, one can only find consensus among a community of equals where there is no institutional structure of authority that turns participants into mere representatives of something else. The police are precisely the borderline, the point where those structures of institutional authority that with which you cannot negotiate as equals asserts itself in public life. Police follow orders and they expect you to do the same. If you do not comply, they are prepared to use force to ensure compliance. They are, in effect, the wall that power shows to the world. Those blockading the IMF or WTO rarely confront those running such institutions. They confront the exterior face of their power, which is the police. This means that, even if one is employing a purely Gandhian paradigm, and trying to appeal to one's adversary's humanity, one is not really appealing to the police but to their employers. In fact, street cops' personal opinions on, for instance, matters of international trade are likely to be far closer to the protesters than to those of the bankers, bureaucrats, or government officials they protect. This is immaterial. Many Seattle cops cried when given the order to attack gentle, idealistic teenagers. But, as our trainer pointed out above, they did attack. On the other hand, as the training makes clear, there are all sorts of reasons one might wish to at least moderate certain immediate forms of police behavior. This necessarily involves imaginative identification. Still, it is imaginative identification of the most absolutely minimal kind. It's more or less on the same level one might use when dealing with a dangerous animal: never let it feel cornered, put a spotlight on it when it starts acting aggressive, never look like you're reaching for the gun. Any attempt at further imaginative identification hits a wall. Most experienced activists have detailed knowledge of the varieties of police vehicles, so one picks these up quickly if one spends a lot of time, say, doing lookout while others are wheat pasting, police gear, tactics, and the variety and effectiveness of police weaponry. But they have almost no idea what the average cop is likely to be thinking. In fact, I don't think I've ever been at a major action where I haven't overheard at least one activist wondering aloud what could possibly be going on in the police's heads, in such a way as to make clear they don't have the slightest idea. Or, alternately, only to dismiss the entire question. Here are a couple examples of the latter, that I jotted down. Conversation between two blockaders, April 16, 2000. Blockader 1, what do you think the cops are thinking? I mean, when they're ordered to tear gas or pepper spray people who obviously mean no harm to anyone. Or, okay, here's some guy who walks up to a bunch of 15-year-old girls who are standing there holding hands, and he starts hitting one with his billy club. What could he possibly be thinking when he's doing that? Blockader 2, I guess they're thinking, hey, I get paid anyway. Whatever. Conversation between two teenage black blockers, June 20, 2001. Masked female black blocker, you know, I've been thinking a lot about this. About the cops and what they make of us. And I think, mainly, they're just scared. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea who we are or what we might do. They're basically just a bunch of ordinary working class people, and they're scared and confused like anyone else would be. I don't think we should hate the cops. Masked male black blocker, oh, give me a break. Masked female black blocker, no, really. They're just a bunch of working class people and they're scared. Masked male black blocker, look, every cop I've dealt with on the streets was an asshole, and every cop I've known personally was an asshole too. Who cares what they're thinking? The situation is all the more acute because most anarchists are aware that, historically, when anarchists do win, when direct action tactics lead to governments being overthrown, it is almost always because the point comes when police refuse to shoot. It has been my experience, for example, that before almost every major mobilization in a North American city, for instance, police threaten to go on strike, and there is always endless speculation in activist circles about the possibility of an alliance. It never comes to anything. But the idea is always there. Hence the ultimate dilemma: one can't win over the other side if one refuses to speak to them. On the other hand, as the hippie trainer pointed out, chatting up cops can prove legally catastrophic. It seems to me this dilemma is not just one of civil disobedience. It's inherent to the very nature of direct action itself. The ideal, when conducting an action, is to behave as if one is already living in a free society, where everyone could be treated simply as a human being. Since one does not accept the legitimacy of a larger institutional structure that assigns men and women certain roles as corporate executives, prison guards, community affairs officers, trade negotiators, and so forth, one refuses to recognize them in those roles, but simply as men and women whose actions have to be judged by the same standards as anyone else's. The inevitable result is they are seen to be engaging in outrageous acts of violence. The corollary is that one should approach them as individuals capable of transcending their role, but, here, the very fact that they are acting on behalf of a violent institutional structure makes this almost impossible. One sometimes sees the same dilemma in court. This, for example, is from ACT UP's Civil Disobedience Training Manual. Some demonstrators refuse to cooperate partly or wholly with court procedures, they refuse to enter a plea, to retain or accept a lawyer, to stand up in court, to speak to the judge as symbol of court authority but rather speak to him or her as a fellow human being, to take the stand or question witnesses. They may make a speech to those assembled in the courtroom or simply lie on the floor if they are carried in, or attempt to leave if they are not forcibly restrained. The penalties for such non-cooperation may be severe, because many judges take such action to be a personal affront as well as an insult to the court. Some judges, on the other hand, overlook such conduct, or attempt to communicate with the demonstrators. 87 This is, as one might imagine, an extremely risky strategy. Very few go this far while actually on trial, much though the logic of direct action does suggest this is what one really ought to do. It also illustrates some of the ambiguities along the ill-defined border between direct action and civil disobedience. To what degree is the point to simply accept whatever the state metes out with equanimity, so as to make visible its apparatus of constraints, and to what degree is the point to insist on one's right to act as if that apparatus does not exist? It's probably safe to say that, in practice, almost no one takes one approach to the absolute exclusion of the other. It's always something of a mix. Fifth example, Black Bloc action. According to Infoshop.org's Black Blocs for Dummies webpage, a black bloc is a collection of anarchists and anarchist affinity groups that get together for a particular protest action. The flavor of the black bloc changes from action to action, but the main goals are to provide solidarity in the face of a repressive police state and to convey an anarchist critique of whatever is being protested that day. 88 A black bloc, then, is a tactic. It is not, as many seem to think, a group or organization. Black bloc tactics originated in Germany, in the squatters' movement of the 1980s. It was essentially a way of creating anonymity, young anarchists defending the squats from police attack, or taking part in marches or rallies, would all dress in identical black ski masks and identical black leather jackets. The actual phrase black bloc appears to have been an invention of the German media, or some say, of German police. It caught on because it made such visual sense, 1,000 people, all in black, in dense formation, often with arms linked or fronted and flanked by banners that also act as shields, topped by red and black flags, was a sight not soon forgotten. Even if the bloc does nothing more than march, their presence gives a kind of concrete reality to anarchism, and to its potential for radicalizing a march or escalating its tactics. In Europe, black bloc tactics soon spread far beyond Germany, and at major demonstrations, blocs have been known to end up in pitched battles with fascists or police. American anarchists first began experimenting with black blocs during the protests against the First Gulf War in 1991 and 1992. At one, anarchists actually smashed the windows of the World Bank, a feat never since repeated. It would be deceptive, however, to see North American black blocs simply as a transposition of the European model. There are important differences. Some are stylistic. For the leather jackets, Americans have substituted hoodies, black hooded sweatshirts, derived from West Coast skater punk culture, instead of the ski masks, mostly black bandanas. More importantly, there are very different expectations regarding violence. In most large cities in Europe, there are active fascist movements. They see anarchists, almost as much as immigrants, as their natural enemies. To be both openly anarchist and to live by a code of nonviolence, therefore, means to be willing to take one's life into one's hands on a daily basis or, at the very least, to know one will probably be quite regularly beaten up. 89 In the US, most anarchists are lucky enough to live in places where they are relatively insulated from such dangers. So, where a certain degree of violence is, in Europe, more or less expected, in the US, black blocs have been able to develop what might be considered the most aggressive possible version of nonviolence. Essentially, the word violence is interpreted to mean causing harm, or causing pain and suffering, to another living being. Black blocs do not attack living creatures. However, they are willing to employ much more confrontational tactics than other activists, for example, linking arms to push back police lines, or even, as at A16, carrying along chain link fences to push against them, erecting barricades from dumpsters, newspaper boxes, and other street flotsam, even practicing unarrests by snatching back arrestees from police lines and cutting off their cuffs. They also, of course, employ a repertoire of purely symbolic acts, spray painting, drumming on lamp posts, burning flags or taking down official flags and raising red and black ones. Still, for those who have taken part in such actions, the really critical thing is the sense of autonomy created by an emphasis on solidarity and mutual defense. When you join a black bloc, you render yourself indistinguishable from all other participants. You are in effect saying, any act done by any of us might as well have been done by me. At the same time, you know that each one of those other participants is looking out for you, watching your back, that while everyone is trying to avoid arrest, the one situation in which most will be willing to risk arrest will be to save you from being arrested. It's precisely this that, for so many, makes black bloc tactics feel so liberating. It is a way to create one fleeting moment when autonomy is real and immediate, a space of liberated territory, in which the laws and arbitrary power of the state no longer apply, in which we draw the lines of force ourselves. To do that without, at the same time, violating principles of nonviolence is, of course, a delicate and tricky thing, and it's the focus of endless debate. These debates have, most famously, congealed around the question of property destruction, a practice in which black blocs do periodically engage. Here, the most famous statement is probably that of the Acme Collective's Black Bloc communiqué issued after the WDO actions in Seattle. Private property should be distinguished from personal property. The latter is based upon use while the former is based upon trade. The premise of personal property is that each of us has what he needs. The premise of private property is that each of us has something that someone else needs or wants. In a society based on private property rights, those who are able to accrue more of what others need or want have greater power. By extension, they wield greater control over what others perceive as needs and desires, usually in the interest of increasing profit to themselves. We contend that property destruction is not a violent activity unless it destroys lives or causes pain in the process. By this definition, private property, especially corporate private property, is itself infinitely more violent than any action taken against it. It follows that destroying an SUV while it's on the sale lot is a legitimate act, but destroying one that's become someone's personal means of transportation is not. Smashing a Starbucks or Nike Town window is a legitimate act, but trashing an owner-operated coffee shop or shoe store is strictly illegitimate. Generally speaking, such restrictions are scrupulously observed. When property destruction does occur, targets are researched in advance, and often some kind of explanation offered, as for instance, when during the Quebec City actions one affinity group trashed a gas station owned by Dutch Shell and spray painted next to it the words "in memory of Ken Saro-Wiwa." Since black blocs have become so identified with property destruction in the public mind, it's important to emphasize that's not their main purpose. In fact, most black blocs do not engage in this particular tactic at all. The real point is to radicalize tactics and messages, and, increasingly, to provide support for less experienced and more vulnerable protesters. Hence, the revolutionary anti-capitalist bloc at A16, only 4 months after Seattle, made an explicit decision not to engage in property destruction, but only to support the lockdowns. The revolutionary anti-authoritarian bloc ROP, that took part in the actions around the Republican convention in Philadelphia on August 1, 2000, did engage in some limited attacks on property, mainly on police cars and other symbols of state authority, but these were mainly meant to divert police away from lockdowns. The following account is of my own experience with that bloc, even if, like most of the examples I've been using, it's meant to spill over, outside the frame at least a little. I had nothing to do with planning the Philly ROP, and fell in with them somewhat by accident. At the time, I was working with the R2K Media Collective, and had been sent out on the streets to report on the action to activist media liaisons, who, in turn, were trying to provide the corporate media with information on the day's events. Shortly after arriving in Logan Circle, I ran into a small column of about 50 anarchists in Black Bloc 90 moving south at 18th and Frank, and decided to join them. Republican Convention protests, Downtown Philadelphia. Field notes, August 1, 2000, 3:55 p.m. On a very hot day. I estimate about 50 in the column, mostly wearing black, mostly masked. The gender balance seems perhaps 60/40. There are remarkably few police around, just 3 standing on the corner that leads to Logan Square. There is, however, already one news cameraman tagging along. At first they're marching, chanting 2, 4, 6, 8 fuck the police state. After a while someone starts in on a more elaborate chant, and that gets picked up by everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4 eat the rich and feed the poor. 5, 6, 7, 8 organize to smash the state. By 4 p.m., chanting shut 'em down. Shut 'em down, we begin a winding peregrination through the streets north of City Hall, hauling newspaper boxes and garbage cans into the street to block traffic, hauling dumpsters to assemble makeshift barricades, chanting, calling on bystanders to join us, but always soon after moving on. The blockers seem to range in age from 16 to 25, with a smattering of older activists. A few have red and black bandanas. Actually, this is not technically a block, someone explains to me, since classic block tactics are to form dense squares using banners or shields, as protection. This is more of a swarm. The idea is to stay as mobile as possible. There's one guy accompanying us on a bicycle, unmasked, carrying a video camera. People keep shouting at him, assuming he's a cop. He keeps denying it. You know, between the crew cut and the athletic build, you do kind of look like one, I point out. What can I do, he says. I'm in the army. Amy, an IMC journalist who was already with them when I joined, tells me the group was moving towards the Four Seasons Hotel on Logan Circle and had started barricading the street when police began moving towards them. They quickly took off. This was right before I joined up. By the time we're heading down 18th towards a rendezvous with the rest of the block, we've been detected, and are soon being followed, by a squadron of maybe a dozen bike cops. We thread our way through the narrow streets, going the wrong way down largely empty one-way streets whenever possible, though the bike cops are ignoring traffic laws as well. Things come to a head on 17th and Walnut, the first point where we run into some fairly dense urban traffic. 3 masked activists jump into the street and try to shut down a stopped city bus. It's actually quite easy to do. All one has to do is lift a small panel on the back of the bus, where there's a switch that simply turns off the engine. This is what my friend Brad later explains. Actually, it's not even property damage. You just stop the bus. Stopped buses of course create natural barricades. In a matter of seconds, though, some 22 bike cops sweep towards them. The 3 run, the bike cops give chase. In a few seconds, 5 activists end up pinned against a building just north of the intersection. A dozen cops leap off their bikes, force them to the ground, yank their hands behind their backs, and tie on plastic handcuffs, while the others quickly form their mountain bikes into a kind of fence. Everything stops. Black bloc kids drift across the street, masks off, bandanas now around their necks, sizing up the situation. It's only 2 of us to every cop, not really good enough odds to contemplate an unarrest. I'm furiously punching buttons on my borrowed cell phone trying to get legal. All I get is busy signals and voicemail. You do want legal down here? I ask someone, who seems prominent in scoping out the scene. Yeah, definitely. What about media? Sure. I get through to the IMC. I'm trying to talk the IMC folk into calling medical and legal for me. Amy is interviewing a bemused pedestrian in a suit. An older black woman who I later learn is an activist from New York named Lucinda strolls up to describe the scene behind the bikes. One of them complained his cuffs were too tight, she tells me. So they made them even tighter. Another of the arrestees, it turns out, is a photographer from US News and World Report, dressed in a black sweatshirt, but no mask. Apparently, he's making no effort to convince the cops he's a journalist. It goes on at least 10 minutes like this. I spend a little time chatting with Lucinda. She talks about her grandchildren. You know, I say, I was just thinking today was something I could tell my grandchildren about someday, whereas I can tell them about it right now. Finally, medics arrive. Then some guy from legal. At this point, the remnants of the block gather to confer, and decide there's nothing more they can do here. It's time to march south to their rendezvous. Almost as soon as we begin to do so, though, we run into a veritable army of protesters marching north from a Mumia demo. There are red Free Mumia banners and lots of slam people in the lead, and at least one large cluster in identical yellow t-shirts and baseball caps. Suddenly, everything's different. We have overwhelming numbers. Brief conference and we all begin marching towards the fortress of bicycles, where the arrestees are about to be taken into a van that's just pulled up to the north. The police are instantly surrounded. A red paint bomb splatters the wall right above them. A smoke bomb lands a few yards to their north, where there's another knot of cops defending the van. It turns out we're just moments too late. They've just managed to shove the arrestees into the van, making it almost impossible to snatch them back. So instead a very angry crowd sweeps around and blockades the vehicle. Fuck you, a couple masked kids are shouting at the cops, about 5 or 6 inches from their faces. The cops look terrified. The block swarms, shouts, looks as menacing as one can look without actually launching a physical assault. It lasts less than a minute, though. Then, like a wave, we pull back again. As we're leaving, I observe the police have taken at least one casualty, or, they have in a sense. One unusually fat officer is lying on the ground, having apparently collapsed from the tension and the heat. 2 others are fanning him and administering smelling salts. Finally, we march down to the rendezvous point, along 16th and Market, where 3 black block columns were to merge. The others are already there, mingling with Mumia supporters, 3 stilt walkers dressed as red and yellow birds, and elements of the revolutionary anarchist clown block, some in rainbow wigs, others fiddling around with 4-foot-high bicycles, playing makeshift instruments, singing songs. There are so many I can't see the end of them. It seems there are literally thousands of us. 4:55 p.m. we're moving up 16th, then to 15th, between Randstead and Market, circling around the city center. It's a mixed crew, by no means all black bloc. Yellow t-shirt Mumia CD folks are in the lead, followed by a mass of anarchists, then, the contingent from the Revolutionary Communist Youth Brigade dressed in identical black t-shirts and red masks, accompanied by others from an allied Maoist group called Refuse and Resist. Then, a team of drummers. The Mumia people seem to be initiating most of the chants, which alternate between "we're fired up, can't take it no more," and a more solemn but equally rhythmical, brick by brick, wall by wall, "we're gonna free Mumia Abu Jamal." At one point, we stopped by a statue of former Philadelphia police chief and notoriously right-wing Mayor Frank Rizzo. Some people spray paint a Hitler mustache and make some other strategic additions to the statue, which already seems to have its hand raised in a Nazi salute. We turn on Broad Street, chanting "Shut down capitalism," and swing past the large, white DA's office, in an old YMCA building next to City Hall. The DA's office is a pre-selected target. It gets thoroughly plastered with water balloons full of red paint, as masked figures decorate the surrounding walls with spray-painted slogans related to the Mumia case: "New trial for Judge Slater," "Execute Governor Ridge Odley," "There are no police anywhere in sight." Now we're heading north up Broad Street, passing Cherry Street. Once again, those small squads of police we pass seem hopelessly outmaneuvered and outnumbered. Around 5:20, we pass a cluster of mounted police to our east, state troopers apparently, but, again, they make no move to interfere. By now half the walls we pass are covered with slogans, buses are emblazoned with "Capitalism kills," and "Circle As" are everywhere. Members of one affinity group who've brought spools of yellow tape that looks just like the sort police use to mark off crime scenes, but say Mumia 9/11, are trying to use it to rope off an intersection. Gradually, other elements drift off, and we're down to just the black bloc, plus a few random diehards, among them myself, somewhere between 700 and 900 people. It's hard to get a clear sense of numbers because we're continually moving. The police numbers are still paltry and they're offering no significant resistance. On our second round past City Hall, around 5:30, we ran a roadblock and the cops manning it just disappeared. Heading south on Cherry, a few minutes later, someone pops the tires of a huge stretch limo, almost certainly, people comment, meant for transporting Republican delegates. Almost immediately thereafter, we find ourselves on a broad avenue with maybe half a dozen police cars parked, empty, down the center of the street. 2 or 3 cops at a roadblock vanish the moment they see nearly 1,000 anarchists running down the street, and as most of us stop chanting "The people, united, will never be defeated" in English and Spanish, "Ain't no power like the power of the people, 'cause the power of the people don't stop," and a few seal off nearby intersections with yellow Mumia tape, other affinity groups descend on the cars, smashing windows, puncturing tires, spray painting slogans. The same thing happens at JFK and Broad. Dozens of cop cars are systematically trashed. 5:45 p.m. we're off again. Let's stay together, people. Tighten it up. The big problem in any black bloc action is always how to keep everyone together over time. As soon as the block starts to get broken up, we no longer have the tactical advantage. The police strategy, in turn, will always be to wait until they have enough of a concentration of mobile forces to wedge in and split us. That moment has clearly not yet come. We stop, again to the south not far from City Hall, try to gather our forces. Some people take advantage of the occasion to rip down the flag bunting set up around the plaza, and make a little bonfire of it. Brooke appears, holding hands with some boyfriend. "Look, horsies," she notes, pointing to the state troopers, who are starting to muster larger forces. "When the horses come, remember to go in between the cars." Brooke disappears. She's not a great fan of black bloc tactics, generally speaking. Another patch of abandoned police vehicles. Black bloc guys are jumping up and down on the roofs, slashing tires, unloading the last of their paint bombs directly through the windows as others erect makeshift barricades. But rumors are already starting of a significant squad of bike cops who are finally closing in on us. Around 16th and Arch, the block is split. I wasn't sure how it happened, but it seems that as we were starting to move out, cops came at us from 2 directions, several hundred running on foot from the south, another squad of bike cops appearing in front to cut off the head of the march. They flung down their bikes and started jumping on marchers, wrestling them to the ground. I later hear one medic was badly hurt and 3 others arrested. A column of about 200 of us, including journalists, protesters, and bystanders, ended up trapped on one side of a line of bike cops, the front line linked arms, and began to advance on the cops to attempt an unarrest. The cops started nightsticking everyone in sight. But the main body, which included myself, had already moved on, with no idea what was happening. 6 p.m., 18th and Vine. We stopped to consider our next steps. Our numbers are down, we know we've been split, but nobody's sure how it happened. A mini spokes gathers in the middle of the intersection as others dutifully begin taping the intersection and dragging out dumpsters as barricades. Members of one affinity group that had been trying to remove a piece of chain link fence from a nearby construction site run back to announce that a column of bicycle police is on its way. Another police squadron, we're not sure how many, probably not a lot, but looking angry, descend on a group moving dumpsters and knock several to the ground, kicking and clubbing them. The spokes council dissolves. We're moving out. There ensues a wild chase as the block, still numbering several hundred people, is chased halfway across town by a veritable army of bike cops. The police have finally massed their forces. It turns out that Police Chief Timoni had made an intentional decision to ignore us for most of the day, figuring correctly that the action was mainly meant as a diversion, to draw off forces from the lockdowns on the other side of the city. Finally, apparently, they have cleared away the blockades on the main downtown streets, and are moving against us. Their tactic is once again to break us up, or at least, cut off chunks from our column that can then be savaged and arrested. My memory here becomes something of a jumble, but full of isolated vivid moments. The feeling of a warm hand on my stomach as a worried black bloc girl held me back from moving into an unsafe street, leaping a parking lot barrier, the very clear reflection that I had never realized just how fast I was capable of running. That's a dead-end street. That would have been really stupid. Stay together. Oh no. We're fucked. No, we can run it, we just need to get up speed. At some points, we were genuinely sprinting, taking side alleys, trying to take advantage of deserted lots and one-way streets. At one, my cell phone rang and I actually heard and answered it, probably because I was already holding it in my hand. It was Nat, an older activist from the media group, who wanted a report. I told her we were being pursued by bike cops somewhere near Chestnut or Ransom. Could you give me your exact position, she asked. Well, that might be a little difficult, considering that at the moment, I'm running just about as fast as I possibly can. She laughed and told me to call back later. The final episode one remember was cutting across a parking lot diagonally as cops had blockaded one street and were coming up in force from another. This must have been just to the west of City Hall, because, soon after, just about 6:15 or 6:20, we found ourselves on the steps to Penn Square, a huge raised plaza to the south of it, where finally we could all stop and catch our breath and take refuge, because, it seemed, Penn Square was a permitted rally site, and the cops were leaving it alone. Or so it seemed. 6:25 p.m., trapped. What we encountered was, in fact, less a rally than the remains of one. There was a podium and an extremely loud mic, a speaker no one seems to be listening to, scattered literature tables belonging to various Marxist groups. I note one book entitled Che Guevara Talks to Youth, a couple score people at most remaining. Lucinda is there and gives me a bottle of water when she sees me all hot and sweaty. Brad is telling stories to some older activists by the wall. I pull out my phone to report in and find myself almost instantly accosted by a slightly dazed-looking 30-ish man in an ACLU baseball cap and t-shirt. "Can I use your cell phone?" he asks. "I'm a legal observer and I need to report in. I just got beat up by some cops." He takes the phone off to make a call, then explains his story. He was stationed on 14th Street and JFK, where 18 people sat down to blockade the street. They were immediately surrounded by bike cops. Civil affairs officers appeared to inform everyone they'd be arrested if they didn't move. He was closely observing, taking notes, as they took the blockaders away one by one, when suddenly one of the cops just walked up and slugged him in the face. The guy didn't even remove his badge number. Brad has walked up. You're lucky you had that ACLU t-shirt, or they'd definitely have arrested you for assaulting an officer. He explains that this is a perennial problem. If some policeman freaks out in the middle of an otherwise peaceful event and slugs someone for no reason, then the other cops in attendance pretty much have to arrest the victim for assaulting an officer, because otherwise, there would have been no possible excuse for what happened. Brad, normally almost preternaturally cheerful, is not in the greatest of moods. He's currently without a stable place of abode and has been living in the puppet warehouse for the last week. He was off acting as a bike scout when the cops raided the place, but now he's lost everything he owned. They got all my rain gear, everything, he says. Any possibility of getting it back? Well, if you're willing to stay in the city and be really persistent, sometimes there's a small possibility. But chances are they've already chucked it in a trash compactor somewhere. There were no police on the plaza, but as soon as I arrive, I noticed that they immediately began blocking off all the exits to the square. By now there are lines of cops 2 ranks deep at every access point. Apparently, whoever's in charge is keeping us penned and waiting for orders to attempt a mass arrest. 6:35 p.m. A half-dozen anarchists have established themselves on top of a SEPTA van, that's the Philly Public Transit Authority, to the east of the plaza, with red and black flags and a banner saying "End Corporate Rule." They're also scouting for breaks in the line but not finding very much. 6:40 p.m. About 20 or 30 black blockers assemble to the southwest of the plaza, form a mini spoke circle, trying to come up with a plan. Gradually others join them until there's maybe 100. They begin chanting "Anarchy is freedom," then march to square off against the police. Mainly it seems an attempt to find weak points in the line. They march back and forth between different positions. One black-clad affinity group is clustered in the shade munching on pita bread and apples as they go by. Impatient glances as we go by. "Sorry. I'm just too tired for this stuff," shrugs one. 6:55 p.m. There's no way out. It's becoming more than a bit depressing. We certainly don't have the numbers for a charge that could possibly break their lines. A number of people have already managed to sneak past as individuals. But otherwise, there seems no alternative to eventual mass arrest. I'm considering crossing myself. I'm not, after all, with any affinity group and see no particular reason to be arrested. All I'd have to do is button up my nice, red, button-down shirt to cover the anarchist t-shirt I have on, and I'd make a presentable journalist. Rescued. It's at just this moment that the circus block arrives. Actually, the vanguard is this odd team called the Goats with a Vote, 6 guys on bicycles with white shirts and vests, and, in 3 cases at least, enormous papier-mâché goat heads. They coast directly into the police lines, position themselves smack in the middle of them, and almost immediately burst into some kind of a cappella rap song. "You see what you can do with a puppet," remarks Brad, admiringly. Brad is starting to cheer up. Anyone else would never be able to get away with that. The block immediately starts gathering on the other side of the police line, opposite the goats. I take advantage to cross over myself, buttoning up my shirt, grasping a little reporter's notebook, asking a female officer to let me through the line so I can get a closer look at the goats. I get through just as 7:15 p.m., the revolutionary anarchist clown block first appears. With the 3 high bicycles and a number of unicycles in the lead, alternating chants, "Whose circus? Our circus, or just democracy? Ha! Ha! Ha!" In the same cluster arrive the billionaires for Bush or Gore, dressed in high-camp tuxedos and evening gowns. One RTS fellow I know from New York is in the lead, in tails, on a skateboard, blowing bubbles. They had their own chants, too: "Up with plutocracy," "Down with democracy," or "Whose sweets? Our sweets?" By 7:25, The clowns are up against the cop lines, or would have been, except the billionaires have formed a line to try to hold them back. There are endless clown meta-chants: call, response, call, response, or just three-word chant. Three-word chant. Several clowns begin attacking the billionaires with squeaky toy mallets, leading to tussles as they end up rolling screaming on the ground. The cops are looking increasingly confused. A line of mounted police hover about 30 feet away, not doing anything, watching. Journalists begin to gather. The clowns begin a silly dance, chanting anarchy for everyone, we are here to make it fun. The leader of the billionaires, one filthy rich, strides in shooing them away. Good Lord, why don't you all do something worthwhile with your lives? Go find someone to work for you. Several billionaires then walk up to police officers and start trying to shake their hands. Two have wads of fake money and are attempting to shove large amounts of it in police hands and pockets, thanking them loudly for their suppression of dissent. Two get jumped by clowns, causing a few cops to move to intervene, only to be physically held back by their companions. In the ensuing confusion, the black bloc escapes. 9:15 p.m. later. Remnants of the bloc have retreated in bands across town, through the areas where the lockdowns long since removed had been, pounding lamp posts, stopping for occasional drumming and dancing or spray painting, always closely chased by squads of police in cars and on bicycles. Finally, tired of what seems like hours of cat and mouse, my cluster ends up with a dense crowd of other activists in front of the Quaker Center. There's press, but we're trying to ignore them. Eventually a somewhat stocky young woman in black appears, shouldering past reporters. Hey, hey, hey. She repeats this 3 times until everyone pipes down. Can everybody hear me? Murmurs of assent. We had a fucking wonderful day. Now we're tired. 500 people were arrested and are being held in different places around the city. The only thing we can figure out that would be effective in helping them is to reconvene at the CEC, and hold a spokes council meeting tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. So as for now, get some sleep. Tomorrow we can do jail solidarity, go to the convention center, do whatever we decide to do. But right now we're just standing around looking at each other. Let's take a shower. Let's get some sleep. Let's get some sex. Let's get whatever it is we need to be able to get up tomorrow and come back again. I love you guys so much. We were fucking amazing today. But now we have nothing left to do today. Remember, be safe. Be safe. Be safe. If you're going home, be safe and smart. Go with at least one buddy. The cops are biking all over the place and we all know they'll be picking off stragglers. I want to see you back again tomorrow. Okay. Miriam, who's there with a small squad of Dan people, calls out, group squeege, and about 30 people crush themselves together, cheering and giggling. General air of glee and awe at our own accomplishments. And then we break up. I head back to the IMC. This account is obviously not just of a black bloc, but it conveys something of the feel of being in one, the sense of exaltation, freedom, intersected by moments of rage, joy, panic, exhilaration, and despair. Mainly, though, when talking about it afterwards, everyone tends to stress the same thing, the experience of autonomy, the opportunity, even if only for a moment, to occupy a space not under their control, in which the only rules are those generated collectively, by the group, and in which there is, equally, the certainty of trust, the knowledge that anyone who happens to be standing behind you has your back. This is why black bloc-style actions are seen, by so many who participate in them, as the very essence of direct action. They create the most explicit balance between creating a collective experience of freedom as in, say, carnival actions, and direct confrontation with the authorities. What's downplayed, or even ignored, are the usually intermediaries, the public 91, but, of course, this is precisely what makes the action direct. where civil disobedience becomes a matter of making oneself spectacularly helpless in the face of the police, and heroic in withstanding the resultant violence. Black bloc tactics emphasize mutual protection. Blocs are a mass of equals, each of whom will risk arrest only to prevent their comrades from being arrested, or to rescue them. All agree that black blocs do not initiate attacks on other human beings. Insofar as there is debate among participants, it is over whether interpersonal violence is appropriate to save a comrade who, despite their refusal to harm anyone, is nonetheless being physically attacked by the police. This was actually a common line to hear in preparatory meetings, when people each were asked to describe what they would or would not do. I would never attack another living being, but I'm not sure what I would do if I saw someone try to hurt someone I loved. And when blocked up, one did, often, feel that love extended to all of one's companions. When talking to people after actions, that feeling of absolute trust amidst chaos was always crucial. One activist veteran, his action name is somewhat incongruously evil, pointed to a famous moment when a black bloc activist, surrounded by police on a platform at the base of the flagpole at the Naval Memorial during the 2000 inauguration protests, literally leaped headfirst over the police's heads into a masked crowd of activists, in the knowledge that, whoever they might have been, they were sure to catch him. As they did. Really, Evil said, we are dealing with an elegant fluid dynamic that ultimately goes back to shared experience of mosh pits. In a mosh pit at a punk or hardcore show, all the kids are going nuts, all together, stage diving, circle pits, crowd surfing, asshole bouncers twice your size, so you develop a feel for space, for fluid motion and action. Linking arms to force a wedge through police lines at an action is just like forcing your way to the front of a crowd at a show with slow steady pressure. It's not that all black blockers are punk rockers, or vice versa, but when the black blocker leapt over the heads of riot police at the Navy Memorial during George W. Bush's inauguration in 2001 to escape arrest, he was just stage diving and body surfing. Equality, autonomy, mutual aid, all these are, of course, the elementary principles of anarchism. Finally, it's not that black blocs are utterly indifferent to the impression they make on a broader audience. They are simply not interested in winning the support of what in the media is called the public, a largely imaginary community of white, middle-class families that is, in the opinion of most anarchists, largely a creation of the media itself. Once again, the point is to shatter the spectacle, in this case, quite literally. While critics will endlessly point out that property destruction steals the show from nonviolent civil disobedience, and is used to justify every sort of repression that is almost never directed primarily at those who are breaking windows, it is hard to deny that the image has struck some sort of chord. Certainly, it is one of the few things just about everyone in America knows about anarchists, that they have been known to break Starbucks windows. Obviously, it's a deeply ambivalent chord. But if one's purpose is revolutionary, one is appealing first and foremost to the most alienated and the most disenfranchised. As Mack noted in the very beginning of this book, such elements do not need to be shown the violence inherent in the system. They know all about it. What they need is to have some reason to think that the system is vulnerable, that it can be successfully challenged, or at least, that challengers can get away unharmed. At this point, though, we're moving away from the internal structure of the action and beginning to deal with the sort of questions of representation that will be the focus of the next chapter. Before doing so, I'd like to end this one with some brief practical reflections on the nature of the state. Part 2, State Power. Detention. The Christian in me says it's wrong, but the correction officer in me says, I love to make a grown man piss himself. Charles Graeber, former U.S. prison guard assigned to Abu Ghraib. The 5 examples that have made up the bulk of this chapter are obviously not meant as a comprehensive typology. This is a very rough list, meant mainly to bring out certain structural features of actions in general, in particular, the complex and constantly reshuffling relations between activists, target institutions or other authorities, audience, and police. I will be dealing with the relation with media in Chapter 9. Because of the limited range of examples, all sorts of important elements of major actions have gotten short shrift or have been skipped entirely. I've had almost nothing to say, for example, about puppet crews, street theater, pink blocks, Tutti Bianchi tactics, or pagan rituals, though there will be a little on some of the more explicitly performative and ritual aspects in the next chapter. The chapters about Quebec City were meant to illustrate something about how all these elements tend to come together, the months of planning, the thrill of convergence, the paranoia and security culture that often pervades affinity groups, the shift from aggressive action to jail solidarity and general support for arrestees. Jail solidarity and the experience of arrest and processing is usually a very important component of the formation of any veteran activist. To be arrested is to face the reality of state power in what any anarchist would call its purest form, that is, with all pretense of ultimate benevolence stripped away. Those one encounters when being processed, held, and jailed representatives of the criminal justice system, and particularly the minor functionaries, as a rule feel no obligation to even pretend to being fair with those under their charge. The shock of learning that police lie and attack the innocent dissolves into the further shock that, behind closed doors, they are expected to behave as unapologetic sadists. The infliction of pain and humiliation is considered the norm, at least. Any act of decency is considered a special favor, but, at the same time, the sadism is almost invariably combined with an almost complete and systematic bureaucratic confusion and incompetence. 92 When completely under the power of the state, one would seem to encounter both its brutality, and its stupidity, in unadulterated form. This is the regular experience of anyone who's been through a large urban jail in the United States, but the activist practice of jail solidarity, refusal to give names, systematic non-cooperation with the system so as to clog the works and make difficult the arrest of fellow activists tends to exacerbate both the brutality and the confusion. In Philly, for example, activists refuse to give their names and often to cooperate with fingerprinting and photographing. The result was systematic violence. The following extracts from accounts on activist listservs at the time give something of the flavor of the experience. I refused all information except my medical information, which I answered in great detail, since I was quite worried about them ignoring my hypoglycemia. If my blood sugar level drops too low, I told the nurse, I will go into convulsions. That will be fun to watch, she answered, since you are not going to get that much food in here. On Friday people began to be arraigned. It was at this time that the system stepped up its intimidation tactics in an attempt to scare people into giving their names. One that affected all of us was the air conditioning. While we had all been freezing since we were taken to the roundhouse, since it was air conditioned and we were all dressed in summer clothing, it is my understanding that on Friday night, one woman actually got hypothermia. The guards came in with their sweaters and winter coats, so the tactic had obviously been planned. One woman who walked past a thermostat told me that it read 46 degrees. We piled on top of each other quite literally, big people on the bottom of the pile and little ones on top or in the middle if they got too cold, in an attempt to use our body heat to keep us warm. If people did not cooperate with the photographing, their heads were bashed into the wall. I am told that there was a sign where they were taking these pictures that instructed the officers to wipe off the blood before taking the pictures. I did not see the sign myself, since it was removed by the time I was processed 4 days later. However, I did see enough blood and bruises on the women being returned to their cells to feel truly terrified that night. 2 a.m. we find out that the women's leaders are being taken away and isolated. In my 6-person cell, 3 of us finally managed to urinate in the close company, after 30 hours of incarceration. No one has yet managed to defecate since the 6 of us must sit knee to knee in the cell. There is no privacy. We have still not seen our lawyer. 3 a.m. a public defender, not one of our own R2K lawyers, is finally let into the roundhouse. 5 a.m. he gets to our cell block. The defender is not familiar with jail solidarity and cannot give advice. He just lectures morosely on maximum penalties. Our feeling is that he is not on our side. 6:20 a.m. Joe Hill is cuffed hand to foot for not voluntarily giving his fingerprints. 6:55 a.m. Joe Hill is finally uncuffed. 9:00 a.m. 11 from our cell block are dragged from our cells, chained together and marched off. 9:15 a.m. Water in our cell blocks is turned off. Not even the toilet works. An officer tells my cell, "There's water in the toilet. Drink that." 9:30 a.m. I am taken out of my cell and stood against the wall to wait for arraignment. While I am waiting, Officer Cassidy Badge 1976, drags Wolfman's face through the gutter and then slams it into the cell bars for moving too slowly. Wolf later showed the abrasion on his right shoulder this caused. Another activist is also slammed into the bars by 1976. 9:50 a.m. While I'm standing there, all water is finally turned back on after 35 minutes of chanting. 11 a.m. I am finally taken into my arraignment, where I hear my charges for the first time. They are all misdemeanors, but include charges like obstructing a highway, which give the conditions and place of arrest I am obviously innocent of. The paperwork is all mixed up. It is critical to bear in mind here that normally the overwhelming majority of those arrested at mass actions are not actually charged with any crime. As the A16 trainers pointed out, they are usually picked up for the equivalent of jaywalking or parking offenses, infractions, or violations. The wording depends on the jurisdiction, that are not criminal matters and would, under ordinary circumstances, have at worst led to a ticket and modest fine. 93 Occasional attempts to up the ante by inventing more serious charges against those engaged in blockades and lockdown, as was attempted in Philly, almost invariably fail in court. 94 Half the time. In fact, arrestees are not even guilty of infractions, since a very large proportion of arrests at any large mobilization are preventative. Police will often sweep up crowds of hundreds at a time as they're marching down the sidewalk or milling about in green zones. 95 Since preventative detention is illegal in the U.S., activists arrested in such sweeps are keenly aware that, if they are in jail, it is because the police, and not them, are guilty of breaking the law. The accounts above, for example, were both written by activists who were among the 70 arrested for being inside Philly's famous Puppet Warehouse, a building being used to manufacture props and political art for the day's action. A few had been preparing to engage in blockades later in the day, most were preparing to take part in puppet, clowning, or performance groups. None had committed anything resembling a crime. They were collectively charged with offenses ranging from possession of an instrument of crime, PVC tubing found in the warehouse, which could be used for making lock boxes, to blocking a highway, charges that everyone knew could never stand up in court, but were simply applied to justify high bails. Not one ultimately went to trial. After being held for a week, then released, but forced to return to Philadelphia for repeated court dates, prosecutors suddenly announced that, since police infiltrators in the warehouse were not able to identify any of them in line UPS, all charges had been dropped. Add to this, the tendency to select certain arrestees for what usually seem like completely random felony charges. For instance, assaulting an officer. These also invariably fail in court, but only after endless postponements that absorb enormous amounts of activists' time and energy, and it's hard to imagine how activists could see the criminal justice system as anything but a blunt instrument of stupidity and repression. In Philadelphia, activists were constantly being threatened with being distributed among the general population, regular inmates who, guards explained in often graphic terms, would terrorize and brutalize and rape them. When the authorities, at one point, made good on their threats, the ploy completely backfired. The general population proved quite sympathetic, and above all, extremely interested in learning activist tactics. Ordinary prisoners rapidly began giving each other action names, refusing cooperation and coordinating collective demands so quickly, in fact, that within 24 hours the activists had been taken out and segregated once again. Almost all of the arrestees, however, came out with long stories of inmates they had met among the general population who had been picked up for minor or harmless nonviolent offenses: marijuana possession, trespassing for taking a shortcut through a deserted lot, and, like them, subjected to continual violence and brutality. For that moment, anyway, there was the recognition of an analogous situation, the fact that the laws operate entirely differently for certain categories of people, whether these be poor African Americans, or at least during an action, political idealists who dare to take to the streets. Considering the constant brutality, I am always slightly surprised, in going through these accounts, of the emphasis so many activists place on what would otherwise seem quite trivial acts of injustice. The account of one lockdown arrestee in Philly, for example, gave special attention to how she and her cellmate had been placed in solitary confinement for 2 days as punishment for having chipped the paint on their cell wall, in addition to having to pay a several $100 fine. In fact, she insisted, not only had the wall been chipped before she arrived, but the officer actually went to the trouble of pointing out paint chips on the floor as proof of her crime, chips that, since they had not been there when the floor was scrubbed the day before, could only have been placed there intentionally while the prisoners had been taking showers several hours before. Obviously, given 2 days alone in a cell with nothing else to do, it would be difficult not to obsess a little about exactly what would motivate a prison guard to plant paint chips in the cell of an apparently randomly selected pair of activists, and then pretend to convict them for a crime everyone knew they had not committed. Still, there seems a deeper reason activists attach such importance to such gestures. They appear to be attempts to hammer home a message, that when in the hands of the state, one should put aside any notion that one's dealings with its representatives will be governed by any recognizable code of justice. Do not expect us to be fair. Reality is whatever we say it is. You are in our power and we can do with you what we will. This would appear to be the message. In this light, the equal emphasis in these accounts on apparent bureaucratic confusion and incompetence takes on a more subtle and insidious complexion. In some cases this incompetence is clearly intentional. As many remarked after the RNC protests in New York 4 years later, it's very difficult to believe the same police who displayed lightning efficiency in sweeping protesters off the streets really needed between 16 to 48 hours in each case to locate the paperwork required to get them released again. But often there seemed something more subtle going on. One friend arrested at a Philly lockdown told me that over the course of the week he spent in jail, he was brought before a judge on 3 separate occasions, and each time a different policeman appeared, claiming to be the arresting officer. As far as he could make out, none of the 3 had even been in the vicinity at the time of his actual arrest. How do you think that happened? I asked him. I have no idea. It's as if the authorities were trying to communicate not only that they did not have to be fair, but that they didn't even have to behave in a way that made any sense. They could do pretty much anything they wanted. They could behave completely randomly, and there was nothing one could do. I think activists are right to see, in all this, something essential about the nature of the state. These are displays of arbitrary power that claims to require no reason or explanation. What makes lightning an appropriate symbol of divine power is not just that it is devastating, but that it's random. The symbol of justice, on the other hand, is the scales. Justice is always conceived as a matter of balance or reciprocity. Sovereign power, in turn, claims to be that which establishes the balance. It's the hand holding the scales, therefore, it cannot by definition be weighed in the balance itself. Hence the effort to establish that there is absolutely no reciprocity here. The message is not, if you play by the rules, you won't be punished, because that would imply the existence of some kind of contract. A contract would imply that the 2 sides are in some sense equal parties. The message was rather, you must play by the rules. We don't have to. To demonstrate this, let us make clear that, even if you play by the rules, you might be punished anyway. It is the state's ability to impose such arbitrary punishment that empowers it to establish rules to begin with. Medical condition? Maybe we'll take account of that. Maybe we won't. Anyway, there will be no negotiation. Above all, under no conditions will you have the right to complain that we aren't playing fair. The irony, of course, is that police, and guards, are not really in a position to exercise absolute and arbitrary power at all. Even if they were dealing with a collection of poor black adolescents, or undocumented aliens from the Middle East, there would be some constraints though, in that case, apparently not many when dealing with a nameless crowd of mostly white activists rounded up at a demonstration. Police are well aware that any one of their detainees might, just possibly, be the child of someone important. It is highly unlikely that the dreadlocked girl in front of you is the daughter of the Attorney General, but you don't know it for a fact. Should you happen to kill, maim, or permanently disfigure her and it turned out that she was, at the very least one would be facing a minor national scandal. Hence the preference for techniques meant to torment, terrify, and humiliate, but without doing obvious permanent damage. One tightens the cuffs enough to make the hands turn blue, but not to permanently damage them. One smashes a head against the wall but doesn't break a limb. Most of these techniques are mild forms of torture. Placing prisoners for long periods in near freezing cells in some cases, first removing their clothing or dousing them with water, is standard procedure in interrogations, or for that matter in many U.S. prisons. So is playing on natural revulsions, such as those against vermin or excrement. Law enforcement personnel seem, as we'll see, to have a peculiar fascination with the psychological power of excrement, that can manifest itself in anything from a refusal to allow bathroom visits for 12 hours at a time on police buses, to pressure point techniques intentionally designed to cause victims to shit their pants still. All of this essentially operates within a relatively limited legal window. As police sociologists point out, G. Bittner 1990, the conduct of law enforcement officials is largely unregulated. Most regulations have to do with the use of specific tools or weapons. Apart from those, there are few legal guidelines to what police can or cannot do on the streets, or what guards can or cannot do in jails. What rules do exist are rarely enforced. To hold a police officer legally accountable for, say, beating you in the process of arrest is well nigh impossible to be prosecuted in such an instance. A policeman basically has to do something so shocking, sodomy with a nightstick for example, that it makes national headlines for several days. 96 The reason most Americans are under the impression that police operate under extreme constraints is that there is a good deal of legislation that affects anything bearing on a trial. Essentially, what this comes down to is that, if police break the rules, the only thing they are risking is the possibility of obtaining a later conviction. The paradoxical result is that police actually have to be much more meticulous when dealing with murderers or rapists than they do with activists, who, being mostly innocent even of the equivalent of parking violations, are unlikely to ever be charged with any sort of crime. Police in Philly were quite well aware, despite the use of public defenders to frighten detainees, that they stood almost no chance of obtaining convictions. As a result, activists could not be held for very long. This was the real irony of the chipped paint. The whole little drama of the mock trial might seem a way of establishing total arbitrary power, but it was also a way of creating about the only trial in which an activist would actually be found guilty. Just as activists are attempting to create spaces of autonomy and creativity in fissures within the normal, legal order, so the police too end up doing something very similar, carving out a small space of pure sovereign power in the fissures created by the law. The play on arbitrariness, the sadistic violence, the lies, the violation of ordinary norms and expectations, are all ways of trying to establish absolute non-equivalence between the state and those in its power, despite the fact that police are quite limited in the kinds of power they can actually deploy. Some brief notes on the rules of engagement. I think the above observations also have implications for what happens on the streets. In my earlier discussions of direct action, one of the main points of contrast between different sorts of action was their relation with the police. Does one try to reach accommodation with them, confront them, try to create situations where they are forced to act with restraint, or does one avoid them entirely and act as if they don't exist? In the first two examples, though, the march/rally and the picket line, one can say that police and protesters are operating within the same legalistic grid. There is an overarching structure of law and legal precedents, the details can be worked out on that basis by direct contact between the parties concerned. In civil disobedience and direct action, this is not the case. We are dealing with a clash between two profoundly different moral worlds. It's not that there are no rules. Protesters and police alike tend to operate under elaborate codes of conduct. It's more like a game where each side is playing by its own set of rules. Some activists, in fact, insist that the whole point is to figure out a way to use the other side's rules against them. The whole basic idea of civil disobedience works by creating a rules of engagement (ROE) trap, where you know what kinds of tactics your enemy can and cannot use and in what situations, and engineer your tactics accordingly. For instance, let's say you want to block an inaugural parade. You know the law does not permit the use of lethal force to set people to running for cover, and you know that pre-crime arrests are not going to be used very much, because they are no more legal than blocking the parade itself. You do the math, and compute that if you can get 10,000 people to just sit down on pen ave, it will take more time to legally arrest them all than the time allotted for the parade. You have now created an row trap. The opposition has the choice between doing what you want, cancelling the parade in this case, or breaking their own laws, forgetting about making legal arrests, and just resorting to uncontrolled violence. The disadvantage of this for the enemy is mainly the political impact of being seen as a repressive, illegitimate dictatorship. 97 Note though how quickly the question turns to impression management and the role of the media. Being seen depends on who is conveying the information. The author, however, brushes past this, noting that the real danger to the state is of escalation. How many will then escalate to physical direct action, or for that matter, guerrilla war? Such is the perspective of the dedicated revolutionary. My perspective here is less strategic than tactical. Like any ethnographer, I wish to tease out the tacit underlying principles of action. What are the effective rules of engagement, then, that form the basis of this calculation, and how are they worked out? Consider again our last case study, the clash between the Black Bloc and Philadelphia police during the 2000 Republican Convention. Much of this could be described as a kind of nonviolent warfare, full of maneuvers, pincer movements, attempts to hold territory, advances, and retreats. Both sides had also carefully worked out their own rules of engagement. Everyone participating in the spokes councils had agreed to certain minimal ground rules, for instance, that no one would bring drugs, liquor, or weapons to the action, that there would be no harm to living beings. While there were certainly differences, say, between the codes of conduct of those who adopted the principles of classic nonviolent civil disobedience rules, who had, for example, undergone nonviolence trainings, and Black Bloc anarchists, the latter two were operating within a very explicit ethical code that, among other things, specified what sorts of property were legitimate targets and what were not. Fellow activists knew, or could easily find out, what those codes were. The police rules allowed them to attack protesters more or less at will, but at that historical moment at least, they seemed to feel they had to do so in such a way as to be fairly sure that none would be killed or maimed and no more than a handful required hospitalization. In other words, the situation was much like it was in the jails, except that, on the streets, in an open and shifting quasi-combat situation, it was far more difficult to ensure this effect. Like the activists, police developed various special techniques and technologies and carried out trainings in order to be able to achieve this. The fascinating thing is that not only were the rules on either side not directly negotiated, it's not entirely clear that most members of each side were even aware that the other was observing rules at all. If nothing else, both activists and police appeared to be under the impression that the other side was prepared to be far more violent than they actually were, and considered their own restraint basically unilateral. 98 This is almost invariably the case during mass actions. Nonetheless, clearly, some sort of tacit understandings are worked out and the rules of engagement do shift over time. There is a process by which the rules are negotiated, however indirectly. The question for the ethnographer is to understand what it is. So let me take up for a moment this idea of nonviolent warfare. Clausewitz is notorious for having defined war as the untrammeled use of force, the moment where all rules are effectively cast aside. As generations of later theorists have observed, this is simply not the case. War is not and has never been a pure contest of force with no rules. Historically, just about all armed conflicts have had very complex and detailed sets of mutual understandings between the warring parties. When total war does occur, its practitioners Attila, Cortés tend to be remembered 1,000 years later for this very reason. As military historian Martin van Creveld 1991 observes, if nothing else, there will always tend to be rules for parleys and truces and the treatment of negotiators, rules for how to surrender and how captives are to be treated, rules for how to distinguish combatants and non-combatants, and what can and cannot be done to the latter, rules for levels and types of force allowable between combatants, which weapons or tactics are dishonorable or illegal. Even during World War II, neither Hitler nor Stalin tried to assassinate one another or used chemical weapons on each other's forces. There are others too, for instance, concerning the treatment of medics, but this list will do for now. Van Creveld makes the interesting argument that such rules in no way stand in the way of the effective use of force, rather, one cannot apply force effectively without them. Without rules, it's impossible to maintain any real morale or command structure. An army without a code of honor and discipline becomes a mere marauding band, and when faced with a real army, marauding bands always lose. They're either routed, or they run away. But Van Creveld suggests another reason which I think is even more revealing. In a battle without rules, he notes, it is impossible to know who won. Ultimately, both sides do have to agree on at least this question. Otherwise the war will never end, unless one side exterminates the enemy completely. In this light, consider the police. Police often like to think of themselves as soldiers of a sort. They place great importance on maintaining morale and discipline. But insofar as they see themselves as fighting a war, the war on crime, they also know they are involved in a conflict in which victory is by definition impossible. How does this affect the rules of engagement? Well, here, I think, one notices something very interesting. When it comes to levels of force, what sort of weapons or tactics can be used and in what circumstances, police obviously operate under rules far more restrictive than any soldier. The rules of engagement police absolutely cannot shoot a white person unless that white person fires on them first, are highly constraining. In fact, every time a policeman fires a gun, there normally has to be an investigation. As a result, the vast majority of American police have never fired their weapons. But, in any circumstance that does not involve a future trial or potentially lethal force, there is, as noted, almost no effective regulation whatsoever. When it comes to the other items, then, what one discovers is that during actions, police systematically violate all of them. They regularly engage in practices which, in war, would be considered utterly dishonorable. Police regularly arrest mediators. If members of an affinity group occupy a building, and one member does not enter the building, but instead acts as police liaison, it might well end up that the negotiator is the only person who ends up being arrested. If one does negotiate an agreement with the police, they will almost invariably break it. Police frequently attack those offered safe passage. If protesters carrying out direct action in one part of a city try to create green zones or safe spaces in another, in other words, try to set up an area in which no one is to break the law or provoke the authorities, as a way to distinguish combatants and non-combatants, the police will almost invariably attack or begin arresting people within the safe space. As in Quebec, they often specifically target medics. Why? No doubt there are many reasons. Some are simply pragmatic. There's no need to come to an understanding about how to treat prisoners if you can arrest protesters, but protesters cannot arrest you. In a larger sense, though, the refusal to honor the rules of war is a means of refusing the implication of equivalency that would apply if fighting another army. Police represent the state. The state has a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. Hence, it is by definition incommensurable with any other element in society. As police sociologists like Egon Bittner have pointed out, the one common feature of the kind of situation to which police are assigned is the possibility of having to impose non-negotiated solutions backed up by the potential use of force. Bittner 1990. The key term here is non-negotiated. Police do not negotiate because that would imply equivalency. When they are forced to, they pretty much invariably break their word. 99. This means, however, that police find themselves in a paradoxical position. They embody the state's monopoly on the use of coercive force, yet their freedom to employ that force is severely limited. The refusal to treat the other side as honorable opponents, as equivalent on any level, seems to be the only way to maintain the principle of absolute incommensurability that representatives of the state must, by definition, maintain. This incidentally appears to be the reason why, if you remove the restrictions on the use of force by police, the results are catastrophic. Whenever you see wars that violate all the rules and involve horrific atrocities against civilians, they are invariably framed as police actions.